Chien Vo Tin stood there quietly, looking at the dilapidated grave in front of him, mottled with red paint. On the tombstone was a photo of a smiling young woman. He reached out to touch the photo and called out loudly, "Mom, I'm back. I'm finally back." Chien Vo Tin gently stroked the photo, his hands clenched into fists as he angrily recalled. "Back then, Father married a new woman and ruthlessly kicked us two siblings out of the house. Even Mother was driven away." The scene of the mother and her two children from that year flashed in Chien Vo Tin's mind. It was a pouring, rainy night. Mother's frail body knelt in front of the door all night long, just to beg Father to keep the two siblings, regardless of her own life and death. However, the tightly closed gate remained unyielding, as if silently mocking Mother's innocence and foolishness. A vicious dog lunged at the three of them. Chien Vo Tin's mother could only helplessly beg, "Please, they are your children. Let them in." The three knelt in the rain until dawn, and that iron gate finally opened. Mother was overjoyed, thinking that Father had changed his mind out of his love for his own flesh and blood. But unexpectedly, it was a vicious dog that rushed out. To protect the two siblings, Mother was bitten all over by that dog, covered in wounds. Chien Vo Tin's mother, while being mauled, worriedly shouted to the two siblings, "Run, children. It will be too late if you don't run." Finally, she took the two siblings away, blaming herself. "It's all because I'm useless and couldn't protect you. Your sister is still young. You must take good care of her." He originally thought they could live peaceful days, but storm struck again. Not long after, Mother was framed and forced to jump off a building to commit suicide. On that day, Chien Vo Tin's mother stood silently on the rooftop and called him, "Son, I'm sorry. I can't bear to leave you too. I love you. Remember to take care of your sister. Leave Haidong forever and never come back." Then, she threw herself off the rooftop. It wasn't until the last minute that he realized it was his mother's last phone call. At that time, he was on his way home from school. Waiting for him at home was his mother's blood-soaked body and his sister's tragic cries. The little girl knelt before their mother's corpse, hugging Chien Vo Tin and bawling, "Brother, I'm scared. I'm so scared. I want Mom." At that time, his sister was not even 10, and he had just turned 14. At that very moment, although Chien Vo Tin was still a tender child, he had to use his small body to shield them from the wind and rain, shoulder the whole family, and endure the coldness of the world and unimaginable hardships. Despite that, the people who framed them never showed mercy or let the two children off. He suddenly remembered how back then, those people holding bloody long knives slashed at the siblings without hesitation. His voice sounded, recounting what happened later. A mysterious person appeared, killed all those who wanted to assassinate the two siblings, and then took him away. Images of the battlefield from years ago flashed in Chien Vo Tin's mind as he said, "Time flew by. 10 years later, the situation at the border of Dahua Kingdom was tense, with hails of bullets and artillery shells everywhere. The enemy cavalry was extremely fierce, successively destroying many border passes, shattering the 1,000-mile defense line. The army suffered heavy casualties. Even the commanders were no exception. However, just as our troops were continuously falling, there was a man who single-handedly charged into the enemy camp. Chien Vo Tin, amidst the enemy's massive army, took the enemy general's head as easily as taking something out of his pocket. The enemy army became like a headless snake, defeated without a fight. That person was the peerless war god of Dahua Kingdom, War Heavenly Emperor, the rising star in the Dahua army, hailed as the War Wing Heavenly King. He turned the tide, recovered the lost territories, and created an unprecedented military achievement in a single battle. Chien Vo Tin stood on a high platform, hearing the cheers of everyone below. War Wing Heavenly King. Chien Vo Tin Kudao His Gun, listening to the rumors around him, possessing the power of heaven and earth, the wrath of thunder, and astonishing regenerative abilities. Only unknown is whether the enemies from the past can withstand the fury of the War Wing Heavenly King. Returning to reality, he reached out to stroke the tombstone and roared in anger. 10 years have passed. 10 years ago, I lived like a dog, bullied by others, with no dignity. 10 years later, I am seen as the power of heaven and earth, and this Haidong will surely tremble under my feet. Suddenly, Chien Vo Tin turned his head and saw a group of thugs standing at the gate. They immediately shouted, "Are you blind? We'll let you in. Didn't you see the no entry sign at the gate?" The leader, Dang Fai, immediately cursed. "Damn it, Madame Thuong Quan Nalan told us to come dig up these bitches' graves, smash the tombstones, and write grave of peasants on them. I didn't expect someone to come admire our masterpiece right after we finished." Hearing this, Chien Vo-ting clenched his fists and thought to himself, "Thuong Quan Nalan, it is indeed her." Back then, Thuong Quan Nalan was Mother's good friend. Later, the appearance of a man completely destroyed their close relationship. He thought of that woman, Thuong Quan Nalan, then thought, that man was the young master of the immensely powerful Chun family in Haidong. After all, Mother was also the top beauty of Haidong back then, but her heart had long died. Coincidentally, Thuong Quan Nalan was also pursuing young Master Chun. Mother originally disagreed, but tragically she was later pushed aside as well. Chien Vo-tin recalled what happened when he was young. Thuong Quan Nalan successfully married into a wealthy family and began looking for opportunities to frame his mother. At that time, his mother had an old house in the old town of Haidong. The Shangguan family got involved in real estate, and then Thuong Quan Nalan forged real estate transaction documents to easily seize that house, leveling it to the ground overnight. He, his mother, and his sister were all driven out of the house by those thugs. To root out the problem completely, Thuong Quan Nalan used the lives of the two siblings to threaten his mother into committing suicide. To protect her two children, his mother had no choice but to swallow her resentment and jump off a building to her death. He thought of Thuong Quan Nalan and cursed inwardly. That vicious Thuong Quan Nalan never actually intended to let us off. She wanted to kill these two bastards to pull up the weeds by the roots. Chien Vo-ting Anvi Zembet. After his mother's death, Thuong Quan Nalan's old hatred still hadn't subsided. She ordered people to surround the grave with barbed wire and had these thugs guard it long-term, forbidding anyone from coming to pay respects, even erecting a no-entry sign at the gate. He looked at the dug-up grave in front of him and said, "Today is the 10th anniversary of Mother's death." Thuong Quan Nalan deliberately chose this day to dig up Mother's grave, not even wanting to leave her ashes. Chien Vo-tin gritted his teeth. It's clear how sinister and vicious this woman's heart is. He quietly watched the thugs barging in. The leader, Dang Fai, rushed in front of Chien Vo-tin and shouted, "I'm in a bad mood today. Get lost right now if you don't want a beating." Dai Trang, beside him, held a lighter to light Dang Fai's cigarette and yelled, "Damn it, today is the second young master's birthday, and also his engagement day. I should be at the hotel eating delicacies and drinking good wine at this hour, but instead I have to come to this unlucky graveyard." He walked towards Chien Vo-tin and shouted, "Crawl under Brother Dang's crotch. When you're told to get lost, you get lost, otherwise I'll break your two dog legs." Then, Dai Trang turned his head and spat on Chien Vo-tin's mother's grave. Seeing this, Dang Fai laughed loudly and cheered. Dai Trang, that was a spot-on spit. Next, he spread his legs wide, looking at Chien Vo-tin, and loudly mocked, "Hey, crawl under my crotch, and I'll spare your dog life. I'll even give you this golden lighter as a souvenir." Dai Trang saw Chien Vo-tin glaring at him and shouted in annoyance, "You dare to glare at me? Never seen someone spit before?" He pointed at himself, coughed, and said, "If you haven't, let me spit again for you to see." Suddenly, Dai Trang turned around in terror, only to see Chien Vo-tin reaching out towards him. Dai Trang was shocked to find himself lifted up by Chien Vo-tin and screamed out, "What?" Chien Vo-tin forcefully slammed him to the ground. Then, Chien Vo-tin stood up, pointed at the thugs, and roared, "Lick it clean for me." The remaining thugs were utterly terrified upon seeing this scene and cried out. Dai Trang weighs 90 kilos, and he was lifted up just like that? This is truly an unparalleled monster. Dai Trang, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, struggled to crawl up and cried for help in panic. Brother Dang, save me." Chien Vo-ting Genli wava his hand, slashing out a burst of energy hitting his leg. Dai Trang immediately grabbed his leg in pain and screamed miserably, "My leg." Chien Vo-tin coldly pointed forward and said, "Lick it clean." Chien Vo-tin swept his eyes over the thugs behind and said, "Don't make me repeat myself." Dai Trang lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his leg and groaning. It hurt so much. He immediately crawled to the front of the grave and used his tongue to lick the spit clean, replying repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes, I'll lick it, I'll lick it." Right after that, a helicopter towing a massive cargo box appeared in the sky. The thugs shielded themselves from the wind and dust with their hands, shouting, "It's a helicopter!" Chien Vo-tin turned his head back, only to see dozens of helicopters carrying cargo boxes flying towards them. Chien Vo-tin raised a finger and declared, "Begin." Immediately, a massive cargo box was dropped down, followed by other cargo boxes landing one after another. Then, countless people jumped down from the helicopters, neatly kneeling in 2 rows in front of Chien Vo-tin. The blonde guy in the back saw this scene and yelled out in terrified confusion, "What's going on?" The people who jumped from the helicopters simultaneously cupped their hands and shouted loudly, "Greetings, Your Highness." Chien Vo-tin turned around and waved his hand to signal, "Do it." Everyone replied in unison, "Understood, Your Highness." Then they stood up and opened the cargo boxes, which were filled with gold bars. Dozens of boxes were opened, revealing the gleaming gold bars. A young man shouted, "Use this gold to rebuild the grave." Dang Fai looked at the gold bars inside and cried out in shock, "Oh my God, it's all gold." A full 20 boxes of gold. The crowd discussed in astonishment and envy. Using this much gold to build a grave. It's the first time I've ever seen it. Damn, if this was exchanged for cash, it must be worth tens of billions. Illuminated by the brilliant golden light, Chien Vo-tin looked at the golden grave before him and murmured, "Mom, back then you joked that 100 years later you wanted me to build a grave out of gold for you, so that you would have endless money to spend on the other side." He looked at the red paint-stained tombstone next to it and said, "Now, I have done it." Chien Vo-tin gritted his teeth and roared, "In 1 month, I want Thuong Quan Nalan to kneel before your grave and apologize with her death." The thugs looked at him in bewilderment, hearts pounding and legs trembling, asking, "Who exactly is this person? Too terrifying, actually using gold to build a grave." At this moment, Chien Vo-tin swept his eyes over to Dang Fai and Dai Trang, asking, "What did you just say?" Dang Fai, trembling in fear, replied, "Forgot. Forgot." Then the terrified thugs cried out, We were only ordered by the Chun family's elder to stand guard here." After hearing this, Chien Vo-tin fell into deep thought. Back then, after framing his mother, Thuong Quan Nalan finally got her wish and married into the Chun family. This woman was extremely sinister and malicious. Chien Vo-tin frowned and thought, after 10 years of scheming, Thuong Quan Nalan has already taken control of the entire Chun family, and Elder Chun has also become a dog under Thuong Quan Nalan's command. Seeing him stay silent, Dang Fai showed a smug smile and thought to himself, "This guy is indeed scared." The Chun family covers the sky with one hand in Haidong. Their reputation is illustrious, and no one dares to mess with them. Dang Fai opened his mouth and said, "Elder Chun is also a prominent figure outside. Although you look like you have some background, we work for the Chun family, so you wouldn't dare to touch us." A powerful energy radiated from Chien Vo-tin's body as he shouted, "Oh, what can Elder Chun do?" In a split second, that power struck towards the subordinates behind Dang Fai. Dang Fai turned around in terror, watching his subordinates struggling painfully in a sea of fire. Scared out his wits, Dang Fai continuously kowtowed and cried loudly, "It's a misunderstanding. Please don't kill me. Listen to my explanation." This king never listens to explanations. Dang Fai immediately screamed in horror, This king? You dare to call yourself this king? Could it be that you are the recently emerged war god? War winged heavenly king? War heavenly emperor?" Then, Chien Vo-tin raised his hand and viciously slashed at Dang Fai. Fresh blood splattered. Chien Vo-tin crouched down and wrapped the old red, paint-stained tombstone in white cloth. Chien Vo-tin stood up, handed the wrapped tombstone to Bakan, and said, "Let's go. Today is the joyous occasion of the Chun family's second young master, which is also Thuong Quan Nalan's territory. Let's go cause a scene and return the old tombstone to Thuong Quan Nalan." Then he strode down the steps. Hearing this, Bakan quickly followed behind. In front of the Tiandu Hotel, one of the iconic buildings of Haidong City, a car stopped right at the door. Chien Vo-tin pushed the door open and stepped out of the car, thinking to himself, "Years ago, this place was the old town. Mother's old house was located right here. To be exact, it is the current location of the Tiandu Hotel." Bak Kan, holding the tombstone wrapped in white cloth, got out of the car and said loudly, "Your Highness, just let your subordinate handle these ants. Why do you need to deal with them personally?" Chien Vo Tin reached out to take the wrapped tombstone and ordered, "Go back and guard the cemetery. The enemies from back then, I want to take care of them with my own hands." Then, Chien Vo Tin carried the tombstone on his shoulder and walked straight inside, completely ignoring the guests around him. The surrounding girls, seeing this, excitedly gossip. Who is this person? He looks so strong and very charismatic. It would be so thrilling to date someone like this. Chien Vo Tin walked over, slammed the tombstone heavily onto a table, pulled up a chair to sit down, and raised a glass of red wine. Seeing this, the female guests exclaimed in amazement. "I've never seen such a handsome man in Haidong. He is truly the #1 handsome man in the world." Just at this moment, a security team walked in from outside. Walked up to him and shouted, "Sir, please follow the hotel's rules. You must register before entering." Vong Tianju thought with annoyance. For young Master Chen's engagement party, entry requires registration, which is then shown to young Master Chen. Anyone who gives little wedding money is immediately kicked out. This is the rule. He frowned at Chien Vo Tin, calculating. The rules were set by the madam. How dare this brat barge in? Then, he sternly demanded, "Please show your invitation." Next, Vong Tianju pointed at the cloth-wrapped tombstone in front of them and yelled, "Also, what is this? It must be inspected." Chien Vo Tin held a chopstick, frowned at him, and contemptuously replied, "You are not worthy to see it. Quickly call Thuong Quan Nalan out here to confess her sins." After saying that, he used the chopstick to tightly clamp down on Vong Tianju's arm that was reaching out. Seeing this, Vong Tianju struggled desperately and cursed, "Insolent! What trick are you playing? Daring to directly call the madam's name? Let me go at once." Vong Tianju grimaced in pain and screamed, "You brat, let me go." Vong Tianju gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "What is going on? My fist can easily smash a stone steel, but today it is tightly clamped by those chopsticks like scrap paper, unable to move at all." Right after that, Chien Vo Tin released the chopsticks, and Vong Tianju immediately lost his balance and fell backward, his head covered in spilled red wine. Chien Vo Tin calmly put down the chopsticks. The Chun family's second young master, Tran Ha-din, stood upstairs, stroked his chin, and doubtfully asked Elder Mac, "What's the deal with that guy?" The Chun family's elder, Mac San, clasped his hands behind his back and arrogantly replied, "He wouldn't last a single move against me." Chun Ha-ding poiten dao sti snorted coldly and said, "Have there been few people seeking revenge on my mother over these past few years? But in the end, they were all thrown into the sea to feed the fishes, truly not knowing life from death." Downstairs, Vong Tianju looked at the two security guards helping him up and immediately started cursing. "Damn it, what are you still standing there for? Cripple him." Hearing the order, the security guards immediately revealed ferocious looks and charged toward Chien Vo Tin. The public relations director of the Tiandu Hotel, Huin Vai, stepped out at this moment. She raised her hand and shouted, "Stop." Vong Tiandu, his face flushed red with wine, immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Greetings, Director Huin Vai." Holding a glass of red wine, she walked toward Chien Vo Tin and said with a smile, "Sir, I'm Huin Vai, the public relations director of Tiandu Hotel. Just call me Vai Vai. Come, have a drink and chat with me for a bit. If there's anything to discuss, we can do it calmly." Huin Vai smiled, thinking to herself, "In a situation like this, I have to avoid conflict so it doesn't affect young Master Tran's engagement banquet." Pretending to be flirtatious, she sat on his lap and said, "Let me see what treasure little brother brought with him." But inwardly, she was analyzing. The priority right now is to confirm what exactly this brat brought from Madam, so it'll be easier to explain things to young Master Tran and the others. Chien Vo Tin stood up and flung Huin Vai to the ground, then barked sternly, "You're not qualified to look. Call Thuong Quan Nalan out here." She immediately turned to glare at him and screamed angrily, "I've already lowered myself this much, and you still dare hit me." A man behind her strode over and shouted, "There are more than a dozen men here, and you're letting some dog bully Huin Vai?" True Mao Tai, one of the shareholders of Tiandu Hotel, immediately roared, "Are you all useless?" Then he swung his hand and slapped Vong Tianju hard across the face, cursing, "What's the point of keeping you around?" Vong Tianju covered his face and admitted his fault. Young Master True is right. It was my negligence. True Mao Tai walked over, reached out, and took Huin Vai's hand as he asked with concern, Huin Vai, are you all right? Tears welled up in Huin Vai's eyes as she looked up and complained, he bullied me. Seeing this, True Mao Tai got so excited, he practically started drooling on the spot. Then he pointed at Chien Vo Tin and cursed, you little bastard, how dare you lay a hand on Huin Vai? Are you tired of living? If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to Huin Vai right now. Then get the hell out. Chien Vo Tin raised his head and looked at the sky, recalling the past as he sighed. Back then, this place was Mother's old home. My little sister and I once spent carefree, happy days here. That day, Chien Vo Tin's mother had reached out to the two siblings and asked, are you two still playing? Don't you want to eat? At the time, the two of them laughed and shouted, we caught little sister. Second brother, come catch me. True Mao Tai pointed at him, and when he saw no response at all, he froze on the spot. Then True Mao Tai still raised his fist, cursing under his breath. Jiu Mo Tai Sha Fai Dak In. He turned to Vong Tien Jiu and roared, Captain Vong, what are you still standing there for? Beat this brat to death for me. Vong Tien Jiu frowned and led the security guards as he shouted, brothers, go. Seeing this, the surrounding guests cried out one after another. With so many people rushing him at once, it'd be strange if that brat didn't get torn apart. Hit him harder. Then our gift money this time won't have gone to waste. Chien Vo Tin sat calmly in his chair, ignoring the guards charging toward him. He casually lifted the wine glass and took a sip. Vong Tien Jiu raised the club in his hand and sneered, you're about to die, and you're still putting on airs. Today, I'll beat you into minced meat. I alone can handle 10 street thugs, and the club in my hand can shatter a man's bones with ease. With the Tran family backing me, killing one person is easier than crushing an ant. True Mao Tai wrapped an arm around Huin Vai's shoulders and said with a smile, Huin Vai, let's go. It's about to get bloody. Don't be scared. Chien Vo Tin sat there in silence while the club was already close to his body. He cast it a cold glance, then reached out, grabbed the tombstone from the table, and slammed it hard onto the ground. In an instant, a red glow burst from the tombstone and spread rapidly in all directions, striking the charging guards. Vong Tien Jiu fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The other guards also coughed up blood one after another. Even a chandelier on the ceiling came crashing down. Chien Vo Tin silently looked at the people around him. Seeing the scene, the female guests covered their mouths in horror and screamed, what happened? What has happened? Are we seeing things? Tran Ha Din, watching from upstairs, cried out in shock, old Mac. That guy's a little unusual. Frowning, he asked, what do you think? Mac San replied with a gloomy expression, he has some potential. He might be able to withstand 3 moves from me. Hearing that, Tran Ha Din immediately calmed down, sat back in his chair and said, good, no need to rush. Right now, I'm very curious what exactly is wrapped inside that thing. Behind him, True Mao Tai held Huin Vai by the shoulder and laughed. What do you think of that commotion? I told you that guy would definitely. Then, he turned around to look and screamed in disbelief this. Over there, Chien Vo Tin stood there silently, looking at the guards sprawled all over the ground. Chien Vo Tin closed his eyes, stood up, pulled over a chair, and sat down, then raised his wine glass toward True Mao Tai in the distance and said, come here. Seeing this, True Mao Tai immediately shouted in agitation, Tiandu Hotel is property of the Tran family. Today is young Master Tran's birthday, and also his engagement day. Wiping the cold sweat from his face, True Mao Tai threatened, Madame Na Lan will be here today too. Know your place, and don't get too arrogant. The male guests around them also began trying to persuade Chien Vo Tin. This is still Tran family territory, after all. A wise man doesn't take immediate losses. You should stop now. No matter how strong you are, you're only one person. You can't beat all of them. In this day and age, even if you don't understand, you still have to pretend you do. Chien Vo Tin raised his glass and answered only with a cold snort. True Mao Tai turned to leave, then pointed at Chien Vo Tin with a trembling hand and shouted, since he doesn't want to register, then just leave him alone. He turned his head and yelled, just wait here. Madam and young Master Tran will be here soon. But inwardly, he was calculating, better let him calm down first. When young Master Tran arrives, it won't be too late to deal with him. Chien Vo Tin suddenly turned his head and hurled the tombstone at True Mao Tai. True Mao Tai stared in terror as the tombstone landed right in front of him, frightening him so badly that he collapsed onto the ground, only to be caught in time by Huin Vai. Chien Vo Tin stood up and walked toward him, asking in a low voice, "I remember you just said you wanted to kill me. Since you harbor such intent, then today, you are definitely going to die." True Mao Tai got up, his whole body trembling in fear. Then, without delay, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed to Chien Vo Tin. Next, True Mao Tai clenched his teeth, looked up, and cursed at Chien Vo Tin. "Bastard, you think I'm afraid of you? Do you dare kill me? This is Tran family turf. Just try touching me." Hearing this, Chien Vo Tin calmly lifted his foot and stepped on his head. True Mao Tai's whole body trembled as he screamed in horror, "Don't! Help! Save me!" Just then, Tran Ha Din came down the stairs with a cigarette in his mouth and shouted, "Stop!" Huin Vai immediately ran over and complained, "Young Master Tran, you've finally come. This man doesn't understand the rules. He entered without registering. I only said a few words to advise him, and he shoved me to the ground. He's simply too overbearing." She ran to Tran Ha Din aside and pointed behind her. "He even wants to kill young Master True. He's arrogant and tyrannical, clearly not taking young Master Tran seriously at all. You must stand up for us." Sweating profusely, True Mao Tai looked up and shouted, "Bastard, you're about to die and still don't know how to repent. Help me up and make him kneel so I can hack him 300 times. As soon as he finished speaking, True Mao Tai's body suddenly exploded violently. When the smoke and flames cleared, True Mao Tai had become a corpse lying on the ground. "Jin Vo Ting stipet over to Mao Tai Shabodi," and said just now. He raised a hand to adjust his cuff, then walked out of the haze to stand before Tran Ha Din and asked, "Were you the one giving me orders just now?" Tran Ha Din was so frightened that his whole body began to shake. Mak San beside him immediately rushed over to support him. Tran Ha Din shook his head repeatedly in denial. No, it wasn't." Seeing this, the surrounding guests immediately began whispering among themselves. "What's wrong with the second young Master Tran? The other side only glared at him once, and he's already scared like this? Is this still the infamous Tran Ha Din of Haidong? That arrogant tyrant? Who exactly is that brat? A single look, a single sentence, and he can force people to kneel." Mak San helped Tran Ha Din sit down and said, "Second young master, please sit. Leave the rest to this old man." He turned to Chien Vo Tin, stroked his beard, and shouted, "Just now, I thought you could only withstand 3 moves from me. Now it seems this old man misjudged you. You're qualified to receive 10 moves from me." Hearing this, the surrounding guests discussed it in astonishment. 10 moves? Elder Mac, Can's evaluation is a bit too high. That's right. Looking across all of Haidong, the number of people who can take 10 moves from Elder Mac could fit on one hand, and they're all old men. Mak San stroked his beard again, looked at Chien Vo Tin, and said with a smile, "How about this? I'll give you a chance. If you can withstand 10 moves from me without falling, I'll let you leave." The people around them immediately shouted, "Why aren't you kneeling to thank him yet? You're no match for Elder Mac at all. You might as well surrender now and save yourself the embarrassment." Only those who know the times are true heroes. With one hand in his pocket, Chien Vo Tin smiled and asked, "You're Mak San? The one who sent people to Wanfeng Cemetery to dig up graves and splash paint. Was that you?" Mak San was shocked when he heard this. He immediately turned and instructed the person beside him, call Dang Fai, and asked him what exactly happened at Wanfeng Cemetery. Thinking deeply, Wanfeng Cemetery. Could this brat be related to the person buried there? And that thing wrapped in black cloth that he brought, could it be? Chien Vo Tin immediately raised a hand and said, "No need to call. I already killed all of them." Hearing this, Mak Can's face turned purple with rage. "Who exactly are you?" Chien Vo Tin casually waved his hand and said flatly, "You're not qualified to ask." Mak San was livid and roared, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit? Then don't blame this old man for being rude." Chien Vo Tin closed his eyes and sneered, "Since you're so eager to die, I'll give you a chance. If you can withstand 1 move from me, I'll count it as your victory." Mak San flew into a rage and howled, arrogant. Golden light erupted from his body as he shot toward Chien Vo Tin. The other security guards also joined in shouting, "Elder Mac, kill that brat. Kill him." Chien Vo Tin stood there quietly, his expression calm. He raised one hand, and the tombstone embedded in the ground before True Mao Tai instantly cracked open. Fragments of stone flew up, shooting straight toward the charging Mac San. When Mac San saw this, he cried out in alarm. "This is bad." Immediately afterward, a violent explosion rang out, blasting Mac San backward. He staggered back repeatedly, the ground beneath his feet shattering piece by piece. Then he forcibly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Staring at Chien Vo Tin, Mac San shouted, "Who exactly are you?" Chien Vo Tin Dun Azun. Mac Can's heart was filled with confusion. Since when had such a fierce dragon crossed into Haidong? Chien Vo Tin lightly tapped his finger on the tabletop and asked, "Are there still ruby pomegranates here?" In his mind appeared a childhood memory. Back then, there had been a pomegranate tree in the courtyard, and it bore the most delicious ruby pomegranates. His mother sat under the tree washing clothes, while he led his little sister in play, chasing each other around the tree, supported upright by the men in black. Mac San saw Chien Vo Tin spacing out and cursed loudly. "Damn it, I'm asking you a question. Why are you bringing up ruby pomegranates?" He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You may be powerful, but this is Tran family territory." The head of the family, Tran Ba Dao, is the #1 expert in Haidong. I advise you not to be too arrogant. Hearing this, Jin voting so dagen. He thought to himself, Tran Ba Dao, the young master Tran who pursued Mother back then, now Shengwan Ailin's husband, and also Haidong's #1 young martial prodigy of that time. Back then, I thought he truly liked Mother, so I didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until I accidentally overheard a conversation between Tran Ba Dao and Thuong Quan Nalon. At that time, Tran Ba Dao had shouted at Thuong Quan Nalon, "I am Haidong's #1 talented young master of noble status. How could I possibly like that kind of damaged goods? She really doesn't know her place." Thinking of this, Chien Vo Tin clenched his fists tightly. Mother's suicide, Tran Ba Dao absolutely played a part in driving her to it. He must pay the price. Supported by others, Mac San pointed at Chien Vo Tin and shouted, "Get to the doorway and kneel, then kowtow 1,000 times so loudly they ring out. The family head is merciful. Perhaps he'll leave your corpse intact." Sang Chien Vo Tin sitting Tiamo Tiong. He smugly thought, just as expected. The moment I mentioned the family head's name, this brat was scared stiff. Chien Vo Tin stood up and coldly stretched out a hand. "I asked whether you have ruby pomegranates or not. If yes, say yes. If no, say no. Stop talking so much nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, Mac Can's whole body flew backward and slammed hard into the wall, which collapsed instantly. Everyone stared in horror and saw that Mac San had closed his eyes and passed out on the spot. Seeing this, Huin Vai broke out in a cold sweat and cried out, "How is that possible? That's Elder Mac San." Chien Vo Tin turned to the utterly terrified Tran Ha Din nearby and asked, "Second young master Tran, tell me, are there any pomegranates here?" Tran Ha Din frantically waved his hands and answered in a trembling voice, "No, there aren't any here. But I can have someone go buy them for you." Chien Vo Tin raised one hand and coldly ordered, "Move faster. Remember this, I only want pomegranates." At the same time, on the 5th floor of the hotel, a group of people was gathered in conversation. One person stood up and said with a smile, "Brother On, today is the engagement alliance between our On and Tran families. This is a major event in Haidong. Your daughter On Tuet Din and my nephew Tran Ha Din are truly a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven." Sitting beside them, Thuong Quan lifted her teacup and said with a smile, "It's just that my elder sister Thuong Quan Nalon and my brother-in-law Tran Ba Dao are currently overseas expanding the family business, so they can't return immediately. I'll be presiding over today's engagement ceremony, and I hope family head On won't mind." As soon as the younger sister of Thuong Quan Nalon finished speaking, the head of the On family, On Tan's son, who was seated nearby, immediately responded, "Chairwoman Thuong Quan is too polite. In Haidong, who doesn't know your status and position? Having you attend the engagement ceremony is already a great honor." He then turned to instruct his daughter Tuet Din, when you go downstairs later, remember to be a little more affectionate with second young Master Tran. Anton's son calculated inwardly. The An family is facing major trouble and urgently needs a powerful force to rely on. In Haidong, only the #1 expert, Tran Ba Dao, has that kind of strength. Tuet Din, I know you don't like second young Master Tran, but the An family has offended an enemy force far too powerful. This time, consider it your father failing you. Anton's son's daughter, An Tuet Din, looked at him and thought to herself, I understand, father. But in her heart she was thinking, between my own love and the survival of the family, I never had any choice at all. My life was saved by that man. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't even have the chance to sit here right now. It's a pity we only met by chance, like floating duckweed crossing on water. In this lifetime, we likely have no fate to meet again, not even a chance for me to repay him. Suddenly, a security staff member ran in from outside and shouted, Chairwoman, someone is causing trouble downstairs. Not only did he kill True Mao Tai, he also severely injured Elder Mac-san, and he's currently threatening second young Master Tran. Hearing this, Thuong Quan, to turn purple with rage, slammed the table and stood up. Who is so bold to dare come here and cause trouble? He must be tired of living. Beside her, Anton's son raised a hand and said, Chairwoman Thuong Quan, there's no need for you to personally deal with an ant like this. Wait until I write a letter. One letter will be enough to make him retreat. Then, he took out a roll of blank paper, spread it open, and flourished his brush to write a line of words on it. The man in black beside him saw Wen Qingshan roll up the paper and smiled in praise. In martial arts, there is Chun Bideo. In letters, there is Wen Qingshan. Who would dare not show respect to Headwen? I am willing to do this for Mr. Wen. He took the scroll and left, saying as he walked, Headwen is the Mount Tai and Northern Dipper of the calligraphy world. No matter who it is, they'll be intimidated. When Shueting looked at Wen Qingshan and asked, Father, I'll go down and see what's going on. When Qingshan looked at his daughter and replied, all right. When Shueting quickly went downstairs toward the main hall. The male guests around her saw her and immediately began chattering excitedly. So, this is the eldest miss of the Wen family? She's gorgeous. She really is a perfect match for young Master Chun. If I could marry such a beautiful wife, I'd die happy. When Shueting looked at the chaos below and thought suspiciously, who on earth is so bold as to come here and cause trouble? She looked into the distance and saw Jean Wadding sitting there holding a wine glass. She blurted out that figure. When Shueting was deeply shaken. It's him. It really is him. The scene of being blocked in by 2 black cars surfaced in her mind. 3 years ago, she and her father had gone abroad to discuss business. The negotiations failed, and the other party kidnapped them both. When Shueting's father had exhausted all his strength just to help her escape from the car, but unexpectedly, they were still caught by those people in the end. At that time, she had thought she was doomed. Just then, a tall figure suddenly appeared, like an ancient chivalrous hero drawing a bow to shoot eagles, overturning the 2 cars. He not only saved her, but also saved her father. Although they had met only once, that figure had long since been engraved deep in her heart. For all these years, her heart had been filled with his image, and no one could replace him. Though she had met many outstanding men, not one of them could compare to him. A man reached out to support Chun Haidong and shouted, Young Master Chun, Miss Wen, your fiancé, has come downstairs to see you. Get up quickly. Chun Haidong looked up at her and thought to himself, I've been pursuing Wen Shueting for a long time, and she's always been cold to me. This is the first time she's come looking for me on her own. Looks like she's finally come around. Chun Haidong spread his arms and called out with a flushed face, Shueting, I made you worry. I'm Fine. However, when Shueting walked right past him, rushed straight toward John Wadding and threw her arms around him. Sobbing, she cried, I missed you so much these past few years. The male guests nearby immediately burst in a loud mockery. Damn, she's cuckolding second young Master Chun before they're even married. No wonder this guy came with such deep hatred. Turns out he came for Wen Shueting. As expected of Haidong's #1 beauty, her fiancé is right here at the engagement banquet, and she's already climbing over the wall. Where is this supposed to leave second young Master Chen's face? Hearing the jeers around him, Chun Haidong was so angry that tears welled up. It wasn't just his own face he had lost. The Chen family had been utterly humiliated as well. Jean Wadding looked at Wen Shuiting in front of him and said in surprise, "So it's you." He recalled how, 3 years ago, he had merely happened to pass by, never expecting that the person he casually rescued would turn out to be his childhood friend. In his memory, when he was young and living in Haidong, he and his younger sister were often ostracized, and they had very few real friends. Wen Shuiting was one of them. More than once, she had stood up to protect him and his sister, and at that time the Wen family had also been highly prestigious. Wen Shuiting had once rushed in front of them and scolded those bad kids. "So many of you ganging up on one person. What kind of heroes does that make you?" Thinking of this, Jean Wadding told himself that if not for Wen Shuiting, the two siblings would never have been able to remain at school. He had always kept that kindness from childhood firmly in his heart and had never dared forget it. Wen Shuiting blushed and covered her mouth with a smile. "If you hadn't stepped in last time, my father and I would have died in a foreign land. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime. You left in such a hurry back then that I didn't even have time to thank you. My name is Wen Shuiting. Just call me Shuiting. May I ask your honored name? Benefactor?" After hearing this, Jean Wadding looked at her and introduced himself. "My name is Jean Fei." He thought to himself, Jean Fei is one of my aliases. His real name was Jean Wadding. After he had been taken away by that mysterious person, the other party felt that the name Wadding lacked enough spirit, was even a bit pretentious, and did not have enough masculine force. Wen Shuiting exclaimed, "Your surname is Jean too? What a coincidence. I also have a friend with the surname Jean." Then she murmured gloomily, "It's a pity I haven't seen him for many years." Jean Wadding looked at her. He said gently, "When fate comes, you'll naturally meet again." In a room on the 5th floor, the two men in black looked toward Wen Qingshan and praised him. "It's finally quiet downstairs. Everyone can drink in peace now. This is all Head Wen's doing, just a few strokes of the brush, and the whole situation was brought under control. That brat was probably scared out of his wits and ran off." A bearded man laughed and added, "In our Haidong, in martial arts there is Chun Bideo, in letters there is Wen Qingshan. That saying truly is no lie. Mr. Wen's 3 words driving off the enemy will surely become a tale passed down for ages." Shangguan Susu also raised her wine glass and said to Wen Qingshan to be able to become in-laws with Mr. Wen. "I feel extremely honored as well." Hearing this, the bearded man laughed and cheered. With Haidong's #1 beauty marrying into the family, the Chun family is bound to grow even stronger and flourish. The people around them all chimed in. "That's right, young Master Haidong is still young. I could already tell long ago. He is destined to have a virtuous wife, boundless prospects, and rise to the pinnacle of life." Suddenly, a man in black burst through the door from outside and shouted, "Mr. Wen." The person outside, when Qingshan heard this, raised his hand to stop him and barked, "No need to say more. That little matter is nothing at all. Go tell him that receiving those 3 words is a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes." The man in black pointed behind him with one hand and waved the other frantically, shouting anxiously, "No, Mr. Wen, Miss Wen and those 2. When Qingshan smiled and replied, "HM, you mean the Chun family's second young master and Shuiting? They're young people. Kissing and warming up their feelings before marriage is perfectly normal. It's fine." Shangguan Susu beside him also covered her face with both hands and cried out excitedly, "If Haidong can get Shuiting pregnant with a chubby baby boy before the wedding, my sister and brother-in-law would be overjoyed." The man in black grabbed Wen Qingshan's hand. "Mr. Wen, please come with me." Seeing this, Wen Qingshan stood and walked out of the room. Standing in the corridor and looking down at the chaotic scene below, he broke out in a cold sweat. He cried out, "What is going on?" Shangguan Susu followed behind him with a bright smile and asked, "What is it? Did my nephew do something outrageous again?" But inwardly she was cursing, what trouble did that boy cause now? He really wasn't raised properly. Then she lowered her head and looked down. She saw Wen Shuiting and Jean Wadding holding each other tightly, smiling and talking happily. Shangguan Susu screamed, "What is this?" She pointed downward. She demanded of Wen Qingshan, "Wen Qingshan, who is the man hugging your daughter? Today is my nephew's engagement day with your daughter. How could something like this happen?" This is beyond humiliating. Wen Qingshan immediately raised his hand and explained with a frown, Chairwoman Shangguan, the matter has not yet been fully investigated, so please don't jump to conclusions. I know my daughter's character best. He hurried down the stairs and said, let me go down and see what exactly is going on. When Qingshan looked ahead, he shouted loudly, Xueting, what are you doing in public like this? When Xueting turned to look at him and called, Father, then she pushed Zhan Wading away and ran quickly to Wen Qingshan's side, saying excitedly, Father, look, our life-saving benefactor has appeared. Doesn't Father always mention him? When Qingshan looked in the direction she was pointing, he cried out in shock, This gentleman is our benefactor? When Qingshan hurried over, grabbed Zhan Wading's hands tightly, and shouted, Benefactor, I've searched for you so hard. He frowned and studied Zhan Wading, hesitating as he said, looking closely, you really do seem very familiar. Hearing this, Wen Xueting immediately objected, Father, I already asked. His name is Zhan Fei, not the Zhan Wading from back then. Hearing that, Zhan Wading raised a hand and said, it was only a small matter. There's no need to mention it again. But inwardly he was thinking, I remember when we were children, when Xueting often invited me and my sister to the Wen residence to play. When Qingshan also took very good care of us. Every time, he personally went to the kitchen and prepared a lavish meal to treat us. For the pillar of the one family to do that was truly rare and precious. On the other side, Chun Haidong ran over, grabbed Shangguan Susu's arm, and complained, Aunt, you must stand up for me. That bastard is too arrogant. He barged in carrying that black thing, looking for my mother. An old MO and so many guards were all beaten by him. Shangguan Susu planted her hands on her hips, walked toward Zhan Wading, and shouted, Haidong, don't worry. I want to see just who dares cause trouble on Chun family turf. Shangguan Susu pointed a finger at Wen Qingshan's face and cursed, Wen Qingshan, is this your answer to me? You dare indulge your daughter in fooling around with this kind of trash? If I had known your daughter was such a shameless little fox spirit, then even if you knelt and begged us, we wouldn't want her. Hearing this, Wen Qingshan pointed at her and shouted, watch your mouth. Shangguan Susu raised her voice in accusation. Too much. Your Wen family prides itself on being scholarly and knowing propriety, and yet you raised this little fox spirit. But that's fine. Since they aren't married yet, it's not too late to fix things. Right now, on behalf of my sister and brother-in-law, I am canceling the marriage agreement between our two families. However, you must repay the betrothal gifts at 10 times their value. Then make this adulterous couple kneel and kowtow to apologize to my nephew. Or else don't even think about leaving. When Xueting cried out in shock, how can you say such things? Zhan Wading stepped forward and raised his hand in front of her to protect her. Looking directly at Shangguan Susu, he asked coldly, what, you want to make a move? Seeing this, Shangguan Susu immediately frowned and cursed inwardly, insolent fool. She raised her hand and shouted, Mr. Shifeng. At the top of the stairs, Shifeng Lai lightly made his way downstairs. He replied calmly, your subordinate is here. When Xueting looked at Zhan Wading from the side and warned worriedly, this man is named Shifeng Lai. He is Chun Badeo's right-hand man and has helped him do many utterly heartless things. In Haidong, he's notorious for his ruthlessness. Everyone calls him the death-bringing judge, because once he makes a move, even Elder Mo Gon can't withstand 3 exchanges. You must be careful. Chun Haidong turned toward Shifeng Lai and shouted, Mr. Shifeng, don't kill him right away. That would be letting this brat off too easily. I want him to spend the rest of his life wishing he were dead. Chun Haidong frowned, feeling deeply humiliated, and thought he dared steal my fiancée. When has the dignified second young master of the Chun family ever suffered such shame? This is an irreconcilable hatred. On the other side, Mo Gon struggled to his feet and ordered the 2 people beside him, help me up. He frowned and shouted loudly, now that Mr. Shifeng has acted, my revenge can finally be had. I want to see how this brat dies. Zhan Wading turned his head to look at Shifeng Lai, who had appeared behind him. Shifeng Lai looked at him and warned, young man, you are no match for me at all. I'll give you 3 seconds to think. Either get lost yourself, or die. Shangguan Susu immediately shouted, "What do you mean by sparing this beast?" Shifeng Lai held a very special position in the Chen family. To a certain extent, he could even represent the family head himself. Shangguan Susu thought to herself in dissatisfaction, letting this brat go is far too easy on him. Hearing this, Chun Haidong beside her also pointed at Jean Wadding in displeasure and cursed, "Why spare him? But no matter. From now on, you could be a dog of the Chun family and obediently listen to this young master. If I tell you to kneel down and lick, you'd better drop to your knees immediately." After that, he pointed at Wen Shiwedding and cursed, "And you too, you slut. You dared openly seduce another man. And now, I'll teach you a lesson." Wen Shiwedding reached out and tightly grabbed John Wadding's arm, saying, "Chun Haidong, I never liked you in the first place. I beg you, don't come bother me again in the future." Hearing this, Chun Haidong roared furiously, "You'd rather seduce this kind of trash? Have you forgotten your own name?" Jean Wadding walked closer and placed his hand on Chun Haidong's face. Lightly patting his cheek, he asked, "I told you to buy pomegranates. So what happened?" Chun Haidong immediately slapped Jean Wadding's hand away and shouted, "At a time like this, you're still bringing up pomegranates? Mr. Shifeng, kill this lunatic." From a distance, Shifeng Lai looked over in surprise and asked, "Young man, is life treating you too well? Are you really so eager to say goodbye to this world?" Jean Wadding paid no attention to him. A powerful killing intent spread from his whole body as he shouted, "I'm asking you, where are the pomegranates?" Chun Haidong was so shaken that he staggered backward repeatedly and cried out in alarm. Such terrifying killing intent. Then he was blown away by a gust of force. Crashing heavily to the ground and screaming in pain, "Mr. Shifeng, save me." Seeing this, Shifeng Lai stamped his foot hard, and the floor instantly cracked apart. The guard shouted excitedly, "Good. Mr. Shifeng is finally making his move. Beat this arrogant bastard to death. Still asking for pomegranates? Pomegranates my ass." Mo Gon frowned and raised his fist, shouting, "Mr. Shifeng, this brat is dead for sure." Shangguan Susu also clenched her hands and said with a smile, "Now that Mr. Shifeng has acted, this matter is settled." Chun Haidong frowned, got to his feet, and shouted, "I've already thought of how to torment you. Once you lose, we'll see how I deal with you." Seeing this, Wen Qingshan thought worriedly, "I know our benefactor is highly skilled, but this is Shifeng Lai, Chenbadeo's top expert. He is definitely no simple man. After all, even a mighty dragon cannot suppress the local snake." A flame appeared in Shifeng Lai's palm as he charged toward Jean Wadding and shouted, "It's too late to retreat now. Prepare to die." Jean Wadding kept both hands in his pockets, revealing that black command token. Shifeng Lai saw it. His pupils contracted sharply, and he blurted out, "This is the command token of the War Wing Iron Cavalry." The battle from years ago flashed through his mind. In the Battle of Longkay Terrace, 100,000 War Wing Iron Cavalry had swept across Ma Bay, exterminated Talu, and recovered the Lost Lands. What a glorious battle that had been. Only commanders of the War Wing Iron Cavalry were qualified to wear such a token. Back then, when the War Wing Iron Cavalry were recruiting, he had gone to try out as well, only to be eliminated in the very first round. Shifeng Lai stared at the token and pondered. As far as I know, the tokens worn by commanders of the War Wing Iron Cavalry are ranked from lowest to highest as iron, then bronze, silver, gold, and at the highest level, a token bearing the image of an eagle. This brat's black token must be some fake he bought online. He lashed out with a claw and shouted, "Young people these days, just to show off, there's nothing you wouldn't dare do." However, Shifeng Lai was shocked to discover that Jean Wadding had, in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of Chun Haidong. Jean Wadding frowned at him and asked coldly, "Where are the pomegranates?" Shifeng Lai condensed a fireball in his hand, rushed over at top speed, and roared, "Damn it, you're about to die, and you're still putting on an act. Godi." Jean Wadding stood motionless, watching him charge in with the fireball. In the next instant, a burst of light suddenly erupted from Jean Wadding's body, and that black token bearing a red eagle trembled slightly. At the very moment Shifeng Lai's attack arrived, a curtain of light appeared in midair and blocked the strike. Shifeng Lai stared in horror at the rising blue light and shouted, "What is this?" "This is the legendary protective aura. That eagle emblem, the War Wing token." Shifeng Lai retreated in terror and cried out, "Only the War Emperor has the right to possess the War Wing token." Immediately after that, He dropped to his knees with a thud and began frantically kowtowing to Zhang Wading. Zhang Wading silently watched Shifeng lie, kowtowing to him. Shangguan Susu shouted in shock from his side. Mr. Shifeng, what's going on? Have you gone mad? Chun Haidong also cried out in panic. What are you still standing there for? Call 120. Huan Vi pointed inside and shouted, there's emergency medicine in the hotel. Two medical staff ran out carrying a medicine case and shouted, Mr. Shifeng, you must hold on. After you take the medicine, we'll take you to the hospital right away. Chun Haidong said to the two of them. Mr. Shifeng seems to have something wrong with his brain. With this kind of illness, the rescue window is only a few minutes. Miss it, and it'll be hard to save his life. The urgent thing isn't medicine, it's CPR to help him regain consciousness. Then take him to the hospital. Then Chun Haidong pointed at a security guard and ordered, hurry up, give Mr. Shifeng CPR right now. Seeing this, Shangguan Susu crossed her arms over her chest and thought happily, Haidong has grown up. With some more training, he'll be able to stand on his own. He handled this very appropriately. The guard hurried over and shouted, Mr. Shifeng, don't panic. I'm giving you CPR right away. Shifeng Lai's eyes flashed with fury. He suddenly raised his head and slapped the guard and the two medical workers flying. Roaring, get lost. Chun Haidong walked over with a worried expression and asked with concern, Mr. Shifeng, you. Before he could finish, Shifeng Lai directly rewarded him with a loud slap. Watching Chun Haidong crash into the nearby table, Shifeng Lai cursed furiously. You think there's something wrong with my brain? Wrong with your mother's head. Shifeng Lai frowned and cursed inwardly. Chimbadeo had been brilliant all his life, so how had he ended up producing two such idiotic young masters? Truly useless except for being stupid. Seeing this, Shangguan Susu shouted, Mr. Shifeng, have you gone mad? Shifeng Lai covered his mouth and yelled, if you don't want to die, then don't touch me. He frowned to himself. Arrogance was bad enough, but to be arrogant and brainless at the same time, that was beyond saving. Shangguan Susu, what an idiot. I've already tried to warn you with my actions, and you still can't see the situation clearly. Shangguan Susu immediately cursed. Damn it, you're just a servant, and you dare scold me? Just wait until my brother-in-law gets back. Hearing this, Shifeng Lai rushed over and slapped Shangguan Susu across the face. She fell to the floor, and the food on the table splattered everywhere. Shangguan Susu got up, wiped her chin, and shrieked, damn it, where have all the guards died off to? Get over here and deal with this old traitor. Immediately after that, Shifeng Lai rushed over and gave her another slap, then raised his foot and kicked hard into Shangguan Susu's shoulder. He analyzed inwardly that no matter how formidable Chumbadeo was, he was nothing compared to the War Emperor. Now he could only do everything he could to make up for his offense, and hope the War Emperor would spare his old life. Shangguan Susu turned her head and glared at Shifeng Lai, cursing, Shifeng Lai, you old bastard. You dare collude with this little bastard to beat a member of the Shangguan family? I'll chop you all up and feed you to the dogs. At that moment, a figure carrying a blazing aura rushed in from outside. Bai Geng held a weapon in his hand, purple light radiating from his entire body. Shangguan Susu was grabbed by the ankle as she screamed in horror. Who are you? What do you want? Bai Geng tightened his grip on her leg, hoisted her upside down, and shouted, anyone who disrespects His Highness dies. Then he slammed Shangguan Susu down onto the ground with force, then lifted her over his head again and smashed her down once more, setting off a burst of red light. The people around them silently watched Bai Geng, standing in the deep crater, and Shangguan Susu, covered in blood, begging painfully for mercy. Then Bai Geng raised the gigantic iron hammer and smashed it hard into the ground, bright red light splattering everywhere. Bai Geng stood still, watching the dust settle, then walked over to Zhang Wading and asked, Your Highness, the other brothers are guarding the tomb, so I came over to see if you had any orders. Zhang Wading turned his head and reminded Bai Geng, this isn't a battlefield. You need to fix that habit of yours of smashing everything you see. Then Bai Geng planted his hammer on the ground and shouted at the crowd, since you've got the guts to stand there, then try taking one blow from my hammer. Shifeng Lai immediately dropped to his knees and cried out, too terrifying. Just one subordinate already has such combat power. If that iron hammer struck a person, they'd be crippled even if they didn't die. Mo Gon, standing nearby, was also so terrified that he knelt to the ground and thought, this warrior is actually this powerful. Then just how strong must the young man behind him be? Mo Gon truly misjudged him. Right after that, the guards also knelt one after another. Chun Haidong immediately knelt and begged, spare me, please don't kill me. Jean Wadding walked over, patted his face, and asked, where's the thing I wanted? Chun Haidong answered in panic right away. Right away, sir. Then he turned and shouted to the guard beside him, where's the agate pomegranate? Chun Haidong took a small potted pomegranate plant and held it up with both hands, shouting, I'm sorry, here is the agate pomegranate you wanted. Jean Wadding accepted it and thought, perfect, I can give this pomegranate tree to my little sister and surprise her. Cold sweat covered Chun Haidong's forehead as he clasped his hands and pleaded, you've got the pomegranate now. My parents have both gone abroad. How about you come visit some other day? Hearing this, Jean Wadding turned and walked away with the potted plant, saying, since your mother isn't home, then you can accept this gift on her behalf. Tell her that in 1 month. Jean Wadding waved his hand, sending the tombstone flying toward Chun Haidong, and said, I will come and wipe out your entire family. The tombstone smashed into Chun Haidong with a loud crash, and dust instantly engulfed him. His whole body trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Both of his legs had already been crushed under the tombstone. Jean Wadding walked step by step toward Shangwan Susu, who was lying on the ground. She raised her head to glare at him and shouted through gritted teeth, don't get too arrogant. Just wait until my brother-in-law gets back. He'll definitely deal with you. Jean Wadding looked at her coldly and declared, whoever dares slight the heavenly king must die. As soon as he finished speaking, Jean Wadding crushed her head under 1 foot. Leaving the corpse behind, Jean Wadding led Bai Gong out the door. Under the light of the setting sun, Bai Gong sat in the car and asked Jean Wadding, Your Highness, are we going to find Wu Shuang? Jean Wadding stroked the pomegranate tree and thought, my little sister's real name is Jean Wu Shuang. We found her whereabouts. Now we're finally going to meet her. I've waited far too long for this moment. Then he replied, yes. The car stopped in front of the bustling gates of Haidong No. 1 High School. Looking at the school, Jean Wadding thought proudly, Haidong No. 1 High School is a key high school. The students here are all top students from middle schools across Haidong. My little sister, Jean Wu Shuang, was the city's top scorer on the entrance exam. He smiled and thought, her name now is Long Yidong. Back then, after second aunt took my sister away, in order to avoid the surveillance of Shangwan Nailin and Chunbadeo, she had no choice but to place her with a close friend. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. The image of Long Yidong surfaced in Jean Wadding's mind. He remembered that when she was taken away, she had still been an elementary school student. Now she had grown into a young woman. Inside the car, he opened a newspaper and waited. From the distance, a group of people approached. A man in blue said to a Biao boss, that girl is definitely top tier. Her skin is so smooth, it looks like water would drip out if you pinched it. The man in the cap beside him also laughed and said, no wonder she's the school beauty of Haidong No. 1 High School. She's definitely still a virgin. Boss is in for a treat tonight. A Biao put his hands on his hips and cursed. The young master has already set his sights on that girl. We're only responsible for grabbing her, so don't get any crooked ideas. You all know what young Master Poo's temper is like. When the time comes, don't blame me for turning on you. The men around him hurriedly pleaded, Brother Biao, we were just joking. Remember this. Wait until she gets out of school and reaches somewhere secluded before making her move. Best if no one knows and no one notices. Don't worry, Brother Biao. We'll handle it cleanly. We've already looked into her. Her parents are both honest people with no influence at all. Once it's done, young Master Poo can throw them a little money and scare them a bit, and it'll all be settled. It's already her blessing that young Master Poo has taken an interest in her. Why even talk about money? Once young Master Poo gets tired of her, it'll be our turn. Now hurry up and get rid of that obstructive car. Move the car somewhere else. Don't ruin our big business. Pour me a cup of tea, and I might let you bastards off. In broad daylight, you dare act violently? As the War Emperor, I naturally cannot ignore it. Why you? What did you say? Damn it, I told you to get lost, and you're telling me to pour tea for you? Why don't you take a look at yourself and see what kind of thing you are? What kind of thing am I? Let me see which fool dares disobey me. Damn it, it's this brat. He even told me to pour tea for him. Fuck, don't you want tea? Then I'll pour you a steaming hot cup of tea. A Biao smugly invited him to drink some homebrewed beer. This brat really is lucky. The newspaper said the residents of the old alley in the south of the city were being relocated. Where to now? The old alley in the south was where Second Aunt used to live. It was demolished 2 years ago, and now I have no idea where she lives. Back then, if Second Aunt hadn't secretly taken my little sister away, Shenghua Nailin might have harmed her long ago. Seeing that he was ignoring him, a Biao shouted angrily, "Damn it, you think you're above everyone? You dare put on an act in front of me? You picked the wrong person." The man in blue spotted Long Yidon and immediately called out, "Boss, school's out. That girl's coming out." A Biao glared at John Wadding and barked, "Consider yourself lucky, brat." Then John Wadding silently watched a Biao splash urine onto the car door. On the other side, a brown-haired schoolgirl said to Long Yidon, "Yidon, thank you for helping me review today. If you hadn't explained those problems from last time, I definitely would have failed again this time." Suddenly, a girl behind them shouted anxiously, "Yidon, this is bad. Those hooligans who harassed you 2 days ago are here again." The thugs came striding over aggressively. The students all urged Yidon to hurry and find a teacher. At that moment, a group of girls walked by. Among them was a purple-haired girl who looked like a bully. She walked over and sneered, "Look, the hooligans are here again. Serve her right. She looks like a little fox spirit. Anyone can tell she's a flirt. That's right. Why aren't they harassing anyone else? Why do they keep targeting her?" Hearing that, the leader of the thugs became even more smug and laughed sinisterly. "Birds of a feather flock together, little beauty. Let's see where you can run today." Suddenly, a group of male students stepped forward to protect Yidon. "You people are going too far. This is a school. You can't bully people like this. It's broad daylight. What exactly are you trying to do?" But that male student was grabbed by the collar and threatened, "A bunch of little brats dares lecture me about reason? I am a reason." With that, a Biao punched the boy in the face. Yidon anxiously stopped the others and said, "You all should go. Don't worry about me." The leader put on a lecherous expression and coaxed, "Don't hide, little beauty. Come with your big brothers." He reached out his filthy hand. "Come on, I'll take you out for some air." Suddenly, Xia Qinghe rode a motorcycle in and blocked them. Urging urgently, "Yidon, hurry and get on." Yidon froze. "Ms. Xia?" So Yidon climbed onto the motorcycle and escaped. One of the lackeys asked a Biao resentfully, "Boss, that girl's been taken away. Should we chase them?" A Biao slapped him and cursed, "Chase my ass. They're on a motorcycle. How are you going to catch them with your 2 legs?" A Biao smiled confidently and said, "Idiot. Even being a hooligan takes skill these days. Her father runs a stall at the night market. She definitely went to find her father. Perfect. I'm hungry anyway, so I'll just go get a free meal while I'm at it." The lackeys cheered. "Brother Biao is brilliant. Follow Brother Biao, and there's meat to eat and women to play with." At this moment, Jean Wadding sat in the car, observing everything, folded up the newspaper, and said coldly, "They're courting death." Xia Qinghe brought Yidon to her father's stall. He was Long Yidon's adoptive father, Long Dongxiang, and he was grilling meat. Yidon got off the bike and politely greeted him, "Dad, I'm home from school." Long Dongxiang gave a light scolding. "Hurry and go to your homework. There's nothing for you to do here." Then he said to Xia Qinghe, "Ms. Xia, you're here too. The lamb leg is almost done. Sit down and try some." Xia Qinghe politely declined. "No, I still have something to do." Long Dongxiang insisted. "What could be more important than eating? It's already finished roasting, so don't be polite." Yidon quietly said to Ms. Xia from behind, "Ms. Xia, please don't tell my dad about what happened earlier or he'll worry." Then the 3 of them sat down. Long Dongxiang took out a birthday cake. "Dandin, happy birthday." He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Dandin. Your dad is useless. I couldn't afford a bigger, prettier cake, and I have no way of buying you an expensive birthday present." "Daughter, don't blame Dad." Long Dongxiang was filled with guilt. Long Yidon was so moved her eyes turned red, and she quickly said, "Dad, haven't I told you already? Don't waste money. Look, Dad, why buy a cake? I'm already very happy just eating the lamb leg you roasted with your own hands." Xia Qinghe gently told Long Yidon, "Dandin, make a wish." Long Yidon quickly clasped her hands and prayed. "My first wish is for my parents to be healthy and safe. My second wish is that my birth mother in heaven can let go of her hatred and rest in peace forever. My third wish is that my brother and I can reunite soon. I wonder how the brother who has been missing for 10 years is doing now. It's cold now. Does anyone remind him to wear more clothes? When it rains, does he forget to bring an umbrella? When he's sick, is there anyone by his side to take care of him?" Suddenly, a car stopped in front of the 3 of them. The hooligans from earlier appeared again. Their leader, a Biao, got out of the car first and said, "No wonder you ran so fast. I thought you were in a hurry to reincarnate, but turns out you were rushing off to celebrate a birthday." Under Xia Qinghe's shocked gaze, a Biao crushed the cake in his hand. He grabbed a handful of cake and stuffed it into his mouth, then immediately spat it out in disgust. "What kind of crap cake is this? Tastes like shit." Not only that, he flipped the table over and cursed at Long Dongxiang. "You poor old bastard, can't you even afford a proper cake? What kind of man does that make you? You're just wasting space by staying alive." Xia Qinghe sprang to her feet and shielded Long Yidan and her father. "You've gone too far. Long Yidan is my student. Just try touching her." A Biao stared at her shamelessly. "I just happen to like seductive women like you, and you're even a teacher. Looks like I'm in for a treat tonight." Xia Qinghe immediately slapped him. A Biao held his face and said with a lascivious expression, "Good. Great slap. Let's see how I make you beg for death tonight." Then he ordered his lackeys, "Get moving. Drag her into the car." Long Dongxiang hurriedly stepped forward and pleaded, Wait. Brother Biao, don't be angry. We can talk this out. I'll treat you brothers to drinks and roast lamb. Everyone calm down, and we can discuss whatever it is slowly." "All right." A Biao grudgingly agreed. "Fine. I happen to be hungry. Hurry and bring the lamb leg over." He sat down roughly and threatened loudly, "Just wait. I'll deal with you later. Anyone who dares run is dead." A little while later, they started eating the fragrant roast lamb. Long Yidan apologized to Long Dongxiang guiltily. "Dad, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. These people are targeting me." Long Dongxiang didn't blame her and instead comforted her. "It's okay. As long as Dad is here, no one can bully you." He added, "I already called Brother Dodgy. It'll be fine." Inwardly, he sighed. Back when he was wealthy, these people would never have dared treat him this way. But now that he had fallen on hard times, he could only let these lowlifes trample over him. 10 minutes later, the lamb was roasted one after another. The arrival of one person startled Long Dongxiang. It was Dodgy. Long Dongxiang quickly handed him money and pleaded, "Brother Dodgy, I'm counting on you for this." Dodgy took the money, but his greed knew no bounds. "I just so happen not to have eaten yet. How am I supposed to work on an empty stomach? Roast another lamb leg and bring it over." Long Dongxiang had no choice but to comply. Dodgy sat down to eat and drink with a Biao's group. The two of them chatted merrily. "Drink up, Dodgy. Finish this glass. Tonight, nobody's going home sober." After eating and drinking his fill, a Biao picked his teeth and said, "How about this, Long Dongxiang, for Dodgy's sake? I'll give you a way out." Long Dongxiang was secretly delighted. It seemed the 2,000 yuan in settlement money hadn't been wasted. A Biao continued laying out his terms. "You only need to pay half this month's protection fee, but your daughter has to come with us." He pulled out a knife and threatened, "This young master has taken a liking to her. Tonight, I'm taking her back to serve me. If you don't want to die, hand her over now, or don't blame this knife for drawing blood." Long Dongxiang remained silent and endured it, then softly tried to reason with him. "Brother Biao, you must be joking. My daughter is only in 10th grade. She's still a child. If it were anything else, we could still discuss it." The moment he finished speaking, he was slapped hard across the face by a Biao. A Biao cursed nonstop. "A broke piece of trash like you dares bargain with me? Do you think you're still some big shot boss from back then?" Dodgy also sided with a Biao and tried to persuade him. "Long Dongxiang, a wise man knows when to submit. You can't fight young Master Pu. If you obediently let them take your daughter, you'll stay safe." Long Dongxiang finally couldn't hold back any longer. Trembling with rage, he shouted back, "Bullshit. A leopard can't change its spots. Anyone who dares touch my daughter will have to step over my dead body first." Seeing this, Dodgy shouted even louder, "What the hell are you yelling for? We already showed you leniency, and you still don't know what's good for you. If it weren't for those 2,000 yuan, do you think I'd bother with your rotten mess?" Then two of a Biao's lackeys pinned Long Dongxiang down and viciously forced him to kneel. "Kneel before Brother Biao right now." A Biao even spat in his face, then raised a finger with a smug look. "This young master taking a liking to your daughter is a blessing her family earned in 3 lifetimes. You poor old bastard, you can't even afford a cake. No wonder you got cheated. You're a walking jinx. Anyone who follows you gets unlucky." Xia Qinghe shielded Long Yidan behind her. A Biao leered and laughed. "Be a good girl and come with us, little sister. We'll be very gentle." Long Dongxiang fought back desperately, breaking free from their grip and charging at them while shouting, "You beasts! I'll fight you to the death." The 2 weakest lackeys were knocked to the ground. Long Dongxiang grabbed a folding chair and smashed it hard into a Biao's face. Biao was hit until blood burst from his mouth. Humiliated and enraged, he struck back, punching Long Dongxiang in the face. Damn it! Then the gangsters surrounded Long Dongxiang and beat him together. Beat him for me. Today, I'm going to step over your corpse. Long Yidong ran over in panic to stop them. Don't hit my dad. The bystanders felt sorry for them, but none dared to speak up. That father and daughter are so pitiful. There's nothing we can do. Biao is the little tyrant of Haidong Night Market. Nobody dares mess with him. They could only watch with sympathetic eyes and sigh over how unlucky the two of them were. Just then, Zhan Wading came speeding in like a gust of wind and rammed straight into Biao's car. He slowly opened the door and calmly stepped out, his gaze sharp as he spoke. So many of you bullying one person. Don't you find that shameful? The girls passing by immediately cried out, "Oh my God, he's so handsome. So cool. He's the most handsome man I've ever seen." They excitedly whispered among themselves, "I can't take it anymore. My heart is racing. I really want to date him." Long Yidong froze for a moment. He is. Zhan Wading quickly stepped in front of her and answered for her, "Your brother." Long Yidong asked in shock, "Your second brother?" He opened his arms wide and said warmly, "It's me. I'm your brother. I'm back." Long Yidong was so moved that tears poured down like rain. "I'm not dreaming, am I? You really are second brother." She threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. "You're back. You really came back." She looked at him with deep emotion. "Second brother, do you know? Just now I was still wishing I could see you. I never thought my wish would come true so quickly." "Second brother, are you going to leave again?" Zhan Wading promised his sister, "I'm not leaving again. From now on, I'll stay by your side every day. Whoever dares bully my sister becomes my enemy." Then he cast a cold glance to the side and thought to himself, "Back then, as the War King, I ascended the throne in my early 20s and shook the world with my might. In the whole country, only I, the War Emperor, held such honor. Therefore, my word carries the weight of 1,000 pieces of gold. No one can change it." Biao looked at his wrecked car and pointed at Zhan Wading in fury. "Damn it, so it's you, the brat who drank piss at the school gate back then. Looks like I didn't teach you enough of a lesson before. Your skin itching again? No wonder you kept following us around like a dog. So you're this girl's brother. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and pay 1.2 million, or don't even dream of walking out of this night market today." The other punks also surrounded the brother and sister. Zhan Wading ignored them completely and asked Long Yidong, "Dandan, if I remember correctly, today isn't your birthday. Why are you celebrating early?" Long Yidong replied, 10 years ago on this very day, second aunt brought me here. Dad wanted to commemorate that day, so he treats it as my second birthday. Of course, he never forgets my actual birthday either." Zhan Wading understood. So that's how it is. After saying that, he slowly walked back to his car, took out a pomegranate, and said, "This is for you, a birthday gift from your brother." Long Yidong was overjoyed. "It's pomegranate, my favorite." The two of them chatted as if no one else were there. Biao's face turned purple with rage. "Damn it, what nerve!" he shouted angrily. "You wrecked my car and act like nothing happened. This is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. If I don't kill you today, my name isn't a Biao." Daji stepped forward to stop him. "Brother Biao, let me talk to him first. If it doesn't work, we can always make a move later." Biao agreed. "Fine, I'm only doing this for your sake." Daji walked over to the siblings and put on a superior air. "Kid, crashing someone else's car is wrong. That was too rude. How about this? Out of respect for Long Dongxiang, you pay 1 million, then kowtow and apologize. Keep kowtowing until Brother Biao is satisfied." Zhan Wading ignored him completely and continued asking Long Yidong, "Dandan, after you finish the pomegranate, take me to second aunt's house. I haven't seen her in 10 years. I wonder how she's doing now." Long Yidong lowered her head hesitantly. "Second aunt, she?" Zhan Wading asked anxiously. "Dandan, tell me, did something happen to second aunt?" Long Yidong told him, "She really has run into some trouble. It can't be explained in just a sentence or two." Zhan Wading comforted her. "Tell me everything in detail once we get home." Daji, having been completely ignored, shouted furiously, "Fine, you arrogant brat. Let's see if you can keep acting so high and mighty in a moment." Then he turned to a Biao and said, "Brother Biao, this guy's a completely unfamiliar face. He's definitely not some rich second generation from a powerful family. He's just a fool who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." After hearing that, a Biao ordered his men, "What are you all standing around for? Go up and chop him to death." The gangsters closed in with weapons in hand. Long Yidong hid behind Zhan Wading and said fearfully, "Second brother, I'm scared. He comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jean Wadding looked at the head-wrapped thug holding an axe who charged first and mocked him calmly. Didn't I tell you to pour tea just now? The thug angrily slashed down with his blade. You're about to die, and you're still putting on an act. Tea my ass. However, Jean Wadding caught the blade with his bare hand, then casually flung the man away. In a flash, he was already in front of the second thug and threw a punch that made the other man scream miserably. One thug with a baseball bat tried to sneak attack him from behind. Jean Wadding noticed and turned to block it, then followed through with a punch straight to the man's face. Another thug attacked from behind, but Jean Wadding leaped up to dodge and, as he came down, stomped directly on him. Another thug with a baseball bat came out of nowhere. Jean Wadding skillfully snatched the bat away, then kicked him hard in the ribs. In the blink of an eye, all of Daji's and Abiao's men were sprawled on the ground, silent and motionless. Abiao couldn't believe his eyes. Damn, is this for real? Daji was sweating cold bullets too. Jean Wadding spoke up. You're Abiao, right? Come here. I have something to ask you. Abiao swallowed hard, hesitating a little, but immediately forced himself to act tough again. Brat, don't get cocky. There's always someone stronger. If you've got guts, let me make a phone call. Jean Wadding agreed with mocking pity. I'll give you that chance. Abiao hurriedly made a call and whispered into the phone. As soon as he hung up, he turned back and threatened. Just wait. My boss is bringing people over right now. By then, just everyone spitting on you would be enough to drown you. Daji also loudly joined in. Kid, I need to let you know, you've caused a huge disaster. If you'd listened to me from the start, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Abiao's cousin is Brother Jiao, the boss of this area. He has dozens of men under him. Even I treat him like an idol. The two of them regained their confidence and provoked him fiercely. If you obediently hand over your little sister now, then add another 1,000,000 and kneel to apologize to Brother Biao, there's still time. Otherwise, when Brother Jiao gets here, that'll be your death anniversary. They looked smugly at the four of them. Dongxiang suddenly stepped forward and asked, Are you really Yidon's biological older brother? Then he kindly advised, Listen to me, run now. This Brother Diao is extremely vicious. He's someone we absolutely cannot afford to provoke. Pointing at an internet cafe nearby, Dongxiang recalled that used to be an internet cafe, but because the owner refused to pay protection money, Brother Jiao found out. That very night, the owner got into a serious car accident and was badly injured. The cafe shut down too. It caused a huge uproar, but in the end, nobody could do anything to him. Jean Wadding seemed not to hear any of it. He pulled over a folding chair, then smiled gratefully at Uncle Long. Thank you for taking care of my sister all these years. He helped Uncle Long sit down and rest, then said, You won't have to struggle like this for the rest of your life. I guarantee you'll live in great wealth and honor. Hearing this, Daji looked utterly disdainful. Damn, you can barely protect your own life, and you still dare talk about giving someone else great wealth and honor? You're already grown. Use your brain before you speak. Dongxiang also anxiously tried to stop this good-hearted young man. I appreciate your intentions, but hurry and take Yidon away. I'll handle things here. Yidon was uneasy too and worriedly urged her brother. Brother, even if you're very strong, you're still only one person. Even a tiger can't fight a pack of wolves. Let's leave quickly. Jean Wadding patted his sister's head and assured her, Who said I'm alone? Behind me stand thousands upon thousands of soldiers, burning with fighting spirit, enough to flatten 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Hearing this, Abiao burst out laughing. Pointing at his face with contempt, he said, You really can brag without blinking. Thousands upon thousands of soldiers? Then call them out and let me see. Just then, a large luxury car appeared, followed by several white motorcycles. A group of men in black quickly got out. Brother Jiao had arrived. The man called Brother Jiao spoke while smoking. Drag that blind, mud over here. Abiao hurried over and fawned on him. Yes, Brother Jiao is absolutely right. Then he turned around and cursed at Jean Wadding. Did you hear what my cousin said, you son of a bitch? Get your ass over here right now. The moment he finished speaking, he was slapped hard across the face by Jean Wadding. Seeing this, Daji angrily threatened, Bastard, you still dare act wild in front of Brother Diao? I think you're tired of living. Daji also got a vicious slap from Jean Wadding and fell flat to the ground. Abiao quickly got up and tattled to Brother Diao. This brat still dares act so arrogantly right in front of you. He clearly doesn't respect you at all. Brother Jiao was chewing on lamb meat as he loudly threatened, Brat, you dare act up in front of me? I'll count to 3. Kneel down and crawl over here. Brother Jiao roared, and both Xia Qinghe and Dong Xiang were stunned. Then Xia Qinghe stepped forward to plead, "Brother Jiao, I'm Xia Qinghe from the Xia family. Please, for my grandfather's sake, let us go this time." She anxiously thought to herself, "I thought Idon's brother might be able to solve the trouble in front of us, but instead things have blown up this badly and even brought Brother Jiao here. Now that it's come to this, I'm afraid it'll be hard to salvage. This is really bad." However, Brother Jiao only gave a cold snort and looked at the Xia family's girl with contempt. "Even if your grandfather, Xia Shahan, came here in person, he still wouldn't have the right to speak to me like that, let alone a little girl like you." Qinghe tried her best to persuade him. "Brother Jiao, Idon is my student. No matter what, as a teacher, I can't just stand by and watch you take her away." Seeing her courage, Zhan Wading was slightly moved and thought to himself, "A weak young woman can still suppress her fear and say these words. Such courage is truly commendable." He turned to thank her. "Teacher Xia, on behalf of my sister, thank you. If anything happens in the future, I will protect you." Qinghe angrily reproached him. "Can you stop talking for a few sentences? This whole thing happened because of you. You can barely save yourself, and you're still talking about protecting others." Brother Jiao shouted one again, and Zhan Wading leisurely echoed one. Brother Jiao bit into the lamb meat, angrily turning his head to look at that arrogant man, and suddenly his expression froze. He was Wang Xindiao, head of security at Tiandu Hotel, nicknamed Brother Jiao. He trembled in shock and blurted out, "What? Damn it, why is it him?" Not understanding what was happening, a Biao smugly said from behind, "This brat must be crazy. Look, he pissed Brother Jiao off so much he's shaking. He even mocked loudly, this dog. Still dares act wild in front of my cousin. Damn it, get over here and kneel down." Daji also chimed in with contempt. "If you had listened to me just now and kowtowed to admit your mistake, you wouldn't have ended up like this." Daji again put on a superior look. Pitiful people always have something hateful about them. The head-wrapped lackey from earlier spat into a cup of water, then mockingly brought it in front of Zhan Wading and said, "Here, brat, the tea you wanted." But he was immediately punched hard in the face by Wang Xindiao, who cursed, "Tea my ass, you blind dog." Wang Xindiao didn't forget to force that cup of water into his mouth either. "How dare you speak to Brother Zhan like that? Fuck, are you tired of living?" Seeing this, a Biao asked in confusion, "Cousin, what? What's going on?" He was instantly slapped by Wang Xindiao. Wang Xindiao roared, "You're asking me what's going on? I should be asking you that. You actually dare defend Brother Zhan." Then Wang Xindiao slapped him several more times in a row. "How many lives do you think you have? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Daji was so frightened that he thought, "What's wrong with Brother Jiao? From the way things look, this situation is very bad." Then Daji forced a smile and tried to slip away. Brother Jiao, I still have something to do, so I won't disturb everyone any longer. I'll be leaving first." However, he did not escape Wang Xindiao's punishment either. Wang Xindiao beat him while cursing. "You offended Brother Zhan and still want to leave? Leave my ass." Daji cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Trembling, he explained, "Brother Jiao, I only came to mediate. What happened here has nothing to do with me." But Wang Xindiao refused to listen at all and kicked him again. "You still dare talk back to me?" After dealing with them, Wang Xindiao ran to Zhan Wading and apologized. I'm sorry." He kowtowed repeatedly and begged, "I truly didn't know it was you. Please be magnanimous and spare me this once." The bystanders were all dumbfounded. The boss of Haidong Night Market is actually kneeling before this man? What is going on? I can't make sense of this at all. Why is Brother Jiao kneeling? Dong Xiang was stunned as well and thought to himself, "I never imagined Idon's brother would be such a mysterious figure. It looks like my daughter has escaped disaster this time." As for what happened tonight, the mastermind was young Master Bo. The Bo family's influence in Haidong is no less than that of Haidong's #1 master, Chimbadeo. He couldn't help worrying about Zhan Wading's future. These two great families hold overwhelming power in Haidong. No matter how capable this young man was, he was still fighting alone. How could he possibly go up against them? Sigh, they would just have to take it one step at a time. Xia Qinghe was also frozen on the spot, shocked to the core. She had never imagined that her grandfather's reputation would be overshadowed by a young man like this. He was clearly just someone who knew how to fight. Her thoughts were the same as Dong Xiang's. No matter how strong he was, he still couldn't contend with the power structure of Haidong. Force was not the solution. The Bo family was not someone a young man like him could afford to provoke. At that moment, Zhan Wading spoke coldly. "Long Idon is my biological younger sister, yet these people were harboring vile intentions toward her. If it were you, would you just let it go?" Then he furiously kicked Wang Xindiao away with one blow. Get lost. Wang Xindiao crashed into the table of the hooded lackey beside him. Seeing this, Zhan Wading beckoned for the man to come over. The man immediately stumbled over. Zhan Wading grabbed him by the throat and glared at him. Didn't I tell you to pour tea? The man was choking and gasped out a plea. I was wrong. I'll go pour it right now. Zhan Wading casually flung him aside, then turned back around. Biao was so terrified that he kept crawling backward, hastily explaining, Brother Zhan, I was only following young Master Bo's orders. It was young Master Bo who took a fancy to your sister. I was just running errands. Zhan Wading naturally knew that already. He said coldly, as for that Bo brat, I'll deal with him myself. First, let's settle things between us. He seized Biao by the head, dragged him over beside the car, then lifted his head and made him look at the puddle of urine he had pissed on the car earlier. Come on, this was your handiwork, wasn't it? Lick it clean. Biao went stiff with shock. He immediately tried to argue with Zhan Wading. Brother Zhan, be reasonable. Don't go too far. Isn't it a bit much to humiliate me like this? Hearing that only made Zhan Wading angrier. What? You couldn't beat me, so now you want to reason with me. Where was your reason when you pissed on my car? As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed Biao's head directly into the puddle. Zhan Wading showed no mercy, smashing his head against the car window again and again. Still want to talk reason with me? Fine. He kept banging Biao's head against the car door, then threatened icily. Now do me a favor and lick it clean, all right? Biao's nose was streaming with blood by now, and he trembled as he agreed. Okay. Of course. Biao hurriedly obeyed and licked the urine stains off the car door. Then Zhan Wading turned to Daji. You come here too. His expression was calm, but his voice was cold as steel. Didn't you just say you wanted me to kneel and lick? Daji hurried over and dropped to his knees to beg for forgiveness. Brother Zhan, I was wrong. I'm the one who should kneel and lick. He even knowingly reached out as if he wanted to touch Zhan Wading's leg. But Zhan Wading slapped him so hard that he flew more than 10 meters away. Daji crashed into the edge of a wall and was in agonizing pain. Zhan Wading walked over and looked down at him with contempt. You think you're worthy of kneeling before me? Then he grabbed Daji by the throat and landed 10 loud slaps in a row, before throwing him to the ground. Speak. Tell me where you went wrong. Trembling, Daji struggled to sit up and answered, I've done this protection racket for a living. On a lot of bad things. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Zhan Wading gave him another slap, then continued, If you know you were wrong, then how should you make up for it? Daji suddenly understood. He turned to look at Long Dongxiang, then rolled and crawled over to beg. Uncle Long, I'm sorry. It was all my fault before. I was blind and offended you. He knelt and clutched Dongxiang's leg as he pleaded. Please forgive my stupidity. Please be magnanimous and spare me. Seeing this, Biao hurried over from the car as well. Brother Long. He grabbed Dongxiang's other leg and begged, You're like a real brother to me. Please go easy on me this time. He put on a deeply regretful expression. I'll pay back double the protection fees from before. No, 10 times over. The rest can count as compensation for you. The hooded lackey also ran over. Brother Long, we were wrong. All of them knelt before Long Dongxiang, kowtowing and begging, Please spare us this once. Then Zhan Wading looked over at Wang Xindiao, who was sitting off to one side. Wang Xindiao looked full of remorse. Brother Zhan, spare me. This really isn't my fault. Hearing that, Zhan Wading gave him a meaningful smile. I never said I was blaming you. Wang Xindiao froze, thinking to himself, You're not blaming me, and yet you still beat me into this miserable state? My face is still burning. What kind of logic is that? The next second, Zhan Wading gave the order, Each of you cut off one finger, then get out. Wang Xindiao pleaded miserably, Come on, Brother Zhan. Zhan Wading said coldly, 2 fingers. The thugs on the other side also shouted, Brother Zhan, we know we were wrong. Zhan Wading ignored them and continued, 3 fingers. Biao was still trying to beg. Brother Zhan, Finally, Zhan Wading lost patience and ordered the whole hand. If any of you says one more word, I'll take your head too. Everyone went rigid with fear. Only Wang Xindiao acted decisively. He looked at the liquor bottle beside him and cursed. Damn it, what are you idiots still standing there for? He grabbed the bottle and smashed it hard against his own arm. The others were horrified, but they also crippled one of their arms. After that, they grabbed whatever weapons were nearby and, with pained expressions but not daring to hesitate, smashed and broke their own arms. Looking at the group rolling on the ground and howling, Zhan Wading coldly ordered, Get lost. Long Yidon's voice was full of pride. Brother, you're amazing. Everything's over now. Let's go home. Xiaoqing has suddenly cut in. Wait, I need to say something to your brother. Zhan Wading was pulled off to one side by her. where he was subjected to a stern lecture. You're Edon's brother, so I'll speak plainly. Maybe you did make something of yourself during all those years you disappeared overseas, but I still have to remind you, this is Haidong. The situation here is far more complicated and dangerous than you imagine. The Chen family and the Bo family will absolutely not let you go. When that time comes, with you all alone, how are you supposed to stand against the two greatest powers in Haidong? And how is Edon supposed to feel safe going to school in the future? Just because you vented your anger for a moment, you've pushed Edon and her father to the edge of cliff. I truly wonder whether your return is a good thing or a bad thing for Edon after all. Jean Wadding replied, "Thank you for caring about Edon, but I'm much stronger than you think." With that, he turned and left without hesitation, making Xia Qinghe stamp her foot in anger. A brute. He's really just a brute. Walking along the road, Jean Wadding looked at the surroundings and sighed inwardly. Over the years, his younger sister had been forced to live in such a run-down place, struggling through a poor and difficult life. She had truly suffered. The moment he stepped into the shabby room, his guilt deepened even more. The room was cramped, with neither heating nor air conditioning. It was practically nothing but four bare walls. He was the mighty war emperor, a man with power enough to shake the world, yet his younger sister had been reduced to living in a place like this. Long Dongxiang looked full of guilt as he apologized. "Wating, I'm sorry. I failed to take good care of Wu Shuang. I made her suffer." Jean Wadding gripped his hand tightly. "Uncle Long, you are the great benefactor of the Jean family. I can never thank you enough. Who would dare blame you?" Long Edon came over carrying a cup of tea and urged them, "All right, enough with all the polite talk. We're family. Brother, have some hot water and warm yourself up. We don't have any good tea to serve you at home, so don't laugh at us." Long Dongxiang said to the two of them, "You brother and sister haven't seen each other in 10 years. I'm sure you have a lot to talk about, so take your time. I'll go wash the clothes first." Jean Wadding stopped him by the shoulder and took out an orange-colored item. "Uncle Long, you were hurt just now too. This is medicine for injuries. Apply it to the wound, and it should heal quickly." He thought to himself that this was the miraculous medicine refined by that mysterious master who had taken him away years ago. After years of fighting on the battlefield, his body had accumulated countless wounds, even mortal ones, and he had survived them all thanks to this ointment. Jean Wadding picked up the teacup and sat down to chat with his sister. "By the way, Wu Shuang, where's Uncle Long's wife? Why don't I see her?" Long Edon recalled sadly. 8 years ago, Mom became seriously ill and passed away early. All these years, it's been Dad raising me on his own. To me, he is my real father. Long Edon's hands, resting on her knees, unconsciously clenched. Then a large warm hand gently patted them. He looked at his sister with affection. "From now on, your brother is here. If anyone dares bully you, I'll wipe out his whole family." Inwardly, he was already calculating. The young master of the Bo family dared lay a hand on my sister, the sister of the war emperor. I wonder whether your Bo family can withstand this king's wrath. And that heartless man who abandoned his wife and child as well. One day, I'll use his blood as an offering to my mother's spirit in heaven. The next day, weak sunlight shone into the narrow alley. Long Edon and Jean Wadding were preparing to head out. "Dad, brother, and I are going to visit second aunt. Stay safe at home by yourself." Long Dongxiang reminded them, "Go on without worry. Send my regards to your second aunt." An hour later, a group of youths with dyed red and green hair stormed into the alley. They kicked open the door arrogantly. Leading them was Red Hair, who grabbed Long Dongxiang by the collar and cursed. "Damn it, Long Dongxiang. You owe our Sky Eagle Finance Company $5 million. When the hell are you going to pay it back?" Long Dongxiang tried to negotiate. "About this, does Brother Dodgy, does President Liu know about this? Call your President Liu over. I want to talk to him." He was extremely worried inside. Back then, he had invested in real estate and lost everything, then borrowed 100,000 yuan from them. Yet in less than 3 years, through compound interest, it had somehow turned into 5 million. Red Hair raised his hand and slapped him. "The hell? Who do you think you are? You want to meet President Liu? Why don't you piss and look at yourself first?" Just then, the phone in Red Hair's pocket rang. It was President Liu calling. His attitude immediately turned respectful. "Hello, President Liu. Yes, I'm at Long Dongxiang's house." "What?" Yes, I'll wait for you here." After hanging up, Red Hair's arrogance instantly returned. Pointing at Long Dongxiang's face, he cursed, "Damn it, didn't you want to see President Liu? He'll be here soon. When he gets here, he'll skin you alive." Long Dongxiang frowned and said, "Red Hair, I advise you to watch your mouth. Otherwise, when your President Liu gets here, You're gonna look very bad. Red hair, slap him again. Damn it, Long Dongxiang. Did you take the wrong medicine today? How dare you talk to me like that? Before President Liu gets here, I'll shut that mouth of yours first. Red hair took the knife a lackey handed him and was about to make a move when a voice came from outside. President Liu is here. He quickly stuffed the knife back into his lackey's hands, then shouted, "Move aside." Daji walked in with two subordinates whose arms were wrapped in bandages. Red hair flattered him at once. "President Liu, you're here. This bastard Long Dongxiang is trying to skip out on his debt, and he even dared call you by name and demand to see you. Just watch how I deal with him." Before he could finish, Daji swung his arm and slapped him with enough force to knock his teeth loose. "Deal with your damn mother. You bastard. How dare you disrespect Brother Long? Are you trying to die?" Daji's face was deathly pale. Thankfully, he had asked Brother Jiao about everything yesterday. Otherwise, he never would have known how terrifying that man was. Mo Gan of the Chun family had been crippled, and even Chun Badeo's subordinates had been beaten half to death. Daji rushed forward and kicked Red Hair repeatedly while cursing. "Scum, why aren't you kneeling and apologizing to Brother Long already? Right now, the most important thing is to beg that great man for forgiveness, where your head will be moving to a new address." Holding his burning face, Red Hair looked completely bewildered. "Boss, what's going on? Did you take the wrong medicine too?" Daji turned and fawned over Long Dongxiang. "Brother Long, this is the contract you signed with the company back then. I am Trulisore. I was too busy at the time and didn't look at it carefully. What I mean is, we'll count it as simply lending you the money, interest-free, as helping you out. After all, our relationship is so good." He pointed at Red Hair and accused him, "But I never expected this bastard Red Hair to secretly alter the contract behind my back and dare demand 5 million from you. That's absolutely conscienceless. I, Daji, have always valued loyalty. What I hate most is this kind of person. Red Hair, why aren't you getting over here and apologizing to Brother Long?" Red Hair was stunned speechless, thinking that his boss had somehow become unbelievably shameless. Daji anxiously kicked him again. "What are you standing there for? Apologize now." Red Hair rolled and crawled over to beg. "I'm sorry, Brother Long. I was blind and offended you. Please be magnanimous and don't stoop to my level." Long Dongxiang showed no mercy and returned 2 loud slaps, then grabbed him by the collar. Red Hair trembled violently while Long Dongxiang raised his fist, breathing hard. Over the years, he had suffered no small amount of humiliation from these people. At last, he was finally venting it all. A little later, Daji obediently presented a leather suitcase full of cash and said ingratiatingly, "Brother Long, this is the money for the roasted lamb leg from yesterday. Please accept it." But inwardly he was bleeding. Damn it, spending 2 million yuan on a single lamb leg hurt like hell. Long Dongxiang firmly snapped the suitcase shut and flatly refused. "I know you're here because of Wadding. I can't accept this money unless Wadding agrees to it." Daji asked again, "Then where did Brother Jean go?" Long Dongxiang answered, "He went to his second aunt's house. I'll give you the address." Daji didn't dare linger. He left a stack of cash on the table. "Thank you, Brother Long, but you must accept these 2 million. This is for yesterday's meal and also compensation for the damaged tables and chairs." A white car stopped at the mouth of the alley. Jean Wadding and his sister got out. Up ahead, a group of children were bullying a little boy. "Idiot, go pick up the ball. He's a bastard child. Don't play with him. Beat him to death." Long Idon shouted, "What are you kids doing?" The children scattered and ran. "Run. We're not playing with that idiot anymore." Poor little Xiao Wang finally got up. "Big sister, I want a lollipop." Long Idon introduced him. "Brother, this is second aunt's son. His name is Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, come here and say hello to your brother." Xiao Wang timidly hid behind Idon. Jean Wadding frowned. "How did Xiao Wang end up like this? Where's second uncle?" Looking at the child, Long Idon said, "Back then, not long after second aunt gave birth to Xiao Wang, they discovered he had developmental delays. As soon as second uncle found out, he heartlessly abandoned both mother and son. Not long after that, he married into a wealthy family. It's been nearly 10 years, and he hasn't come back to visit his son even once. He hasn't even sent child support. Poor second aunt spent all the family savings trying to treat Xiao Wang, but nothing worked. So that Xiao Wang wouldn't suffer more humiliation, she has raised him alone all these years." Jean Wadding continued walking forward with his sister, while fury surged in his heart. Since childhood, he had never had a good impression of this uncle by marriage. The man was greedy for status and wealth and despised the poor. Back then, when their mother had brought the siblings to Haidong to seek refuge with second aunt, he had strongly opposed it. But Jean Wadding had never expected that this beast would be so heartless. He really was utter trash who abandoned his wife and child. A moment later, Long Idon pushed open the door and called out excitedly, second aunt, look who's here." Inside the room sat a worn and haggard woman. Jean Wadding looked around the room, his heart aching. Second aunt's living conditions were probably no better than Wu Shuang's. A woman raising a developmentally disabled child alone. One could easily imagine how hard her life had been. Second aunt smiled kindly. Song, you're here." Seeing her covering her mouth and coughing nonstop, Long Idon hurried over in concern. "Second aunt, are you sick?" "I'm fine, just an ordinary cold. A few days of rest, and I'll be better." She looked curiously at the person beside her. "And this is?" Jean Wadding clasped her dry hands in both of his. "Second aunt, it's me, Wadding." Second aunt got down from the bed in shock, touched his face, and was overcome with emotion. "Wadding, you're back. It's been 10 years. I thought you would never return. It's good that you're back. Seeing that you're safe and sound truly makes me happy." The three of them sat down and talked. Long Idon asked, "Second aunt, I remember you used to live in a 2-story house, 500 square meters. Even if it got demolished, shouldn't it have been exchanged for 5 or 6 homes? Why are you living in such a cramped place now?" At the mention of this, Second aunt was so angry her whole body trembled. "Isn't it all because of that beast? The demolition compensation really was 5 or 6 houses, but that bastard used tricks to seize most of the property and swallowed the entire 2 million in compensation. In the end, I can only bring Xiaowang here and scrape by in this tiny place. And all the money at home was spent on Xiaowang's treatment." Jean Wadding frowned. "I remember the household registration was under your name. How did he even get the chance to pull something like that?" He quickly calculated in his mind. That old house had been an ancestral property, worth no less than a courtyard house in Longdu, at least 100 million. Second aunt coughed as she cursed. That conscienceless man is now a live-in son-in-law with the Bu family, and the Bu family happened to be in charge of the demolition and relocation. Those heartless scum easily took my house. Your grandmother left that property behind, and that bastard just snatched it away like that. Jean Wadding's expression darkened. Grandmother had passed away many years ago. Back then, she had come from a wealthy family. Though the family later declined, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. She had left one house each to his mother and second aunt. His mother's house had already been taken by the Chun family. Calmly, he peeled an apple and handed it to second aunt. "Don't be angry, second aunt. It's bad for your health. Leave this matter to me. I won't let that man off, and that includes the Bu family." A knock came from outside, and a young man in a suit and leather shoes, with hair slicked back shiny with pomade, pushed the door open and walked in. A trace of delight appeared on second aunt's face. "Jiadong, you're here." She introduced him. "This is my nephew, Jiang Jiadong." "Jiadong, this is Jean Wadding, Wu Shuang's older brother." Jiang Jiadong looked a little surprised. "Wu Shuang's brother? Just graduated? Which school did you attend?" Jean Wadding could not be bothered with him at all. He turned to second aunt and asked, "Is the apple sweet, second aunt?" Second aunt nodded. "Jiadong usually helps me quite a lot." Ignored like that, Jiang Jiadong felt annoyed and sneered sarcastically. As the saying goes, your heart may be higher than the sky, but your fate is thinner than paper. There were 2 interns in my department before, just like you people. Come to my office tomorrow. We happen to be short-handed at the front desk, so you can give it a try. But you'll have to start with the most basic service work. You should know that Tiandu is a famous 5-star hotel in Haidong. Who knows how many people show up every day for interviews. Second aunt advised from the side. "Wadding, you've just come back, so you probably haven't found a job yet, right? Why don't you go and try tomorrow?" Jean Wadding touched his nose. "No need. I already stopped by a few days ago." Jiang Jiadong's eyes widened, his face full of disdain. "You've got a tiny bit of ability, and you think you can make it on your own?" Jean Wadding, "Just keep pretending." Second aunt, "Have some water." Jiang Jiadong was furious, feeling that Jean Wadding was arrogant and ignorant of reality, a piece of rotten wood that could not be carved. When he himself had first graduated, he had climbed up step by step from the very bottom to reach where he was today. "You already went? Then there's no need to ask. You must have failed the interview and been eliminated, right? Even for a tiny receptionist position, hundreds of people fight over it. Don't be so full of yourself." Seeing him ramble on without end, Jean Wadding only replied calmly, There's no need. Jiang Jiadong refused to drop it and continued in a preachy tone. All you do all day is put on airs. You can't do anything, and you probably can't even complete a simple task. Turn around once, and I'd fire you on the spot. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm the HR director of Tiandu Hotel. How about this? Out of respect for second aunt, I'll give you a chance. Fresh graduates like you don't have much ability, but your tempers are huge. Right then, noise came from outside. Jiang Jiadong's cousin Jiang Jiechi swaggered in with a cigarette in his mouth. Quite lively in here. The moment she saw him, second aunt shouted him away. Jiang Jiechi, who let you in here? Get out now. Long Yidong leaned close to Jean Wadding and whispered, Brother, this guy is Jiang Jiadong's cousin. He never does any honest work. He's had his eyes on second aunt's house for a long time. Whenever he has nothing to do, he comes here to cause trouble. He bullies second aunt because she's a widow with no one to rely on, and she can't do anything to him. Jiang Jiechi opened his filthy mouth. Auntie, today you have to transfer this house to me. Second aunt angrily pointed at the door. In your dreams. Get out. This bastard was no pushover either. I'm giving you face, and you don't want it. Looking at how sickly you are, you probably don't have many days left anyway. Once you die, your idiot son definitely won't be able to keep this house. So you might as well give it to me now. At least that'll count as doing a little good for yourself. Xiao Guang had just come back from playing, and the moment he saw the man, he shouted angrily, Bad man, go away. You're a bad man. Don't come to my house. Jiang Jiechi struck viciously, slapping the child so hard he fell to the floor. Xiao Guang cried out in pain. With so many people in the room, not one of them had stopped this beast from hitting a child. Long Yidong hurried over to comfort him. Be good, Xiao Guang, don't cry. I'm here. Second aunt trembled with rage, pointed at him and stammered, Why you? You, before breaking into a fit of coughing. Jean Wadding stood there, his expression dark. Jiang Jiadong sneered from the side. Coward, now you don't even dare fart. He pushed up his glasses, then turned to lecture Jiang Jiechi. Jiang Jiechi, what the hell are you doing? Get out. Before he even finished speaking, Jiang Jiechi backhanded him across the face. Who the hell do you think you are? Stop acting like some big shot in front of me. Let me tell you, if not for the fact that you're my cousin, I'd make you bleed today. Believe it. Jiang Jiadong collapsed to the floor in fright and scrambled backward in terror. Jiang Jiechi spat contemptuously. Trash. But the moment he turned his head, he ran straight into the oppressive aura of Jean Wadding. Used to acting lawless, he barked, Damn it, a smart dog doesn't block the road. Get the hell out of my way, Jean Wadding asked coldly. Who is the dog cursing? Jiang Jiechi, thick-headed and muddled, snapped back without thinking. The dog is cursing you. Realizing he had misspoken, he spat several times. Damn it, you dare mess with me. As he spoke, he viciously kicked out. Unexpectedly, he lost his balance, his foot slammed into the bed frame, and the pain brought tears to his eyes as he howled miserably. Jean Wadding said, Go downstairs and buy some cold medicine. Then kneel at the door and kowtow to apologize, and I'll give you a chance. This fool didn't know what was good for him and drew a knife. You dare toy with me? I'll stab you to death. Second aunt cried out anxiously. Wadding, be careful. Jiang Jiadong secretly shook his head, thinking the kid had no sense of proportion and wasn't even as good as himself. He might get bullied, but at least his life wasn't in danger. He was just about to say that one should know when to advance and retreat, when before he could finish, Jean Wadding drove an elbow strike, sending Jiang Jiechi flying out like a ball, rolling all the way to the door. Jiang Jiechi still hadn't been beaten into submission and continued to bluster. Damn it, you dare hit me. I've had my eye on this woman's house. That's me giving her face. Jean Wadding did not waste words. He swung his hand and slapped him several times in a row. Jiang Jiechi seemed enveloped by an invisible force. His whole body was lifted and smashed down like a basketball, thudding hard against the floor. He was beaten until his face was bruised and swollen, but his mouth was still stubborn. Damn it, just wait. I'm calling people to deal with you. Jiang Jiadong was secretly horrified. I'm not seeing things, am I? How is this piece of rotten wood this straw? The room finally regained some peace. Second aunt was still worried. Wadding, why don't you take your sister and leave first? Jiang Jiechi is petty and vindictive. He'll definitely bring people back for revenge. If you wait any longer, I'm afraid it'll be too late. Jean Wadding calmly peeled another apple. Second ant, don't worry. Trash like this, as lowly as ants, can be crushed no matter how many come. Those words shocked Jiang Jiadong so much that he sprayed out a mouthful of water, then mocked him. Kid, do you even know what you're saying? Can you fight a whole group by yourself? Even a tiger can't beat a pack of wolves. I was going to recommend you to Tiandu Hotel, but with how impulsive you are, you're bound to cause a catastrophe. For second ant's sake, let me remind you, Jiang Jiechi knows quite a few underworld brothers. There was someone before who offended him like you did, and in the end he got his limbs chopped off and was thrown off a bridge. After finishing the apple, Jean Wadding spoke in a firm tone. Second ant, within 3 days, I will make Xianglong Real Estate Group return all the assets they forcibly seized in the demolition. Principal and interest, not a penny less. Jiang Jiadong burst out laughing, spitting as he jeered. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Do you know who backs Xianglong Group? It's property of the Bu family of Haidong, one of the great powers standing shoulder to shoulder with the Chun family and the Shangguan family. An ant like you could be crushed to death with a flick of their finger, boasting without fear of biting your tongue. At that moment, no one noticed Xiao Wang standing by the window. Suddenly, a brick flew in from outside, smashing the window glass and striking Xiao Wang right on the forehead. Everyone in the room turned pale in shock. Long Yidan rushed over and pressed tightly against the bleeding wound, shouting anxiously, Xiao Wang. Jean Wadding clenched his fists, walked to the shattered window, and looked down. Jiang Jiechi was leading a group of hooligans below, yelling provocatively, You bastard, your grandpa's back. Get your ass down here now, or don't blame me for not being polite. Second ant tried to stop him. Wadding, don't go down no matter what. Long Yidan frowned, angrily egging him on. Brother, go down and teach them a lesson. Let them see what real strength is. They've gone too far. Jean Wadding smiled faintly. As you wish. With that, he smashed through the remaining glass and jumped straight out the window, landing with blazing momentum. Jean Wadding slipped both hands into his pockets and looked at them. Jiang Jiechi tattled to the man leading them. Boss, it's this trash. Please step in and kill this bastard for me. You little punk, why aren't you hurrying over to greet Brother Bao? Damn it, let Brother Bao see whether you've grown 3 heads and 6 arms to dare cause trouble on his turf. Brother Bao spoke coldly. Make him kneel by the trash can. Don't delay my business. I've disciplined plenty of this kind before. He can count himself lucky. Let him kneel there first. I've got important business today. I have to receive a big shot. All of you, pull yourselves together. Big Brother is already on the way and takes this person very seriously. Don't let this petty matter ruin things. Taking advantage of his backing, Jiang Jiechi barked arrogantly, pointing and shouting, Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Brother Bao tell you to kneel by the trash can? You've got no awareness at all. Jean Wadding's face darkened. Who threw that brick just now? A blonde thug swung his club viciously. Didn't you hear what Brother Bao said? It's not your turn to speak here. I think you're tired of living. Jean Wadding kicked him flying and sent him tumbling to the ground. The others laughed with interest. Well, now, looks like he's got some skill. Brothers, all together, kill him. Jean Wadding looked at them coldly, hooked the club on the ground up with his foot, spun it once in his hand, then hurled it hard, knocking down 3 men in an instant. Jiang Jiechi stared in shock at his fallen companions. Jean Wadding pressed again. Who threw the brick? Terrified, Jiang Jiechi grabbed his boss's clothes. Brother Bao, this guy is too arrogant. He simply doesn't take you seriously. Brother Bao turned around, frowning. Kid, not bad. Then he waved, signaling for more than 10 lackeys to surround him. Inside the room, second ant could not sit still. So many people. Nothing will happen to Wadding, right? Jiang Jiadong sighed. If only he'd listened to me earlier. In Haidong, except for someone with a death wish, who dares lay a hand on Leopard? From downstairs came one dull thud after another. Jean Wadding tilted sideways to avoid a blade, then struck one man down with a punch and immediately kicked another away. He braced a hand on the ground and flipped over 2 machetes, and when he landed, the force from his legs cracked the pavement as he drove a heavy punch into the face of a thug charging with a club. Another man, unafraid of death, rushed in with a knife. But Jean Wadding shifted and locked his wrist. Amid the billowing dust, that underling was flung through the air in a daze, his face scraping across the ground for a long distance. Brother Bao gritted his teeth. What? How is this guy so good at fighting? No, impossible. Jean Wadding adjusted his collar. I'll ask one last time. Who threw it? The air fell into a deathly silence. Knowing when to yield, Brother Bao immediately pointed at Jiang Jiechi beside him. It was him. It was him who threw it. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Jiechi waved his hands and tried to explain, I just wanted to say hello. Before he could finish, Zhang Wading slapped him to the ground, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. Zhang Wading flicked his hand, sending out a burst of force, and directly severed one of Jiang Jiechi's arms. Staring at the detached limb, Jiang Jiechi let out a scream that pierced the heavens. Zhang Wading looked toward Brother Bao. Where exactly did you want me to kneel? Repeat what you said. Brother Bao's face was drained of blood as he waved his hands frantically. This is all a misunderstanding. Just then, the phone in Brother Bao's pocket rang. A voice on the other end asked, Hello, Baozi, how's the reception prep going? That important guest is about to arrive. Brother Bao hurriedly reported, Big brother, get over here quick. Something happened. Someone's causing trouble. The voice on the other end roared, What stray dog dares ruin my good business? Wait there. I'll be there in a few minutes and kill him. With backing again, Brother Bao immediately turned haughty. Brat, our big brother, Haidong's famous brother Daji, is about to arrive. He's coming to receive an important figure. How about this? I can see your skills aren't bad, so I'll give you a chance. Follow me from now on, and I guarantee you'll live in luxury. We'll call today's matter even. What do you say? As soon as he finished speaking, a punch weighing 1,000 caddies smashed into his face, driving him headfirst into the ground. Zhang Wading grabbed him by the hair and said, I don't think that sounds good at all. When your big brother gets here, tell him to kneel here and apologize. After saying that, Zhang Wading turned and left without hesitation. Brother Bao, beaten until his face was swollen and bruised, still forced out a vicious threat. Ow, keep showing off. When Big Brother gets here, let's see how he deals with you. A little later, when they returned to the apartment, the cowardly Jiang Jiadong started yelling again. My God, who in Haidong doesn't know Brother Daji? He's the cousin of manager Wang Xindiao from our Tiandu Hotel. Tiandu Hotel is property of the Chun family. The head of the Chun family is Chun Bideo, Haidong's #1 master. No one dares provoke him. In other words, Brother Daji can also be considered one of the Chun family's men. You laid a hand on his subordinate. This time, not even the heavens can save you. Second Aunt panicked too. What do we do now? Jiadong, you work at Tiandu. Can you help say a few good words for him? We absolutely can't let this blow up. Jiang Jiadong took out his phone. Fine, for your sake. Auntie, I'll give it a try. He made a call in an ingratiating tone. Brother, it's Jiadong. Uncle, it's Jiadong. I need to trouble you with something. After making calls all over the place, Jiang Jiadong finally let out a sigh of relief and put on a superior air. Kid, my boss reluctantly agreed to help. He said you should hurry up, kneel down, and apologize to Brother Bao and Brother Daji. Then he'll make some calls and plead for you. That's the only way this can still be salvaged. What are you standing there for? Come downstairs with me now. If Brother Daji and Brother Bao come to your door later, it'll be too late. Zhang Wading sat there peeling an apple for Second Aunt and replied, I already told Baozi. When Daji gets here, tell him to kneel downstairs and apologize. Jiang Jiadong broke out in a cold sweat when he heard that. What? Arrogant. You're arrogant beyond saving. Auntie, you saw it yourself. Don't blame me for not helping. This brat thinks he's above heaven itself and has no idea how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Having a nephew like this, your family must have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. A string of curses suddenly came from outside the door. Damn it, who the hell told me to kneel outside and apologize? Brother Daji, one arm broken, kicked the door open and stormed it aggressively. I want to see for myself. Which bastard has the guts to talk so big? A group of men followed closely behind him, radiating pressure. Which son of a bitch just said he wanted me kneeling downstairs to apologize? Get the hell out here and face me. Jiang Jiadong hurriedly shook his head. Not me, not me. He's inside. Zhang Wading stepped out. Didn't I already say it? As he chewed on an apple peel, he questioned them darkly. I told you to kneel downstairs and apologize. Who gave you permission to come up? Brother Daji started trembling all over. The blind fool, Baozi, stepped forward and pointed as he shouted. This brat really likes putting on an act, huh? He won't learn unless we beat him senseless, right? Brother Daji, it's this bastard. He's way too arrogant. We should chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Brother Daji was so frightened his soul nearly left his body. He backhanded the idiot with a punch, sending Baozi crashing to the ground, utterly bewildered. Boss, why are you hitting me? It's that bastard. Before he could finish, he took another kick to the face. Brother Daji furiously cursed. What nonsense are you babbling? This is Mr. Jean, an important man we're supposed to receive respectfully. Before the other man could speak, Brother Daji continued cursing. And you still dared stir up trouble and offend Mr. Jean? If anyone should be chopped up and fed to the dogs, it's you. Baozi and Jiang Jiechi were stunned speechless. So this was the man who had severed Brother Daji's arm? How had he offended someone even the gang bosses didn't dare provoke? Baozi scrambled up in terror and cried out to the two big bosses, big brothers. He grabbed Jiang Jiechi by the hair, smashed him to the floor to vent his anger, and shouted, "It's all because of this coward, Jiang Jiechi. He's the one who offended Mr. Jean. It's all this animal's fault." After saying that, Baozi dropped to his knees and begged Jean Wading for mercy. "I am sorry. I was blind and offended you. Please, Mr. Jean, be magnanimous and don't stoop to my level. Please spare me this once." Biao and Brother Daji also knelt. "Mr. Jean, this is 10 million that all the brothers scraped together. Please, you must accept it. This is compensation for what happened before. Mr. Jean, please be generous and spare the two of us." Beside them, Jiang Jiadong was so jealous he was going insane. They all knelt. How could this happen? 10 million? He only made about 10,000 a month. Even if he saved every cent and never ate or drank, it would still take him 100 years to accumulate that much. Jean Wading peeled the apple expressionlessly. "Didn't I already say it? I told you to kneel downstairs and apologize." Brother Daji put the envelope of money on the table. Yes. We'll go downstairs right away." As dusk settled over the house, the five of them sat around eating dinner. Jean Wading pushed over a slip of paper. "This is a 10 million check. I plan to split it into two parts, 5 million each, one for second aunt and one for Uncle Long." Holding such a large sum, second aunt looked uneasy. Wadding this, Long Yidong comforted her. "This is my brother's sincerity. Second aunt, don't refuse it. Use this money to treat Xiao Wang." Long Dongxiang spoke up. "I'll take the money, but absolutely not because of Wu Shuang. Although I worked hard to raise Wu Shuang, that child has been sensible since she was young. She suffered a lot, but she also brought me a great deal of joy. Family affection can't be measured with money." Long Dongxiang then stated his purpose. "I'm taking these 5 million so I can make a comeback. Back then, when I was in business, I trusted people too much and lost everything, but I never gave up. I won't even need 3 years. I'll return these 5 million to you with interest." Jean Wading encouraged him. "Uncle, you'll definitely succeed." The phone in his pocket began to vibrate. The moment Jean Wading answered, a barrage of curses came from the other side. "You dog. How dare you ruin my good thing?" Jean Wading asked. "Your young master, Boo?" The man on the other end was lounging by a swimming pool. "Since you know who I am, you still dare go against me?" Young Master Boo, Bu Tengfei, lay on a recliner surrounded by several long-legged beauties, and ordered, "Bring Long Yidong to me obediently, or I'll kill your whole family." Fury rose in Jean Wading's eyes. Set a time, Bu Tengfei lafit smugly. Surrendering that quickly? "Tomorrow at noon, Mangsingdi Hotel. If you don't come, the consequences will be very serious." The suited man standing behind him flattered him. "Young Master Boo, an ant like that isn't worth your personal phone call. Just let me take a few brothers to deal with him and bring that girl back afterward." Wutingfi lafit vikidli. "It's been a long time since I met someone this interesting. I want to see whether that brat really has 3 heads and 6 arms." As he spoke, he crushed the glass in his hand. Back here, everyone was eating when they heard someone outside shouting, "Payday! Come downstairs and collect your wages." Second aunt stood up happily. "They're paying wages. I'll go down and get mine." She opened the door and went downstairs, where a fat old man and a girl in a red dress were waiting below. The fat man had a cigarette in his mouth and held out a bag with her pay. "Take it." Second aunt took the bag, checked it, and immediately asked, "That's not right. Why is it short by 210 yuan? It should be 1,050 yuan." The pot-bellied man replied, "Didn't you take 3 days off? Of course your wages got docked. What? You expect to get paid without working? There's no such easy thing in this world." As he spoke, he secretly exchanged glances with the woman beside him. The woman spoke up. "You're sick and weak all day long. It's already generous enough that we didn't fire you, and you still dare complain? Don't bother coming to work next month." Second aunt challenged them. "But according to company rules, employees on sick leave don't get their pay deducted. And why did you deduct double from mine?" The woman shouted viciously. "Are you saying I docked your wages on my own? You damned old woman. If you have objections, then go report me. I have people in the company backing me. Do you think I'm afraid of your complaint? Don't come to work tomorrow. Second aunt cursed. You've gone too far bullying people, the fat man threatened. Take your wages and get lost. Do your work properly, and if you earn merit, naturally there'll be rewards. Jean Wadding's icy voice sounded from behind them. Why despise most is trash like you, who selfishly dock workers' wages. The fat man turned around. I'd like to see what mutt dare spout nonsense behind my back. Get out here. He immediately saw 3 people standing there, 2 men and 1 woman. When he clearly saw the older man among them, the fat man spat on the ground in disdain. I was wondering who it was. So it's Long Dongxiang. Is this brat a relative of yours? One look, and I can tell he's just like you. A bunch of dirt-poor busybodies. Get lost, or else. Someone jumped over the railing. Brother Dodgy slapped him hard across the face. How dare you run your mouth? What I hate most are dogs like you. The pot-bellied man crashed to the ground, his face full of confusion. Brother Dodgy turned and obsequiously said to Jean Wadding, Mr. Jean, we were still kneeling over there. When we heard this dog running his mouth here, we couldn't help coming over to teach him a lesson. The green-haired girl, not knowing what was good for her, blurted out, What the hell is he? How dare he hit Director Huang? The result was a slap from Brother Dodgy that shut her up on the spot. Director Huang clutched his face. Zed Zhao, President Zhao, why are you here? The green-haired girl was terrified beyond measure. What? He's one of the company's shareholders. President Zhao, Brother Dodgy coldly demanded. If I hadn't come here, I never would have known you were selfishly docking workers' wages. The company pays employees 2,500 yuan a month, and you people skim off half of it. Do you have any conscience left? Mr. Jean, how do you think these 2 shameless dogs should be dealt with? Director Huang got up and begged, Mr. Jean, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it that way. For President Zhao's sake. His whole body flew backward. Jean Wadding kicked him and sent him tumbling. Jean Wadding didn't take anyone seriously and said, What right does Dodgy have to ask me for face? Even if I gave him face, would he dare accept it? Brother Dodgy waved his hands repeatedly. Wouldn't dare, wouldn't dare. In front of Mr. Jean, I'm just a dog. How would I dare ask Mr. Jean to give me face? Jean Wadding turned to Second Aunt and asked, As for this matter, Second Aunt, what do you think should be done? The 2 shameless dogs crawled over humbly, begging for mercy. I was confused for a moment. For the sake of us being co-workers, please give me one more chance. Second Aunt said, Handle it according to company rules. Brother Dodgy immediately assured her, Don't worry. These 2 dared embezzle public funds and dock wages for personal gain. This involves criminal charges. I'll definitely send them to the police station. The pair went limp with terror, kneeling on the ground. In another luxurious apartment, when Qing Shan was practicing calligraphy while asking, How did the investigation go? What background does that young man have? Where's he now? Ever since the engagement banquet at Tiandu Hotel had been disrupted by him, the relationship between the Wen family and the Chun family had completely broken down. Shangguan Nailin has returned from abroad, and Chen Badeo is also about to return to the country. When that happens, they definitely won't let our Wen family off. On top of that, they're old enemies too. It's truly adding fuel to the fire. Right now, the only person who can help the Wen family get through this difficult pass is that young man. Wen Shueting searched on her phone for a while, then handed it to her father. Dad, look at this photo. The moment when Qing Shan saw it, he froze. The grave of Xia Chunyu. So he really is Jean Wadding. Xia Chunyu is Song. When Shueting replied, no wonder the first thing he did that day was ask for Shangguan Nailin by name. So he came for revenge. When Qing Shan picked up the teacup from the table, tilted his head back, drained it in one go, and burst into laughter. Good. So that's how it is. Then we're in the same boat, after all. When Shueting said in confusion, but what I don't understand is, Brother Wadding definitely recognized me. So why didn't he say it clearly when he saved us 3 years ago? And when we met again at the banquet a few days ago, he still didn't make it explicit. One Qing Shan explained, from what I've seen of Wadding's skills, he was able to easily suppress Mo Gan and Shifeng Lai. After disappearing for more than 10 years, he must have gone through many things outsiders don't know about. The reason he doesn't acknowledge us may be because he has his own difficulties. Maybe he's thinking of us. After all, at his level, the more people he knows, the more enemies he offends. It's entirely possible that close friends around him might be targeted by certain forces and dragged into trouble. Seeing his daughter fall silent in thought. When Qing Shan probed, you care about him that much. Don't tell me you like him. Just so happens you're Zhang Wushuang's homeroom teacher. If you ask Zhang Wushuang, you might learn something. When Shueting blushed, Dad, what are you talking about? Then she quickly ran off. I don't care anymore. But you're right. Zhang Wuxuan definitely knows something about Brother Wading. At the Chun family villa, Chun Haidong lay on the bed with both legs broken, weakly crying out, "Mom, revenge." Shangwan Nalan looked at her son, writhing in pain on the bed, gritted her teeth, and smashed a vase in fury to vent her anger. That bitch Xia Chunyu. Even dead, she still left behind trouble. If we'd rooted it out back then, we wouldn't have today's disaster. Does he think suppressing Mo Gon and Shifeng Lai means he can get revenge? He's underestimating me. Shangwan Nalan, far too much. And now in family too, I never expected them to know that little bastard. I won't let any of you off either. An old voice came from outside. Lon Lon, Chen Duong, the former head of the Chun family, entered leaning on a cane. Shangwan Nalan asked, "Uncle, do you need something?" She was extremely dissatisfied inwardly. This Chun Duong relied on his influence within the Chun family to point fingers at her decisions all the time, often making things difficult for her in front of others. It was truly hateful. Chen Duong lectured, "Lon Lon, what you did back then went too far. Xia Chunyu died a terrible injustice. I heard that day Shifeng Lai didn't even have the courage to fight him and dropped his knees on the spot. I've known Shifeng Lai for many years, and I've never seen him so terrified. Clearly, the other party's background is enormous. Our Chun family simply can't afford to provoke him. I've advised you again and again. As a person, you must be humble and cautious. But you go everywhere acting arrogantly and causing trouble, and the whole city knows it. If you hadn't spoiled hating so much, would we have today's consequences?" Shangwan Nalan couldn't hear a single word of it. She viciously slapped him hard across the face. Pointing straight at Chun Di Wang's nose, she cursed him loudly, blaming him for doing nothing but nagging endlessly. Other than running around talking nonsense everywhere, what use was he? If not for the fact that he was an elder of the family, she would have shot him on the spot long ago. Chen Duong was so furious, his whole body trembled. "You dare hit me? This is rebellion." Shangwan Nalan, "Are you tired of living? Men, drag this crazy woman out of here." The two bodyguards stood where they were without moving an inch. Chen Duong panicked. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said?" Shangwan Nalan sneered darkly. "Chen Duong, who do you think you are? Calling you uncle is me giving you face. If I chose not to, in front of me, you wouldn't even be worth a dog. Why do you have to throw your weight around here? These people only take orders from me now. Men, drag this old dog away. You old immortal have been putting on airs in front of me all day long. I found you irritating for a long time." Chen Di Wang's arms were twisted behind his back by two subordinates. He was still cursing, outrageous. Shangwan Nalan savagely slapped him again. "My son and my younger sister were harmed to this extent, and instead of thinking about revenge, you come here to lecture me. You are not worthy of being a member of the Chun family at all." Blood seeped from the corner of Chun Di Wang's mouth from the slap. I am a former family head no matter what, and also Badeo's uncle. What's wrong with me scolding you a few times?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the black muzzle of a gun was pressed right against his face. Shangwan Nalan had completely run out of patience. Old bastard, so slow and long-winded. She pulled the trigger without hesitation and sent him to his death. Her face was ice cold. "That's much quieter. Has the great elder come out of seclusion?" "Not yet. He will come out next week." "You little bastard. Then I'll let you live for another week." Zhang Wading, I don't care what you disappeared to do for the past dozen years. But if you want to seek revenge against me, there's only a dead end. Zhang Wading takes his sister to school, not forgetting to remind her, "If anyone at school bullies you, you must tell me." Long Yidan replies, "With my brother protecting me, who would dare to bully me? By the way, brother, you are all grown up now. When will you find a sister-in-law for me?" Zhang Wading's face reddens. "You're just a kid. Stop thinking about this nonsense all day." Saying that, he reaches out to pinch her nose. Long Yidan turns her head away, feeling wronged. A grown man should get a wife. A grown woman should get a husband. Don't miss your prime. An off-road vehicle suddenly brakes hard right next to the siblings. Bai Geng, sitting in the driver's seat, chimes in, "Little sister is so right." "I agree." Zhang Wading questions, "Didn't I tell you to stay on the mountain and guard the grave? Why did you leave your post without permission?" Bai Geng answers awkwardly, "Boss, with so many brothers at Wanfeng's cemetery, who would dare to cause trouble? They must have a death wish. My duty is to protect you day and night at your beck and call." This must be Miss Shuang, right? "I am Uncle Bai Geng, your brother's old subordinate. First time meeting, here is a small gift for you. You must accept it." Hearing this form of address, Zhang Wading flies into a rage and throws a punch at him. "This is my sister, and you tell her to call you uncle. Where does that put me?" Bai Gong holds his face and hurriedly corrects himself. Sorry, I was careless. Just call me Brother Bai Gong. Don't let my looks fool you. I'm actually only 25 years old. By the way, Shuang Shuang, do you have a boyfriend? Before he finishes speaking, his other cheek takes another punch from Zhang Wading. Dare to talk nonsense again? Believe it or not, I'll hang you by your head. Long Yidan adds a critical blow. Brother Bai Gong, if you hadn't said it, I would have thought you were over 40. Bai Gong holds his face, swollen like a pig's head, completely helpless against these siblings. A moment later, in the car, Bai Gong says, Boss, I've asked around and bought you a villa. You just came back. You can't be without a place to stay. Zhang Wading is very satisfied. Stay by my side for now, until further notice. Bai Gong replies excitedly, Understood, boss. Then he drives off, speeding away. At school, a classmate passes a message. Idon, the homeroom teacher, called you to her office. Idon goes to the teacher's office, tiptoeing in. Ms. Won, are you looking for me? Won Shiwedding, dressed in a black business suit, looks intently at Long Idon. Won Shiwedding thinks to herself, after graduation, perhaps due to my father's influence, I came to Haidong to be a literature teacher. On my very first day at school, I recognized Zhang Wushuang and even became her homeroom teacher. Long Yidan is a bit confused. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on me? When Shiwedding asks gently, Wu Shuang, where's your brother? Seeing the teacher leaning so close. Long Yidan leans back a little. How did you know my brother's back? When Shiwedding says a bit shyly, I want to see your brother. Long Yidan crosses her arms over her chest, acting as if watching a good show. Oh, I understand now, miss. Do you like my brother? That makes sense. You two were childhood sweethearts. Miss Wen has always taken care of me over the years and helped me keep the secret. I've long considered her as my own sister. How great would it be if she really became my sister-in-law? Having her true thoughts exposed, when Shiwedding gets flustered. You little girl, how dare you tease your teacher? Are you going to answer me or not? Long Yidan giggles. Of course I'll tell you, so you two can get together. When Shiwedding is about to say something, when PE teacher Sun Jinrui suddenly walks in. Ms. Won, I'm here. Seeing this, Long Yidan quickly excuses herself. Miss, I'll go back to class first. Sun Jinrui calls out to stop her. Wait, Long Yidan, just now I heard you outside, saying something about your brother pursuing Ms. Won. What exactly is going on? When Shiwedding speaks up, Sun Jinrui, you heard it wrong. Long Yidan, hurry back to your class. Yes, miss. Long Yidan hurriedly leaves the office. Sun Jinrui, with a flattering look on his face, says to Wen Shiwedding, I heard the Hollywood blockbuster Fast Furious 7 is premiering this weekend. I had a hard time buying 2 tickets. Shall I drive over to pick you up that day? When Shiwedding flatly refuses, Sorry, I have things to do that day. Sun Jinrui's expression changes. Shiwedding, why do you always reject my invitations? I am completely sincere. Why do you refuse so firmly? Is it because of Long, Idon's brother? Wen Shiwedding frowns. This is my private matter. It has nothing to do with you. Please get out, don't delay my work. Sun Jinrui is asked to leave and pushes the door open to leave in a huff. Looking at her back, he gnashes his teeth and thinks, Damn it, very well, Long Yidon, playing matchmaker for your brother at such a young age, daring to steal my woman. Let's see how I'll deal with you. In the classroom, Xiaoli cautiously reminds Yidon, I heard that Zhao Ziki will look for you to cause trouble after school at noon. She is the little bully of this school and has her cousin backing her. You have to be careful. Long Yidon sits down and replies, Really? Let her come. Xiaoli continues gossiping. Having said that, Zhao Ziki has a really bad heart. Jealous that you are pretty and good at studies, she has repeatedly found trouble with you. You've endured it every time. I wonder when these days will end. Long Yidon intertwines her hands and says smugly, They will end today. I've tolerated her for a long time too. I can't take it anymore. Now that I have my brother's protection, even if the sky falls, I won't be afraid. Xiaoli covers her mouth in surprise. Huh? You won't endure it anymore? In the security room, Biao and Brother Daji are sitting on chairs, enjoying the service of a few underlings. A person carrying fruits rushes in. Brother Daji says, It seems school is over. Biao has a calm expression. Rest assured, I've already spread the word. No one will dare to touch that girl unless they have a death wish. The two of us being here is also to put on a show for Master Jean, proving that we are putting in effort and working for him. Brother Daji flicks his cigarette ash. Even so, it's better to be careful. I don't want my hand chopped off again. Sun Jinrui walks in, saying obsequiously, You two bosses have been working hard. I am the PE teacher, Sun Jinrui. I heard that you two bosses came to the school to be security guards. It is truly an honor for our school. Tonight I would like to invite you two to dinner, to entertain you bosses. Is that all right? Sun Jinrui respectfully offers cigarettes while thinking to himself, I don't know why these two big bosses of Haidong streets have appeared here, but such a good opportunity absolutely cannot be missed. Brother Daji waves his hand in refusal. No mood for eating. Someone arranged for us to stand guard here. Sun Jinrui suggests. Then let's invite that person along too. It's a good chance for everyone to get to know each other. A person who can send these two must be an extremely powerful figure. If I can be lucky enough to make their acquaintance, when Shueting will definitely look at me in a different light. Brother Daji slaps Sun Jinrui's face hard. What the hell are you? Are you worthy of eating with that person? Hurry up and take a piss to look at your own reflection. Scram, scram, scram. Don't get in my way of working. At this moment, a crowd of people gathers at the school gate. Let's see where you can run. Long Yidan is surrounded in the middle. The leader is the female bully of Haidong number 1 high school, Zhao Ziki, who is smoking a cigarette and blowing clouds of smoke. Xiaoli yells indignantly. Zhao Ziki, there are so many of you bullying Yidan alone. Don't you think it's too much? Zhao Ziki points at her, threatening. Damn it, keep yelling and I'll tear your mouth off. Long Yidan says, Zhao Ziki, let Xiaoli go. If you have what it takes, come at me. Zhao Ziki sneers. Oh my. Long Yidan, since when did you learn to act tough? Those who don't know would think your backing is very solid. To tell you the truth, it's not me looking for you this time, it's my cousin. Suddenly, someone rushes out from behind and puts a sack over Long Yidan's head. Long Yidan and Xiaoli are forcibly separated. Xiaoli panics and hastily runs toward the security room to report the news. This is bad, Mr. Sun. Something terrible has happened. Sun Jinrui snaps. Panicking like this, where are your manners? If you startle the two big bosses, can you bear the consequences? Whatever it is, say it later. Xiaoli insists. Mr. Sun, Long Yidan has been kidnapped. Sun Jinrui frowns. What nonsense are you talking about? Calling a scuffle a kidnapping. If you spread rumors again, don't come to school tomorrow. Xiaoli promises. Mr. Sun, I'm telling the truth. I saw it with my own eyes. Sun Jinrui scolds. Scram, scram, scram. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Xiaoli pleads. Mr. Sun, please go save Long Yidan. She has really been taken away by bad guys. Brother Daji punches Sun Jinrui hard, urgently asking, what did you just say? Who was taken away? Xiaoli replies, fearfully, it's Long Yidan from our class. Long Yidan from class 10A3. Brother Daji and Ah Biao are shocked. What? Sun Jinrui holds his face. You two bosses. Don't listen to this girl's nonsense. In broad daylight, who would dare to kidnap someone at the school gate? Regarding tonight's dinner, I wonder if you two could do me the honor. Brother Daji is infuriated and slaps him again. Honor your mother's head. Don't stand here in the way. How did the school hire a trashy teacher like you? Scram, little girl, lead the way immediately. Yes, Xiaoli leads them to the school gate, pointing at Zhao Ziki and says, it was her who had people take Long Yidan away. Brother Daji asks fiercely, where is she? Zhao Ziki is frightened by this aura, but remains stubborn. Damn it, you dare to yell at me? Believe it or, before she can finish, she is knocked to the ground by a resounding slap. She lies on the ground, throwing a tantrum. How dare you hit me? I'll teach you a lesson today. What are you all staring at? Get him. However, none of her underlings dares to move. An underling leans into her ear and whispers a few words. After hearing that, Zhao Ziki is scared out of her wits. Her attitude does a 180-degree turn, and she kneels on the ground pleading. I'm sorry, B-Boss. I didn't know it was you. Brother Daji narrows his eyes. Cut the crap. Where did you take her? He breaks into a cold sweat. If anything happens to Long Yidan, his and Ah Biao's heads will definitely not be spared. Zhao Ziki honestly confesses. She was taken away by my cousin, Yu Lijia. I don't know where they went either. That's all I know. I beg you two bosses to spare my life. Ah Biao gnashes his teeth. So it's that idiot Yu Lijia. I will definitely kill him. He takes out his phone to call, but the other party doesn't answer. Brother Daji frowns. There's something strange about this. We've already spread the word. Yu Lijia must know how important that girl is. They should be eager to protect her. How would they dare to kidnap her? Ah Biao speculates. If he dares to go against us, he definitely has someone backing him up. I know a few of his hideouts. Let's split up and search. I don't believe we can't drag this coward out. At another villa, Baigung reports, Boss, everything is settled. The best villa on the peak of this mountain now belongs to you, so you have a place to stay in Haidong. Of course, it can't compare to the prince's mansion in Longdu. Zhang Wading looks up at what he is holding in his hands. Are those the clothes of the Black-Clad Society? Baigung holds the box and answers. The people from the Black-Clad Society insisted on sending a few sets over, so I took 2 sets. They look pretty cool, especially when you wear this suit. Boss, it looks really badass. Jean Wadding picks up the clothes to inspect. Let's go. It's time to meet that young Master Bu. Dusk falls. The golden evening glow spreads across the square, a gathering place for countless young men and women. From afar, a car speeds towards them, not only not slowing down, but driving straight into the crowd. Who has the guts to drive so recklessly? Are they crazy? This is Manxing Pavilion, a property of the Bu family. Jean Wadding orders, "Call the people of your Bu family out to see me." A man rushes out from inside and shouts, "Are you blind? Don't you know where this is? Drive your car somewhere else." Before he could finish his sentence, he is stopped by a hand. "Let me." Boss Wong opens his mouth and says, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? Never seen such a high-class place before? Scram, don't humiliate yourself here." In the car, Jean Wadding is still casually eating a banana, and after finishing it, smiles and asks, "Please help me throw this in the trash can." "Thank you." Boss Wong is furious. "Damn it, has this bastard's brain been eaten by dogs? Do you know what you're saying? Get out of the car and kneel down to apologize right now. Otherwise, I won't let you leave here today." However, when he sees the triangular symbol on the other's cuff, his aggressive aura instantly vanishes. This is the symbol of the Black-Clad Society. The Black-Clad Society is one of the largest secret organizations in the Great Huan Nation, possessing extremely terrifying power, and no one dares to provoke them. Legend has it that wherever members of the Black-Clad Society appear, that place instantly turns into a river of blood. It is rumored that members of the Black-Clad Society mainly operate in Longdu, participating in important events related to national interests. Why would someone from the Black-Clad Society appear here? The lackey wearing a shirt next to him, oblivious to the situation, is still yelling loudly, "You bastard, do you know what you're doing? Hurry up and get down to kowtow and apologize to Boss Wong." As a result, he takes a heavy punch. Boss Wong scolds this wet-behind-the-ears brat. "What the hell do you know?" Quickly kneel down and kowtow to beg for forgiveness. Under the bewildered gazes of everyone, Boss Wong kneels prostrate on the ground, begging. This lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This lowly one deserves death. This lowly one deserves death. "Please spare my life, sir." Jean Wadding replies, "No need for that. I just need your help with one thing." Jean Wadding pushes the door open and steps out of the car, asking, "Right, is it okay if my car is parked at the door?" Boss Wong smiles, looking worse than crying, and answers, "And no problem. You can park wherever you want." Jean Wadding orders, "Lead me to meet young Master Bu." 5 minutes later, on the rooftop of the hotel, Jean Wadding faces Bu Tongfei's group. A subordinate asks, "Eldest young master, that guy is here. Do we need to take action?" Bu Tongfei casually drinks his tea. "No rush. Let's drink a cup of tea first." The people next to him continuously flatter him. Young Master Bu's tea ceremony is getting more and more profound. However, that reckless thing dared to provoke you. He deserves to be beaten to death. Young Master Bu's strength is enough to sweep across the younger generation of Haidong. "In the future, I am willing to be your beast of burden." A subordinate standing behind interjects, "Chop this guy up and feed him to the dogs. Let's see who will dare to oppose young Master Bu in the future." "Young Master Bu, let me handle this trash for you." Bu Tongfei waves his hand to signal for silence. Visitors or guests? It's been a long time since this young master met someone so interesting. "Between the two of you, who is Long Yidon's brother?" Jean Wadding replies, "That's me." Bu Tongfei raises his eyebrows. "You're that kid who just stepped into society? I have crippled countless people like you." He points at the corpse of Boss Wong, who died with eyes wide open on the ground. "This guy is an example. I see you're not even as good as him. However, this young master has always valued benevolence and righteousness. How about this? Kneel down and be my dog to ride, and I'll spare your life." Jean Wadding suddenly says, "I'm feeling a bit thirsty." Bai Gong standing beside him shouts, "Didn't you hear him? Hurry up and serve tea for the boss." The boss's favorite is pu'er tea, preferably aged for 15 years. Bu Tongfei and his subordinates are dumbfounded, and the others are also stunned. Bu Tongfei sneered maliciously, waving his hand to signal, "It seems I have to teach you the rules and open your eyes to how formidable I am." A beer bottle on the table was snatched, and a fierce subordinate rushed forward. "Still want to drink, Pua? Your grandpa here will give you a bottle of beer." Bai Gong casually slapped him, directly knocking the guy to the ground. Dealing with trash doesn't require a second move. Bu Tongfei remained calm. "Interesting. I didn't expect to meet someone capable. Get them all." The subordinates immediately surrounded them. Bu Tongfei confidently declared, "In the fight in 30 seconds. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, Bai Gong said to Jean Wadding, "Boss, leave it to me." After speaking, he reached out and grabbed the neck of a guy who was trying to test the waters. Jean Wadding demanded a quick victory. Receiving the order, Bai Geng began to strike fiercely. Jean Wadding walked towards the table, and the unrelated people sensibly left quickly. He picked up a teacup, took a sip, and said with a look of disgust, "This is Longjing picked before Qingming, but it's not from the 18 trees bestowed by Emperor Qianlong. You could say, this isn't Longjing at all. It's probably just Wunyo grass." Bu Tengfei didn't believe it. "Nonsense. This is authentic Longjing, picked from the Shizi Lake Reserve. My friend has been in the tea business for over 10 years. More than 100,000 for half a caddy. How could he deceive me? You simply don't understand the way of tea." Jean Wadding shook his head. "Authentic Longjing is yellow-green on the outside. After brewing, the water is pale yellow. The taste is rich and sweet, and the aftertaste has a natural bean flour aroma. Outside, the subordinates were fighting to the death, while the two big bosses sat discussing tea." Jean Wadding continued explaining. "Wunyo grass is pure green and smells like grass when drunk. It looks a lot like authentic Longjing, just a bit lighter. Because Wunyo grass hits the market a month earlier than Longjing, it is often used by unscrupulous merchants to pass off as the real thing, driving up the price, specifically tricking pretentious people who have never tasted real Longjing like you. In fact, half a caddy is only a few hundred yuan, yet you dare to bring it out and claim to know the way of tea." Bu Tengfei angrily slapped his thigh. "That guy dared to trick me. If word of this gets out, where I put my face." Jean Wadding added, "Furthermore, this isn't authentic Banjiang either. It isn't aged enough. The watercolor is barely passable, but the aroma is lacking. The four flavors of sweet, bitter, rich, and strong are incomplete, and it's not fragrant enough." Bu Tengfei was speechless. Jean Wadding mocked. "And you call this the way of tea?" Bu Tengfei gritted his teeth. "Damn it, shut up. So what if you understand the way of tea? Once I kill you today, no one will be able to spread the word." At this moment, one of Bu Tengfei's subordinates was sent flying, crashing into a pillar. Bu Tengfei only then realized that his entire force had been wiped out. Bai Geng clapped his hands and reported, "Boss, these guys are too weak. I only used 30 of my strength, and they all fell." Bu Tengfei was terrified. "How is this possible?" Jean Wadding calmly continued to criticize. "So the tea here is all fake. I originally thought that if I could drink a good sip of tea, I'd go easy on you, but you've disappointed me too much." After speaking, Jean Wadding patted the other's face, extremely humiliating. Bu Tengfei flew into a rage out of humiliation, batting Jean Wadding's hand away. "Brat, don't be too smug. After all, this is my territory. I won't let you run wild." Bu Tengfei clapped to signal. A subordinate kicked the main doors open, and a crowd of people armed with clubs and blades swarmed in. At this moment, someone rushed in. "Wait." He pushed aside the people blocking the way. "Get lost." Bu Tengfei frowned. "What are you panicking for? Can't you see this young master has business to handle?" The person tried to dissuade him. "Young Master Bu, we can't afford to provoke these two. They are." Bu Tengfei angrily slapped him, completely deaf to his words. "In this Haidong, is there anyone this young master wouldn't dare to touch? I only need a few seconds to finish off these two pieces of trash." The subordinate desperately tried to persuade him. "No, they are." But Bu Tengfei, blinded by rage, wouldn't listen to anything. "I don't care who they are. Even if they're the son of heaven, I'll kill them." Bu Tengfei kicked the subordinate. "You traitor! How dare you speak up for outsiders? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and kill these two dogs. I'll treat everyone to tea later." Jean Wadding frowned. "Too noisy. Go outside and handle it." Bai Geng happily replied, "All right." Bai Geng grabbed them by their necks one by one and threw them out the door. Bu Tengfei crossed his legs, resting his arm on the back of the chair. "Brat, stop pretending. Have you thought carefully about how you're going to die later?" Jean Wadding continued talking about tea. "You're useless as a person. And your tea is terrible too. This kind of low-quality fake tea, you won't have the chance to drink it again in the future, so cherish it." Outside, the sounds of fighting could still be heard. 2 minutes later, Bai Geng pushed the door open and walked in. Bu Tengfei stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at his subordinates lying scattered outside, while Bai Geng stood there completely unharmed. Bu Tengfei was so scared that his whole body trembled. What? Facing the two people in the room, Bu Tengfei's arrogant demeanor from earlier instantly plummeted below zero. Bu Tengfei asked in disbelief. Over 100 people wiped out in a few minutes? Is this real? Zhang Wading said indifferently. If you have anyone else, call them all out. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Bai Geng lost his patience, kicked out, and scolded. A bunch of trash. Boss, why waste words with him? Let's just kill him and be done with it. Bu Tengfei fell to the ground, scrambling backward in terror. Wait, that brat is in my hands. Don't be too smug. Zhang Wading frowned. What did you say? Anger flared up within him. Biao, Brother Daji, those two useless fools couldn't even protect a student. Bu Tengfei smugly took out his phone and dialed. Don't believe me? I'll call and let you hear. Hello. Yuli Jia, this is young Master Bu. Let that brat say a few words. Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, the smile on Bu Tengfei's face froze. Young Master Bu, this is Biao. Sorry, Jia died in a car accident on the road. He won't be hearing you speak for the rest of his life. Bu Tengfei jumped up. Biao, you idiot, daring to ruin my plans. Do you still want to live? Believe it or not, this young master will. Zhang Wading delivered a slap, snatched the phone, and ordered tensely into the receiver. Hello, Biao, let me speak to her. Hearing his sister's voice reporting she was safe, his expression relaxed. Hello, brother, I'm fine. Brother Biao and Brother Daji saved me. Bu Tengfei was scared out of his wits. Zhang Wading's cold gaze shot towards Bu Tengfei. Now, do you have anything else to bark about? Bu Tengfei dropped to his knees. Who exactly are you guys? Receiving a glance from Zhang Wading, the subordinate from earlier reported, Young Master, they are people from the Black-Clad Society. Bu Tengfei was utterly horrified. What? Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Aren't you trying to get me killed? Zhang Wading ordered. Take this dog away. At a cliff, the sunset was gradually sinking over the sea. 3 people, one kneeling, one standing, one sitting. Bu Tengfei's face was deathly pale. Zhang Wading opened his mouth and said, Take your last look, young Master Bu. You don't have much time left to live. Bu Tengfei collapsed, kowtowing and begging, Boss, I really didn't know Long Yidon was your sister. I thought she was just an ordinary girl. If I had known, even if you paid me, I wouldn't have dared to touch her. This sentence made Zhang Wading even more furious. So, girls from ordinary families can be trampled upon at will? As soon as the words fell, he casually threw the stone in his hand at the other's head, his voice dropping. Our 100,000 soldiers fell with absolute loyalty, even having their bones crushed and flesh torn apart, not hesitating to sacrifice their lives to protect the peace of the great Hua nation. Was it just to let scum like you live? Zhang Wading frowned, throwing all the stones in his hands. Bu Tengfei couldn't dodge in time and was beaten until his face was bruised. Spare my life. I am the only son of the Bu family. You can't kill me. The Bu family will spare no cost to take your life. Zhang Wading said coldly. Take my life? All right, call your father. At the Bu family home under the sunset, the family head, Bu Haidong, was leisurely enjoying wine. This was a grand outdoor party, crowded with guests. The bald Huang Fatsai stepped forward to congratulate, wishing Patriarch Bu longevity like the Zhongnan Mountains and fortune as vast as the Eastern Sea. Everyone else also competed to offer their congratulations, wishing Patriarch Bu longevity like the Zhongnan Mountains and fortune as vast as the Eastern Sea. Bu Haidong returned the courtesy. Bu, thank you all. Just as the banquet was in full swing, someone rushed in a panic, shouting loudly. Seeing the butler whispering in his ear, Bu Haidong impatiently shouted, Whatever it is, just say it straight. The butler had to speak loudly. The eldest young master has been kidnapped. The whole hall was shocked. Who was bold enough to kidnap the eldest young master of the Bu family? Is this guy tired of living? Furthermore, today is Bu Haidong's 60th birthday. Doing this is no different from slapping him in the face. Once Bu Haidong gets angry, all of Haidong will tremble beneath his feet. Bu Haidong frowned. Which brainless fool is acting so recklessly? The butler held up the phone. I don't know the other party's identity either. He said he wants you to answer personally. Bu Haidong didn't show any panic, pulled out a black business card, and said, Tell him, today is my 60th birthday. I don't want to start a massacre. Give him my business card, and this matter will naturally be resolved. Huang Fatsai gave a thumbs up and flattered him. Patriarch Bu is truly majestic. I, Huang Fatsai, am truly in awe. The people around also chimed in, praising him to the skies. That fool is so lucky to easily get Patriarch Bu's business card like that. Who doesn't know that Patriarch Bu's business card is a free pass in all circles of Haidong? As long as you show this business card, there's nothing that can't be resolved. That's right. Even families like the Chun family or the Shengwan family have to show some respect when they see Patriarch Bu's business card. If he wants to ask for a business card, just say so directly. Why resort to this despicable trick? I despise that kind of person the most. In the sky, flocks of seagulls spread their wings and soared, a few landing near the three of them, as if watching the spectacle. After hearing the butler's assurance, Bu Tongfei's eyes were filled with despair. The butler assured, "Young master, no need to worry. The master has stepped in. No one would dare not to give him face. Bu Tongfei screamed, "Butler, tell my father, we've provoked someone absolutely untouchable. Quickly tell my father to personally bring a generous gift to apologize. Hand over most of the family fortune to them. Maybe then things can be turned around. These people are." On the other end of the line, the butler interrupted, "Young master, rest assured, no matter who these kidnappers are in Haidong, even a dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to obediently kneel at his feet. Don't worry, the master will personally step forward to save you." Butang face truglet desperately. "No, Butler, we've really provoked people we can't afford to offend. They are." Before he could finish, the phone was snatched away. Jean Wadding briefly declared, "I will wait for your patriarch to arrive. Brat, report your location quickly. The patriarch is merciful. He'll give you a chance and bestow a business card upon you. Release the young master. Take the business card and get lost." Jean Wadding raised an eyebrow. "Business card? What the hell is Bu Jindong's business card worth? But since he wants to put on a play, I'll play along with him to the end." Jean Wadding took the short knife, threw it forcefully at Bu Tongfei, and his arm was instantly severed. Bu Tongfei howled miserably, frightening the seagulls into scattering. Jean Wadding instructed, "Take it and send it to Bu Jindong." Bai Geng took out a white handkerchief. "Yes, boss." He swiftly wrapped the severed arm and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Bu Jindong was still immersed in the words of praise. Patriarch Bu is too merciful towards him. If today wasn't your birthday banquet, I would definitely go over there personally and slaughter those madmen. I think those kidnappers must be so happy receiving Patriarch Bu's business card that they've forgotten their own names. Bu Jindong spoke. "All right, it's just a small matter. I, Bu, have always been merciful. If we can avoid using weapons, we should try to resolve things peacefully." Huang Fatsai chimed in. "Patriarch Bu indeed has an outstanding demeanor. This is exactly subduing the enemy without a fight. A single business card settles the opponent and controls all of Haidong. Only Patriarch Bu could achieve this. Truly magnanimous and majestic." Bu Jindong smiled, leisurely taking a sip of wine. The old butler ran and holding a box. "Patriarch. Patriarch, this is bad." Bu Jindong frowned. "What is it now?" The butler hinted. "Patriarch, the kidnappers have replied. How about we step back and talk over there?" Bu Jindong said arrogantly, "No need. Just say it right here." Huang Fatsai interjected again. "Is there even need to ask? It must be because of Patriarch Bu's intimidating aura. They want to come and apologize in person, right? Now, they know how formidable Patriarch Bu is? It's too late. Wanted to bear thorns and plead guilty. There's no chance. These kinds of people should have died long ago." Bu Jindong waved his hand to order. "Call him in. I will question him personally." The butler reported in terror. "Patriarch, he didn't come at all. He just sent someone to deliver this." Bu Jindong ordered, "Open it and let's see." The butler hesitantly opened the box, and inside was a severed arm. The whole hall fell dead silent. Bu Jindong's eyes widened. "This is Tongfei." His entire demeanor became extremely dark. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. It was an unknown number. He gritted his teeth and answered, only to hear the other end say, "Bu Jindong, tomorrow at noon, wait for me in the group's conference room. I will pay a visit personally and kill your son right in front of you." The phone was crushed into pieces, and Bu Jindong roared, "All right, tomorrow I, Bu, will definitely entertain you well. I want to see which one of you ate a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, daring to kill my son right in front of me." Huang Fatsai raised his fist to show his loyalty. "This guy is too arrogant. Giving him face, and he doesn't want it. This lowly one is willing to work like a horse and ox for Patriarch Bu. Tomorrow I will intercept and kill him on the way, venting this anger on behalf of Patriarch Bu." Bu Jindong shouted loudly, "Stay put. I want to catch the mastermind with my own hands." In the hotel, Bai Geng was gnawing on a large chicken drumstick. Long Dongxiang sighed. "Idan is safe and sound this time. I was really worried. Wadding, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to save someone from the Bu family's hands. This is truly harder than ascending to heaven. Let's bottom up." Jean Wadding replied, "Uncle Long, don't worry. With me here from now on, no one can bully you guys. After speaking, he tilted his head back and drank it all. Two girls walking by whispered to each other, "Look at that guy over there. He has such a huge appetite, eating for 5 people all by himself. It's amazing." Long Dongxiang laughed and said, "Wadding, your friend sure has a good appetite." Jean Wadding looked at his comrade who was wolfing down the food, recalling the time they guarded the border. Bai Geng was the biggest eater. But even so, there was a time when Bai Geng led a suicide squad of 1,000 men. Each person only brought 3 days' worth of dry rations, but they were unexpectedly surrounded by enemy forces. Bai Geng and his team were forced to retreat and hold out in an earthen fortress to yield food to the wounded. Bai Geng starved for 6 days without a single drop of water, during which time he also had to command the troops to repel waves of attacks. When Jean Wadding led the troops to reinforce them, counting Bai Geng, there were less than 20 people left. The others had all died on the battlefield, their bones buried in the yellow earth. Bai Geng was so hungry at that time that he was skin and bones, unable to stand steadily, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. The emaciated Bai Geng blamed himself. "Boss, I'm sorry. Out of our 1,000 brothers, only these are left. I'm sorry, brother." A man over 2 meters tall, who had never stepped back in the face of the enemy's brutal attacks, who hadn't eaten for 6 days without a single complaint, yet in that moment shed tears for his fallen comrades. The smiles of the past were still there, but the people were gone. Bai Geng, chewing his food and speaking unclearly, said, "Boss, I'm sorry. I ate too much and made you lose face." The touching brotherhood instantly became comical. Jean Wadding patted his shoulder. "How could that be? At the border, you could eat 20 portions by yourself. Why haven't you even finished half of that now? Have you been lazy and skipping training lately?" Bai Geng, with one side of his face swollen, shook his head and said, "Boss, I haven't." Jean Wadding raised his hand to threaten him. "If not, then eat up quickly. If you don't eat 20 portions, see if I don't skin you alive." Bai Geng stood at attention and replied, "Understood, Heavenly King." Looking full of vigor, he was about to say something when Jean Wadding pinched his waist hard. He hurriedly changed his tune. "I mean, even if the Heavenly King himself comes, I still have to finish these 20 portions of dumplings." Long Dongxiang laughed and said, "Just now you mentioned the Heavenly King." Uncle almost thought Wadding was the newly conferred Johnny Heavenly King. The next day, a group of men in black lined up across the street. A scarred leader ordered, "Everyone, look sharp. Don't even let a single fly slip through." He then turned to report, "Boss, setting up such a grand formation. Are we giving those kidnappers too much credit? Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he'll be scared out of his wits." Huang Fatsai took a drag of his cigarette. "What do you know? If I can solve this for Patriarpu this time, our Huang family will definitely be able to step into the ranks of the wealthy and powerful, and our influence will reach a whole new level." The scarred man looked at his watch. "It's almost time. There are only 5 minutes left, and the other party hasn't shown up yet. Could be they don't dare to come." Huang Fatsai said, "No, that person is incredibly arrogant. So arrogant that no one dares to cross him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kidnapped young Master Bu. Don't worry. He will definitely come." The subordinates applauded loudly. "Boss, your analysis is brilliant." Huang Fatsai stood up. "Time is running out. Everyone get ready. Once that person appears, no matter what, we must capture him alive on the spot. Finally, pay attention to one thing. Absolutely do not hurt young Master Bu." On the boulevard, a long line of cars was stuck in traffic. Bai Geng's thoughts were in a mess. After a while, he said angrily, "Boss, these scums are too much. Just a local bully, yet he dares to block the roads." Jean Wadding said, "Bu Zhendong is doing this to intentionally show off his power to me. Since that's the case, we must let him know the rules. Quickly switch your phone to airplane mode, then spread the word out. Just say that the Johnny Heavenly King is about to patrol Haidong." Bai Geng smiled and said, "Understood. I'll go arrange it right away." In the office, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Bu Zhendong asked, "Is there still no news from Huang Fatsai's side?" The butler replied, "I just called, and they said the kidnapper still hasn't appeared." A person nearby chimed in, "Aren't they too scared to come? They were so arrogant yesterday. I thought they were some sort of deities, but it turns out they're just cowards shrinking their heads into their shells." Xia Qinghe was blocked on the side of the road, angrily scolding, "This is outrageous. It's so hard to get a weekend to go out and play, yet they blocked all 4 main roads. I really don't know what's going on." When Shiweting suggested, "Now we can only walk over there and see," the two turned around and heard someone calling Shiweting from behind. Sun Jinrui walked over with a frivolous smile. "Miss Xia, you're here too?" When Shiweting looked at his head, which was tightly wrapped in bandages like a rice dumpling, and exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Sun, what happened to you?" Sun Jinrui scratched his head and bragged, "It's like this. Last night, I went out and saw an old lady dancing in the square being robbed by two thugs. I couldn't just stand by, so I rushed in and beat up those two thugs. I just got a minor injury. It's nothing. In his heart, he was cursing, damn it, yesterday in the security room, I was beaten up unreasonably by that big guy. Thinking about it now still makes me furious. Xia Qinghe didn't believe it. An old lady going out alone in the middle of the night to dance? Is she that addicted to dancing? Mr. Sun, were you beaten up by someone, and to impress Xueting, you just made up a story? Sun Jinrui deflected. Miss Xia, look at what you're saying. Do I look like someone who lies? Xia Qinghe replied, to be honest, you kinda do. This rendered Sun Jinrui speechless when Xueting pulled her hand and urged, all right, Qinghe, we still have to go to the square. Let's go quickly. Sun Jinrui stopped them. Hold on, beautiful ladies. The square is temporarily locked down. You can't get in. When Xueting was confused, locked down? Why is it locked down? Sun Jinrui took the opportunity to show off. Something big happened today, but it's fine. One phone call from me will solve it right away. Sunlight shone directly on the high-rise buildings. Sun Jinrui hung up the phone and boasted, how is it? I told you it wasn't a problem. To tell you the truth, today, the roads are blocked by Huang Fatsai. In other words, it's lucky I know someone under President Huang. Otherwise, it would take you two at least half an hour to walk over there. Sun Jinrui suggested, how about this? Get in the car. I'll drive you over. I've already put in a word. We'll get through in a few minutes. Xia Qinghe rested her chin in thought. When Xueting saw Zhang Wading, and her eyes lit up brightly. Before Zhang Wading could react to what was happening, when Xueting threw away her image and rushed over to hug him. I finally found you. Zhang Wading, why didn't you tell me earlier? If it weren't for your sister, I wouldn't have even known your identity. I didn't expect to meet you here. Xia Qinghe glanced over. So it's him, and Xueting even knows him. Zhang Wading replied, it's me. I'm back. When Xueting asked, right, where have you been and what have you been doing these past few years? Zhang Wading answered, I enlisted, carrying out secret missions at the border, so I couldn't contact anyone. When Xueting explained, a bit flustered, right, Wading, the engagement between me and Qin Xiaoding has been canceled. I never had any feelings for him in the first place. If something hadn't happened to my family, my father would never have resorted to such a desperate measure. It's just that this time, we've also offended the Chun family. Zhang Wading comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. When we were young, you protected me. Now that I'm back, I will definitely protect you. Sun Jinrui roared in jealousy. There should be a limit to bragging. You're boasting too much. Are you Long Yidon's brother? Zhang Wading completely ignored him and asked the two girls, were you planning to go to the square? When Xueting replied sweetly, yes. After a hard week, we finally got some time to go out and relax, but we didn't expect a traffic jam. I heard the square is locked down too. Sun Jinrui was boiling with anger. You brat, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Zhang Wading said, a helicopter will come to pick me up soon. It's on the way, so I could drop you two off there. No need to worry about the traffic. Sun Jinrui was trembling with anger. Xia Qinghe frowned and repeated, a helicopter? You mean you called in a helicopter because of the traffic? Is that it? Zhang Wading asked back, is there something wrong with that? Xia Qinghe replied arrogantly, I think you're bragging again. If it wasn't out of respect for you being Long Yidon's brother, I wouldn't even bother paying attention to someone who boasts all day like you. Taking a helicopter because of a traffic jam? You really know how to talk big. I made up my mind, let's go. In that case, taking Sun Jinrui's car is more reliable. Sun Jinrui happily opened the car door. It's an honor to serve two beautiful ladies. I'm not like that king of braggers. Taking a helicopter because of traffic? When Xueting followed the two with an unhappy expression, then ran back and pulled Zhang Wading's hand. Wading is just joking with us. Walking is fine too. We can walk and talk. Sun Jinrui, feeling left out, questioned in his mind. Even after all this, Xueting is still defending this brat. In what way is he better than me? Sun Jinrui? Zhang Wading's eyes darkened, and he smiled. The helicopter is here. 5 or 6 helicopters appeared in the sky. Xia Qinghe still didn't believe it. That's enough. Planes fly by every day. What does that have to do with you? One helicopter flew at a low altitude, its roaring rotors kicking up a cloud of dust. The corner of Zhang Wading's mouth curled up slightly. Sun Jinrui was so shocked his jaw dropped, staring blankly as the helicopter landed on the road. The people on the helicopter stepped out, stood at attention, and saluted boss. Please board the helicopter, boss. When Xueting covered her mouth and exclaimed, the helicopter really came. Sun Jinrui struggled to squeeze out a few words. Is it real? Zhang Wading reached out his hand to Wen Shueting and said, "Get on." When Shueting turned her head and called Xia Qinghe, "Qinghe, what are you spacing out for? Let's go." Xia Qinghe looked up at her, tucked her hair behind her ear, and replied awkwardly, "Ah." Sun Jinrui cursed inwardly. Damn it, this helicopter must be rented. This brat looks so ordinary. He'd struggle to buy a toy model, let alone a real helicopter. Keep dreaming. On Huang Fatsai's side, he said, "The Zhani Heavenly King was just conferred by the court. His power shakes the nation. A big shot of this level operates in Longdu. How could he come to a place like Haidong?" A subordinate beside him reassured, "Someone must be intentionally spreading rumors." Huang Fatsai stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Makes sense. Never mind, it's definitely a rumor. Let's continue waiting for those kidnappers." The two looked up at the sky and exclaimed. Huang Fatsai couldn't help but swear, "Holy crap, whose helicopters are these?" The helicopters dropped a black flag with a red bird emblem in the middle. The leader was scared out of his wits. Isn't this the battle flag of the newly conferred Zhani Heavenly King? He instantly fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly in front of his subordinates. The underlings asked worriedly, "Boss, what's wrong?" Huang Fatsai hastily grabbed the collar of an underling and said urgently, John, the Zhani Heavenly King is really here. What are you standing there for? Kneel down quickly." All the subordinates immediately prostrated on the ground, bowing their heads. Two helicopters flew straight toward the Xianglong group. A subordinate helped Huang Fatsai up and asked, "Boss, the helicopters are flying toward the Xianglong group. What should we do now?" He frowned and said, "What else? Quickly go clear the traffic on the roads for me. The court just conferred the Zhani Heavenly King." Huang Fatsai stood up, checking his phone, and warned, "This power can shake half the nation. If he finds out, neither you nor I can bear the consequences. Quickly inform Bu Jindong. The Zhani Heavenly King is heading toward the Xianglong group." Footsteps echoed as Bu Jindong led his subordinates inside. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Whenever a big shot from above comes to inspect, they all enter Haidong from here. "That's right, we might be able to meet the Zhani Heavenly King here." Two men chatted and laughed. To be able to wait for the Zhani Heavenly King is truly an honor. Huang Fatsai then ran to Bu Jindong's side. Panting, Patriarch Bu, Huang Fatsai wiped his sweat and pleaded, "I have a major matter to report." Bu Jindong raised his hand to interrupt. "Have you caught the lunatic who kidnapped my son? We'll deal with this matter later." Bu Jindong thought to himself, "The Zhani Heavenly King's power reaches the heavens. If our Bu family can cling to this massive tree, we could absolutely ascend to the top in one step, maybe even become a wealthy family in Longdu. My son's matter can wait." Huang Fatsai leaned into Bu Jindong's ear and whispered, "No, it's news about the Zhani Heavenly King. He's arrived at the Xianglong group." Bu Jindong shouted in shock, "What?" Then he turned and ordered, "Do not tell anyone about this. Let's go quickly." He thought to himself, "To welcome the Zhani Heavenly King, all the renowned powerhouses have gathered here. I didn't expect our Bu family to get there first. To be valued by the Zhani Heavenly King. What an immense fortune that would be." Zhang Wading's helicopter fleet flew away after dropping them off. When Shueting asked Zhang Wading, "Wading, aren't you going with us?" He replied, "No, I still have matters to deal with." The sunlight reflected off the glass building, dazzlingly bright. Bai Geng, carrying a person, walked into a building with Zhang Wading. Two subordinates blocked them and shouted, "Stop right there. What are you doing?" Zhang Wading said leisurely, "Please call Bu Jindong and tell him I'm waiting in his office with his son." A subordinate roared, "Do you have a business card? If you don't have a business card, get lost. Do you think you can just meet Patriarch Bu whenever you want?" Bai Geng threw Bu Jindong's son toward them, cracked his wrists, and sneered, "Boss, this is much simpler." Zhang Wading didn't even bother to look. Saying calmly, "Let's go up." Bai Geng dragged Bu Jindong's son, following behind. Zhang Wading strode into the building with an imposing aura. At this moment, at the Xianglong group, Bu Jindong led his subordinates running out to the front square. Amidst the intense music, he turned around, panting, and asked Huang Fatsai what's going on. "Where is the Zhani Heavenly King?" Huang Fatsai scratched his head and said, "Impossible. My subordinates clearly saw the helicopters land at the music square. How could he just vanish?" The two subordinates from earlier ran over, shouting in panic, "Président Bu." We have a matter to report. Bu Jindong grabbed one of them by the collar and asked angrily, "Did you see the Zhani Heavenly King? Tell me quickly where he is." The subordinate replied, trembling, "It's the kidnappers. They blatantly barged into the Xianglong group." Huang Fatsai exclaimed, "What? If those kidnappers run into the Heavenly King, we're all dead." He kicked a security guard and scolded, "What are you standing there for? Go up and catch them." After scolding, he turned to Bu Jindong and said, "Patriarch Bu, you wait outside to receive the Heavenly King. I'll go up and deal with this first." Bu Jindong smiled in gratitude. "All right, Patriarch Huang, I will remember this favor." Huang Fatsai thought to himself, with this promise from Bu Jindong, our Huang family's influence in Haidong will steadily rise. A car drove up, and a foot wearing a shiny black leather shoe stepped out. Bu Jindong wondered inwardly, Liu Yunduan's car? Why is he here? Liu Yundun stepped out of the car, laughing triumphantly. "Haha, the Bu family truly lives up to its reputation as a top tycoon in Haidong. Your news is really fast." Bu Jindong crossed his arms and retorted, "The Liu family's news speed isn't slow either." Meanwhile, on Bai Gung's side, he slapped a man hard in the face, scolding, "Everyone says the Xianglong group is the top tycoon in Haidong. Why is your security level not even a match for one of my hands?" The man crashed into the wall and fell. A group of security guards were beaten by Bai Gung, crying out miserably, "Spare my life. Ouch. It hurts so much." Zhan Wading reminded him, "This is the domestic front after all. Don't compare it to the battlefield." Bai Gung scratched his head and gave an apologetic smile. The guards lay groaning on the ground. "Ouch. It hurts to death. Spare me." Huang Fatsai, who happened to run over and saw this scene, was so terrified that he hurriedly knelt down, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Please, please spare me." Zhan Wading turned away, ignoring him, and said, "Let's go." Huang Fatsai kept trembling unceasingly. "Scare me to death." Bai Gung and Zhan Wading walked up to an office. Bai Gung kicked the large doors open and laughed wickedly. "Hee boss, why did you let that coward go?" Zhan Wading turned his head and gave a faint smile. He was so scared he peed his pants. "Aren't you afraid of dirtying your hands? Besides, isn't beating people up your life?" Bai Gung smiled and said, I'm just afraid my hands will get tired from beating people." Zhan Wading put his hands in his pockets and snorted softly. "This place is not bad. Let's pick this place. Call Bu Zhendong. Tell him to come and ransom his man." Bai Gung put the person on the table and replied, "Yes." Bai Gung picked up the phone with a serious look. At this time, Bu Zhendong answered the phone. "What is it?" On the other end of the line was Huang Fatsai. "Patriarch Bu, things are a bit chaotic. I want to ask if we can use." Bu Zhendong instructed. "Yes. Remember to attach a silencer. Clean it up nicely." Liu Yundun urged. "Patriarch Bu's complexion doesn't look very good. If you have something to do, go do it quickly. I am enough here." Bu Zhendong replied, "Hey mei pe." No need for Patriarch Liu to worry. No matter how big the matter is, how can it be as important as the Heavenly King's arrival? Xianglong is the Bu family's territory. Receiving the Heavenly King is naturally my responsibility. Liu Yundun sneered, thinking to himself, about to use guns? How could his complexion be good? Bai Gung shrugged and shook his head. "Your Highness, the call didn't go through." Zhan Wading slowly sat down, crossed his arms, and said in a steady voice, "If he won't come to meet me, then I'll go meet him. Only thing is," he looked into the distance and smiled. "Doing so would come at quite a steep price." Suddenly, an object was thrown out the window, shattering the glass. It was the person Bai Gung had been carrying just now, falling from the building. With a loud crash, the person slammed heavily into the ground, startling everyone. A man turned around and asked, "What happened?" Another person screamed, Someone died." The crowd quickly gathered, forming a large circle around the corpse. Zhan Wading said to Bai Gung, "Let's go." Bai Gung replied, "Understood." The two stepped on skateboards, sliding down the slope of the building. Bai Gung shouted in excitement, "Whoa, since returning from the battlefield, it's been a long time since I felt this great." Meanwhile, on Bu Zhendong's side, he pushed through the crowd toward the body. Trembling, Bu Zhendong lifted the covering cloth, stared in horror at the mangled corpse on the ground, and stammered, How is this possible?" Then he cried out in agony, "Son." Bu Zhendong hugged the young man's body and gritted his teeth. "For the sake of the Bu family, I can only endure this." He turned his head to look around and roared furiously, "Who threw this dead sheep down here? If this alarms the Zhani Heavenly King, my Bu family will not let it slide." Bu Zhendong's face was gloomy. "Quickly drag this dead goat away and clean up this place. Absolutely do not delay the reception of the Heavenly King later." Hearing this, two bodyguards immediately wrapped the corpse in a blanket it and carried it away. Bai Geng and Zhang Wading jumped down from the railing without hesitation. Bai Geng, without a word, delivered a flying kick that sent one of the bodyguards carrying the corpse flying. He quickly elbowed the other bodyguard hard on the chin, grabbing the bald man by the neck with one hand, squeezing until he begged for mercy and pain. He forcefully slammed the bald man onto the street, causing the severely injured bald man to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Zhang Wading stepped on the corpse and calmly asked, "You are Bu Zhendong?" Around them, the two bodyguards lay motionless on the ground. He faced Bu Zhendong and sighed. "It's really not easy to meet you once." Bu Zhendong looked at Zhang Wading suspiciously, pondering deeply, feeling that something was wrong. The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly. "Who is this person? Am I seeing things? I think I saw two people fall from the sky." Zhang Wading crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, "You didn't want him when he was intact. You didn't want him when he was crippled. Now there's only a corpse left. If you still don't want to accept it, then I'll be in a bit of a tough spot." Bu Zhendong glared at him angrily, gritting his teeth as he squeezed out every word. "Consider yourself capable. In this matter, I, Bu Zhendong, admit defeat. But let me tell you, no matter what, don't even think about ruining the ceremony to welcome the Heavenly King." He frowned and questioned, "I just hope the Heavenly King's inspection tour of Haidong goes smoothly this time. Speak, how much money do you want?" In his heart, he thought to himself that paying respects to the Heavenly King must go without any mishaps. Zhang Wading laughed out loud, full of sarcasm. "Haha, interesting, truly interesting. For the sake of your own future, you won't even acknowledge your own son." He raised his hand to signal a price. "Since it's like this, then add another 10 billion. Bu Zhendong was frightened by this price and stammered, "You." A shameless person rushed forward, pointed at Zhang Wading, and roared, "You're crazy. 10 billion? Let me tell you, I am the biggest judge in this Haidong. If you immediately kneel down and apologize to Patriarch Bu, I might still give you a lighter sentence." Zhang Wading glanced at them and said, "It seems your opinions are not very unified." Bu Zhendong hurriedly stopped them. "Wait, I'll pay." He angrily slapped the judge and growled, "Is it your turn to speak here? Get lost." He handed Zhang Wading a black card. "This is the supreme black card of Tongbao Bank." Zhang Wading took the black card, and Bu Zhendong continued, "There are 10 billion inside." Having achieved his goal, Zhang Wading held the black card tightly, preparing to leave. He waved the card. "Small capital, huge profits, reputable business. I hope Patriarch Bu will take care of my business more in the future." Bu Zhendong looked furiously at his retreating back. "Wait until I finish receiving the Heavenly King. I will definitely settle the score with you, tearing you to pieces." Zhang Wading walked away full of indignation, his tone filled with sarcasm. To cling to power and wealth. He didn't even want his own son. Truly just like that father of mine. Walking a bit further, Zhang Wading thought to himself, "I hope you take care of your health. Wait until I personally smash your kneecaps and make you kneel before my mother's grave to repent." Bai Geng looked at Zhang Wading, feeling awe in his heart. This murderous aura is still as terrifying as ever. Xia Qinghe and Wen Shuiting waved to call him from afar. Zhang Wading walked over, and Xia Qinghe looked at him suspiciously. "What are you doing dazing off over there? Shuiting has been calling you for a while." When Shuiting happily pulled her hand, Qinghe heard that the Heavenly King was coming to Xianglong Group and insisted on coming here to watch the excitement. Xia Qinghe was stunned. The entrance to Xianglong Group was packed with people lining up to get in. Xia Qinghe looked regretfully at the scene. The Heavenly King inspecting Haidong. This is indeed a major event. It's a pity that Xianglong Group only allows people with assets of over 10 billion to enter. She doubtfully pointed at Zhang Wading and questioned, "Come to think of it, how did you get in?" "I saw you coming out from inside." Zhang Wading calmly explained. "I went in there for some business just now." Xia Qinghe snorted disdainfully. "If you used the back door, just say you used the back door, nothing to brag about." Sun Jinrui came out of nowhere and chimed in, startling the girls. "That's right, earning a little pocket change, renting a helicopter just for the sake of face." When Shuiting looked at Sun Jinrui with disgust, feeling that this person liked to brag too much, Zhang Wading was very calm. "I only say what I want to say. Whether people believe it or not is their business." He handed them the black card. "I have other things to do. I'll be leaving first. If Shuiting wants to go inside, she can swipe this card." Sun Jinrui endlessly mocked. "Who are you trying to trick with this trashy card? At that time, it won't be you losing face." Shuiting don't believe him. Sun Jinrui smugly pulled out his phone. "Look at me, I know Boss Huang." Bai Geng was angry and wanted to punch him. "You brat. Are you tired of living? Do you know who this is that you dare to provoke him? Jean Wading raised his hand to stop him. There is no need to get angry over this kind of person. Let's go. Sun Jinrui was still putting on airs, making a servile phone call. Hello, is this Boss Wang? This is Little Sun. I have a favor to ask. On the other end of the line, Boss Wang's voice was extremely impatient, scaring Sun Jinrui half to death. Get lost. If you dare call again, I'll have someone beat you to death. Boss Wang looked ahead in horror, cursing. Damn it, is this something a human can do? Which great deity did I offend anyway? Huang Fatsai gripped his phone tightly. The glass window of his office was shattered to pieces, and sunlight shone straight in. Sun Jinrui looked at his phone in horror. What happened? When Xueting snorted coldly at him. Teacher's son, if you keep doing things like flattering and begging others for favors like this, sooner or later you will meet disaster. She handed the black card to Xia Qinghe and signaled. Qinghe, you go in. After saying that, when Xueting ran off, not forgetting to wave goodbye, I'm going with Brother Wading. When Xueting smiled and hooked her arm through Jean Wading's, suggesting, Wading, I know a restaurant named Zijing Pavilion. Xia Qinghe looked at the black card and sighed. This girl Xueting, how did she get so infatuated with that guy? Then Xia Qinghe suddenly said angrily, and how am I supposed to use this trashy card? Xia Qinghe ignored Sun Jinrui and hurried to chase after them. You boy-crazy friend dumper, wait for me. I'm going too. Sun Jinrui was left on the spot, gritting his teeth in anger. Jean Wading. The Heavenly King's escort team. Cars sped along the road. The escort team sat in the cars. One person looked down at his watch and reminded, moving towards Zijing Pavilion. The Heavenly King's location has changed. He picked up the walkie-talkie and called out, reroute to Zijing Pavilion. At the luxurious Zijing Pavilion restaurant, the four of them sat around a table, eating and chatting. Xia Qinghe exclaimed, wow, this is the biggest restaurant in Haidong. Xueting, why are you spending so much? When Xueting was excited. Of course, it's to celebrate the fact that Brother Jean Wading and I officially got acquainted today. Jean Wading held a chicken leg, chewing and saying, eat quickly. Talking too much at the dining table is disrespectful to the food. When Xueting teased, you glutton. Xia Qinghe sighed. Jean Wading's comrade in arms is truly generous. She suddenly asked curiously, Johnny Heavenly King is coming to Haidong. Why aren't you too excited at all? He is the idol of all soldiers. Jean Wading said awkwardly, that's because Johnny Heavenly King hasn't arrived in Haidong yet. Xia Qinghe was doubtful. What? The Heavenly King hasn't arrived in Haidong yet? But all of Haidong is spreading rumors. Jean Wading rested his chin on his hand and casually replied, if the Heavenly King truly arrived in Haidong, Haidong guards would have lined up 30 kilometers outside the city to welcome him. I guess this time only the Heavenly King's subordinates came. When Xueting realized, so that's how it is, I wondered why the Heavenly King would suddenly come to Haidong. Wading, you're really smart. Xia Qinghe regretfully bit her finger. I thought Johnny Heavenly King had already arrived. What a pity. She suddenly remembered something and asked, then what is Xianglong Group waiting for? At Xianglong Group, everyone looked at each other blankly, full of doubt. Why hasn't the Heavenly King arrived yet? Is Patriarch Bu playing a trick on us? Someone walked over and whispered in Bu Jindong's ear, Patriarch. We suddenly lost track of the Heavenly King's escort team. Bu Jindong roared furiously. Unacceptable. Investigate this clearly for me. The servant bowed his head and replied, yes. Bu Jindong clenched his fists. Otherwise, I will become the laughingstock of all Haidong. The servant seemed to remember something, broke into a cold sweat, and stammered. Investigate the Heavenly King's location? Bu Jindong angrily kicked him. Are you tired of living? How could you investigate the whereabouts of King? Investigate that kidnapper for me. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find him. I want to hack him into 100 pieces. He pointed at Huang Fatsai, standing nearby, and, without a word, punched him. It's all because of you, useless trash. You couldn't even deal with a single kidnapper. Bu Jindong incessantly kicked Huang Fatsai and cursed. Useless trash. Huang Fatsai clutched his swollen face and cried, Don't hit me anymore. That guy is really too strong. When I chased after him, he had already jumped off the building to escape. That was the 26th floor. Bu Jindong pointed his gun at Huang Fatsai's head, his face gloomy. If you were so useless, why should I keep you alive? Huang Fatsai pleaded in terror. Patriarch Bu, spare my life. I have a clue. On another side, Sun Jinrui was sitting at home, empty wine bottles scattered on the table, and he sighed. Sun Jinrui took another big gulp of wine, roughly wiped his mouth. It's all because of that damn pretty boy, causing me to lose all face in front of Shiwedding. Sun Jinrui's phone rang continuously. He picked it up and said servilely, "Boss Huang, why did you think to call me?" No. Receiving your call makes me overwhelmed by unexpected favor. On the other end of the line, Huang Fatsai, with a puffy face, laughed. "I was just joking with you today, haha. I want to ask about someone." Huang Fatsai sent a photo. Seeing the person in the photo, Sun Jinrui was startled in terror. Isn't this Long Yidong, her brother? Offending Boss Huang, your life comes to an end here. Shiwedding is mine. In the restaurant, when Shiwedding excitedly raised her glass, being able to meet each other here today, I am truly very happy. She looked at John Wadding expectantly. Wadding, you've been discharged from the military, right? Do you still have to go back to the army? John Wadding calmly closed his eyes. Let's consider it so. Currently, the border situation is stable. They temporarily don't need me. Xiao Qinghe looked at him doubtfully. So what are your plans now? You can't just keep waiting like this. Seeing this, when Shiwedding suggested, Wadding has been at the border for so many years. Let him rest for a few days. Jean Wadding smiled and said, "During this time, I do intend to rest for a bit and also handle some personal matters." Xia Qinghe looked at him with pity. Jobs are hard to find nowadays. I originally planned to introduce you to a job. A waiter walked to their table and spoke up. "Hello, beautiful sister." He handed Wen Shiwedding a business card and continued. "Your table has already been paid for. That gentleman over there asked me to give you his business card and also invites you up to the private room on the second floor." Xia Qinghe said in surprise, "Shiwedding, isn't this another one of your suitors?" She turned and made a face, teasing Jean Wadding. "He is much more class than someone here." Jean Wadding acted as if he didn't see it, still calmly picking up his food. When Shiwedding stood up suspiciously, she walked up to the waiter, placed money on the tray, and said, "Please return the money and business card to him, and also pass on the message telling him not to act so mysteriously." The waiter smirked sarcastically. "The person inviting you is the eldest young master of the Sun family, Sun Tyloin. I hope you don't disregard his good intentions." Bai Geng, without a word, threw a straight punch into his arrogant face. The waiter clutched his bleeding nose and screamed miserably, "Ouch, ouch." He angrily pointed at them. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You guys are dead." Xiao Qinghe leaned on her crutch and reproached, "You guys are too impulsive. The Sun family is a martial arts family." Jean Wadding continued, cutting his meat calmly, and replied, "Dealing with this kind of scum, when it's time to take action, you have to take action, otherwise they will linger like haunting ghosts." When Shiwedding leaned on her crutch and said angrily, "Truly like haunting ghosts. This is not the first time this Sun Tyloin has harassed me. Wadding, let's change to another place." A group of people suddenly pushed the door open and barged in, surrounding Wen Shiwedding's table. Sun Tyloin stepped out arrogantly. "Who made a move just now?" The waiter immediately pointed at Bai Geng and shouted, "It's him. It's exactly him." Bai Geng did not show any weakness. Provoking, "I was the one who hit him. So what?" When Shiwedding also indignantly chimed in, "Sun Tyloin, the Sun family is a family of merit. How could they raise such a scumbag like you?" Sun Tyloin shrugged. "Shiwedding, don't target me just because we know each other." He immediately pointed at the person walking over. "Tonight, the one calling the shots is 4th young Master Chen." Chun Sihai suspiciously looked when Shiwedding up and down. "Are you the fiancé of the Chun family's second son? Stay and have a glass of wine with me, and I will let your friends go." When Shiwedding looked displeased, "The engagement between the Wen family and the Chun family has already been cancelled. Please show some self-respect." Sun Tyloin leaned close to her and opened his mouth to say, "Shiwedding, the Chun family is the overlord of Haidong. Having a glass of wine won't cost you anything." Before he could finish his words, a shoe kicked Sun Tyloin squarely in the face. He rolled onto the ground. Jean Wadding looked at him with disdain. "Is Shiwedding someone you can touch?" Sun Tyloin lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Chun Sihai was startled and horrified. This speed was too fast. He regained his arrogant aura. "It seems you have some three-legged cat martial arts. Who are you?" Jean Wadding sneered. "Who am I? I am someone you cannot afford to provoke." Chun Sihai immediately laughed loudly and looked provocatively at Jean Wadding. "Ha ha ha ha. Cannot afford to provoke? Is there still someone in this land of Haidong that my Chun family cannot afford to provoke?" Chun Sihai declared directly, "Brat, just based on these words of yours, I will make sure you cannot step out of the main door of the Zijing Pavilion." The crowd immediately rushed forward, wanting wanting to cause trouble for Zhan Wading. Xiaoqinga spoke up. Gathering to fight is illegal. Don't mess around. She was secretly terrified. Oh no, we are in real danger this time. Chen Sihai's face darkened, and he sneered. Ha ha ha, she says we are breaking the law. He lowered his voice. Then I will show you clearly what it truly means to break the law. Zhan Wading sighed helplessly, sigh. He ordered Bai Geng, you take these two girls out first. Bai Geng was a bit confused, but still replied, yes. He gave a thumbs up and smiled, I understand. Bai Geng walked over to Wen Shiwedding and signaled, you too. So sorry. Bai Geng pulled their hands and quickly ran out. A subordinate panicked and ordered, hurry and chase them. Seeing them run away, Chen Sihai stopped them. Don't chase. He looked provocatively at Zhan Wading. You got some guts. Willingly staying here, waiting for death just to protect two girls. Zhan Wading sneered disdainfully. Waiting for death? No, no, no. You misunderstood. Zhan Wading said provocatively, I'm just afraid your blood will splash onto them. Chen Sihai roared furiously. At death's door and still talking tough, beat him to death for me. A bodyguard swung his fist at Zhan Wading. Go to hell. Zhan Wading gently blocked it with one finger. Is this all the skill you have? The bodyguard panicked. What is going on? How is this fist harder than steel? Someone pulled a dagger out of their pocket and growled softly. This guy is a professional. He gripped the dagger tightly and rushed forward with two others. I want to see whether your body is harder or my knife is harder. Zhan Wading launched a palm strike, sending him flying. Gently clapping his hands. It seems my body is harder than a knife. Zhan Wading quickly rushed into the crowd, knocking them down to the ground one by one. They lay on the ground groaning. Ouch, it hurts. Spare our lives. Zhan Wading walked up to Chen Sihai, calmly looking at his terrified face. You're the only one left. Chen Sihai backed away continuously, threatening. My family is the overlord of Haidong. If you dare to hurt me, it's going against the whole of Haidong. The Chen family won't let you off. Chen Sihai's face was pale. No matter how good your martial arts are, you're no match for firearms. If you let me go, I will pretend nothing happened today. Zhan Wading slapped Chen Sihai straight in the face. Mocking, the Shangwan family actually gave birth to someone like you. It's a pity the quality is truly lacking. Chen Sihai panicked and stuttered. Do you know my mother? My mother is the most powerful woman in Haidong. She can give you whatever you want. Zhan Wading raised his foot and kicked Chen Sihai hard, sending him flying. Scram. Chen Sihai sat paralyzed on the ground, absolutely terrified. Zhan Wading angrily stepped forward and kicked him hard. The kind-hearted lose their fortunes, while the wicked have countless descendants. On what grounds is it so unfair? Chen Sihai was beaten until his nose and face were swollen, begging in terror, spare my life, spare my life. Zhan Wading seemed to notice something, and gently leaned to the side to dodge. Huang Fatsai stood at the door, aiming a gun at Zhan Wading, cursing, damn it, I missed. Chen Sihai, as if catching a life-saving straw, reached out his hand and shouted, Boss Huang, save me. I am Chen Sihai. Huang Fatsai raised his gun and threatened, let fourth young Master Chen go, and I'll spare your life. Then he thought smugly, I can save the Chen family's young master along the way, effortlessly earning a favor from the Chen family. Zhan Wading snorted angrily. Humph. He increased the force on his foot. Chen Sihai screamed miserably. He lay motionless on the ground, covered in blood. Zhan Wading kicked his body toward Huang Fatsai, saying disdainfully, returning him to you. Huang Fatsai looked down at his feet in panic, stuttering. You killed fourth young Master Chen. Huang Fatsai waved his hand and sighed. Whatever, dead is dead. A group of bodyguards rushed in with guns, tightly surrounding Zhan Wading. Huang Fatsai raised his eyebrows and sneered. Ha, you're dead for sure. Zhan Wading clicked his tongue in amazement. TSK, not bad, having so many firearms domestically. Zhan Wading raised his hand to signal. Shoot. Huang Fatsai flew into a rage out of humiliation. If you are in such a hurry to die, then don't blame me. Huang Fatsai ordered to open fire. Everyone raised their guns, aiming at Zhan Wading, when suddenly a group of people charged forward, quickly taking down the bodyguards, and then turned their backs to Zhan Wading. The bodyguards groaned in pain. The whole group knelt down in unison, shouting together. The Heavenly King's Guardian Squad was late to the rescue. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Zhan Wading sighed. Then multiply tonight's training content by 10. They respectfully accepted the order. Thank you for your grace, Your Highness. Huang Fatsai looked at them in confusion. What highness? What are you talking about? You are a prince? Huang Fatsai suddenly yelled, Are you messing with us? Do you think everyone is an idiot? The figure of a young girl dashed toward Huang Fatsai, reaching out to choke him, forcefully throwing Huang Fatsai to the ground. She looked disdainfully at Huang Fatsai rolling on the floor. You are too noisy. Then she turned to Zhang Wading, asking sweetly, Your Highness, why did you suddenly come to Haidong? And you didn't even bring me along. Zhang Wading looked at her and answered, It's a long story. Then he ordered, You lead the brothers to clean up the scene. Stay here and handle the aftermath properly. I'll go first. The girl knelt down seriously. Yes, sir. I went Xu Wedding's house. Despite the extremely tense atmosphere, Bai Geng didn't stop eating and drinking. When Xu Wedding held her phone with an anxious expression, No, I have to call my dad. Xia Qing'a chimed in, I'll call my grandpa too. Bai Geng, with his mouth full of food, reassured them, Oh my, it's going to be fine. Suddenly, when Xu Wedding's phone rang, and it was Zhang Wading calling, she hurriedly picked up. Hello, Wading, are you all right? On the other end of the line, Zhang Wading reassured her, Yeah, I'm fine. After dealing with Chun Sihai's group, Zhang Wading called when Xu Wedding. She gently wiped her tears and scolded. Honestly, why couldn't you stay for my sake? Thankfully you're okay. Otherwise, what would I do? She was curious about what exactly had happened. Zhang Wading answered affectionately. Don't worry, it was just a minor issue. Suddenly, a tragic cry came from the bushes ahead. Let me go, boo-hoo. Zhang Wading's expression became serious. I have to go. I'll find you later. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Wading quietly went in to check. A pervert was pinning A. I thought this kind of plot only appeared in comic books. The pervert was startled, turned around abruptly, and yelled, Who is it? Seeing someone approach, the girl hurriedly cried for help. But her mouth was covered, so she could only make muffled sounds. Zhang Wading looked at the pervert with disdain. Man, you're in too much of a hurry. You should have at least found a place with no one around. The guy became enraged from embarrassment and furiously roared. Damn it, what the hell are you trying to say? Zhang Wading sneered. What I want to say is, if you had found a secluded place, you might have been able to keep your miserable life. The pervert was completely infuriated. Brat, you want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't know the skills of me. Lei Bao swung his fist and rushed forward to attack. Zhang Wading gently grabbed the incoming fist, showing an amused expression. You are the first interforce martial artist I've met since coming to Haidong. Lei Bao immediately realized he had encountered a master. His face turned pale, and he stuttered. You. Zhang Wading sighed. However, if this is your strongest strike, it inevitably leaves one disappointed. A look of contempt flashed in Zhang Wading's eyes. After speaking, Zhang Wading then showed Lei Bao what a true powerhouse was. Zhang Wading waved his hand and slashed several times in a row. Lei Bao's wrists and ankles instantly splattered with fresh blood, falling backwards in pain. This boring fight made Zhang Wading let out a sigh. However, Lei Bao suddenly took a deep breath, and while Zhang Wading was not paying attention, forcefully spat out a stream of air toward Zhang Wading, while using the recoil to fly backwards. Although Zhang Wading was a bit surprised, this move naturally couldn't hurt him. Zhang Wading speechlessly watched Lei Bao fall straight into the small lake ahead. Lei Bao struggled to surface, not forgetting to leave behind vicious words. Brat, the Lei family martial arts hall will not let you off. Then he hurriedly slipped away. Zhang Wading muttered, Lei family martial arts hall? He smiled meaningfully. Then it's fine to spare your life. Zhang Wading was indeed too lazy to chase after him. I hope your Lei family martial arts hall can bring me some surprises. Then Zhang Wading walked over to untie the girl on the ground, asking with concern, Are you all right? The girl looked at Zhang Wading with red-rimmed eyes. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I'm afraid. Zhang Wading comforted her. It's okay now. You're safe now. Do you need me to help contact your family? The girl, after calming down, spoke with a slightly commanding tone. No need. Just take me to the Xianglong group. Zhang Wading looked at her and smiled wryly to himself. This pretty girl is really good at bossing people around. However, what puzzled Zhang Wading even more was, Xianglong group? Why there? Zhang Wading coincidentally saved a girl on his way home, and the two of them then arrived together in front of the Xianglong group. Zhang Wading took her to the door, saying somewhat awkwardly, Miss Liu, I can only bring you here. The girl was extremely enthusiastic, pulling Zhang Wading's hand, wanted to take him inside. No, you have to come in with me. My dad is the second largest shareholder of the Xianglong group. You saved me. I definitely have to repay you. Zhang Wading looked at her doubtfully. Second largest shareholder? I only know the largest shareholder of Xianglong Group is Pu Zhendong. The girl generously shared. My dad is Lu Yundun. Somewhere else, a hand slammed hard on a table, accompanied by an angry voice. You useless bunch. The man irritably pointed at the noses of the people in front of him. The young lady has been missing all afternoon, and you're telling me you can't find her? Pu Zhendong, sitting in a chair, spoke calmly. Family head Lu, calm down. Good people are blessed by heaven. Your precious daughter is definitely in a very safe place. How could these good-for-nothings possibly find her? Lu Yundun immediately turned around and questioned, Did you do this? Pu Zhendong sneered, putting on the appearance of a model citizen. What is family head Lu saying? I'm a law-abiding, good citizen. Even if I wanted to kidnap someone, I wouldn't do it myself. Lu Yundun angrily pointed at him. Pu Zhendong, I only have this one daughter. Whatever you want, just say it straight. If anything happens to Qingqing, I'll fight you to the death. Pu Zhendong didn't take Lu Yundun's threats seriously at all, leisurely pointing behind him. Family head Lu, don't be agitated. Let me introduce you. This is Lei Hu from the Lei Family Martial Arts Hall, highly skilled in martial arts. Pu Zhendong smiled sinisterly. As long as family head Lu hands over the shares of Xianglong Group under your name, just let him investigate this matter, and there will definitely be results. Lu Yundun clutched his chest in anger. Pu Zhendong was naturally a grudge holder. He gloated at Lu Yundun's suffering. Weren't you very happy mocking me today? Lu Yundun sat back down in his chair, conceding defeat. Fine, we will do as you say. I want to hear Qingqing's voice. Pu Zhendong confidently replied, Of course. Then he signaled Lei Hu to make a call. However, only the sound of a dial tone came from the phone. A female voice sounded. The number you have dialed cannot be reached at the moment. This made Lei Hu very annoyed. What is this guy doing? Pu Zhendong realized something was wrong and frowned, asking, What's the matter? Lei Hu hurriedly explained. Family head Pu, you can rest assured about the reputation of my Lei Family Martial Arts Hall. Before he could finish speaking, the door was suddenly burst open. Lu Qingqing ran in joyfully, loudly calling for her dad. Seeing her safe and sound, Lei Hu immediately panicked. Impossible. I clearly already. Pu Zhendong was also dumbfounded. How did you get here? Lu Yundun was stunned. Qingqing. Lu Qingqing rushed over to hug her dad, and Lu Yundun happily rubbed her head. Qingqing, it's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Lu Qingqing choked up, Dad. This time thanks to Zhan Wading. Otherwise your daughter almost wouldn't have been able to see you. At this moment, Zhan Wading strolled in unhurriedly and greeted. We meet again. Family head Pu, it really is destiny. Zhan Wading calmly looked at Pu Zhendong. It just so happens. We can discuss another business deal. Seeing Zhan Wading appear, Pu Zhendong's face darkened. You're actually still alive? Huang Fatsai is really a piece of trash. After saving her, Zhan Wading brought Lu Qingqing back to her father's side, and Lu Yundun gratefully stepped forward. Thank you, young brother, for lending a helping hand. I, Lu, am extremely grateful. Seeing the confrontation between Zhan Wading and Pu Zhendong, he was secretly pleased. So he is Pu Zhendong's enemy. Lu Yundun, now full of confidence, turned to mock. It seems someone's scheme has failed. Why aren't you getting lost? Don't tell me you want to stay for dinner. Although Pu Zhendong's plan was ruined, he was still aggressive. Family head Lu, there's no need to be in a rush to turn hostile, unless you have to kneel down and beg me later. He signaled Lei Hu, and Lei Hu nodded in understanding. Yes. Suddenly, Lei Hu darted forward. Pu Zhendong's plan was to have Lei Hu capture Lu Qingqing again. Since all pretenses were already dropped anyway, he fully believed in Lei Hu's strength. Lu Yundun, this is the consequence of going against me. Before Lei Hu could even touch Lu Qingqing, Zhan Wading quickly pulled her behind his back and immediately swung his hand to block Lei Hu's attacking arm. Lei Hu was sent flying backwards by this seemingly gentle strike. Zhan Wading leisurely commented, sounding like thunder, great mastery of internal energy, not bad. Lei Hu looked at Zhan Wading with a serious expression. You do have some skills. It seems my incompetent younger brother really fell into your hands. Pu Zhendong still hadn't seen the situation clearly, confidently walking behind Lei Hu. Master Lei, why waste your breath on him? With you here, can he still escape? Catch him and interrogate him slowly. Lei Hu didn't disappoint, saying, that's a given. Earlier, I only used 40% of my power. Zhan Wading had a disdainful expression. There are always people who don't know their own limits. That cool attitude made Lu Qingqing feel admiration. Lei Hu had never been looked down upon like this. Roaring angrily, what did you say? Zhan Wading was fed up with Lei Hu's arrogance. Is a great mastery of internal energy your biggest asset? Zhan Wading rushed towards Lei Hu. It seems I have to teach you a lesson today. Lei Hu naturally wouldn't sit and wait for death, quickly engaging in battle. You brat. Don't be too arrogant. elegant. The two fists collided in the blink of an eye, and John Wadding easily sent Lei Hu flying. Lei Hu crashed into the cabinet in the corner of the wall, the aftershock even cracking the cabinet. Lei Hu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, looking at John Wadding in disbelief. Internal. Peak of internal energy? John Wadding spoke in boredom. Ridiculous. In your eyes, I'm afraid, there's only internal energy. Bu Zhendong also realized the situation was bad at this point. You. John Wadding turned to him, every step closer, making Bu Zhendong tremble incessantly. John Wadding stepped forward and slapped him, shouting, "Why do you only talk to me properly when I get physical?" Bu Zhendong was knocked to the ground, holding his face and saying aggrievedly, "I only had one son. You already killed him. What more do you want?" John Wadding didn't care at all, directly stepping a foot on him. "Transfer all the shares under your name, and I'll give you a chance to have another son later." Bu Zhendong, having John Wadding's foot pressed hard on his face, was terrified to the extreme. Are you trying to force me to death?" John Wadding looked at him coldly. "So will you give it or not?" Finally, Bu Zhendong had to submit. I'll give it. After teaching Bu Zhendong a lesson, John Wadding successfully obtained the shares under his name. Liu Yindun stood nearby, watching with his heart pounding and legs trembling. Where on earth did this god of death come from? John Wadding paid him no mind, looking at the transfer contract in his hand with interest. Having been back for so long, it's about time I gave my little aunt a gift. Bu Zhendong, still holding the pen in his hand, asked tremblingly, "Can I go now?" John Wadding had a calm expression. "I can spare you, but whatever Patriarch Liu has planned has nothing to do with me." Bu Zhendong was so angry he could vomit blood. You. Liu Yindun amicably put an arm around his shoulders. "Rest assured, Patriarch Bu, I am a proper businessman. I won't use vigilante justice." His attitude actually made Bu Zhendong even more afraid. Patriarch Liu is magnanimous. Liu Yindun was a man of his word, waving his hand to call for his men. "Men, hand over all the evidence I've collected over the past decade or so to the police." Bu Zhendong was horrified. Having taken revenge for the recent grudge, Liu Yindun looked at him, slumped on the ground with satisfaction. This is retribution. As dusk fell, the two troublemakers were escorted into the police car. A young police officer saluted John Wadding. "Comrade, thank you for your assistance in solving this case." John Wadding held the medal, slightly surprised. "A good citizen medal?" Liu Qingqing happily linked arms with him. "That's great. I was originally planning to find a job for you, but you ended up directly becoming a boss." Liu Yindun cupped his hands and said, "Little brother, good people are rewarded. If you need any help in the future, just come to Xianglong Group to find me." John Wadding wasn't polite either. "I will keep those words in mind." He turned and left. "I'll be taking my leave." Not long after, at Long Dongxiang's house, Bai Geng, while eating from a bowl of rice, assured, "Don't worry, big brother, I've safely brought both of those beauties home." Looking at his appearance, John Wadding couldn't help but laugh. "Didn't they invite you to stay for a meal?" Bai Geng proudly held up 2 fingers. "Of course they did. I had 2 meals before coming back." John Wadding's expression immediately changed, flicking his head. "Mooching so many meals off them, and you can still eat when you get home?" Long Dongxiang laughed heartily, full of confidence. "Wadding, it's fine. Uncle Long only has this culinary skill. Whatever you want to eat, I can make it." John Wadding looked at Uncle Long. "Uncle Long's cooking is truly impeccable. How are the preparations for Tianxiang restaurant going?" Long Dongxiang answered seriously. "The location has been chosen, just waiting for the grand opening. However, I'm a little worried about Haidong." He looked at the girl beside him. Bringing this up suddenly startled Long Haidong. Long Dongxiang explained that once the restaurant opened, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to take care of Haidong. John Wadding looked at him, his tone firm. "Uncle Long, just focus on starting your business. Haidong can stay at my place. Let me fulfill my responsibility as an older brother." Upon hearing this, Long Haidong smiled sweetly. A moment later, John Wadding walked out of the house. Looking at the people in front of him, "You've rendered meritorious service in saving Haidong and deserve a reward." De Ji and a Biao, their arms wrapped in bandages, laughed and said, "Honestly, it was our negligence. We wouldn't dare accept a reward." John Wadding had a serious expression. "Being clear with rewards and punishments is my principle. If you want, I can send you to the Western Frontier for training." A Biao was incredibly excited. With a background from the Western Frontier, transferring back to Haidong would mean at least a district commandant rank. John Wadding wanted to reward the two, but De Ji showed a sorrowful expression. "The Western Frontier is the military region of the Zhani Heavenly King. No one has ever been able to interfere in the affairs of that military region. Biao, who had been very happy, felt downcast upon hearing Deji's words. Then what should we do? Zhang Wading loudly declared. My word is the imperial decree of the western frontier. The two were instantly stunned. Could it be? Then they simultaneously prostrated themselves before Zhang Wading, their voices strong and resounding. Long live the Heavenly King. We beg the Heavenly King to show mercy. Your subordinates are willing to go through fire and water on the battlefield for the Heavenly King. Zhang Wading turned and waved his hand. Step down. Do not spread this matter. The two replied in unison. Your subordinates take their leave. Deji, having discovered this major matter, excitedly said to Biao, before heading to the western frontier, let's help the lords settle some trivial matters. Biao readily agreed. Right. Time flew by. The next day in the school office, when Shueting handed an invitation card to Long Yidan. Yidan, I'm throwing a birthday party tonight. You and your brother must come. Long Yidan happily received the card. Rest assured, Miss One, my brother and I will arrive on time. Sun Jinrui hid behind the wall, watching Long Yidan leave, thinking angrily, what the hell is Huang Fatsai doing? Not only did the task fail, but he even went missing. He truly can't be relied on. I can only rely on myself. Sun Jinrui muttered to himself. Zhang Wading, since I can't have Shueting, I'll just have to snatch it back from your sister. Then Sun Jinrui turned to look at Zhao Ziki behind him. You know what to do later, right? Zhao Ziki held her phone, ready to record a video. Of course I do. Deji and Biao suddenly appeared behind them, glaring at these two vile people. Sun Jinrui was scared out of his wits, hurriedly raising both hands and stammering an explanation. Brother Biao, Brother Ji, wait. It's a misunderstanding. Naturally, the other two wouldn't listen to Sun Jinrui's explanation. Even though Biao had an injured arm, he easily pinned Sun Jinrui to the ground and beat him to a pulp. Deji went a bit easier on Zhao Ziki, as she was a girl after all, but still taught her a lesson. These two dark-hearted individuals were beaten half to death by Biao and Deji. The two left in satisfaction, daring to bully the young miss. You must be tired of living. At the Sun family's house, a woman cried as she looked at the person lying on the bed. Who beat my son to this state? Mother will make sure he dies without an intact corpse. A man with a scar between his eyebrows looked at her in annoyance. Stop crying. I received news that the Heavenly King's escort team clashed with terrorists, and Tyloan was caught in the crossfire. The woman was still indignant. The escort team should have prioritized the safety of the civilians. I must go to the military court and sue them. The man immediately slapped her. Who are the terrorists? They're all people from the Bu family. Bu Jindong was thrown into prison last night. He roared. Right now, what you should be asking the most is whether your precious son was involved in it or not. The woman fell to the ground, holding her face and crying loudly. You heartless wretch, Tyloan is your biological son. It's bad enough you won't seek justice for him. Boo-hoo. The man was endlessly frustrated. Humph. The son's spoiled nature is due to his mother. At this time, someone called from outside. Patriarch, there's someone outside wanting to see you, saying they're the young master's creditor. The man hadn't even had time to react before the woman rushed in front of the servant, suddenly slapping the messenger. Who dares to bully my son, chop off his limbs, and throw him into the sewer? Do I still need to teach you? That person bowed his head and accepted the order. Yes. At this time, outside the door of the Sun family's house, a group of people were surrounding one person. Zhang Wading looked around and sneered. It seems the Sun family doesn't want to let me in. He thought coldly. If that's the case, I'll just have to fight my way in. Among the crowd that year, there were a few people who were not from the Shangwan family. Zhang Wading recalled the past. In the dilapidated house, a mother and her two children hugged each other tightly, trembling as they hid in the corner. A dark figure broke through the window and rushed in. Right after, another stranger broke the door and stormed in, their faces blurred, smiling sinisterly at the three of them. The mother hugged her two children tightly. Zhang Wading returned to reality, his face covered with seething murderous intent. Every time he recalled that night, it made him unable to suppress his murderous intent. The patriarch of the Sun family inside the house suddenly sensed something, looked out the window, and exclaimed, such strong murderous intent. What happened? The main door of the Sun family's house was smashed open in an instant, accompanied by a person being kicked inside. People lay scattered on the ground as Zhang Wading stood majestically at the door. The patriarch of the Sun family looked down from above, hurriedly calling for help. First Lieutenant Wu, a master has attacked my mansion. The other end replied. Understood, coming right over. Jean Wadding calmly walked into the house, mocking. Is this all you've got? Are all the masters of the Sun family dead? After saying that, 10 people appeared in front of him, parting to the sides to make way for 2 others. Move aside. Move aside. A heavily bearded old man spoke first. Insolent. The Sun family is a martial official household. How can you be allowed to humiliate us at will? Beside him, a burly man clenched his fists tightly, looking at Jean Wadding with contempt. In this day and age, even trash dares to come kick down the door, truly not knowing how the word death is written. Jean Wadding looked at the 2 arrogant men in front of him, casually stepping on a person lying on the ground, mocking. Just relying on you guys? Tell your patriarch to get the hell out here. The burly man angrily rushed forward, roaring arrogantly. Are you even worthy of meeting our patriarch? Remember well, the one who kills you is the escort team captain, Lu Shuanglong. Jean Wadding was cold, effortlessly dodging the incoming fist. He casually slapped the opponent, arrogant. Lu Shuanglong was slapped until his face was swollen, panicking and stammering. Wait. Jean Wadding didn't stop, slapping him again. The bearded old man behind immediately rushed up. You arrogant brat. Jean Wadding casually slapped the old man away. Arrogant. The old man held his face and threatened. I am the butler of the Sun Mansion. Jean Wadding added another slap to make it appear butler. The 2 who were arrogant just a moment ago had each received 2 slaps. Their faces swollen like pigs, hurriedly kneeling down and begging. Don't hit us anymore. Don't hit us anymore and we'll become idiots. Jean Wadding looked at the remaining stunned lackeys. Why haven't you scrammed yet? Hearing his words, the crowd woke up as if from a dream, fleeing in panic. Let's run away quickly. After knocking down the 2 self-proclaimed masters of the Sun family, Jean Wadding immediately interrogated them. If you want to live, be obedient, answer whatever I ask. The 2 battered men answered obediently. Yes. Jean Wadding asked sternly, what other masters does the Sun family have? Thinking for a moment, Jean Wadding asked more clearly. In recent years, have you come into contact with a martial artist skilled in using swords and a martial artist skilled in lightweight martial arts? Lu Shuanglong cowered and answered, the masters in the house, besides the patriarch, are only us. The old butler also chimed in. The Sun family's power is weak. We've never met the kind of martial artists you mentioned. Jean Wadding fell into deep thought after asking. They were not lying. Jean Wadding rubbed his chin. It seemed the Sun family was not involved in the events of that year. Jean Wadding didn't want to make things difficult for them either, calmly saying, if that's the case, then this matter ends here. Suddenly, a knife thrust towards him. Jean Wadding sneered inwardly. His face immediately darkened as he gently pinched the blade with 2 fingers. Jean Wadding frowned as he looked at the woman in front of him. Such vicious intentions. Even a woman is trying to sneak attack. Jean Wadding's fingers twitched slightly. The knife was immediately snatched away, and the woman stumbled backward a few steps. She steadied herself and pointed at Jean Wadding's face, questioning. Tell me, were Tai Luan's injuries caused by you? Jean Wadding calmly replied. He brought it upon himself. The woman cursed crazily. It was indeed you. Let me tell you, no matter how high your martial arts skills are, so what? In Haidong, I have tens of thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead. I'll start with your family first. Jean Wadding glared at her, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Shuanglong suddenly rushed forward and slapped her. Shut up. This crazy woman clearly can't see the situation properly. He scolded angrily. You don't want to live, but I still want to? The woman was so humiliated that she became furious. You slave, you dare hit me? I'll have hacks see and skin you alive, and your whole family too. The butler also rushed in, punching and kicking her wildly. Get lost. Sun Haxian's fate is currently unknown, and you still dare to use him to threaten me. Lu Shuanglong didn't hold back either. I wanted to beat you up for a long time. Jean Wadding didn't need to add fuel to the fire. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, when marrying, one should choose a virtuous woman. The Sun family no longer needs to exist. No one is allowed to threaten the Heavenly King's family. Suddenly, the sound of an engine rang out. Jean Wadding immediately noticed. A car zoomed out of the Sun family's mansion. He stood on high ground observing, sighing inwardly. This patriarch of the Sun family doesn't even dare to show his face, abandoning his entire family young and old, to flee. Truly a talent. The person sitting in the car was indeed the patriarch of the Sun family, still wearing pajamas, thinking to himself, this person could easily defeat Lu Xuanglong. His strength in the military must be at least at the second lieutenant level. Why is he targeting our Sun family? Zhan Wading unexpectedly jumped down from above, landing squarely on the hood of the opponent's car. Zhan Wading gave a friendly wave through the windshield. Patriarch Sun, where are you going? Why the hurry? Patriarch Sun knew the situation well, opening the door and getting out of the car, raising both hands to signal surrender. I admit defeat. Just say whatever demands you have. In his heart, he thought, who on earth is this brat? Damn it, as long as the Green Mountains are kept, one needn't worry about lacking firewood. Suddenly, a massive military vehicle appeared in front of the two. Patriarch Sun was instantly overjoyed. The savior is here. He hurriedly ran to block the front of the vehicle, shouting loudly for help. Captain Wu, save me. After wreaking havoc at the Sun family, Zhan Wading quickly blocked Patriarch Sun's escaping car. He leisurely put his hands in his pockets and jumped down from the front of the car, then grabbed the collar of Patriarch Sun, who was gleefully running towards the reinforcements. No one can save you. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhan Wading immediately answered. Hello, little sister. What's wrong now? Okay. I'll be right there. Several people in camouflage uniforms stepped down from the vehicle, led by a burly man who opened his mouth and said, what happened? I rushed over as soon as I received your call. Patriarch Sun immediately grabbed his hand. Captain Wu, you arrived just in time. This guy is extremely fierce. A little later, and I might have lost my life. Wu Zhitong frowned. Let me see who is so bold as to attack a military officer of Haidong in broad daylight. Patriarch Sun hastily pointed behind him. It's this evil villain, bullying others with his power, bathing my mansion in blood for no reason, and even wanting to hunt me down to the end. Wu Zhitong frowned at him. Who? Are you kidding me? Patriarch Sun hurriedly turned his head, but found no one behind him. He panicked. Where is he? In another place, on a pedestrian street crowded with people. Long Yidan linked her arm with Zhan Wading, her tone carrying a bit of coquettishness. Brother, where did you go? Why are you so late? I waited for you forever. Zhan Wading smiled apologetically. Just taking care of some things. I'll definitely be faster next time. Long Yidan didn't ask much, suddenly pointing to a store. This is the one. Then she pulled Zhan Wading over. The two stood in front of the store, and she said to Zhan Wading with satisfaction, tonight is Miss Wen's birthday. We must buy a beautiful evening gown to wear. Inside the store, the two tried hard to choose. How about this one? Oh, not good. Behind them, there was a sneaky figure, which Zhan Wading immediately noticed. Someone is following us. But Zhan Wading did not alert the enemy. That person still didn't know he had been discovered. It's him again? In front of the general manager's office, the stalker from earlier pushed the door open and called out loudly, Boss. The fat man immediately turned his head to look. The man whispered in his ear, I used to work at a grand hotel in Tiandu. The guy who caused trouble at the Chun family has appeared. The fat man glanced at him. Are you sure? The man nodded seriously, 100% sure. Should we call the Chun family? The fat man stroked his beard and sneered, Idiot. Since we want to sell the Chun family a favor, we have to finish the job first before notifying them. After choosing, Long Yidan satisfyingly carried bags big and small. A pretty good harvest. Shopping is really so fun. The stalker from earlier seemed to be the store manager. As he respectfully invited, Dear customers, please come this way to pay. The two followed him. Long Yidan wondered, Isn't the cashier counter near the entrance? The manager smiled sinisterly. This side is the VIP cashier counter. Arriving at a secluded place, the store manager instantly turned hostile. A total of 10 million. How would you like to pay? Long Yidan said angrily. 10 million? It's clearly not even 10,000. What exactly is your intention for bringing us here? Zhan Wading, who had been silent all along, frowned and thought to himself, This guy, why are there always some treacherous villains trying to harm me? Zhan Wading and Long Yidan were schemed against even while shopping. The store manager's face darkened as he looked at the two. What's my intention? Isn't it just fearing that you guys might run away? Hand over the money now. Seeing that the store manager was being unreasonable, Long Yidan pulled Zhan Wading's hand. We're not buying clothes anymore. Brother, let's go. Behind them, the fat man led his people to block the way. The clothes are already packed, and now you say you're not buying? Are you trying to play me? Long Yidan angrily shouted. Are you trying to force a sale? The fat store owner looked at her sinisterly. You're too naive, pretty girl. Every profession has its rules. You dare not give the money? Do you believe? Before he could finish his words, he received a solid slap. Jean Wadding looked at him coldly. Do you want to die? The fat owner panicked, clutching his face and stuttering while pointing at him. You dare to hit me? You owe me 10 million, and you still dare to hit me. Jean Wadding stepped closer and sneered. I hit you, so what can you do about it? The fat owner took out his phone to threaten. I know you're good at fighting, but can you fight against the authorities? I have people at the top. You brat, you owe me one. No, 10 million. As long as I make a phone call, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. The fat owner seemed to regain his confidence, his tone becoming arrogant. However, seeing how dirt poor you guys are, I won't make things too difficult for you. As long as you follow me to the Chun family for a trip, I'll waive this 10 million. Long Edon anxiously pulled Jean Wadding's arm. Brother. Jean Wadding suddenly burst into laughter. Haha. Then he quickly rushed forward. Jean Wadding knocked down the people in front of him with extreme ease. The fat owner's round body smashed hard into the wall. Jean Wadding casually threw another guy away, his tone full of contempt. With only this little skill, you still want to copy others and mingle in the underworld? The fat owner was scared to death, seeing his underlings flying over and lying motionless. Trembling, he held his phone, pointing at Jean Wadding, and stammered, You're dead meat. Intentional homicide is an even heavier crime. I've already called the police. Just wait for the death penalty. Jean Wadding was extremely confident. In this world, no one has the right to judge me. The fat owner was still stubborn. You won't be arrogant for long. Wait until you go to prison. That little girl in your arms. Jean Wadding calmly looked at him. Oh, you're quite confident. Then I'll wait and see what happens. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a beautiful policewoman walked in. The fat owner was overjoyed. They're here. The policewoman led her subordinates in and looked around. Who called the police? The fat owner immediately complained first. Oh my. I'm a friend of Deputy Chief Liu from the police station. These two broke in to murder and robbing me of 10 million. The fat owner turned black into white, pointing at Jean Wadding. Quickly arrest them. The policewoman didn't listen to his rambling and ordered her subordinates. Go check the surveillance cameras. I have my own judgment. The person next to her replied, understood. The fat owner hurriedly stopped them. Wait, let me make a phone call. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, they can't check the cameras. I clearly hinted to her that I'm Deputy Chief Liu's man. This woman is really stupid. The fat owner dialed a number, his tone flattering. Deputy Chief Liu, it's me. I've run into a little trouble. Yes, I'll pass the phone to her. He handed the phone to the policewoman. Listen to Deputy Chief Liu's call. I believe you'll know how to investigate afterward. After his threat failed and he got beaten up, the fat owner called the police, wanting to use his connections to crush Jean Wadding. He turned his head and looked at Jean Wadding with a sinister smile. Haha, fighting with me? Kneel down and beg me first. Maybe I'll show great mercy and make your life in prison a bit easier. Jean Wadding calmly smiled. The policewoman took the fat owner's phone, which was already connected. She called the other party directly by name. What's up, Liu Ziliang? Do you have any instructions? The other end of the line was silent for a moment, then laughed awkwardly. Oh my, isn't this the chief's voice? How dare I have any instructions? I just want to listen to your teachings. The policewoman gave a cold laugh and looked at the fat owner. Forget about teachings. Do you know the owner of the Liren fashion store? The fat owner was stunned. What was going on? A voice came through the phone. How unjust. I don't know him at all. Nowadays, any random cat or dog claims to know me. Please absolutely do not believe it. Everyone in the store heard these words clearly. The fat owner stammered, wanted to take back the phone. Deputy Chief Liu, The policewoman threw the phone back to him. Liu hung up. How about you call again? The fat owner hastily caught the phone and knelt down in terror, stammering, You're the chief? The female chief crossed her arms, looking at him with a stern face. Who I am is not important. The truth is what matters. Now you'd better confess sincerely. The fat store owner hurriedly threw the phone aside and yelled in panic, I was lying. I called the police, but now I withdraw it. Jean Wadding, who had been silent, seized the opportunity to speak up. Withdraw? You forced sales, harassed, and extorted others. Now, I want to report you. The guy waved his hands in flat denial. That's not true. You clearly haven't paid yet. You have no proof. Right at this moment, a phone suddenly rang with a notification sound. Your account has just received 10 million. The fat owner stared wide-eyed at his phone, then looked at John Wadding. What? You? John Wadding happily shook the phone in his hand. My hand trembled a bit just now. Remember to return the money to me when you're in prison. In the future, be a good person. Don't copy others trying to be a gangster. The female chief also coordinated by shaking a pair of shiny handcuffs. Witnesses and material evidence are complete. Sir, you are suspected of participating in kidnapping and extorting $10 million. Please come with us to the station. After that, the two extortionists were taken away by the police. The female chief coughed lightly twice. Ahem. She looked at John Wadding. Sir, I now have a few questions I want to interrogate you about in private. Could you be a little serious? Long Haidong looked at the two of them, leaving in annoyance. The two entered a room, and the female chief, who was serious just a moment ago, now intimately linked arms with John Wadding. Your Highness, it arrived in time, right? How are you going to reward me? John Wadding was a bit surprised and smiled. Is this little matter even worth claiming credit for? However, this identity of yours, the female chief explained, to facilitate the investigation of the task you assigned, I sought out the Black-Clad Society to carry out the operation. The Black-Clad Society dispatched a high-ranking leader in Haidong named Wu Zhitong with the rank of captain. John Wadding pondered, Captain Wu Zhitong. I don't think I've ever met him, but why does the name sound familiar? The female chief enthusiastically handed John Wadding a box. Hearing that your highness is in Haidong, he was worrying about not having a chance to show off. He also asked me to bring this evening gown. John Wadding looked at the box and nodded slightly. That's thoughtful. The female chief took out another item. The matter you asked me to investigate has some clues. However, why don't you mobilize the forces of the royal court to investigate? John Wadding took the item, gripping the micro-device tightly in his hand, his eyes revealing a stern and majestic look. I issue this decree in my capacity as the Heavenly King. The Shangwan family is the main culprit. Naturally, their deaths will not wipe out their crimes. But those small fries that just surfaced, once alerted, will hide even deeper. John Wadding frowned, clenching his fists, his entire body emitting a majestic killing intent, and said loudly, those who participated in dividing my family's assets and forced my mother to death back then, I won't let a single one of them off. Understood. Shadow Guard knelt on one knee at John Wadding's feet, her voice full of reverence. This subordinate is willing to go through boiling water and leaping fire without hesitation. May your highness achieve your wish soon. After that, the two walked out of the room together, bumping right into Long Haidong, who was waiting outside. Long Haidong propped her chin up, looking at them with an unhappy expression. What were you two doing in there? Why did it take so long? Seeing this, Shadow Guard looked away, covering her mouth with a provocative smile, doing exactly what you're imagining. Long Haidong felt she had lost a bit of her composure, her face blushing with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Shadow Guard crossed her arms and left with a smug smile, leaving Long Haidong standing there stamping her feet in anger. You. Shadow Guard even remembered to smile and wave goodbye. Bye-bye, wishing you two smooth sailing. Next, John Wadding and Long Haidong linked arms, carrying their bags with their other hands, and walked out of the store. But Long Haidong still didn't forget to turn her head and make a funny face at Shadow Guard. Leaving the store, they arrived in front of a brightly lit, grand, and towering building, Tiandu Hotel. Here, the traffic of people and vehicles was constant and extremely bustling. A man standing in the middle of the banquet hall laughed loudly. Thank you all for taking out your precious time to attend my daughter's birthday party. Please come in. Many distinguished guests had already gathered in the lobby, chatting lively. Long time no see. Long Haidong linked her arm with John Wadding as they entered the grand hall, and she couldn't help but be amazed by this banquet. Her eyes sparkled as she looked around and praised. So beautiful. This is my first time attending a party like this. Meanwhile, John Wadding raised the wine glass in his hand, smiling at Wen Shiwedding. Shiwedding, happy birthday to you. Wen Shiwedding also politely replied with a smile. Thank you for your wishes. Wadding, I'm really so happy that you could make it. But in the distance, other girls couldn't help but gossip upon seeing this scene. Who is that guy? Shiwedding is so excited to see him. Could he be your boyfriend? One of them suddenly realized. He looks like a pauper. Is his family very rich? The person next to her seemed to recognize John Wadding's identity and soberly said, his name is John Wadding, Xu Weiding Sr., just discharged from the military. Now Xu Weiding is completely infatuated with him. Hearing this, the other girl's attitude remained unchanged, her face full of disdain. So it turns out to be a penniless loser. Xu Weiding's taste in men is too poor. Like this, she definitely won't have good days in the future. Another girl also spoke up sarcastically. A discharged soldier is absolutely not worthy of Xu Weiding. Any of her suitors could easily crush him. The remaining person could only sigh helplessly. Sigh. Right at this moment, a car stopped in front of the Tiandu Hotel. A manager hurriedly ran out to welcome enthusiastically. Brother Long, I didn't expect you to be able to come despite your busy military affairs. Wu Tianlong stepped out of the car. With a valiant aura. Today is Xu Weiding's birthday. How could I not come? The manager pointed towards the entrance, excitedly leading the way. Brother Long, please go this way. The banquet is divided into 2 floors. The second floor is for the big shots, and the first floor is an entertainment area for the youth. With your status, you are qualified to go to the second floor. But Wu Tianlong walked coldly and decisively. No need. Xu Weiding must be on the first floor. I'll go find her. Just as he walked in, Wu Tianlong was stunned by the sight before him. He gritted his teeth, anger showing on his face, and roared, "Damn it, that brat dares to get close to Xu Weiding." Meanwhile, Zhan Wading seemed not to have noticed anything unusual, still happily chatting with Xu Weiding. Wu Qianlong's eyes were cold, aggressively walking over and pushing 2 security guards aside. The girls around saw him and started pointing and screaming. Look, it's Wu Tianlong, the younger brother of Captain Wu Zhitong, Xu Weiding's loyal suitor. There's a good show to watch. Another girl gently swirled her wine glass and frowned, saying, I heard that Wu Tianlong once severely injured one of Xu Weiding's suitors. The person next to her turned around with a regretful face. After Xu Weiding got engaged to the Chun family, he finally restrained himself. But now that the engagement is canceled, he won't pass up this opportunity. Wu Tianlong walked up to Xu Weiding with an aggressive posture, saying, Xu Weiding, come out with me. I have something to say to you. Xu Weiding saw Wu Tianlong and frowned, showing a look of disgust. Do you have something that can't be said here? Then, Wu Tianlong turned to Zhan Wading, their eyes locking. Fine, you guys get lost. I want to talk to Xu Weiding alone. Xu Weiding put her hands on her hips, speaking unhappily, Wu Tianlong, what do you mean by this? Let me tell you, Brother Wading is not leaving here. Wu Tianlong's eyes were cold, his tone provocative as he asked word by word, you are Zhan Wading? Zhan Wading, with a cold and somewhat disdainful expression, replied, I am. So what? Wu Tianlong frowned, speaking in a hot-tempered tone, I've heard about you. They all say you're a great fighter, and even the Chun family was defeated by you. But you should know, in my eyes, you are absolutely nothing. Zhan Wading's attitude remained unchanged, calmly replying, oh, so what? Wu Tianlong let out an arrogant sneer, looking at his opponent with disdain, and said coldly, you'd better understand one thing. Losing face in front of a woman is even scarier than losing your life. I don't want to get physical tonight. Then, Wu Tianlong reached out to Xu Weiding, intending to pull her away. Xu Weiding, come out with me for a bit. I really have something to say. Zhan Wading immediately stepped forward to block him. She has already rejected you. Please leave. Wu Tianlong flew into a rage out of humiliation, grinding his teeth and growling, what? You dare to tell me to leave? Immediately after, Wu Tianlong swung his fist at Zhan Wading, roaring, get lost. Zhan Wading was completely fearless, making a move to meet the attack. The 2 fists collided, erupting with massive force, and Wu Tianlong was knocked back a few steps by the impact. He clenched his fist, his expression turning dark. You really do have some skills, kid. You actually want to go against me? Zhan Wading merely replied calmly, what if I do? Wu Tianlong pointed at himself, loudly and arrogantly boasting, do you know who I am? I participated in Special Forces selection at 10, enlisted at 15, and became a 2nd lieutenant at 18. I've fired more guns than you've ever seen. I've also participated in actual combat in the harshest environments. Wu Tianlong frowned and took a step forward, his aura oppressive. Now, do you still want to challenge me? But Zhan Wading just burst into laughter. Ha ha! Zhan Wading put one hand in his pocket and held the other out, looking sharp and confident. Sorry, this is the first time I've seen someone read out their entire resume before fighting. Xu Weiding, standing beside him, couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Wu Tianlong was enraged out of humiliation, the veins on his face bulging as he gritted his teeth and said, you're asking for death. The girls outside, seeing this intense confrontation, couldn't help but be shocked. Holy crap, does this kid have a death wish? Is he trying to go head-to-head with Wu Tianlong? A friend next to her wiped cold sweat. This guy's got some guts. Look at Wu Tianlong's face. He looks like he's about to kill someone. Another person helplessly patted their face, looking full of worry. Sigh, that's just his temper. Wu Tianlong charged forward again, swinging his fist. You can regret it from a hospital bed. Zhan Wading leisurely clasped his hands behind his back and sneered, "Humph, the ignorant are truly fearless." Just as the fist was about to reach Zhan Wading, it was stopped by a loud shout. Stop. When Qing Shan walked over, leading the other guests. Tonight is my daughter's birthday party. Whatever the matter is between you two, can't we sit down and talk? Seeing this, Wu Tianlong politely cupped his hands and bowed. I must naturally listen to Uncle Wen's words. We will let this matter slide. When Qing Shan smiled in satisfaction, Tianlong is indeed becoming more and more outstanding. Give my regards to Captain Wu. Zhan Wading stood to the side, thinking to himself, he changes his attitude so fast. If Bai Geng had even half the thickness of his skin, I would have sent him to lead a massive army. When Qing Shan quickly noticed Zhan Wading. Is he Wading? We haven't seen each other in years. How things have changed. Sun Xiaxian suddenly pointed angrily at Zhan Wading. It's you. Why are you here? But Zhan Wading simply crossed his arms and said to him calmly, Oh my, isn't this the great talent who abandoned his wife and children? What a coincidence. Sun Xiaxian flew into a rage out of humiliation, clenching his fists and roaring angrily. You're spitting venom. The Great Hua Nation is a society governed by law. Do you think knowing a little martial arts means you can reach the heavens? The people around were extremely shocked to see this. What is this situation? Xueting's friend even offended the patriarch of the Sun family? When Xueting suddenly realized something. Not long ago, Sun Silent harassed me. Could it be? Sun Xiaxian was still standing there cursing loudly, pointing at Zhan Wading and fabricating wild stories. This person is extremely cruel, taking advantage of my absence. He actually dared to come to my house to smash, rob, and set it on fire. Worthy brother Tianlong. This kind of person absolutely cannot be forgiven. Wu Tianlong raised a finger and wagged it. I already promised Uncle One that I wouldn't make a move. However, then Wu Tianlong pointed at the ground, a sly smile appearing on his face. If you kneel down and kowtow to apologize to Mr. Sun, I will handle this matter on his behalf, and we will let bygones be bygones. How about that? Seeing Wu Tianlong pushing his luck, when Xueting shouted loudly, Wu Tianlong, don't push people too far. But Wu Tianlong continued to exude an oppressive aura. Xueting, you should know that the Sun and Wu families have a good relationship. Even if my older brother were here, he would do the same. Sun Xiaxian laughed smugly. That's right. If he hadn't run away so fast, the person dealing with him today would probably be your brother. Wu Tianlong let out an angry roar. Why aren't you kneeling down? Under that oppressive aura, Zhan Wading remained calm, pouring wine with a faint smile, silently exuding a murderous intent and defiance. What if I say no? The dark red wine poured out, spilling over next to his shoes. Wu Tianlong seemed to have lost all patience, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to fight. I have earnestly advised you, but you intentionally provoked me. Seeing the situation going south, when Qing Shan immediately spoke up to warn him, Tianlong, today is my daughter's birthday. Don't cause trouble here. But Wu Tianlong merely pointed his own chest and replied, Uncle One, just pretend you didn't see anything. The market share for the Wen family this year, just leave it to the Wu family to handle. This statement made when Qing Shan freeze on the spot. Over here, Zhan Wading also took off his outer coat and tossed it aside. No need for more nonsense. Let's finish this quickly. A girl outside excitedly gave a thumbs up. Nice. Don't stop him. The girl next to her said to her, What mess are you trying to stir up now? Another man gently pushed up his glasses, secretly scoffing, showing off by resorting to violence. If he ends up half paralyzed, even a fool would know what to choose. Seeing this, the girl next to him politely asked, Which rich second-generation family are you from? But he merely raised his hand to adjust his tie, confidently saying, I don't rely on my family, but on my own efforts, and I have finally become the HR manager of Tiandu Hotel. Immediately after, the girl angrily kicked him a few times. You trash. You're not even a rich second generation, yet you dare to hit on me. The girl beat him until he collapsed on the ground, crying and begging, Spare me. Spare me. The girl next to her smiled helplessly and bitterly. Ha, your stamina is really something. At this moment, Long Yidon gently pulled Zhan Wading's arm. reminding him to let it go. When Shuiting next to him also held his hand tightly. Wadding, there's no need to pay attention to this kind of person. But John Wadding showed a confident smile. Rest assured, he won't be looking for trouble with you two anymore after this. Then, John Wadding pointed forward, speaking with absolute certainty. He will respect me as he would a god. The people around saw this and curled their lips in mockery. He really has a death wish, actually daring to provoke Wu Tianlong. I really have nothing more to say. I can only say the ignorant are fearless. When Qingshan leaned in, secretly reminding the manager, quickly, go call Captain Wu and notify him to come here immediately. Wu Tianlong lowered his center of gravity, adopting a fighting stance. I really admire your guts. Falling to the ancient style boxing of the Wu family is an honor for you. The crowd, seeing Wu Tianlong take this stance, couldn't help but be amazed. Ancient style? This is my first time seeing ancient style boxing. Sun Xiaoxian stood aside with a smug and sinister smile, thinking to himself, John Wadding may be a good fighter, but he's only at the pinnacle of inner energy. Meanwhile, Wu Tianlong is at the pinnacle of ancient style inner energy. Unless one is at the inner realm level, they cannot match him. John Wadding smirked, waving his hand provocatively. A little interesting. Show me your moves. In the blink of an eye, Wu Tianlong threw a punch and lunged forward with terrifying speed. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But John Wadding easily leaned to the side, dodging the attack. Wu family's ancient style? Isn't this the 8-armed heaven-reaching fist that I tossed to the black-clad guild master? Immediately after, Wu Tianlong spun around and launched a kick at John Wadding, but John Wadding dodged it again without a scratch. The 8-armed heaven-reaching fist is not used like this. But Wu Tianlong didn't stop, continuing to attack John Wadding. Don't hide if you're so good. John Wadding leisurely stuffed both hands into his pockets and lightly jumped up, dodging it once again. John Wadding looked down at Wu Tianlong from above, laughing, sweeping the 8 directions like a dragon emerging from the water. What the hell have you trained this into? Wu Tianlong roared in anger, bastard. Do you only know how to hide? John Wadding beckoned provocatively again. Come here. Sun Xiaoxian, standing on the sidelines watching everything, couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. How can this be? Wu Tianlong is far inferior to him. Absolutely no match at all. I have to slip away first. Outside the building, a tall figure was walking in. At this moment, Wu Zhitong entered aggressively, his face filled with rage. That bastard Wu Tianlong, causing trouble outside and bringing disaster upon me. Sun Xiaoxian frantically ran out of the building and immediately rushed to file a complaint. Captain Wu, you've come at the perfect time. Today, the guy who wrecked my house and ran away is right inside. Hearing the familiar situation, Wu Zhitong also got riled up, walking into the hall with Sun Xiaoxian. Enemies truly meet on a narrow path. Let's go. John Wadding just slightly leaned back and dodged Wu Tianlong's fist. Wu Zhitong stood outside looking at him, thinking to himself, this person looks very familiar. Haidong shouted from the outside, reminding John Wadding to be careful and kick Wu Tianlong in the groin. Wu Zhitong pondered. Strange, isn't it the Atlantis silk suit that I used my connections to gift to my superior? Wu Zhitong suddenly realized in terror. Oh no. Wu Tianlong, burning with rage, yelled loudly, damn it, take my strongest move. John Wadding smiled leisurely. Let's decide the winner in one move. I'm bored too. John Wadding suddenly turned his head in confusion. Wu Zhitong aimed straight at Wu Tianlong's face and delivered a flying kick, shouting loudly, I'll beat you to death, you rebellious son. Immediately after, Wu Tianlong took a kick to the face, sent flying outwards, screaming miserably nonstop, Wu Zhitong landed lightly, standing there full of imposing majesty. The guests murmured excitedly, Captain Wu is so cool, truly worthy of being a major figure in the Haidong military. For ordinary occasions like one family party, he usually wouldn't even show up. Someone stepped up, pointing at Wu Tianlong, and said, I don't understand what you guys are saying, but didn't he kick the wrong person? John Wadding looked at Wu Zhitong, feeling somewhat surprised. Wu Zhitong suddenly fell to his knees and said, your subordinate failed to maintain strict discipline, a crime deserving 10,000 deaths. 2 guests gaped in astonishment. Why is Captain Wu being so polite? Am I still asleep? Do you call this polite? This is like seeing a ghost. My worldview is about to collapse. When Shuiting covered her mouth in shock and whispered, could it be that before his discharge, Zhang Wading was a major? Zhang Wading looked at the kneeling Wu Zhitong, thinking to himself, he knows my identity, but doesn't dare to expose it, only calling himself a subordinate. Quite smart. Zhang Wading casually pulled up a chair and sat down, crossing his legs in approval. You're quite a sensible one. Wu Zhitong hurriedly kowtowed and begged King. My lord, the Wu family is completely devoted to you. I beg you to show mercy. Wu Tianlong, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, asked in astonishment, Brother, what are you doing? Wu Zhitong turned his head and scolded angrily. Shut up, you unambitious fool. Wu Tianlong answered briefly, yes. Wu Zhitong continued begging, My lord, please spare my younger brother's life. If not, I am willing to trade my life for his. Zhang Wading dismissively waved his hand and said, Drop the act. Just this once, there won't be a next time. Clean up this place and get lost. When Qingshan warmly invited Zhang Wading, this incident happened so suddenly, our hospitality was lacking. Come, let's go up to the second floor. Zhang Wading readily agreed. In that case, thank you for your hospitality. Zhang Wading brought Long Yidan and went shooting upstairs with Wen Qingshan. Wu Zhitong shouted furiously, You were the one who incited my brother to fight, weren't you? Sun Xiaxin backed away in terror, asking, Captain Wu, what are you going to do? Wu Zhitong, his anger unquenched, cursed, What am I going to do? Didn't you hear that Lord tell me to clean up this place? You damn bastard. The Wu family was almost destroyed because of you. Sun Xiaxin desperately tried to plead for peace. No, Brother Wu, I'll give you all the assets of my Sun family. Please spare me. Wu Zhitong didn't even listen, delivering a kick that sent Sun Xiaxin flying, slamming him so hard he spat blood. Wu Zhitong stepped on Sun Xiaxin, cursing with contempt, as cowardly as a mouse. Do you even deserve to be a military official? Sun Xiaxin continuously begged, Brother Wu, spare my life. Spare my life. Wu Zhitong landed another heavy kick, and Sun Xiaxin immediately passed out. Wu Tianlong swallowed hard as he watched this scene, breaking into a cold sweat from fear, and opened his mouth to ask, Who exactly is that person? Wu Zhitong sighed, then leaned into Wu Tianlong's ear and whispered. Upon hearing it, Wu Tianlong uncontrollably dropped to his knees, exclaiming in shock, The king. He trembled internally as he thought, That is actually that great lord. Wu Zhitong turned to leave, saying, It seems I have to find a chance to apologize to that lord. At the same time, in the guest room, Zhang Wading sat on the sofa and spoke up, I returned to Haidong, but haven't had the chance to greet Uncle Wen. When Qingshan looked at his daughter and politely said, I'm just an old man, there's nothing to visit me for. You young folks should interact more. When Shi Wedding was touched and called out, Father. When Qingshan laughed out loud, Let us two men talk. You two girls go outside and play. When Shi Wedding playfully pouted and said, Humph, I don't want to listen to your gossip anyway. After the door closed, Zhang Wading took a sip of water and asked, Uncle Wen, is there something you want to say to me? Wen Qingshan did not beat around the bush. He directly knelt, cupping his hands in a plea. The quota martial arts tournament concerns the fate of the Wen family. Please save my Wen family. Zhang Wading hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, saying, Uncle Wen, you don't need to do this. Can you tell me what the quota martial arts tournament is? If I can help, I will do my best. Wen Qingshan sat back in his chair, smiling self-deprecatingly. I've made a fool of myself, Zhang Wading. I truly am at a dead end. As for the quota martial arts tournament, he continued, there are countless merchants in Haidong, but the market is only so big. If some eat more, others will eat less. Normally, it's a life and death struggle. When Qingshan continued, in the end, the major families joined forces and set a rule. Every 3 years, a quota martial arts tournament is held, relying on martial arts battles to determine market share distribution. Zhang Wading smiled and said, the rule is quite interesting. However, if the one family loses, wouldn't it be fine to just take a slightly smaller market share? When Qingshan frowned and said, it's not that simple. I have tried to shrink our market share, but there are still people who refuse to let the Wen family go. He explained the current situation. If we continue to shrink, our Wen family will only have a dead end. I originally planned to join forces with the Chun family, but the Chun family's ambition is burning brightly. Zhang Wading asked in slight surprise, If this martial arts tournament is so important, won't all the experts in Haidong be present? Wen Qingshan affirmed. That's right, martial artists consume a lot of resources when practicing. Very few martial artists cultivate alone. Zhang Wading thought to himself. This is indeed a rare opportunity to investigate all the experts. When Xueting pressed her ear against the door, eavesdropping. Were they talking about inside? I can't hear clearly. Long Yidan guessed blindly. Are they discussing the marriage between you two? Xia Qinghe walked over, suddenly thinking, marriage. Marriage? She was sad, unable to understand her own heart. When Xueting and Zhang Wading are getting married, why am I so sad? At this time, at the Chun family mansion, thunder and lightning rumbled. The old butler handed over a stack of documents and reported to his master. The documents about Zhang Wading are all here. Shangwan Nailin scolded contemptuously. This beast has been missing for so many years. It turns out he wanted to join the army. Does he think having a military rank is enough to go against me? She threw the stack of documents away and shouted, Stupid! Our Chun family is the overlord of Haidong. Eliminating a mere Zhang Wading is no different from crushing an ant. Shangwan Nailin angrily clenched her fists, her nails even digging in until they bled. Back then, when eliminating that bitch, I should have pulled it up by the roots. The old butler bowed his head and said, I have passed your words to Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang said he must finish participating in the quota martial arts tournament before he can handle your matters. She angrily slapped the old butler, shouting, But I don't want to let that beast live for another day. Shangwan Nailin waved her hand and asked, Fine, let him jump around for a few more days. How is the investigation into the disappearance of the fourth young master going? The old butler knelt down in terror and said tremblingly, I still haven't found out. No, soon. Immediately, she coldly pulled the trigger of a gun and scolded, I assigned you 3 tasks, and you failed 2. Trash has no value to live. The old butler immediately collapsed in a pool of blood, showing no signs of life. At the same time, at the second aunt's house, Zhang Wading was sitting with everyone at the dining table. Long Yidan handed a gift box to Xiao Wang, saying happily, Good boy, Xiao Wang, this is the birthday present I bought for you. Do you like it? The little boy smiled happily and replied, I like it. Xiao Wang's mother said with tears in her eyes, In this life, if Xiao Wang's illness can be cured, I would be willing to die. Zhang Wading rubbed his chin, recalling, I heard there's a top brain expert in Aranda. Maybe he can cure Xiao Wang's illness. Xiao Wang's mother said anxiously, For that top expert to casually treat someone once costs tens of millions. How can a small family like ours dare to dream of that? As long as Xiao Wang can grow up safely, I am already satisfied. Zhang Wading took out a piece of paper and said, Actually, I hold shares in the Xianglong Group. Suddenly, someone kicked the door open and rushed in. Jiang Jiadong laughed loudly and said, little ant, there is earth-shattering good news. Seeing Zhang Wading sitting there, Jiang Jiadong's movements suddenly stopped. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly in embarrassment. Oh, young Master Zhang is here too? Jiang Jiadong felt guilty in his heart. Why is this god of death here? Then the matter uncle asked me to do, isn't it? Xiao Wang's mother asked. Jiadong, what good news did you just say there was? Jiang Jiadong said timidly, It's nothing. Jiang Jiadong took out a piece of paper, smiled, and said, It's uncle who asked me to bring you something. She said unhappily, Don't call him uncle. He and I no longer have any relationship. Xiao Wang's mother covered her mouth, scolding in both horror and indignation. That beast, abandoning his wife and child. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let him off. Jiang Jiadong hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her. Yes. I don't want to pay attention to him either. But the conditions he offered, it's best if you look over them yourself. She reconfirmed the settlement agreement paper. Jiang Jiadong said cheerfully, As long as you accept the settlement and sign here, Uncle said he is willing to compensate 500,000. Jiang Jiadong continued to advise, Uncle's conditions are very sincere. Although it won't cure Xiao Wang's illness, at least it can ensure your whole family doesn't have to worry about food and clothing. Xiao Wang's mother immediately snatched the piece of paper, tore it to pieces, and shouted loudly, His hypocritical face only makes me more nauseous. I'd rather die than take his money. Jiang Jiadong tried to justify this. Uncle just wants to compensate you and your son. Aren't you also short of money? Zhang Wading suddenly let out a cold laugh. Ridiculous. So many years have passed, and now he remembers to compensate? Jiang Jiadong restored his flattering expression and said, Actually, it's because Uncle heard that young Master Jean caused a huge uproar at the Tiandu Hotel and made a resounding name for himself. So he wanted to ask me to mediate a bit. Jean Wadding held up the piece of paper from just now and laughed out loud a few times. You want to mediate, right? Jean Wadding threw the piece of paper onto the table and continued, if he can spend an amount equivalent to half of these shares as compensation, I might accept it. Jiang Jiadong read the content in astonishment. Ownership of Xianglong Group shares? Xianglong is the top core enterprise in Haidong, and you actually hold shares in Xianglong? Jiang Jiadong comforted himself. It must be just a small fraction of it. Yes, that must be it. I can still win this. Jiang Jiadong still tried to persuade. Actually, for all these years, Uncle still has feelings for you, he. Jean Wadding suddenly grabbed Jiang Jiadong by the neck, pushed him against the window, and said in disgust, "Too noisy." Jiang Jiadong screamed in panic. "Young Master Jean, don't. I'm just a messenger. The family my uncle married into has considerable power." Jean Wadding warned with a stern expression, "Go back and tell that beast. If he dares to bother my little aunt again, I will chop off his dog head." After saying that, Jean Wadding unhesitatingly threw Jiang Jiadong onto the main road. Inside the house, Xiao Wang's mother said worriedly to Jean Wadding, "Wadding, I'm worried that scumbag will make a move against you." Jean Wadding comforted her confidently. "Auntie, rest assured, even if that scumbag doesn't come looking for me, I will go looking for him. How can I let him off easily?" Jiang Jiadong clutched his shoulder and left, cursing indignantly. "Humph, that damn Jean Wadding, he dares to treat me like this, not giving me any face at all." At this moment, Jiang Jiadong saw a girl walking towards him and exclaimed, "Shadow Guard." Seeing her extraordinary aura, Jiang Jiadong happily greeted, "This beauty, I am from the Tiandu Hotel." The Shadow Guard suddenly delivered a kick to Jiang Jiadong's crotch. She scolded contemptuously. "Where did this stinky ant come from, daring to tease me? Scum!" Jiang Jiadong fell to the ground in pain, wailing. Back inside the house, Jean Wadding took out that piece of paper and said, "Little aunt, you just keep these shares. I have already arranged the expert in Aranda for you." Xiao Wang's mother said, moved, "Wadding, this favor is too heavy. I don't know how to repay you." Long Yidong said happily, "Auntie, we are family. All these years you've taken care of me, and you've never asked for anything in return." Jean Wadding rubbed his chin, pondering. There will be a storm of blood and gore in Haidong soon, so it's good for you to take Xiao Wang abroad for medical treatment. Suddenly, a cat's meow came from outside the window. Meow, meow. Jean Wadding turned his head to look. Outside became quiet. Jean Wadding looked up at the tree and asked, "What are you doing up there?" The Shadow Guard pretended to meow in response. "A lonely little stray cat. Passionate as fire, delivering to your door, satisfaction guaranteed." Jean Wadding kicked the tree trunk. "Have you said enough?" The Shadow Guard fell from the tree, rubbed her head, and said, "I have investigated the saber-wielding expert you asked me to look into. He is the master of the Lei family martial arts gym. Lei Tiandao." Jean Wadding repeated once, "Lei Tiandao." Then he sneered, "It's about to be a massacre again." At this time, at Haidong Prison Number 3, a prisoner stood up and declared, "Let me tell you, I am Vice Director Lu's man. From now on, I am a boss here." Two other prisoners hurriedly cheered. "Yes, yes, yes, whatever the boss tells us to do, we'll do it." The guy pointed at the man in the corner and scolded, "Are you deaf? Daring to ignore my words." Pu Jindong scolded contemptuously, "What kind of trash are you?" The guy asked in shock, "What?" Pu Jindong stood up, grabbed the chair next to him, and smashed it hard against that prisoner. He spat and scolded, "Bah, just based on you, you dare to ride on my head?" A prison guard opened the door, walked in, and shouted, "What's all the noise about?" Then he called out, "Pu Jindong, come out." Pu Jindong leisurely walked out. The prison guard smiled and said, "Congratulations, Pu Jindong. The guarantor has arrived." Lei Tiandao was waiting outside, opened his mouth, and said, "Pu Jindong, fishing you out cost me quite a bit of effort." Pu Jindong said in surprise, "Lei Tiandao, you've come out of seclusion? I thought the person coming would be Lei Bao." Lei Tiandao said loudly in frustration, "The third brother has been crippled, and the second brother, severely injured and unhealed, died in the prison hospital. Besides me, who else could it be?" Pu Jindong exclaimed, "What? Lei who is dead?" Lei Tiandao raised his long saber, slowly drew it out, and sneered resentfully. "This time in seclusion, my divine skill has achieved great success. Jean Wadding, you killed my brothers. I will surely kill you." Pu Jindong arrogantly chimed in, "Good. You and I, one gun and one cannon. First kill Jean Wadding, then joined forces to occupy all of Haidong. Lei Tiandao laughed loudly and put his arm around his shoulder. Ha, good brother, let's go. Let's go attend your younger brother's post-seclusion banquet. A car sped down the road. At this time, at the Tiandu Hotel, the shadow guard pointed ahead and reported, "That is Lei Tiandao's car. At noon today, he wants to hold his post-seclusion banquet here." Zhang Wading said, unhappily, "The Tiandu Hotel again. I hate this property of the Qin family. I don't want to see it anymore tomorrow." The shadow guard knelt to receive the order. Understood, this subordinate will go handle it right away. Zhang Wading smiled and said, "Let's go. We're going inside." Bai Geng also laughed excitedly. Hee, I can finally have a real fight. A luxury car stopped outside. Zhang Wading raised his hand to stop her and said, "Wait. Isn't that the scumbag who abandoned my little aunt to become a live-in son-in-law?" Jiang Jiadong was laughing and leading the way. "Uncle, please come in." Zhang Wading also felt a bit of excitement. Interesting. We might as well wait a bit to see what other bugs crawl into this jar. Inside the hotel, everyone was immersed in the banquet. Lei Tiandao raised his wine glass and said, "Distinguished guests, despite your busy schedules, you still came to congratulate this old man on coming out of seclusion, truly making me both delighted and anxious." An old man stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Gym Master Lei, there's no need to be polite. I see that your inner strength is surging. In the future, we will have to rely on you a lot." Lei Tiandao drained his glass of wine and laughed heartily. "Ha, fellow martial artists, you are too polite. Let us work together to build up Haidong." When Qing Shan sat on the side, thinking resentfully, Lei Bao kidnapped my daughter, yet Lei Tiandao still has the nerve to invite me to this banquet." Lei Tiandao walked over and said, "Brother One, I have the intention to join the Xianglong group at this grand banquet today. How about you and I make peace?" The guests nearby chimed in. "This is a rare and excellent opportunity. Brother One is about to strike it rich." When Qing Shan stood up and replied, "Past matters could be let bygones be bygones, but the Lei family is rooted in martial arts, while I, One, am just a merchant. It is better for us to go our separate ways." When Qing Shan cupped his hands to take his leave, "If there's nothing else, I will take my leave first." When Qing Shan thought as he walked, a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. He harbors no good intentions. Pu Zhendong suddenly greeted him. "Long time no see. Brother Wen's temper is still the same." When Qing Shan looked up in astonishment, "Pu Zhendong, aren't you in prison? Why are you here?" Pu Zhendong smiled calmly. "In the whole of Haidong now, is there anything that Brother Lei cannot do?" Ha! Lei Tiandao suddenly made things difficult. Hand over the shares of Xianglong. Lei Tiandao fiercely struck towards Wen Qing Shan, shouting loudly, "Submit or die." When Qing Shan fell backwards onto the ground, when Xueting ran over in panic, screaming, "Father!" she helped Wen Qing Shan up and shouted loudly, "Let me see who dares to touch my father." Wen Qing Shan sat up and said, "The largest share of Xianglong is not with me." Gym Master Lei has probably found the wrong person. Lei Tiandao continued, "Whoever has it, it's all the same, just consider it as keeping it for me. However, your daughter's looks are not bad. If she serves me for a few nights, I will spare the Wen family." When Xueting screamed indignantly, "Keep dreaming." Lei Tiandao instantly appeared in front of Wen Xueting, scolding, "Ignorant. It seems you don't understand the terrifying nature of an inner strength expert." Lei Tiandao casually waved his hand, pushing back the bodyguards. The one father and daughter looked at Lei Tiandao in horror. Lei Tiandao took the opportunity to show off, releasing his inner strength. This is the might of inner strength. When Qing Shan looked at Lei Tiandao and muttered, "Is this the power that all of Haidong admires?" When Xueting also said in astonishment, "Is this still human strength?" Suddenly, someone walked over and praised, "Excellent, truly excellent." Chen Hashan walked over and said, "Gym Master Lei's skills, compared to my father's, are evenly matched." The followers shouted loudly. The third young master of the Chun family brings 2-century-old ginseng roots to congratulate old Mr. Lei on his great achievement in martial arts. Lei Tiandao cupped his hands and smiled. "Ha, so is the third young master of the Chen family. I'm ashamed. How dare I compare myself to your esteemed father?" Chen Badeo. Chen Hashan walked over, looked at Wen Xueting, and asked, "I arrived a bit late. It seems I missed a good show. This little beauty is. Lei Tiandao immediately said, "Good nephew, you brought a grand gift, and I have nothing to entertain you with. So how about I give this girl to you?" Chen Hashin asked back, "Is Gym Master Lei telling the truth?" This junior also doesn't want to take what someone else likes. When Qing Shan stood in front of Wen Shueting and shouted, "Even if I die, I will not hand Wen Shueting over to you." Chen Hashin impatiently swung his fist and shouted loudly, "Since you don't know what's good for you, then you go die." However, a single finger from Zhan Wading blocked Chen Hashin's fist. Chen Hashin exclaimed, "What?" When Shueting was also stunned, she tightly grabbed Zhan Wading's arm and pleaded for help. "Brother Wading, you're here. Quickly save my father." Zhan Wading indignantly questioned, "A human life is pushed back and forth by you people. Do you consider human life to be so cheap?" Chen Hashin replied calmly, "Human lives are divided into two types. I, Chen Hashin, am born noble, while those other lowly lives, what does it matter if they're killed?" Zhan Wading said contemptuously, boasting about being born noble. "Interesting. It seems you really don't know who I am." Chen Hashin pointed at Zhan Wading disdainfully and said, "Why the hell do I need to know who you are? Listen carefully. I am the son of the Haidong overlord Shenghua Nalan, and this entire Tiandu hotel is a birthday gift from my mother. You dare to stand before me and uphold justice?" The bodyguards behind Chen Hashin also burst into laughter. Hu Zhendong spoke from behind. "Zhan Wading, there's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Today, with Gym Master Lei here, I'll see what kind of waves you can make." Chen Hashin exclaimed, "What? You are Zhan Wading?" Lei Tiandao pressed Chen Hashin's shoulder and comforted him. "Good boy, don't panic. With me here, he can't touch you." Chen Hashin clasped his hands and said, "Then thank you, Gym Master Lei." Chen Hashin immediately regained his arrogant look, shouting, "Zhan Wading, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? Maybe I can help plead for you and spare your dog life." Zhan Wading said calmly, "If I kneel, I'm afraid this building won't be able to bear it and will collapse into ruins." Chen Hashin laughed in disbelief. "What a joke. My Chun family's Tiandu Hotel has stood tall in Haidong for over 10 years. Even if you die, the Chun family's building won't fall." Zhan Wading picked up his phone and said, "Let's try and see." Zhan Wading dialed a number. The other end reported, "Boss, the relevant procedures have been completed and the surrounding personnel are being evacuated." Chen Hashin asked in surprise, "Evacuate what? You actually dare to call for people?" Lei Tiandao continued to reassure, "Good boy, don't rush. Wait until his reinforcements arrive and all kneel before us. He will know what kind of existence we truly are." Chen Hashin said arrogantly, "That's right. Wouldn't it be more pleasurable to see their panicked faces begging for their lives then?" Chen Hashin laughed, pointed at Zhan Wading, and said, "Ha, the Gym Master Lei still knows how to play. I'll give a dog like you a chance." Zhan Wading reached out, grabbed Chen Hashin's hand, squeezed it tightly, and said, "Pointing at me?" Zhan Wading asked Chen Hashin in return, "You seem to be mistaken about one thing. Do you really think someone can protect you?" Zhan Wading immediately threw Chen Hashin flying outward and continued, "Whether it's Lei Tiandao or this building, neither can." Chen Hashin was thrown out of the building. Hu Zhendong hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Third young Master Chun." Lei Tiandao swung his palm at Zhan Wading. "Just a lowly servant, yet you dare to dream of hurting others." Bai Gong suddenly appeared in front of Lei Tiandao, shouting loudly, "How bold!" A palm and a fist clashed fiercely. Lei Tiandao was knocked flying and cried out in shock, "What immense power!" Lei Tiandao lended clumsily, thinking in panic. To think that Zhan Wading has an expert with such profound internal energy by his side, who can actually match me. Bai Gong laughed disdainfully. Don't misunderstand. The boss has something to ask you, so I spared your life." Lei Tiandao forced a smile, trying to win over Bai Gong. "An expert like you, why stoop to serve a lowly commoner like Zhan Wading? What can he give you? If you join forces with me, even Chimbadeo will be nothing, and all of Haidong will be in our pockets." Bai Gong spat disdainfully. Lei Tiandao was completely enraged. But he still chose to endure it, and said, "Fine, since you're an internal energy grandmaster, I admit defeat. Can we just let this matter go?" Zhan Wading spoke up. "People like you, who are born considering yourselves noble, merely rely on rules and violence to suppress others. When you find you don't have the upper hand, The face you reveal is even uglier than a despicable villain's. Chun Hashin howled from outside. Gym Master Lei, why compromise with that lowly commoner? He dared to hit me. You must avenge me. Lei Tiandao held his blade horizontally in front of Zhang Wading, saying, do you really think you've won? My lifelong skills are all in this blade. It's still unknown who will die by whose hands. Liu Yundun reminded Zhang Wading from behind not to be impulsive. Though injured, he struggled to say, cough, cough. Wading, you must be careful. This old bag of bones of mine is not worth mentioning, but Qingqing is still young. Zhang Wading confidently turned his head and replied, Uncle Liu, there's no need to worry. A bunch of dying people can't turn the sky upside down. At this time, Zhang Wading and Bai Geng were already surrounded by a group of people. Outside, someone gossiped. Is this kid stupid? Can a battle between grandmasters be provoked so easily? Another person thought, Gym Master Lei has a resounding reputation. This Zhang Wading is so arrogant relying on his subordinates. He will definitely face disaster. Lei Tiandao thought smugly. Later, I just need to bypass that big guy and grab Zhang Wading, then everything will be under control. Zhang Wading asked, tell me, how do you want to die? No need to worry about anything else. Bai Geng won't interfere. Lei Tiandao furiously drew his blade and asked, what? He roared and charged forward. You dare to insult me. I want you to kneel and die before me. Zhang Wading also glared. Lei Tiandao, you seem to still not know who you are facing. In an instant, Zhang Wading erupted with terrifying power. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and countless stone spikes thrust upward. Lei Tiandao laughed smugly. Ha, go to hell. Suddenly, Lei Tiandao stopped his movements and said in horror, to shatter marble relying solely on internal energy. You are Grandmaster? But Lei Tiandao still confidently declared, however, you can't beat me. Ha ha. Yet, the moment Lei Tiandao's blade touched the stone spikes, it shattered into pieces, and the stone spikes continuously pierced into his body, making him scream in pain. Zhang Wading repeated Lei Tiandao's words. Just now you said, you wanted me to kneel before you? Lei Tiandao trembled and begged. How could I? Spare my life. Zhang Wading nodded in agreement. All right. The stone spikes directly pulled out of Lei Tiandao's body, causing agonizing pain. Lei Tiandao collapsed paralyzed on the ground. Zhang Wading looked towards Pu Zhendong and said, now it's your turn. Pu Zhendong fled in terror, thinking to himself, God of death. This is a god of death. I shouldn't have gotten out of prison. Why did I foolishly ask to be released from prison? Bai Geng quickly knocked him down with a punch. I already dislike the look of you, yet you still want to run? Chen Hashin trembled in fear and said, I was wrong. It's my fault. Zhang Wading suddenly stood in front of Chun Hashin and said, kneel down. It's not time to despair yet. Chen Hashin was crushed down by a terrifying pressure and stammered. What? What do you mean? The onlookers pointed to the sky and asked, look everyone, where did those helicopters come from? 3 people rappelled down from the helicopters. A resident wondered, what are they planning to do? It doesn't look like they are here to save people. Suddenly, the roar of bulldozers rang out. One bulldozer slowly approached, followed immediately by several others closing in on the building. Chun Hashin exclaimed in shock. Could it be? How dare you? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Zhang Wading replied calmly. There are no residents living around the Tiandu Hotel. Those who needed to be evacuated have all been evacuated. What consequences could there be? Zhang Wading leaned close to Chen Hashin's ear and continued. Originally, I didn't want to use such a crude method. After all, it makes quite a commotion. Zhang Wading squatted down and continued. But your words reminded me. Perhaps smashing the thing you are most proud of right in front of your eyes will be even more pleasurable, right? Chen Hashin hugged Zhang Wading's leg and begged, no, don't. This is my bargaining chip to compete for the position of family head in the future. You can't do this. Shadow Guard placed a hand on the bulldozer and reported, Boss, everything is arranged. Zhang Wading snapped his fingers and ordered, still thinking about your future wealth and glory? Level it. The bulldozers immediately started. The Tiandu Hotel collapsed in an instant, turning into a pile of ruins. Zhang Wading looked at the ruins and said, a chaotic mess, yet as brilliant as peach blossoms. There are people who live peacefully all their lives, but because of villains like you, even peace becomes a luxury. Zhang Wading kicked the kneeling Chun Hashin. To eradicate evil, one must pull it out by the roots. Chen Hashin was still stubborn and threatened. You want to kill me? My mother is Shangwan Nailin. You'll be in big trouble, a kind of trouble you can't afford to provoke. Zhang Wading feigned surprise and handed his phone to Chen Hashin. Oh, then I'll give you a chance. Make a call. Tell her to come save you. How about it? Pu Haidong stood by and watched, feeling this scene was somewhat familiar. At this time, at the Chun family mansion, the phone on the table rang. Shangwan Nalan answered. Hello? Chun Hashin cried for help in fear. Mom. Someone wants to destroy my hotel and even wants to kill me. You must save me. She reassured him. I know. Don't be afraid. Give the phone to him. I'll talk to him. Zhang Wading took the phone back and asked mockingly, Shangwan, nothing bad has happened since we last parted, right? Shangwan Nalan said calmly, I won't ask who you are, nor will I ask where my son is. Just let him go. Any condition is acceptable. Zhang Wading immediately replied, all right, then you jump off a building and commit suicide, trading your life for his. Isn't that very fair? The other party was silent for a moment. Shangwan Nalan immediately recognized him, crushed the glass in her hand, and cursed. You are Zhang Wading, that bastard born of that slut who jumped off the building to commit suicide. Zhang Wading said indifferently, it seems you have made a choice. Then prepare for his funeral. She panicked and softened her tone. Wait, Zhang Wading, it's not worth it for a dead person. You're still young. I'll give you money. You spare my son. Zhang Wading said angrily. Money? Can money really solve the problem? I'm afraid not. Shangwan Nalan, your future will be endless suffering. Shangwan Nalan furiously threw the phone to the ground and roared in anger. Zhang Wading, I won't let you off. Zhang Wading shook his head at Chun Hashin. What a pity. It seems your backing is useless. Chun Hashin stopped him. Don't. I still want to call my dad. He is a martial arts grandmaster. Zhang Wading ignored him and threw Chun Hashin out. Having committed enough evil deeds in this life, what else are you unsatisfied with? Be a good person in your next life. Chun Hashin was thrown far away in an instant. Lei Tiandao stared blankly at all this. Why did it turn out like this? He didn't want to believe the reality before him. He was clearly about to become part of the top elite of Haidong. Lei Tiandao knelt before Zhang Wading and asked powerlessly, Before I die, can you let me die understanding clearly? Zhang Wading asked coldly, Do you still remember the woman who jumped off the building 10 years ago? Lei Tiandao's whole body shook you. Lei Tiandao recalled the night of the mission 10 years ago and continued, You were the little boy curled up in his mother's arms like a small beast back then. Lei Tiandao laughed loudly and yelled, Xiaoqun Yusun could actually grow to this extent. They were all wrong back then. Zhang Wading said bluntly, Since you recognize it, rest in peace on your journey. Lei Tiandao asked again, I want to know what your current identity is. Zhang Wading shouted, Heavenly King Zhan, Heavenly Emperor Zhan. Lei Tiandao frowned and replied, What an honor. With that said, Lei Tiandao spat out fresh blood, fell to the ground, and died. Lu Qingqing praised, Brother Wading, that Lei Tiandao was so powerful, but in front of you, he was like a clay figure, unable to withstand a single blow. Bai Geng said loudly, Damn, the boss was really angry. If I hadn't pulled you two away earlier, we would have almost been caught in the crossfire. Lu Yindun praised, Brother Zhang Wading is truly formidable. I don't know what he finally said to Lei Tiandao to make him willing to accept his death. Bai Geng teased, You two, one calls him brother, the other calls him brother. How does this seniority work out? Lu Yindun laughed and said, To each their own. Call him whatever you like. Zhang Wading whispered to himself, Hopefully, the next target can be met at the quota tournament. Shadow Guard suddenly hooked her arm through Zhang Wading's and asked loudly, Boss, any new findings? Zhang Wading replied indifferently, None. Shadow Guard said angrily, He really deserved to be hacked into 1,000 pieces. Dying like that was too easy for him. Zhang Wading replied, What I want to know, I can find out even if I have to search heaven and earth. I don't need him to open his mouth. Shadow Guard said happily, Wherever the boss goes, I go. Zhang Wading patted her head and said, That won't do. Next, I have to go participate in the Haidong quota tournament. You have to stay and handle business. Bai Geng asked in dissatisfaction, Boss, you are too biased. Why do you never assign this kind of brain-draining work to me? Zhang Wading teased, Stop making a fuss. Since when do you have a brain? Shadow Guard chimed in. You idiot. How about we give you the work later? Lu Qingqing watched this scene and thought to herself, Who is this woman? Why is she so intimate with Brother Wading? Lu Yindun thought to himself, Silly girl. You can't compete with her. You still need your father to lend a hand. Then he said loudly, Just now I heard Brother Zhan say you want to participate in the quota tournament 3 days later. Zhang Wading replied, That's right. I'll represent the Wen family and go take a look. Lu Yindun continued, Wen Qingshan is truly lucky. This time, I am also sending martial artists to participate, led by Qingqing. How about you all go together? You'll have company on the way. Zhang Wading asked, Oh, I heard the venue is very far. Lu Yindun replied, Yes. For the sake of fairness, Every tournament is held outside Haidong. This time it is set on a cruise ship in Haidong. Shadow Guard said to Jean Wadding, "An arena on a cruise ship? Boss, take me with you. I want to fight in the arena." Ching Ching immediately retorted, "Do you know the way? Having me is enough. I will take Brother Wadding there safely." Shadow Guard argued back, "Who knows where you will take him?" Ching Ching said, "It's none of your concern." Finally, the two asked Jean Wadding in unison, "Boss/Brother Wadding, you tell us who is going after all." Facing this awkward situation, Jean Wadding froze for a moment, then immediately changed the subject. "I suddenly remembered my little aunt is taking Xiao Guang to Aranda for medical treatment. I think it's today's flight." Jean Wadding fled as fast as he could. Bai Geng shouted, "Boss, wait for me. I'll go see them off too." Shadow Guard said in frustration, "Boss is too cunning. Don't run." Ching Ching also shouted, "Brother Wadding, wait for me." At a certain construction site, the nearly completed project was struck by lightning. After the thunderstorm, the entire site was left with only a pile of ruins. Two people stood in the rain, staring intently at these ruins. They were Shangwan Nalin's eldest son, Chun Tianwei, and Haidong's #1 expert, Chimbadeo. Suddenly, a luxury car stopped behind the two of them, and a woman slowly stepped out of the car. Shangwan Nalin said loudly, "Chimbadeo, you still know the way back?" Mr. Chun immediately explained, "Haidong is about to change owners." "Naturally, I had to rush back," Shangwan Nalin angrily retorted. "Ever since that beast John Wadding appeared, he has successively flattened several major families, turning Haidong upside down with his disruptions." Chimbadeo added, "That suits me perfectly. The quota battle is approaching. On the contrary, I want to thank him for creating the best opportunity for me to unify Haidong." Shangwan Nalin immediately questioned Chimbadeo. "One of your sons is dead. The other is crippled. Is your career the only thing in your eyes?" Hearing his wife's words, he suddenly fell silent, then said, "Could it be that Xia Chunyu was driven to death by me?" Hearing this sentence, Shangwan Nalin's tone became chilling. Chun Tianwei hurriedly reassured, "Mother, don't be agitated. I will avenge my brothers." Chimbadeo suddenly turned his head to look behind him and shouted loudly, "Who's there?" A stranger immediately spoke up, "Brother Chun, don't attack. It's me. I am Pu Jindong." Chimbadeo recognized him and asked, "Isn't this Chairman Pu of the Xianglong Group? Why are you here?" Pu Jindong immediately replied, "Brother Chun, you have to stand up for me. That guy Jean Wadding, he tortured me and forced me to stay here to pass a message, saying he will wait for the Chun family at the quota competition." Chimbadeo put his hand on Pu Jindong's shoulder and said, "Rest assured, I will participate in the competition. However, how much of what I just said did you hear?" Hearing this, Pu Jindong immediately replied, "Brother Chun, rest assured, I absolutely will not speak nonsense. From now on, I am willing to follow Brother Chun, dedicating myself to helping you unify Haidong." Chimbadeo happily replied, "Good, good brother." After saying that, Chimbadeo placed his hand on Pu Jindong's head, then forcefully pressed his head into the ground. Chimbadeo sarcastically said, "Are you even worthy of calling me a brother?" Chun Tianwei explained, "My father wants to become the king of Haidong. No one is worthy of being his brother." At the Golden Coast, gazing at the exquisite scenery, Bai Geng exclaimed, "Wow, is this the most famous Golden Coast in all of Haidong? Boundless beautiful scenery, beauties like clouds. Why hasn't Lu Qingqing arrived yet?" Seeing this, Jean Wadding said loudly, "You have the guts to think about it, but no guts to do it. Don't use Qingqing as an excuse to peek everywhere." Seeing Jean Wadding approaching, Bai Geng teased, "Ha, boss, what are you wearing? Going to the beach, you naturally have to wear a swimsuit." As soon as he finished speaking, Jean Wadding punched Bai Geng right in the middle of his forehead and roared angrily, "Isn't my clothing schedule all arranged by you?" Shadow Guard suddenly spoke up, "Boss, when it comes to taking care of others, you still have to rely on me. How about I take care of you closely from now on?" A young man praised, "That girl is so pretty." A brown-haired guy replied, "Want to go tease her a bit?" His companion hurriedly stopped him. "You're such a hooligan. Haidong has a major event recently. In the past few days, those going in and out of the Golden Coast are all big shots. Be careful of your dog life." The brown-haired guy immediately replied, "Don't worry. We have people backing us too. Besides, I have experience. I won't make a move without gathering clear information first." He then smugly said, "Hee hee, watch me." After that, The brown-haired guy walked up to Shadow Guard. "Hi, beauty. Are you alone?" Shadow Guard immediately linked arms with Jean Wadding and replied, "How did your eyes grow? We're obviously a couple." He continued, "So the flower already has an owner? How embarrassing. Brother, I have a party over there. Want to come and join the fun?" The brown-haired guy secretly sneered at John Wadding in his heart. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Coming to the Golden Coast and still wearing a suit. Jean Wadding refused. "No need. We still have things to do." Shadow Guard said the opposite. Sure. Hearing this, Jean Wadding pinched her waist, coughed, and said, "No. We have to wait for someone here." Jean Wadding thought to himself, this beautiful girl wants to cause trouble again. Seeing this, the brown-haired guy smiled smugly. "There's a good show, but her boyfriend seems alert. It seems I have to add some strong medicine." The brown-haired guy asked the two of them, "Have you heard? Recently, there's a grand banquet on the sea in Haidong." Jean Wadding replied, "Oh, I've heard of it, but I don't know how to go." The brown-haired guy continued, I know a big brother who has the qualifications to get on there. If you two are interested, I can take you along." Shadow Guard pressed further. "Really?" The brown-haired guy answered arrogantly, "That big brother of mine is not an ordinary person. If you can catch his eye." As soon as he finished speaking, a luxury cruise ship docked. Lu Qingqing stood on the ship and waved, calling out, "Brother Wadding, over here." The brown-haired guy thought angrily, "Damn it, turns out he's a guy clinging to a woman's skirt." After that, Jean Wadding and Shadow Guard walked toward the cruise ship one after another. The purple-haired friend who accompanied him teased, "You failed, right? They went on a cruise ship to play. They don't lack your petty fun." The brown-haired guy spat in dissatisfaction and said disdainfully, "That kid is as thin as a stick. He definitely only has a good outward appearance. He can't compare to our brother Long." Right at this moment, Wu Tianlong walked over with an unhappy expression and asked, "Were you two bad-mouthing me behind my back again?" Seeing this, the brown-haired guy was overjoyed. "Oh my, Brother Long is here. You just missed a top-tier beauty." Wu Tianlong also looked towards the cruise ship on the sea. Jean Wadding looked down from above, showing interest for this quota competition. The Wu family sending Wu Tianlong here is quite interesting. Wu Tianlong stared at him, thinking doubtfully, "That person looks very familiar, but I can't see clearly." "Forget it." He turned his head and said to his underlings, "You two tidy up a bit. Get ready to follow me to Haidong." They cheered excitedly. "Thank you, Brother Long." On the cruise ship, many people gathered, and sumptuous food was continuously served. Bai Geng was eating voraciously, exclaiming, "The food here is really delicious." The waitress somewhat reluctantly reminded him, "Sir, please eat a little slower, lest you choke." She thought awkwardly to herself, "This person acts like he hasn't eaten in 3 days. Didn't he sneak in here?" Shadow Guard stood observing from a distance, frowning unhappily. That idiot only knows how to eat. Has he completely forgotten the mission assigned by the king? She then took out a pair of blue glasses and put them on, observing the people around her. Detailed investigations like this still have to rely on me. She stared at an old man, with beauties and bodyguards beside him, and analyzed. Haidong's wealthy merchant Lu Yishui. The accompanying martial artist is twin Freak Li, who excels in using double canes. Doesn't meet the conditions, eliminate. A moment later, she sighed and thought, where on earth is the martial artist who is good at lightness skill? Suddenly, the brown-haired guy unexpectedly appeared and greeted. "Hi, beauty. We meet again. What fate? Where's your boyfriend?" Shadow Guard frowned in annoyance. "It's him again." She immediately dodged, but he shamelessly blocked her way. "Beauty, your boyfriend isn't here anyway. Being alone is so boring. Play with me for a bit." While he was pestering her, a man walked past. Shadow Guard was startled, aimed her glasses at that person, and the glasses reported, "Match." Her eyes became serious, and she immediately reported to Jean Wadding, "Boss, the person you were looking for has been found." At this time, Jean Wadding was standing by the side of the boat, and replied, "Received, I know." Shadow Guard pressed, "Boss, I can kill him anytime now. Should I make a move?" Jean Wadding stopped her. "No rush. Come back first. Wait until the Wen family finishes participating in the quota competition before making a move." Hearing this, she praised, "You are really gentle." The brown-haired guy thought she was talking about him, blushed, and suggested, "My beauty, break up with your boyfriend and follow me from now on." Shadow Guard didn't bother to pay attention, directly delivering a kick to the brown-haired guy, and said disdainfully, "Are you even worthy of being compared to him?" The brown-haired guy fell to the ground in pain. Jean Wadding stood by the side of the boat and muttered, "Gentle? I'm just not in a rush, because whether he goes to heaven or hell, it will be hard for him to escape." Jean Wadding turned around and signaled to his teammates, "Continue the ambush. Don't get discovered." A stealth submarine at the bottom of the sea received the instruction. On the other side, the brown-haired guy got up, filled with indignation. Stinky bitch, daring to kick me, I will definitely make her regret it. After that, the brown-haired guy bumped into a man and said in surprise, "It's you?" The brown-haired guy thought to himself. He also got on the ship. Turns out he's a rich second generation. No wonder that woman completely ignored me. The brown-haired guy smiled sinisterly. "Since I ran into you, let's see how I play you to death." Jean Wadding didn't recognize him and asked doubtfully, "You are?" The brown-haired guy falsely introduced himself. "Just call me Little Lou." "Why are you here? You're not lost, are you? Follow me. I will take you to the banquet hall. This cruise ship has 7 floors up and down with 5 banquet halls. It will be hard for you to find it alone." Jean Wadding agreed. "All right, lead the way." As Little Lou led the way, he was full of calculations, still pretending to be noble with me. "You'll have something to cry about later." The door of the banquet hall had 2 bodyguards strictly guarding it. Jean Wadding was blocked. "Please present your invitation." Jean Wadding took out a ticket, but the bodyguard refused. "No, this is an admission ticket. To get inside, you also need an invitation to the cocktail party." Jean Wadding frowned in confusion. "An invitation to the cocktail party?" Little Lou jumped out, pointed at the bodyguard's face, and scolded loudly. "Bastard, do you know who this is? Immediately call the host of the cocktail party to roll out here and welcome him." The bodyguard reminded his companion. "Damn it, daring to come here and cause trouble. Keep an eye on them. I'll go call for people." After the bodyguard left, Little Lou revealed his true colors, pointed inside, and said, "Those attending the banquet inside are all powerful officials and nobles. If you ruin the banquet hall, do you know what the consequences will be?" Jean Wadding merely let out a cold "oh." Little Lou laughed viciously. "Did you come to cause trouble? As long as I say one word and you kneel down and beg me, I will let you off this once." At this moment, Jean Wadding asked curiously, "Do we have a grudge?" Wu Tianlong walked into the hall, froze for a moment, then enthusiastically reached out his hand to greet him. "I didn't expect you to come and attend our cocktail party. It is truly an honor for this humble one." Jean Wadding coldly replied, "Are you even worthy of shaking hands with me?" Wu Tianlong smiled awkwardly. "This." "Ha!" Little Lou was dumbfounded. Brother Long?" Wu Tianlong hurriedly explained to Jean Wadding. "What Brother Long? Don't listen to his nonsense. Just calling me Little Long is fine." Little Lou's face lost all its color, thinking to himself, how is this possible? Why would Brother Long flatter this pretty boy? Jean Wadding turned his head and asked Little Lou again, "So, do we have a grudge?" At this point, Little Lou was dripping in cold sweat, so terrified that he didn't dare to answer. Seeing this, Wu Tianlong became furious. "What is going on? Did you offend Grandmaster Jean?" Little Lou then remembered to ask, "You are Jean Wadding who leveled the Lei family's martial arts gym?" Suddenly, his face received a full slap, and Wu Tianlong said indignantly, "Is Jean Wadding a name you can call out? This is your grandpa Jean. Hurry up and call him Grandpa." Jean Wadding smiled, covering his face, and said, "I don't have a grandson who forces me to kneel and apologize like this." Wu Tianlong was horrified. "What?" He then kicked Little Lou. "Bastard, if you want to die, don't drag others down with you." Finally, Wu Tianlong ordered, "Throw him directly into the sea. Let him swim back himself." As Little Lou was dragged away, he cried and begged, "Grandmaster Jean, I was wrong. I have eyes but couldn't see. Please spare me." Wu Tianlong turned his head and said to Jean Wadding, "Grandmaster Jean, please don't take it to heart. Quickly follow me inside to rest." The two of them entered the dance hall, and Wu Tianlong even flatteringly suggested, "These are all young models coming to dance if you are interested." Hearing this, Shadow Guard immediately widened her eyes, and her killing intent was so great that even Wu Tianlong shuddered. "Huh? There's killing intent." A moment later, Jean Wadding sat at the bar and said, "Step down, don't disturb me." Wu Tianlong and the others obediently followed the order. "Yes. If you have any requests, feel free to call me anytime." At this time, a girl walked in. It was Lu Qingqing. She looked around doubtfully and said, "I heard Brother Wadding has arrived. Where is he?" Master Wang behind her reminded. "Qingqing, young Master Qi has a wide network and knows many big shots. You should stay by his side more." Lu Qingqing replied angrily, "Humph, an idle loafer. What's so good about associating with him?" However, Master Wang still insisted on speaking up for young Master Qi, feeling that young Master Qi could act as a bridge to help them, 100 times stronger than that guy called Jean Wadding. Lu Qingqing didn't pay attention, but unexpectedly spotted Jean Wadding. Lu Qingqing carefully walked closer and greeted Jean Wadding. "I finally found you." She enthusiastically introduced, "This is Master Wang, whom my family invited to participate in the competition." Zhang Wading merely gave a cold yeah. Master Wang put on an air of superiority and asked, "You are Zhang Wading? Do you know where this is?" Zhang Wading simply answered, "A ship." Master Wang immediately spread his arms and boasted, "This is the largest diamond-class cruise ship in Haidong, capable of holding 2,000 people, equipped with hot springs, an arena, and an open-air garden." Zhang Wading still coldly asked back, "So what?" Master Wang then clarified his purpose. "It's a rare opportunity. Why are you standing here instead of going out to broaden your horizons?" Ching is very busy. Suddenly, Zhang Wading's eyes lit up, and he sneered mockingly. Humph, dog eyes looking down on others. Bizarre black shadows appeared beneath Zhang Wading's feet, then quickly moved towards Master Wang. Master Wang widened his eyes in horror. That black shadow spread to his neck, causing him to clutch his neck in pain and cough violently. Unexpectedly, a hand was placed on Master Wang's shoulder, asking, "Master Wang, why is everyone walking so fast?" Young Master Chi approached and asked, "I haven't finished talking with Ching yet. Why did everyone suddenly want to leave?" At this time, the black shadow had disappeared, and Master Wang looked bewildered, not knowing what had just happened. Zhang Wading continued to drink leisurely. Lu Qingqing stepped forward to introduce. "Wading, this is young Master Chi from the entertainment industry." Young Master Chi interrupted disdainfully. "Qingqing, no need for introductions. I have no interest in this kind of nameless nobody." Hearing this, Zhang Wading held his head and sighed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd. "Wow, is it the real person? Hurry up and take pictures. Take pictures." The person arriving was Xia Qinghe. Lu Qingqing's eyes were filled with admiration, exclaiming, "Is that Xia Qinghe? She debuted only half a year ago and is already famous all over Haidong." Zhang Wading was also a little surprised. "Isn't that my sister's teacher?" Zhang Wading then stood up. Lu Qingqing doubtfully asked, but Zhang Wading didn't answer, only saying goodbye and leaving. "I'm off." Seeing this, young Master Chi thought contemptuously, "Leaving just like that? At least he has some self-awareness." After that, young Master Chi enthusiastically suggested, "Qingqing, I'll take you to Xia Qinghe to get her autograph. I'm very close to her." Lu Qingqing hesitated a bit, but still agreed. In the center of the party, Xia Qinghe was walking with Xiao Tianwang. Xiao Tianwang did not forget to politely praise, "I heard that President Zhang has developed quite well these past few years." President Zhang hurriedly replied, "Not at all. Not at all. How can it compare to President Xiao, whose fame shakes the entertainment industry?" Young Master Qi squeezed through the crowd, then enthusiastically greeted Xiao Tianwang. "Patriarch Xiao, it's me. I'm Little Qi from Dingxing Entertainment." Xiao Tianwang paid no attention, but took out a cigar, took a drag, and blew the smoke into young Master Qi's face, then finally opened his mouth. "Oh, seems I have a bit of an impression. Is there something the matter?" Little Qi coughed violently from the smoke, then requested, "There's a fan of yours who wants to meet you." Xiao Tianwang looked towards Lu Qingqing, raised his eyebrows, and revealed a satisfied expression. "Oh, she's a top-tier product." Xiao Tianwang patted Little Qi's shoulder and said, "You're not bad, kid. When making your way in the industry in the future, you can mention my name." He then strode towards Lu Qingqing. "Little sister, are you looking for me?" Lu Qingqing was shocked and terrified, blurting out, "What? You've misunderstood." Xiao Tianwang laughed loudly and unceremoniously reached out to grope her. "Don't be shy." Master Wang saw this, and thinking that the Lu family was his employer after all, he couldn't let anyone bully the eldest young miss. So he stepped forward to stop him. "President Xiao, everyone is watching." Suddenly, Ghost Hand swung his fist. Master Wang sharply noticed and blocked the blow. Ghost Hand sneered, "Ha, do you have a problem?" Master Wang was knocked back far away, exclaiming in shock, "Senior Ghost Hand, you have actually returned to the martial world." Ghost Hand replied rather smugly, "I didn't expect someone in the martial world to still remember this old man's title." Unexpectedly, Master Wang immediately turned hostile, turned his head and said to Lu Qingqing, "Miss Lu, I'm sorry, my contract with your father ends here." Lu Qingqing was stunned. "What? Senior Wang, why?" But he did not answer, but walked toward Ghost Hand and shamelessly reminded her, "Miss Lu, you should just agree with President Xiao. There are some people you cannot afford to offend." Lu Qingqing froze on the spot, then immediately shouted in anger, "Shameless!" Xia Qinghe appeared and intervened. "President Xiao, let it go. It seems this little sister is not your fan either. It's all a misunderstanding." Hearing this, Xiao Tianwang glared angrily at young Master Qi. Xiao Tianwang walked away without saying a word, but young Master Qi gritted his teeth and rushed toward Lu Qingqing with hatred, intending to attack her, cursing, "You bitch, I gave you a chance and you didn't appreciate it. Stop pretending to be so noble." Suddenly, a figure appeared and kicked young Master Qi away. The kick was so powerful that it sent young Master Qi flying while coughing up blood, eventually landing right in front of Xiao Tianwang. Xiao Tianwang was stunned. What? He then turned around angrily and questioned, "Who is it?" Zhang Wading scoffed coldly, a cold smile hanging on his face. Xiao Tianwang was furious and threatened. "Although this guy is stupid, he works for me. You hitting him is like hitting me in the face." Zhang Wading slowly raised his wine glass and said disdainfully, "Your face, is it even worthy of me hitting it?" At this time, Xia Qinghe cheered happily. "Wading, is that you?" Zhang Wading also replied happily, "Long time no see." Seeing this scene, Xiao Tianwang thought to himself, Xia Qinghe relies on the prestige of the Xia family and looks down on everyone after joining the company, yet she is entangled with a nobody. He changed his expression and said with a smile, "Haha, Xia Qinghe, your friend has a lot of guts." Ghost Hand also opened his mouth to shift the blame. "Since you know each other, it's easy to handle. You just bow your head and admit your mistake to President Xiao, and we'll let this matter pass." Zhang Wading calmly asked back, "Admit my mistake?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wading rushed out like an arrow leaving the bow and slapped Ghost Hand in the face. Ghost Hand was slapped flying and crashed into a pillar nearby, falling to the ground, unable to get up. With just one slap, Ghost Hand was completely immobilized. Zhang Wading dusted his hands and said contemptuously, "An ant like you is worthy of my apology?" Everyone in the hall was stunned in shock. This person is too strong. Is he here to participate in the competition? Master Wang also exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior Ghost Hand." He widened his eyes, unable to believe it. Xiao Tianwang angrily threatened, "You dare to oppose me? Do you have money? Even this cruise ship belongs to my family." The others also chimed in, "President Xiao, he looks down on you. Make a get off and swim back." Xiao Tianwang furiously pointed at Zhang Wading and ordered, "You right now immediately." However, before he could finish his sentence, a bottle of red wine was poured over his head. Zhang Wading directly poured the wine over his head and threatened back, "Say one more word, and I'll kill you, believe it or not." The crowd in the hall was once again astonished. Lu Qingqing pulled his arm and reminded, "Brother Wading, don't be impulsive." On the other side, Xiao Dafu was walking with Wu Tianlong. He happily requested, "I heard that Grandmaster Zhan is a guest at your place. You must help introduce me to him." Wu Tianlong hesitated a bit and reminded, "Grandmaster Zhan killed Lei Tiandao with a single punch. He is a heaven-like figure." Xiao Dafu remained confident. I understand. You just need to bring me there and leave the rest to me." He secretly speculated, Grandmaster Zhan is still young after all. He might also like beautiful women. A moment later, the two entered the hall. Xiao Dafu was stunned first. "Grandmaster Zhan?" The other guests hearing this exclaimed in shock, "Grandmaster?" Xiao Dafu greeted enthusiastically. "To be able to meet the Grandmaster here, it is an honor of 3 lifetimes." Xiao Tianwang was dumbfounded hearing this. Father actually called him Grandmaster? This is completely absurd. Xiao Dafu maintained a respectful attitude toward Zhang Wading. Wu Tianlong stepped forward to introduce, "Senior Zhan, this is Xiao Tianwang's father, the tycoon behind Haidong's entertainment industry." Xiao Dafu smiled humbly. "I don't dare to claim to be a tycoon. Grandmaster Zhan can just call me Old Xiao." Xiao Tianwang called out loudly, "Father!" Xiao Dafu immediately stopped his son and reminded, "This is Zhang Wading, Grandmaster Zhan, the new Grandmaster of our Haidong. Tianwang, hurry up and call him Uncle Zhan." Everyone was in an uproar upon hearing this. He is Zhang Wading, the one who recently swept through Tiandu Hotel and kicked down the Lei Family Martial Arts Hall? Master Wang was sweating profusely and exclaimed, "What?" He was so terrified that he slumped to the ground, reflexively trembling and backing away, muttering, it's over. I can't stay in Haidong anymore." Xiao Tianwang still maintained a bad attitude towards Zhang Wading. Xiao Dafu noticed this and was extremely unhappy. He decisively slapped his son in the face and shouted, "What kind of attitude is that? Hurry up and apologize to Uncle Zhan." Xiao Tianwang was unconvinced and strongly retorted, "On what grounds? just because he knows how to fight? He's just a crude martial artist. What does he have to do with our entertainment industry? Xiao Dafu was so angry that he was speechless. You. Then Xiao Tianwang ignored his father, turned his head, and said to Zhang Wading, so what if you know how to fight? The resources martial artists need for cultivation, don't they still rely on rich people like us to buy them for you? He even put on an arrogant look. I advise you to be sensible. Let's both take a step back and stop here. Zhang Wading did not reply, turned around and left. Seeing this, Xiao Tianwang laughed smugly. Why are you leaving? Didn't you say you wanted to kill? Before he could finish his words, he suddenly stiffened, his whole body freezing, unable to move. Xiao Dafu widened his eyes and hurriedly ran over to ask, Tianwang, what's wrong? However, he seemed to have stopped breathing. This huge shock made Xiao Dafu unable to believe it. My son, why is he like this? Wu Tianlong also stepped forward to offer condolences. President Xiao, my condolences. Then he looked at Zhang Wading's retreating back and thought to himself, killing silently, what realm has Grandmaster Zhang's true strength actually reached? Everyone in the hall covered their noses and exclaimed, where is this foul smell coming from? In a corner of the party, Chun Tianwei was sitting watching the good show, thinking to himself, Zhang Wading, my Chun family has been looking for you for a long time and finally found you. Saying so, he immediately crushed the wine glass in his hand, raised his eyebrows and calculated, third brother, fourth brother, your revenge is about to be avenged. In a quiet room on the cruise ship, Zhang Wading was sitting focused on his cultivation. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Wading, who had his eyes tightly closed, opened them. In front of him was Xia Qinghe, entering somewhat shyly. Wading, long time no see. Don't you miss me at all? Zhang Wading didn't answer, but contacted Bai Geng and told him to keep watch for the night. Bai Geng, who was outside eating meat, replied, oh my, aren't I just afraid that you'll be lonely? Zhang Wading said helplessly, when we get back, I'll let you taste what a lonely iron fist is. Shadow Guard also received the news and quickly assured, my king, don't worry, I will go handle her. Zhang Wading held his head and refused. No need, just do your job well. At this moment, Xia Qinghe pressed herself against Zhang Wading and asked flirtatiously, do you really have no feelings for me at all? Zhang Wading replied expressionlessly, speak, what do you want from me? Xia Qinghe puffed out her chest and replied, tisk, so boring. Can I come look for you if I don't have a reason? Zhang Wading's attitude remained cold. Is that so? Seeing this, she had to honestly confess. All right. Actually, President Xiao sent me to test her attitude. Zhang Wading asked again, just test it? Xiaoqing has slipped off one of her shoulder straps and said, of course, he also wants me to try to make you stay. Zhang Wading lifted her chin and asked, so you just listened to him and came here? Isn't that President Xiao afraid that I might eat his bait completely, but not take the hook? She turned her head and replied, can he really boss me around? I came voluntarily, so do you dare to eat this bait? Her eyes were filled with determination, but Zhang Wading just picked her up and reminded, go back and tell him. Let's consider this matter closed. Then Zhang Wading ruthlessly pushed her out of the room. If he still comes to bother me, I wouldn't mind killing one more person. After saying that, he closed the door. Xia Qinghe shouted angrily, you stinky block of wood. Suddenly, Bai Geng sensed murderous intent. A figure dashed past, and he immediately gave chase. Where are you running? Zhang Wading contacted him to ask what happened. Bai Geng hurriedly replied, my king, there is an assassin. Although they hid extremely well, the moment you opened the door, a trace of murderous intent was exposed. At the same time, Xia Qinghe was still grumbling outside the door. Damn block of wood, stinky block of wood. Suddenly, Zhang Wading opened the door, grabbed her hand tightly, and forcefully pulled her into the room. She still spoke proudly. Even if you regret it now, I will. However, Zhang Wading just locked her in the room while he turned around and went out. Bai Geng, contact him again. This is quite interesting. Capture him alive. I'll be right there. Inside the room, Xia Qinghe was confused. At this time, Chun Tianwei was hiding outside the deck. He thought to himself, the rumor that there's an expert beside Zhang Wading seems to be true. Chun Tianwei stopped. Bai Geng had caught up and blocked his way. Where do you want to run, you little scholar? Chun Tianwei was furious and kicked towards him. Bai Geng gently reached out and grabbed it. Is this all the skill you have? He squeezed the opponent's leg tightly and said, and you're trying to copy others by going on an assassination. Suddenly, Chun Tianwei sprayed pepper spray into Bai Geng's face. Bai Gong's eyes stung sharply. He staggered a few steps, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. Immediately after, he was snoring and sound asleep. Chen Tianwei was shocked. This is a biochemical toxin from Shin biology. It can even kill a wild boar, yet it only makes him sleep? Chen Tianwei stepped back in terror, his face pale as a sheet, muttering, "Just how strong is this guy?" Then, Chen Tianwei pulled out a knife, his eyes turning crazy. What a pity such a sexy body is about to die in my hands. Unexpectedly, someone appeared behind him. You're planning to kill him? That person slapped Chen Tianwei hard in the face. You trash. Chen Tianwei fell to the ground in pain, realizing that the person who arrived was Chun Badeo. Chen Tianwei blurted out, "Father." Chun Badeo angrily questioned, "Threats, seduction, traps. I've taught you countless ways to ruin a person forever." Then he stepped on Bai Gong's face and said, "Restrain him. This guy is a powerful weapon to keep Zhang Wading in check. And you want to just kill him?" At this time, Bai Gong was still fast asleep. Chen Tianwei hurriedly admitted his mistake. "Father, I was wrong. I was too eager to avenge my brothers." Chen Badeo scolded, "Humph, what's the rush? That Zhang Wading won't be able to escape even if he grows wings." He confidently affirmed, "Wait until the quota competition is over. All of this Haidong will be in my pocket." Hearing this, Chen Tianwei was overjoyed and suggested, "Then, father, can you let me handle this big guy?" Chen Badeo flatly refused. "Get lost." Chen Tianwei ran quickly to Bai Gong's side. "Father, I will definitely interrogate him thoroughly." They didn't notice the earpiece next to Bai Gong. Zhang Wading had heard everything. Shadow Guard also heard it, and she anxiously advised, "My king, please calm down a bit. Don't be angry. There are still many civilians on the ship." Then she quickly took action. "I will go save Bai Gong now. Don't worry." Zhang Wading actually laughed. "Haha." Shadow Guard asked in confusion, "What is my king laughing at?" Zhang Wading held back his smile and replied, "I am not laughing." Then he reminded, "Also, your punishment is to copy the Chu Shi Biao 30 times and then go save Bai Gong." Shadow Guard was dumbfounded. Early the next morning, the sunlight shone on a cruise ship. The people outside had not yet woken up. Only the sound of the ocean waves could be heard. At this time, a figure slowly walked out. He held a selfie stick with a phone attached, seemingly live streaming. "Everyone sent some gifts. Friendship lasts forever." This is the scene of the quota competition. The entire financial circle of Haidong has been sleepless all night. This streamer is risking his life to secretly film. Unexpectedly, a group of large men rushed into the live stream frame. He looked warily at the guards. Chen Badeo stepped out and said, "Help him act a bit more realistically." The streamer hurriedly refused. "Thank you. No need. I'm leaving right now." However, this unlucky young man was still taken away. He pleaded loudly, "Spare my life, spare my life. My king, I was wrong, it's me." Chen Badeo turned his head back, showing a sinister smile. "Change your tune so soon? I'm not him yet." The fat guy following behind constantly flattered him. "It won't be long. You will definitely be the second John E. Heavenly King, the kind who doesn't have a surname Wong." Then, the fat guy held the microphone and loudly announced, "I announce the quota competition deciding the ownership of Haidong's assets officially begins." Zhang Wading, who was in the contestants' room, heard the announcement outside and stepped out. The first match was the One Family. The representative contestant was Zhang Wading. Zhang Wading walked out, bumping into a heavily muscled contestant. Wu Tianlong laughed loudly. "Haha." As he walked past Zhang Wading, he didn't forget to nudge his shoulder, stating bluntly, "I've already arranged it. Your opponent will be me." That old man surnamed, when one had turned things around, is really daydreaming. The guests watching the competition were all indignant. Doesn't he know that Zhang Wading has the strength of a grandmaster? How could he be so confident? Zhang Wading ignored him and walked straight ahead. Seeing this, Wu Tianlong spat disdainfully. "Someone like him is a grandmaster? What a bunch of cowards." By the pool, Shadow Guard was leisurely sunbathing. "Yes, I understand, my king," she said slowly. "Just now, someone wanted to modify the competition data, but I have already stopped it." Zhang Wading asked, "How did you stop it?" Shadow Guard sat up with an unchanged expression and pressed her finger on the tablet screen. That was the remote control button for a sniper rifle. Physical prevention. The gun barrel locked onto the target. A bullet was fired, penetrating the room and hitting the designated target. The identity of Zhang Wading's opponent had not yet been revealed. Then, the fat MC announced the first match. From the Chu family, Sun Xingyu, Wu Tianlong was horrified. Impossible. The command was given. The match begins. Sun Xingyu looked a bit sluggish, but he quickly rushed forward, launching a powerful kick at Zhang Wading. Die. Zhang Wading dodged effortlessly and didn't forget to mock Sun Xingyu of the Sun family, yet representing the Chu family in Haidong to fight. Sun Xingyu replied calmly. Originally, the person internally arranged to fight this match was not you. However, no matter what schemes you have, meeting me means this is the end of the line for you. Zhang Wading simply blocked all of Sun Xingyu's attacks. With a face full of fury, said, I've always held back. I never took the initiative to investigate you, because once the commotion got too big, the truth would disappear. Zhang Wading's eyes turned icy as he spoke and snapped the other man's arm. So, I kept waiting for you to show yourself. And today, I finally got my wish. Sun Xingyu showed no pain on his face at all and asked, Who are you? In a flash, Zhang Wading appeared behind him. Xia Chunyu was killed because of you. Zhang Wading reached out, gripped Sun Xingyu's throat, and glared as he asked, Don't you remember? Sun Xingyu was horrified, blurting out, A remnant survivor. The ashes are burning again. Then he turned his head and declared, I will never die by your hands. But Zhang Wading tightened his grip on his throat until he coughed up blood. Sun Xingyu quickly broke free and lashed out with a kick. Zhang Wading blocked it and caught his leg, his eyes brimming with malice. Believe me, I definitely won't let you die that easily. With that, Zhang Wading broke Sun Xingyu's leg. Sun Xingyu let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground, desperately crawling away. Devil, you're a devil. Even the fat commentator was stunned, before finally shouting, Sun Xingyu of the Chu family has been defeated by Grandmaster Zhang in 3 moves. Zhang Wading cruelly stomped on Sun Xingyu's leg, causing him unbearable agony. In the end, Sun Xingyu clutched at Zhang Wading's leg and begged, Kill me, kill me. But Zhang Wading refused. I won't kill you. I'll come find you again after you've recovered. The Chu family rushed over at once. Damn it, how can you be so vicious? Zhang Wading turned to look at them and asked, Looks like the Chu family was involved back then too. Those people were so frightened they collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, Wu Tianlong was trembling in the stands. This man is a demon. Wu Tianlong was so scared that he wet himself on the spot. Then the commentator announced, Sun Xingyu has been carried away. He seems to still be breathing. The winner is Zhang Wading of the One family. Thank you, Grandmaster Zhang, for bringing us such an exciting opening match. However, in the second upcoming match, Master Wang, representing Xianglong Group, has withdrawn from the competition. So, Lu Qingqing lowered her head gloomily. Father, I'm sorry. It's all because I'm useless. Suddenly, Zhang Wading spoke up. Wait, I'll represent Xianglong Group in this match. The Chu family protested angrily. Ridiculous. How can one martial artist represent 2 families? The others also objected. Since when is there a rule like that? Zhang Wading slowly explained, saying bluntly, Because I am a major shareholder of Xianglong Group. Even the commentator asked in shock, This is true. Grandmaster Zhang really is a major shareholder of Xianglong Group. Chen Tianwei turned and asked his father worriedly. Chen Badeo confidently picked up the walkie-talkie and replied, If he wants to waste his energy, why not let him fight? At this moment, the fat commentator excitedly announced, Who would refuse to let a shareholder fight on behalf of his own company? The audience also watched with excitement. The match continued. Zhang Wading of the One family versus Monk Zhikong of the Qian family. The second match began, and Monk Zhikong of the Qian family stepped onto the stage. Zhang Wading's opponent this time was a monk. He clasped his hands in greeting as he walked onto the platform. Patron Zhang, excuse my offense, Zhang Wading said. I didn't expect even a monk to wade into these muddy waters. Zhikong replied, A monk is still a man. This old monk has loved martial arts since childhood and also wishes to test himself against the world's masters. He did not forget to kindly remind him, Please be careful, patron. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm and attacked. Zhang Wading only smiled, his figure graceful as he dodged the attack. Zhikong was shocked. Zulfust, gritting his teeth, he struck at Zhang Wading again. Just as his palm was about to touch Zhang Wading's throat, Zhang Wading caught it with his bare hand. In Zhikong's astonishment, Zhang Wading questioned him, Haha, is this all you've got? Zhikong's hand was firmly restrained, unable to move, and his face turned pale with fear. Zhang Wading slowly released him. Jikong retreated in terror again and again, cold sweat pouring down his body as he thought, too strong. Zhang Wading did not forget to mock him. With strength like this, I don't even need to be careful. The Qian family below the stage kept pressuring him. Jikong, you must not lose. Gritting his teeth, Jikong charged once more and launched a fierce kick at Zhang Wading. Take this. But Zhang Wading still dodged it effortlessly. Jikong lost his balance. After steadying himself, he threw a punch, but Zhang Wading avoided that too. In the stands, Lu Qingqing's eyes lit up, her face full of admiration. Wow, Zhang Wading is so handsome. The commentator kept narrating. As expected of Grandmaster Zhang, he really is powerful. Monk Jikong of Panlong Temple hasn't landed a single hit. The Qian family members said angrily, "Damn it. I can't believe our Qian family is going to lose in the very first match." At that moment, Jikong was still trying hard to attack Zhang Wading. However, Zhang Wading began his counterattack, raising his hand and driving a punch straight into Jikong's abdomen. Jikong dropped to his knees, then clutched his chest and froze, unable to utter a word. Zhang Wading turned and said, "You can announce the result now." The fat commentator was stunned. He pointed at Jikong and said, "Master Zhang, Monk Jikong. He hasn't completely fallen yet." As soon as he said that, Jikong staggered and fell to the ground with a thud. The fat commentator was shocked, then loudly declared, "Monk Jikong of the Qian family can no longer continue the fight. The winner is Zhang Wading of the Lu family, Grandmaster Zhang." At the same time, Jikong was carried away by the medical team. The Qian family was seething with hatred. The commentary rang out again. "Thank you to Grandmaster Zhang for that exceptionally brilliant performance." The third match. Zhang Wading slowly stepped down from the stage, and praise rose nonstop. "My lord, that was so cool just now. What an amazing fight." Hearing the praise, Zhang Wading smiled smugly. Suddenly, a voice made him pause. "Well, that snoring sure is loud." Shadow Guard walked over and teased, "My lord, I didn't expect to get fed dog food by you even here." Zhang Wading did not know how to refute her. Shadow Guard kept pressing. "My lord, someone like you is destined to be adored by countless women, to have countless women throwing themselves into your arms. It's just a pity that, sooner or later, I won't be among those women." Zhang Wading asked irritably, "What are you thinking about?" Shadow Guard put on a pitiful act. "Boo-hoo, my lord. I want to be held in your arms too." Zhang Wading helplessly turned his head away. In the stands, the audience was still buzzing over the previous fight. The commentator announced, "All right, everyone, next up is the Chun family head of the Chun family versus Mr. Ghost Hand of the Shao family." Everyone burst into laughter. "Ha! The Shao family is really unlucky." Xiao Dafu also gritted his teeth. "How can our luck be this bad? We actually ran into Chunbadeo." Chunbadeo remained silent and calm. Ghost Hand also thought warily, "First round, and I already ran into a tough one." Then Ghost Hand spoke. "Master Chun, I concede." Chunbadeo was surprised. "Oh, then he agreed as well." Ghost Hand said, "Thank you, Master Chun." The audience voiced their dissatisfaction one after another. Ghost Hand is still a top expert famous in one region. Yet he conceded before even fighting. That's disgraceful for a master. Ghost Hand just knows himself. He knew he wasn't Chunbadeo's opponent, so he surrendered voluntarily. Ghost Hand lowered his head and dejectedly stepped down from the stage, saying to President Xiao, "I lost." Xiao Dafu looked understanding and replied, "I know you're not Chunbadeo's opponent." He held his face in pain and could only sigh. "All I can say is that our luck is bad. Truly terrible. We met Chunbadeo in the very first round. In the VIP room, Chun Tianwei happily congratulated his father. "Congratulations, father, on winning without even fighting." As he poured wine, he flattered him. "Even Ghost Hand surrendered before fighting you. Your prestige is truly spreading farther and farther." Chunbadeo replied coldly, "What is there to be happy about?" He took the glass of red wine and said, "Ghost Hand was never my opponent to begin with. Surrendering was the wise choice." Chun Tianwei asked, "Father, you mean?" Back in the arena, the first round had ended, and now the second round was beginning. The loudspeaker rang out. First match, Grandmaster Zhang, representing the One family, versus Mr. Tai Long, representing the Tai family. The second round began, and Tai Long stepped onto the stage. He had only just barely made it into round two, and yet Tai Long walked forward trembling. Did he really have to face this devil the moment he got up there? The stands erupted with laughter. Is this guy even up to it? He really does have the bearing of a master, huh? How interesting, the referee loudly announced. The first match of the second round officially begins. In a smug tone, Jean Wading asked, "What is it? You seem very afraid of me." Tai Long became awkward. I'm not." Jean Wading casually gave an then lifted his foot and stepped closer. Seeing this, Tai Long was terrified to the extreme, stammering speechlessly, his face full of fear as he shouted, "D devil, I. Jean Wading waved his hand and looked at Tai Long, thinking, keeping up appearances even at death's door. Tai Long was so frightened that he fainted right there on the stage. The referee shouted, "Second match. Grandmaster Jean, representing the Liu family, will continue to fight." Grandmaster Jean's next opponent is Mr. Lien, representing the Zhao family. The entire arena began discussing it. There's no helping it. Who told him to represent two families by himself? Does this mean he has to fight non-stop without rest? Mr. Lien clasped his hands confidently. "Please instruct me." Jean Wading chuckled lightly, and in an instant grabbed Mr. Lien's leg. "You're not enough." Mr. Lien frowned, thinking, as expected, he's very strong. He rushed forward, lightly probed Jean Wading, then retreated somewhat warily. Immediately after that, he attacked again. Jean Wading remained calm, and in the blink of an eye, Mr. Lien had already fallen to the ground in shock. Jean Wading said arrogantly, "Like this, you won't win." Mr. Lien thought, "I must find his weakness and kill him." Jean Wading raised a hand and brushed back his hair. "Enough. I'm done playing with you." A gleam flashed in Jean Wading's eyes. "It's over." Then he shot forward. Mr. Lien stammered in terror. "You." Mr. Lien also quickly raised his hand to counterattack, and the two charged at each other, ready for a decisive clash. Jean Wading struck with incredible speed, landing a heavy blow on Mr. Lien. Mr. Lien was sent flying, fresh blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed hard to the ground. The referee was stunned. "So fast." Jean Wading calmly dusted off his hands and shrugged. "Relax, I held back. He won't die." "Announce it." The referee's face had gone pale as he answered repeatedly. Oh. Second match of round 2, Grandmaster Jean, representing the Liu family, wins. The unconscious Mr. Lien was quickly carried away. On the other side, Chun Badeo watched through the screen and found it somewhat interesting. He gently rubbed his forehead. "Looks like the final battle is destined to be between the two of us." Far out at sea, the scenery was tranquil. In the arena, everyone shouted, "Jean Wading wins! Jean Wading wins!" Chun Badeo turned and left, adjusting his tie, while everyone also kept shouting, "Chun Badeo wins! Chun Badeo wins!" On the screen appeared, Liu family's Jean Wading versus When family Jean Wading. The referee looked confused, and the audience laughed themselves silly. How is this supposed to work? Fighting yourself is pretty amusing, isn't it? The screen kept flashing. Liu family Jean Wading versus When family Jean Wading. Standing there, Jean Wading looked somewhat helpless and sighed. "How am I supposed to fight myself?" Shout Dafu pointed below the stage and solemnly declared, "I declare that Grandmaster Jean advances directly to the finals." The stands immediately became noisy, and he turned to point at the crowd and said, "Anyone who disagrees can come up on stage and spar with Master Jean directly." Hearing this, the audience immediately shrank back. "Are you kidding? Spar with that guy? Wouldn't that just be seeking death?" Wu Zhitong said with a smile. "Looks like Xiao Dafu really wants to submit completely now. He does have a good eye." The referee announced, "Since President Xiao has spoken, and no one has any objections, then I declare that Grandmaster Jean advances directly to the finals." Grandmaster Jean, please step down for now and wait. Now we begin the second semifinal between Mr. Chun representing the Chun family and Mr. Ouyang Shijian representing the Bao family, the shipping king. Chun Badeo stepped out in a perfectly tailored suit, and Ouyang Shijian also took the stage with a sharp sword in hand. The whole arena fell silent, and the atmosphere turned heavy. Ouyang Shijian gripped his long sword tightly, killing intent filling his eyes. "Last time I lost to you. This time, I will definitely defeat you." Chun Badeo let out a cold snort. Ouyang Shijian angrily pointed at him. "Are you looking down on me? In order to defeat you, I trained bitterly for a long time." Light flickered around his sword. "Today I'll show you my new strength." Ouyang Shijian thrust his sword toward Chun Badeo, but suddenly felt uneasy inside. Why does this feel dangerous? Ouyang Shijian gripped the hilt tightly and stabbed again. Fury flashed in Chun Badeo's eyes, and he launched a powerful blow that sent Ouyang Shijian flying. Ouyang Shijian painfully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, was flung far away, and hit the ground. Chun Badeo frowned at his own hand. and muttered, "Nonsense." Ouyang Shijian's face was full of unwillingness as he struggled to his feet. "Damn it, my injuries are even worse than I thought." Facing Chun Badeo as he advanced step by step, Ouyang Shijian sat on the ground and slowly backed away. Standing off to the side, Zhang Wading watched and thought, "Oh, interesting. Looks like this won't be too boring." Ouyang Shijian trembled, his face filled with fear, and pointed at Chun Badeo as he stammered, "Why you? Perfected Gongki?" Ouyang Shijian thought, how did he improve this quickly? Chun Badeo stood before Ouyang Shijian, his fist clenched. Ouyang Shijian hurriedly begged, I concede. Shadow Guard crossed her legs, revealing her fair legs, and leaned back against her chair. As an assassin, what exactly happened in the end? Beside her, Bai Gong kept saying, "Damn it. That brat from the Qin family actually dared to bully me." Shadow Guard took off her sunglasses. "When I got there, that brat was just about to strip your clothes off. If it weren't for me, you'd have lost your chastity long ago. Hee hee." Bai Gong roared, "That damned bastard. I'm definitely going to kill him." Over here, the referee shouted excitedly, "Now I declare that the final officially begins." Chun Badeo looked sternly at Zhang Wading, and Zhang Wading returned the gaze with equally cold eyes. Chun Badeo frowned slightly, scarlet flames shooting from his eyes, while Zhang Wading stared back without yielding in the slightest. Everyone grew anxious. "Why aren't they making a move?" Xiao Dafu observed and guessed. It seems both of them are very confident in themselves and have no intention of striking first. They both want the other side to move first, so they can test each other's true strength. The audience below the stage gradually grew impatient. "I can't wait any longer." Finally, movement came on the platform. Their fists collided decisively, and the two immediately launched a fierce exchange of attacks. Chun Badeo spoke first. "You surprised me a little too. All these years, not only did you survive, you actually became this strong." Zhang Wading coldly replied, "With a blood-deep enmity still unavenged, how could I not strive with everything I had?" Chun Badeo tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and Zhang Wading also shot forward, his attacks coming in an endless stream. The massive collisions exploded with deafening blasts, white smoke billowing everywhere. The crowd shouted in excitement. "Amazing! Brilliant!" A crimson force spread out around Zhang Wading. "Years ago, the suffering I endured. I'm taking it all back from you today." Zhang Wading charged forward like lightning. Chun Badeo frowned. An afterimage? Zhang Wading launched an attack, but Chun Badeo swiftly dodged it. Zhang Wading looked slightly surprised. The two continued fighting, and their iron fists collided once more. Chun Badeo looked at his bleeding hand. "How is this possible? I didn't expect you to be even stronger than I imagined." Zhang Wading smiled. "My growth has far exceeded your imagination." Chun Badeo stomped his foot hard, straightened his clothes, and a powerful aura surged upward. "Then I'll show you my true strength." Zhang Wading said nothing, only stared coldly at him. At this moment on the deck, Shadow Guard suddenly widened her eyes in shock as she stared ahead, then fixed her gaze on the phone screen. A gigantic ship appeared on the screen, cutting through the waves at high speed. Her face was full of shock. The Yi family ship had returned. In the arena, Chun Badeo strode forward with powerful steps, his fist wind roaring, radiance bursting in all directions. Zhang Wading remained calm and let out a light laugh, then threw a punch to meet him head-on. Zhang Wading's power was so great that even the ground warped, and with a wave of his arm, he unleashed a deadly strike. Their auras intertwined and clashed, and Chun Badeo cried out in shock. "What?" In the next instant, Zhang Wading smashed a heavy punch into his face. Chun Badeo was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Zhang Wading adjusted his clothes and looked at Chun Badeo lying on the ground. "Is that all you've got?" The audience below the stage was stunned speechless, and even the referee looked dumbfounded. "What?" Everyone burst into discussion. Chun Badeo is the #1 master of Haidong, and he was actually blasted away? That Zhang Wading is terrifying. He's obviously so young, yet he can suppress Chun Badeo. In the VIP room, Chun Tianwei frowned. "How is this possible? How could father lose?" Chun Badeo staggered to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "It's been a long time since anyone made me bleed." He roared angrily. "You're the first." Zhang Wading laughed excitedly. "Got any other moves?" Chun Badeo began taking off his outer coat, then flung it behind him. He slammed his fists together and roared, "I'll show you the full extent of my power." Murderous intent filled his eyes as he stared at Zhang Wading, and blue energy swiftly covered his entire body. Thunder rumbled across the sky. The spectators were horrified. This aura is terrifying. Chimbadeo is like a completely different person. Jean Wadding remained calm and said coldly, "Spare me the nonsense." Chimbadeo shouted, 10,000 men of Zhao with tasseled caps and shining spears, Wuhook swords gleaming with frost and snow, silver saddles lighting up white steeds, galloping swift as shooting stars. In 10 steps, one man slain. Across 1,000 miles, no one could stop them. When the deed is done, they brush off their sleeves and leave, hiding deep both name and self. Green energy coiled around his body, and his expression turned solemn as he drew a long sword wreathed in spiritual energy. This made Jean Wadding visibly startled. He frowned, his expression tightening slightly. The Taishan scripture? Suddenly, Chimbadeo seemed to awaken and laughed loudly. "I didn't expect you to recognize the Taishan scripture too." He raised his sword to the sky. "In this world, you're the only one who can force me to go all out. Don't disappoint me too much." The next moment, man and sword became one as he shot toward Jean Wadding. Faced with the approaching danger, Jean Wadding did not panic at all. Instead, a hint of provocation appeared in his eyes. When the sword tip thrust toward him, he swiftly dodged aside. Chimbadeo sneered. "Think you can escape?" His attacks did not stop, and he shouted, "Die!" Surrounded by countless sword shadows, Jean Wadding showed a trace of surprise, then immediately raised his hand, and a protective barrier instantly appeared around him. Chimbadeo crazily slashed with his sword. Under the immense force, cracks gradually appeared in the barrier until it finally shattered. Chimbadeo burst out laughing as he lunged in for the kill. "Give me your life." The sword point went straight for Jean Wadding's vital spot. At the same time, in the VIP area, Chun Tianwei slammed the table and stood up. "Jean Wadding, after all these years of not dying, you should have hidden yourself well. Yet you dared show yourself on your own. Today, you're dead for sure." In the arena, the longsword shot toward Jean Wadding like lightning, its tip already right before his eyes. Yet Jean Wadding only gave a faint smile. "Oof, is this really all you're capable of?" Jean Wadding lightly caught the sword tip between 2 fingers. Chimbadeo was horrified and suddenly realized, this is the Lingxi finger? The long sword shattered into pieces. Jean Wadding let out a cold laugh. "Chimbadeo, now it's my turn." Chimbadeo gritted his teeth and threw a punch, but the situation was already extremely unfavorable. In the next moment, he was hit by Jean Wadding's counterattack, a heavy punch landing squarely on his face. And Jean Wadding didn't stop there. He launched a full physical assault, grabbing Chimbadaeo's arm and twisting it violently. Chimbadeo cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. Jean Wadding followed through, preparing to strike hard at his abdomen. He lifted his leg, then viciously stomped down on Chumbadeo's head. Jean Wadding said slowly, "Is that all you've got?" He stood imposingly with his foot on his opponent's head, then reached down and grabbed Chimbadeo by the collar. "I told you before." Jean Wadding easily lifted him into the air. "I would make you pay." The spectators below the stage were horrified, all of them gaping in shock. Chun Tianwei collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling weakly. "Impossible. Father lost." Elsewhere, Shadow Guard was lounging in the sun. She made a call. "Let the Yi family ship enter." She gave a quiet instruction. "Remember, don't let them discover us." A submarine was diving toward the seabed, and a reply came from inside. "Understood." The commander gave the order, "All submarines, warships, and aircraft, move aside and let that ship come through. Stay concealed as well. Don't be detected." The pilot answered intently, "Understood." Affirmative replies also came through from the other side of the screen, and the divers had received the order as well. Shadow Guard took a sip of water and thought to herself, "What is the Yi family doing here?" Jean Wadding grabbed Chimbadeo by the collar. Chimbadeo gritted his teeth and taunted him. "Back then, I should have wiped out the roots completely. Come on, kill me." Jean Wadding looked at him coldly, a force rising in his hand. "I won't let you die so easily." He raised 2 fingers, and a streak of spiritual energy appeared, instantly piercing through Chonbadeo's body. "Why you? You!" With a thud, Chonbadeo dropped to his knees, agony all over his face, his voice becoming unbearably weak. "Why you? You crippled my cultivation." Jean Wadding bent down to look at him. "I want the Chun family, and you, to taste everything I once endured. Chimbadeo, your era is over." On the other side of the screen, Chun Tianwei was horrified. He hurried out of the room, ran to the ring and held Chen Badeo. Father, hold on. Chen Tianwei's eyes were filled with hatred. Zhan Wading, I'll remember this debt. Chen Tianwei carried his father away on his back. Zhan Wading suddenly turned around, and everyone who saw it was terrified. Someone said in a trembling voice, "It's over. Our Zhou family is finished." The referee thought to himself, Chen Badeo has been defeated. Haidong's second king has fallen. Zhan Wading immediately reminded him, "Aren't you going to announce it?" The referee's hand trembled slightly as he pointed at Zhan Wading. Congratulations to Master Zhan on winning. And congratulations to the Wen family and the Liu family for successfully obtaining the right to divide Haidong's wealth. Lu Qingqing looked delighted and thought to herself, "Thank you." Zhan Wading strode down from the arena. As soon as he left the venue, he saw Shadow Guard approaching. She said, "The Yi family's people have arrived." Zhan Wading gave a simple response. "Oh." She continued, "I've already arranged the defensive line to let them in." Zhan Wading replied coolly, "Good." Wen Qingshan, Lu Yundun, and Lu Qingqing walked over. Wen Qingshan happily shook Zhan Wading's hand. "Thank you." Lu Qingqing also softly expressed her thanks. Zhan Wading smiled and prepared to leave. "As for the exact ratio of the division, your two families can discuss it yourselves. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first." A large ship cut through the waves. Zhan Wading and Shadow Guard stood on the deck, looking at the aggressive ship ahead of them. The bows of the two vessels nearly touching. Yi Wuxing crossed his arms over his chest. "Looks like Chen Badeo lost." He grinned. "Lost to this brat, no less." By now, the distance between the two ships was extremely close, and Yi Wuxing jumped over, saying roughly, "The fact that you beat Chen Badeo means you do have some ability. You should know who I am, right?" Zhan Wading said calmly, "Let's hear it." Yi Wuxing pointed at himself. "I'm Yi Wuxing from the Yi family." He glared fiercely at Zhan Wading and said clearly, "The right to divide Haidong's wealth. My Yi family is taking it over." Zhan Wading's face remained expressionless. Then he suddenly covered his face and burst out laughing. "Ha ha! The Yi family's reach really is getting too long." Yi Wuxing turned around. "I only came to inform you, not negotiate with you. This matter is settled." Zhan Wading quietly asked Shadow Guard, "Do you think there's a problem inside our Iron Cavalry?" Shadow Guard exclaimed, "Absolutely impossible." Zhan Wading looked up at the sky and said, "If nothing happened internally, then there's only one possibility. Someone killed a senior member inside the Iron Cavalry and stole the command token." Then the two of them looked out at the distant sea together. "Let me see who this imposter really is." Elsewhere, Chen Badeo was drenched in sweat, coughing violently, his face covered in bruises. He gritted his teeth. "Tianwei." Chen Tianwei stared at him. "Father, you lost completely." Chen Badeo lost control of his emotions and growled, "No, Chen Badeo, will not lose." Chen Tianwei gave a smug smile. "Admit it, father. You no longer have any chance of becoming Haidong's second king." Chen Badeo was horrified. "Tianwei, you." Chen Tianwei grabbed him by the collar. "The Chen family is a powerful clan. And for a family to prosper, it can never be accomplished by relying on one person alone." Chen Badeo gaped at him, his voice trembling. "Why you? What are you trying to do?" Chen Tianwei reached out and gripped his neck tightly. "The Chen family needs a backer, a massive backer. Of course, the Chen family also needs a new leader, and you, father, have now lost the qualifications." Terror filled Chen Badeo's face. "Tianwei, you can't do this. The Chen family can't be without me." Chen Tianwei turned his head, his face full of contempt. "The Chen family can do without anyone. What the Chen family needs is someone capable, someone strong." Then he leaned in close and revealed a sinister smile. "Father, isn't this exactly what you taught me since I was a child?" Chen Badeo panicked, his face full of anger, yet helplessness. "Why you?" Chen Tianwei continued. "So, go on your way in peace." Chen Tianwei laughed loudly. "With me here, the Chen family will definitely grow stronger, and I am the one who will become Haidong's second king." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Chen Badeo's throat, causing him unbearable pain. "Sudendi, ye wuking site pudding." Chen Tianwei, I hope you won't disappoint me." Chen Tianwei turned around. "Rest assured, young Master Yi, I definitely won't disappoint you. Help me take back the right to divide Haidong's wealth, and from then on, the Chen family will be at your command." Yi Wuxing closed his eyes and revealed a mysterious smile. "Haha, Chen Badeo, you really are too useless." Then Yi Wuxing took out a small box and handed it to Chen Tianwei with a smile. "Chen Tianwei, you, Zhan Wading, and the Chen family share a deep blood feud, so I'm giving you a chance to kill Zhan Wading." Chen Tianwei froze. "This is..." Yi Wuxing lowered his voice. "Something that can help you kill Zhan Wading." Then Yi Wuxing turned and left, leaving Chun Tianwei staring at the box in confusion. He immediately opened it, only to find that inside was a key. Chun Tianwei took a letter out of the box and was shocked. This is. Elsewhere, in a private room, everyone was discussing the matter. Yi Wuxing said, "You all heard clearly what I just said, didn't you?" When Qing Shan said this, 90% to the Chen family? How can we possibly do that? Yi Wuxing turned and walked away. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? I came to notify you, not negotiate. When Qing Shan faltered, Liu Yinduan's gaze was deep and unreadable. The atmosphere in the room turned silent. When Qing Shan picked up his phone, his expression somewhat worried. Chun Tianwei has invited us to meet at the Chun family residence in 5 days. Liu Yindun looked displeased. There's no choice but to do that. Zhang Wading sat in his room. I didn't expect Chimbadeo to end up dying at the hands of his own son. He slowly closed his eyes. This can also be considered karma. Shadowguard said softly. He brought it on himself. By the way, Your Highness, Chun Tianwei has invited the major forces to meet at the Chun family in 5 days. Zhang Wading lifted his hot tea. Fine. Has the matter regarding the Iron Cavalry operation been investigated clearly? Yes, it has been fully investigated. A few days ago, one of our station squads was ambushed. She added, every member of the unit was killed and the operation badges on their bodies were taken. At the same time, Iron Cavalry units in many places were also besieged and attacked to varying degrees. Zhang Wading chuckled softly. Interesting. It seems someone is targeting the deployment of my Iron Cavalry. Besides the Yi family, who else is involved? These people are extremely cautious, and they also seem to know us like the back of their hands. Based on current speculation, members of the royal household are definitely involved as well. Zhang Wading set down his teacup. In that case, this nail must be pulled out. Pass down the order. In 3 days, all senior Iron Cavalry officers are to gather in Haidong. Yes. By the way, Your Highness, there's one more thing I feel is a little off. Zhang Wading glanced at her. The border has been somewhat chaotic lately. The Reaper Special Ops team that we fought before has appeared again. Zhang Wading sat up straight. Things are getting more and more interesting. He gave a soft laugh. It seems everything is connected to me. Then he suddenly stood up. Keep an eye on the Reaper Special Ops team. If they make any moves, have the Iron Cavalry surround and eliminate them immediately. Shadow Guard accepted the order. Yes. Zhang Wading chuckled. The storm is coming, huh? At the combat zone at this moment, the ground was strewn with broken stones. A man wiped down his longsword. Captain, are we heading to Haidong next? The captain replied, that's right. Then he picked up a bullet and examined it, his eyes narrowing slightly. This time, we have to kill him. At the same time, at the secret headquarters, Scarlet Bird was sitting in front of a computer. Suddenly, she smiled. They're here. The butler slowly sat down. The others still aren't here? Scarlet Bird looked slightly displeased. What's the rush? There's still 10 minutes before the appointed time. The butler replied, those people are taking my lord less and less seriously. Hearing that, Scarlet Bird chuckled softly. Aren't they here now? At that moment, several people came up the stairs, and 2 of them pushed the door open and entered. Oh, you all came early. One of them stepped forward and said to the butler, you still don't know when to hold your tongue. The butler said in confusion, where are Flying Tiger and Ghost Hand? Why aren't they here yet? Scarlet Bird explained, they're at the border. They can't make it back in time. The butler made a note in his ledger. Flying Tiger, Ghost Hand, 1 demerit each. Seeing this, the 2 of them thought to themselves, this old pervert docks points whenever he doesn't like something. Then that person circled behind Scarlet Bird. Look, we're all here, but my lord still hasn't arrived. Scarlet Bird looked a little embarrassed. Even though I'm in charge of intelligence monitoring, I wouldn't dare monitor my lord. Suddenly, a voice rang out, I'm here. Everyone immediately stood at attention and saluted. Greetings, my lord, Zhang Wading said. I've already informed you why I summoned you here. Scarlet Bird, you're in charge of intelligence. How could such a major matter as the missing tokens and combat drugs go undetected for so long? Scarlet Bird stammered, my lord, I was wrong. Zhang Wading let out a soft laugh. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Tell me, what have you found in the past 3 days? Hearing that, Scarlet Bird was overjoyed. My lord is the best. The forces that participated in the encirclement of our Iron Cavalry were the Yi family, the Dragon King group, and the Reaper Special Ops team. After hearing this, Zhang Wading frowned. Just as I thought. I just didn't expect the Dragon King group to be involved too. The Dragon King group is one of the most powerful conglomerates in Huaxia. Why would they join forces with the Yi family and the Reaper Special Ops team? Could it be that the one behind the scenes has an even greater background? My lord, I'm still investigating why the Dragon King group joined them. There should be results soon. Jean Wadding said nothing and motioned for her to continue. Then she brought up a photo of a man. Also, I've identified a mole within our ranks. It's Chun Guang, captain of Squad 3 under Company 9. The divine physician picked up an unlabeled bottle of medicine. I've already dealt with him. It just so happened that I recently developed a new medicine and needed a test subject. Then, Jean Wadding looked at the divine physician. Divine physician, you're still as perverse as ever. A man stepped forward. My lord, when have we ever had to swallow this kind of humiliation? Jean Wadding burst out laughing. Since they want to play, then let's have a proper game with them. The Yi family, the Dragon King group, and the Reaper Special Ops team too. Oomph. Immediately afterward, Jean Wadding shouted, "Hear my orders." The crowd answered in unison, "Yes, sir. Please give your command. Scarlet Bird, keep a close watch on Yi Wuxing and every move the Yi family makes in Haidong. At the same time, monitor the Dragon King group and the Reaper Special Ops team closely." Jean Wadding let out a soft laugh. The moment any of their people set foot in Haidong, notify the entire Warwing army at once. Then, Jean Wadding looked toward the others. The rest of you will perform your respective duties and work closely with Scarlet Bird. They shouted in unison, understood. Shadow Guard spoke up. My lord, if Reaper comes to Haidong, I want to deal with him personally. Suddenly, she scratched her head somewhat awkwardly. I lost to Reaper last time, but this time I absolutely won't lose again. Jean Wadding pondered for a moment before replying, "Fine. I'll have Tank work with you. Remember, if there's any danger, withdraw first." Shadow Guard added, "My lord, don't worry. Don't you know what I'm capable of? I'm not that little girl from back then anymore." Then the butler flipped open his little notebook. "Shadow Guard, I rate you at S-Class, but I rate Reaper at SS Class." The butler continued, "Even if you and Tank join forces, I'm afraid you still won't be Reaper's match." Shadow Guard looked unhappy. Oomph. Jean Wadding also showed his agreement. The butler is right. You've improved an astonishing pace over the years, but Reaper hasn't been standing still either. So if you run into danger, your first priority is your own safety. That's an order. Shadow Guard lowered her head. All right, I understand. Jean Wadding turned around and continued. The Dragon King and several major forces in Haidong have already started gathering at the Qin family. Very good. I'll go join the fun myself. The butler added, "We haven't all gotten together in a long time. Today I'm treating everyone to a meal." The butler picked up his phone and said with a smile, "We'll talk while we eat. Order 10 box meals." With that, the butler placed the food order for everyone through an app. At the same time, at a countryside villa, Chun Tianwei was serving tea to the Dragon King's people. A steaming cup of tea was brought over. The Dragon King glanced lightly behind Chun Tianwei. "My personal trip to Haidong this time is a secret operation." Then he slowly closed his eyes. "As for why I've come here, I assume you already know, don't you?" Chun Tianwei smiled. "Yes, very good. The Reaper Special Ops team will arrive in Haidong today. You will handle all coordination from here on out. Remember, this operation must succeed." This made Chun Tianwei feel a bit pressured. Immediately after, the Dragon King pointed at him and said, "If this succeeds, my Dragon King group will spare no effort in grooming you and making you the second king of Haidong, beneath only my lord." Chun Tianwei replied firmly, "Please rest assured, Dragon King. I will not disappoint you." After hearing that, the Dragon King calmed down a little. "All right, go take care of your business. If I remember correctly, today is the day Haidong's assets are divided." Chun Tianwei said respectfully, "Then I'll take my leave first. Please make yourself comfortable, Dragon King." The door shut with a bang, and the Dragon King crushed the teacup in his hand. "Chun Tianwei," he said through gritted teeth, "it's time for that title of Warwing Heavenly King to step down." Chun Tianwei strode into the room. "Everyone is here. In that case, let me announce the next allocation of Haidong's assets." Then he brazenly declared, 90% of the assets will still belong to our Chun family. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. He lightly pushed up his glasses. Of the remainder, 80% goes to the Zhou family, and the rest can be divided among all of you. Any objections? Everyone's faces darkened. Damn it. The Chun family is being far too overbearing. At the same time, Jean Wadding was strolling down the street. He suddenly noticed someone tailing him. He stopped, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Interesting. Then, he walked into a narrow alley. The men following him looked troubled. "Boss." The two of them continued to trail him cautiously and quickly turned into the alley as well. However, when they entered, Jean Wadding was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Jean Wadding chuckled softly. "You two, are you following me?" Hearing the voice from behind them, the two instinctively turn around. Jean Wadding walked out at an unhurried pace. "What is it?" The two men immediately dropped to their knees and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Warwing Heavenly King." This left him somewhat surprised. "Oh." The two looked tense. "Heavenly King, we absolutely meant no offense by following you. We only hope to serve under your command. Please take us in." He chuckled. "Interesting. Who are you?" "My name is Long Yi. I am a Dragon King's adopted son. This is Long Wu, my biological younger brother, and also the Dragon King's adopted son." Jean Wadding looked a little surprised. "The Dragon King's adopted sons?" Long Yi added, "Heavenly King, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else." A while later, the three of them entered a room. Long Yi looked at Jean Wadding and said, "No, I only want to show you." Long Yi raised both hands and continued, "What human experimentation really is." Sitting in his chair, Jean Wadding asked in confusion, "Human experimentation?" Long Yi closed his eyes and began to recount slowly. "That's right, experimentation. I was adopted by the Dragon King at the age of 7, and from then on I was subjected to cruel and inhumane experiments on the human body." Long Yi opened his eyes and said, "At first there were more than 20 brothers. Now only Long Wu and I are left." Jean Wadding fell silent, looking at Long Yi as he spoke. In this struggle over Haidong's assets, Yi Wuxing stands behind Chen Tianwei, and the Dragon King stands behind the Yi family. Long Yi raised a phone, and behind the Dragon King's attempt to control those assets lies human experimentation. Long Yi handed the phone to Jean Wadding. "All the data on the human experiments is in here. Please have a look, Heavenly King." The moment he saw the images inside, Jean Wadding's expression changed instantly. Jean Wadding crushed the phone in his hand and cursed furiously, "Animals!" Long Yi frowned, staring straight at Jean Wadding as he called out, "That's why my brother and I hope to serve under you today, Heavenly King." Long Yi lowered his head and added, "We don't want to keep living these conscience-less days anymore." Jean Wadding said nothing and fixed his gaze on the two of them. Long Wu beside him immediately shouted emotionally, "Heavenly King, my brother and I definitely were not sent by the Dragon King." Then Jean Wadding raised a hand and said, "Very well, I agree. For now on, you follow me." Long Yi instantly looked at Jean Wadding with delight, and Long Wu's face was filled with disbelief. Then the two brothers knelt together, cupped their fists, and shouted, "Greetings, Heavenly King." Looking at his reflection in the teacup, Jean Wadding said, "Get up. Tell me the exact purpose of the human experiments." Jean Wadding quickly crossed his legs and waited. Long Yi frowned and began to explain slowly. "The Dragon King has been preparing these human experiments for nearly 20 years. These so-called human experiments use technology and goo poison to alter the human body." Long Wu beside him immediately added, "To push the human body to its theoretical limit. And not only that, these people have been scattered by the Dragon King throughout the country, infiltrating every level of society, including the border regions." Resting his chin on his hand, Jean Wadding could not help sighing when he heard this. "What a huge game of chess." Long Yi immediately raised his hand and said loudly, "There's also a considerable group already embedded in Haidong. This time the Dragon King came to Haidong because he wants to turn it into a new base for human experimentation, and then gradually expand from there." Long Yi raised one finger and shouted, "Some time ago, Haidong established a new large-scale orphanage. That place is the secret base for the human experiments." Jean Wadding was startled when he heard this and repeated, "An orphanage?" Long Wu beside him confirmed it. "That's right. Human experimentation has to start young." Long Yi clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "That's why those orphan children with no parents are the best choice." Jean Wadding's face was hidden in shadow as he said furiously, "What a Dragon King. Long Yi, Long Wu, take me there." Long Yi and Long Wu looked at each other and said about that. Jean Wadding closed his eyes and asked in return, "What is it? Is there a problem?" Long Yi frowned and answered awkwardly, "That place is heavily guarded." Jean Wadding brushed past Long Yi and said in a deep voice, "Are you afraid? Worried the Dragon King will find out you've joined me?" Long Yi immediately thumped his chest and declared firmly, "No, that's not it. Since my brother and I chose to join the Heavenly King, we have nothing to fear." Jean Wadding walked toward the door and glanced at the two brothers. Long Yi said, "Let's go." Then Jean Wadding's steps came to a halt at a certain place. Pointing at the orphanage in front of them, Long Yi called out, "Heavenly King, this is the place." Jean Wadding took notice of the gardeners, guards, and female staff there. Jean Wadding smiled. They're all inter-force martial artists. Now that's interesting. A guard immediately raised a hand and shouted, "Stop." He reached out to block them. "Our orphanage is closed. Who are you looking for?" Hearing that, Jean Wadding repeated in confusion, "Closed?" The guard frowned and shouted, "So, please leave." Then he froze slightly as he stared at the other party. The guard watched as Jean Wadding walked right past him and shouted, "Brat." He put a hand on Jean Wadding's shoulder and barked, "You're here to cause trouble, aren't you?" A thought flashed through the guard's mind, and he realized this was an expert. Looking at Jean Wadding, who remained standing motionless in front of him, he frowned and thought to himself, "The captain said no one is to be allowed inside no matter what. These three look like they came prepared." Suddenly, a pair of legs stepped out from behind. With one hand in his pocket, Kino asked in confusion, "What's going on?" The guard quickly ran over to him and called out, "Captain." He leaned close to Kinto's ear and whispered, "Captain, they're martial artists. I'm afraid they're here to make trouble." He looked at Jean Wadding, smiled, and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm the head of security. My name is Kinto." Spreading his hands, Kinto walked toward Jean Wadding and explained gently, "To ensure the children's safety, our orphanage is closed, so no unauthorized persons may enter. I hope this gentleman can understand." Jean Wadding frowned and said, "What a pity." Then Jean Wadding turned and looked behind him. Watching the three of them leave, the guard asked in confusion, "Captain, have we been exposed?" Kinto's face darkened, and he said through gritted teeth, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Activate the alert level tonight." The guard was immediately startled and answered, "Yes." On a nearby overpass, Jean Wadding gave his orders. "Tonight, you two will infiltrate the orphanage with me." Staring at them, Jean Wadding asked, "Are you familiar with the layout inside?" Jean Wadding looked at the two of them and smiled. "Very good." Long E and Long Wu watched Jean Wadding leave, exchanged glances, and smiled. In the distance, the corner of Jean Wadding's mouth lifted slightly as he let out a cold laugh. "Oof." That night, Kino led the security team on patrol around the area and said they should be here soon. A red flash streaked out, kicking off the wall and flipping onto the rooftop. Jean Wadding and the other two landed steadily. Long E took the lead. "Follow me." Ahead, two patrolling guards looked at each other and said, "Nothing unusual. Clear." Long E's eyes turned sharp as he shot forward. Then, two red flashes flickered, striking toward the two men. The two guards were gagged and tied together. Long E pointed at the building ahead and said to Jean Wadding, "That building has an underground dormitory area. It's a secret experimental site." The three of them quickly moved forward. Long E hid behind a wall and looked at the guards posted ahead. "Heavenly King, wait one more minute. They'll be changing shifts soon. When they switch, those people will gather to smoke, and there happens to be a blind spot. We can slip in quickly through the side window." Jean Wadding stood there silently, calm as ever, as if he had not even heard him. Long E immediately froze and stammered, "Heavenly King, what's wrong?" After hearing that, Jean Wadding smiled and said, "Nothing." Then, a white figure flashed and slipped through the window. Right after that, a light on the upper floor turned on. Long E led the way in front and called out, "Heavenly King, the secret experimental base is on basement level 2. Let's go." Behind him, Jean Wadding revealed a mocking smile. "Your mental fortitude seems rather poor." Long E's face was filled with shock. He stood rooted to the spot and cried out, "Heavenly King." Seeing this, Jean Wadding closed his eyes, sighed, and said, "Let's go." Then, Long E and Long Wu quickly headed down the stairs. Looking at the scene before him, Jean Wadding thought to himself, "So this is the base?" Jean Wadding stood quietly before a massive iron door. Long E reached out and pressed a red button, and the iron door slowly opened at once. He turned around and called to Jean Wadding, "Heavenly King, please enter." Long E and Long Wu watched as Jean Wadding walked inside. The two exchanged glances. Long E raised his hand and pressed another button, and the brothers quickly retreated backward. Jean Wadding turned his head and glanced in their direction. Then he closed his eyes and casually waved his hand. The brothers Long E and Long Wu were instantly dragged inside the door. Right after that, the outer iron door slammed shut with a bang. The floodlights high on both sides all came on at once, and Jean Wadding calmly looked at the people surrounding him and asked, "So this is your plan?" Long E covered his mouth and smiled. "You figured it out long ago?" Jean Wadding asked in return, puzzled. "A clumsy scheme like this. Did you really think it could fool me?" A blue glow spread from Long Yi's palms as he sneered. So what if you saw through it? You're still as arrogant and conceited as ever. Narrowing his eyes, Long Yi shouted disdainfully, "You walked into our trap yourself. Today, I will eliminate you on behalf of our adoptive father." From behind the crowd, Kinto called out, "Warwing, Heavenly King." He stepped forward and looked scornfully at the man who was said to rival his adoptive father. "So you're only this much after all." Jean Wadding swept his gaze across the crowd and asked, "Does the Dragon King know you're doing this?" Long Yi broke into a wide smile and answered, "Once we bring back your head, our adoptive father will naturally know." Jean Wadding pressed on, "If I'm not mistaken, your plan was rejected by the Dragon King, wasn't it?" Long Yi immediately frowned and loudly retorted, "Nonsense." Jean Wadding touched his forehead and remarked with amusement, "For the Dragon King to have adopted sons like you truly is his disgrace." Kinto frowned and shouted, "You're about to die, and you still dare to talk big." His expression turned wild and agitated as he roared, "Warwing, Heavenly King, you may be powerful and have once single-handedly guarded the border, but you're still only flesh and blood." Pointing at the armed guards, Kinto introduced them. "These men are all inner force martial artists. The daggers in our hands were made with new technology. They're incredibly sharp, and they're coated with a deadly poison. Even a single drop is enough to kill an elephant within 1 minute." The razor-sharp blades gleamed with purple poison, and Kinto raised his hand and laughed as he gave the order, "Attack." Instantly, guards from all directions charged at Jean Wadding. Long Yi and Long Wu also moved at the same time. A golden light flashed in Jean Wadding's eyes, and Long Yi's left cheek was immediately struck by a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Long Wu rushed forward as well, only to be hit with a punch to the right cheek, blood spraying everywhere. The brothers Long Yi and Long Wu were instantly sent flying backward and crashed into the iron door. Jean Wadding activated his special ability, his body swiftly cutting through the guards, sending them flying. Sharp blades clattered all over the floor. Kinto was horrified. Gritting his teeth, he asked in disbelief, Are you even human?" Jean Wadding lightly brushed the dust off his clothes and said, "If this is your plan, then all I can say is that you've underestimated me too much." Kinto shouted after hearing that. Of course, that's not all. He tightly gripped a small vial in his hand, the corner of his mouth curling upward. When Jean Wadding saw it, his heart jolted and he looked toward him. Kinto hurled the vial, and white toxic smoke rapidly spread out. He shouted, "This is the newest biochemical poison gas we've developed." Jean Wadding immediately raised a hand to cover his mouth and nose, and then his eyes widened in shock. Purple blotches immediately appeared on his arm. Seeing this, Kinto laughed loudly. Even the invincible Warwing Heavenly King is still just mortal flesh. There's no way you can withstand this kind of poison gas. The purple blotches quickly spread outward. Kinto immediately drew a long saber and shouted, "Heavenly King." Holding the saber horizontally, he threw aside the scabbard and roared, "Go to hell." Suddenly, a hand shot toward him. Kinto's eyes widened in terror. His neck seized tightly by Jean Wadding. "Huh?" Kinto trembled all over and growled. You." Jean Wadding looked at him coldly and said, "Did you really think this little bit of poison gas could deal with me?" Kinto struggled desperately and shouted, Let me go, cough, cough." Jean Wadding slammed him to the ground and declared, "I won't kill you. I still have things to ask you." Turning his back to Kinto, Jean Wadding said, "Let's go. We'll talk somewhere else." Kinto lowered his head, cold sweat pouring down, and replied, "All right." Then Kinto stood before the iron door and entered the password, while Jean Wadding watched from behind. The heavy door quickly opened, and the two of them walked forward together. In the corridor outside room 203, Jean Wadding raised a cup of hot tea in his hand and asked, "This orphanage was a trap to lure me here, wasn't it?" He took a sip of tea and said, "Then where exactly is the real human experimentation base?" Jean Wadding's gaze sharpened as he barked sternly. Kinto's expression darkened as he asked, "If I tell you, can you guarantee you won't kill me?" Jean Wadding set down the teacup and replied, "If you don't talk, you'll definitely die. If you do, you might still have a chance to live." After hearing that, Kinto shouted without hesitation, "The real base." hasn't been set up in Haidong yet. Frowning, he explained Long Yi and Long Wu were in charge of preparing the site, which is why they came to Haidong first. Zhan Wading closed his eyes and said, "So that's how it is." Kinto immediately pounded his chest excitedly and shouted, "Heavenly King, I was truly forced into this. The Dragon King planted poison in my body. If I didn't obey him, my whole family would die." Zhan Wading closed his eyes in thought and did not reply. Then Kinto directly dropped to his knees, desperately explaining, "Heavenly King, everything I'm saying is true. I really had no choice." Zhan Wading turned his head to look at Kinto and asked, "Do you know the Reaper Special Ops team?" Hearing that, Kinto shook his head and cried, I don't know." Zhan Wading slammed the teacup hard onto the table and barked, "I was prepared to spare your life." Kinto's expression instantly turned ugly. As he heard Zhan Wading continue, "But you." Kinto lowered his head and admitted, I'm a member of the Reaper Special Ops team." Zhan Wading looked at him and said, "Just as I thought. You knew, aren't you?" Kinto lowered his head and shouted, "Yes." Zhan Wading smiled and asked, "I need the entire current deployment of the Reaper Special Ops team in Haidong. That won't be a problem, will it?" Sweating profusely, Kinto agreed, "No problem." Then, he immediately took out a phone and placed it on the table, pointing at it as he said, This contains all of their arrangements." Seeing that, Zhan Wading praised him. "Very good. Next, I need you to do one thing. Do it well, and I can leave you a way to live." Upon hearing that, Kinto excitedly shouted, "I await your orders, Heavenly King." Zhan Wading leaned close to Kinto's ear and whispered a few words. Kinto swallowed hard in shock, his face darkening as he refused. "Heavenly King, Zhan Wading said coldly, "Whether you live or die depends on your own choice." Hearing that, Kinto immediately lowered his head and stammered, I'm willing to do it." Zhan Wading stood up, opened the door, and walked out. "Very good. I'll wait for your good news." Elsewhere, Long Yi slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and looked around. He looked at Kinto, who was sitting in the corner, and said, "We failed." Kinto smiled and said, "Although we failed, we still achieved something." Long Yi was startled and asked in confusion. Kinto immediately stood up and walked over to Long Yi, explaining, "Although our biochemical poison gas didn't strip him of his combat ability, it still severely injured his body. He panicked and fled." Kinto frowned and shouted, "Long Yi, take me to see the Dragon King immediately. This is a perfect opportunity for the Dragon King." Long Yi frowned at Kinto and asked, "Kinto, would you betray the Dragon King?" Kinto brushed past him and answered firmly, "Absolutely not." Long Yi closed his eyes and smiled. "I didn't think you would either. Let's go." In a magnificent building, an angry curse rang out. "Useless trash." A cup of tea was hurled straight into Kinto's face with a smack. The Dragon King's voice rang out, "How many times have I told you?" He pointed at the crowd and roared, "You are not to act rashly without permission." Kinto knelt in front and said softly, "Please forgive me, Dragon King." The Dragon King sighed and said, "Still, you have made some contribution." This time, the Warwing Heavenly King was struck by our biochemical poison gas. Resting his chin on one hand, he said, "I expect he has only a few months left to live. There is no way for him to recover." Kinto immediately smiled and urged him on, "Exactly, and I secretly planted a tracker on the Warwing Heavenly King. His current location has already been exposed." The Dragon King looked at him and listened as he continued, "If you strike now, Dragon King, you will definitely be able to kill him in one blow." On the side, Long Yi also raised his head and smiled. "Adoptive father, this matter should not be delayed. This is a rare opportunity." The Dragon King closed his eyes and said, "You still do not understand what kind of person the Warwing Heavenly King is." He pointed at Kinto and barked sternly, "In my view, this is precisely his scheme." Then, the Dragon King reached out and seized Kinto by the throat, shouting coldly, "Kinto, you dare betray me?" Kinto defended himself in terror. "No, I absolutely would not dare betray you." Then the Dragon King twisted hard, and Kinto died on the spot. The Dragon King threw the corpse aside and asked, "Do you know why I killed him?" He looked toward Long Yi and Long Wu. "I understand the Warwing Heavenly King very well. When facing him, even the slightest mistake can doom us forever. So I will not allow any accidents. Do you understand?" The two raised their heads and heard him say in their ears, "Therefore, act according to the plan. This time, I want 100% certainty in eliminating him." He closed his eyes and threw out 2 daggers, ordering, "Carry out the family punishment yourselves." Long Yi and Long Wu immediately raised their hands to catch the daggers, then viciously stabbed them into their own thighs. The Dragon King closed his eyes and ordered, "Enough. Withdraw and treat your wounds." He glanced at the two of them and reminded them in a deep voice, "Remember this, from now on, without my permission, you are absolutely not to act on your own." Long immediately bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, adoptive father." In a building still under construction, Bai Gong picked up noodles with his chopsticks and asked in confusion, "Do we need to call for reinforcements?" Shadow Guard folded her arms and looked out the window. Including the Reaper Special Ops team, there are 9 of them in total. She stared outside and hesitated as she muttered, "But right now, there are only Reaper and one other member in this building." Outside, scaffolding was being erected. Bai Gong raised his head to look at Shadow Guard and asked, "You mean?" She smiled brightly and asked, "2 against 2. Do you think we'd lose?" Bai Gong pounded his chest and declared, "Of course not." Hearing that, Shadow Guard smiled and made her decision. "Good. Tonight, I want to capture Reaper alive and show my lord that I'm no longer the little girl I was back then." Then, she gave a wave of her hand, and Bai Gong and Shadow Guard immediately jumped out the window. Elsewhere, a hand caught a bullet. One Reaper team member lounged in a chair, while another stood on the balcony watching the surroundings and shouted, "Captain, we've spotted 2 people heading toward us." That person responded, "Now, this is interesting." The man with the binoculars called out, "They should both be subordinates of the Heavenly King. One is codenamed Tank, and the other is Shadow Guard." Another Reaper team member asked in confusion, "Oh? That little girl? Just the 2 of them? The Warwing Heavenly King didn't come with them?" The Reaper member, holding the binoculars, looked over there and shouted, "Only 2. That person forcefully grabbed the gun on the table and said, "Interesting." The Reaper sitting in the chair raised his gun and declared, "Let's see how much that little girl has grown." Hearing that, the Reaper with the binoculars stopped moving and looked toward Reaper. The helmeted Reaper member shouted, "Move out." The next day, in the middle of a house, a pair of legs strode quickly inside. Jean Wadding stood there silently and lightly sniffed the air around him. He asked suspiciously, "What happened here?" Divine Physician appeared behind Jean Wadding and reported, "My lord, last night Shadow Guard and Bai Gong went to ambush Reaper. Bai Gong was injured, but he's no longer in danger now." Divine Physician calmly recounted, "Shadow Guard was hit with a type of biochemical toxin, but last night your subordinate successfully analyzed the toxin and produced an antidote." Divine Physician pointed toward the door and added, "She's already been injected with the antidote. There's no danger anymore." After hearing that, Jean Wadding replied calmly, "In a room, one of Shadow Guard's arms was wrapped in bandages, and she sat with her head lowered in thought. When Bai Gong and Shadow Guard saw Jean Wadding, they both called out, 'Heavenly King.' Jean Wadding raised a hand to signal that they need not get up, then asked, 'What happened?' Shadow Guard lowered her head dejectedly and said haltingly, 'The 2 of us fought 2 of them, and we still lost. We couldn't win.' Beside her, Bai Gong shouted indignantly, 'Those Reaper bastards were too cunning. We were just about to succeed, and then that guy pulled a dirty trick. He actually used poison.' The butler took out a notebook and a pen and began writing, 'Shadow Guard, Bai Gong. -2 points each.' Bai Gong immediately raised his fist and growled angrily, 'Damn it. Next time, I'll smash those Reaper bastards into paste.' Hearing that, Jean Wadding ordered, 'Explain yesterday's situation.' Clearly, Shadow Guard reported calmly, 'My lord, Bai Gong and I found Reaper's temporary base. According to my judgment,' she said loudly in frustration, 'there was only Reaper and 1 team member inside. Bai Gong and I were completely capable of dealing with them. We launched a joint attack, intending to take down one of them first. The 2 of them quickly knocked 1 enemy flying and continued the pursuit. Shadow Guard's voice rang out. Then we joined forces against Reaper. We were just about to succeed when he pulled out biochemical poison gas.' Bai Gong shouted furiously, 'That guy doesn't have the slightest awareness of what it means to be a warrior. If he hadn't used poison, the one line there now would be Reaper.' Jean Wadding barked coldly. 'The Reaper Special Ops team excels at assassination and sneak attacks, yet you expect him to fight you head-on and fair and square?' Hearing that, Bai Gong lowered his head dejectedly and said nothing more. Jean Wadding pointed at Butler's notebook and ordered, 'Add 1 more demerit for him.' Bai Gong froze on the spot. Shadow Guard added from the side, but it wasn't a total loss for us. Reaper was badly injured too. Closing his eyes, Jean Wadding said, 'The 2 of you focus on healing during this period. Butler, come with me.' The grass outside swayed in the wind. Looking ahead, Jean Wadding asked doubtfully, 'What do you make of this?' Butler analyzed. The Reaper Special Ops team was hired by the Dragon King. so naturally they would have access to biochemical poison gas. It was within expectations that Shadow Guard and Bai Geng would suffer a setback, but one thing is abnormal. Jean Wadding replied with eyes closed, "That's right. Where did the rest of Reaper's team go?" Butler assured him, "We will definitely investigate this thoroughly." Recalling Shadow Guard's words, Jean Wadding said, "Your judgment has never been wrong." Shadow Guard and Bai Geng joined forces, yet they still forced Reaper to use poison gas. Butler closed his eyes. As Jean Wadding's voice continued, "That alone is highly unusual and deserves special attention." Jean Wadding turned and patted Butler on the shoulder. "You've had hard lately." Butler replied with eyes closed, "It's only my duty." As Jean Wadding walked forward, he reminded him, "You should smile more often, otherwise you'll get wrinkles easily." Butler immediately smiled and answered yes. At the Chun family residence, Reaper was sitting on the sofa. Yi Wuxing of the Yi family was also sitting there silently. Chen Tianwei of the Chun family held a cup of hot tea in his hand. Yi Wuxing glanced at Reaper and asked, "You're injured?" Reaper was startled, then answered, "Just a minor injury." Yi Wuxing closed his eyes and said in a low, stern voice, "Let's hope this doesn't affect our plan." The door was pushed open, and the Dragon King walked in leisurely with a pleased expression. "Everyone, today is the first time we've officially met." Everyone in the room stood up and called out in unison, "Greetings, Dragon King." The Dragon King asked Reaper, "How was the biochemical poison gas? Did it work well?" Reaper replied, "The gas is a little lacking, but it takes effect very quickly. Still, I'm afraid it poses no threat at all to the War Heaven Emperor." Chen Tianwei suddenly spoke up, "That's right. My subordinate made contact with the War Heaven Emperor last night." The Dragon King said, "Biochemical poison gas is indeed completely useless against him, but that was only the most basic kind. This is the second-generation biochemical poison gas, far more toxic. I spent no small amount of manpower and money to develop it. This time, I must make my money back in Haidong City." Ha ha ha. At that moment, Jean Wadding was walking down the road, thinking to himself, "Is a storm about to come?" When he saw the license plate, he realized it belonged to a major figure from the capital. The car stopped beside Jean Wadding, the door opened, and Bai Mo stepped out. In a deep voice, Bai Mo asked, "Are you Jean Wadding? My master invites you. Please come with me." Jean Wadding stared at the dark figure inside the car for a moment, then quickly replied, "All right." As soon as he got into the car, he saw Bai He. She spoke first, "Please rest for a moment." Jean Wadding thought to himself, "Interesting." The car drove to a remote place and stopped, and the door was politely opened. Bai Mo made a gesture of invitation. Then Bai He led Jean Wadding into a grand villa. She personally pushed the door open, walked to the living room, and invited Jean Wadding to sit down. "My name is Bai He. I'm from a Bai family in the capital. Bai Yayun is my grandfather." Upon hearing this, Jean Wadding remained very calm. "So your old master Bai's granddaughter. You invited me here today. Did something happen?" Bai He informed him, "The Bai family has changed." She suddenly stood up and bowed sincerely. "Warwing Heavenly King, please save our Bai family." Jean Wadding frowned and quickly helped Bai He up. "There's no need for that. Old Master Bai and I go back a long way. Take your time and tell me. What happened to the Bai family?" Bai He answered sadly, "Do you know my eldest brother by Manhwa?" Jean Wadding replied, "I think I met him once. Is this connected to him?" Bai He slowly recounted, "Some time ago, grandfather fell gravely ill. Bai Manhwa took him to a private hospital. From that day on, one major problem after another began appearing in the Bai family. First, I discovered subordinates secretly scheming for personal gain. Then they used the Bai family's connections to monopolize the pharmaceutical industry and drive up the price of medical supplies. On top of that, they're secretly building a hidden laboratory." This shocked Jean Wadding. "A laboratory?" Bai He nodded. "That's right. I have no way of finding out what exactly they're researching. And right now, I can't even see grandfather anymore. Luckily, grandfather had previously told me that you were in Haidong City. Other than you, no one in the Bai family knows this. That's how I was able to come here under the pretense of sightseeing in Haidong and beg for your help." Jean Wadding asked, "You didn't let me speak in the car just now because there was a listening device in it?" She replied, "Yes. Warwing Heavenly King, I beg you, save the Bai family." Jean Wadding was somewhat puzzled. "You're asking for my help, yet you still don't trust me?" Bai He looked a little embarrassed and gestured for the servant to close the door. After the room was shut, she spoke awkwardly, "Warwing Heavenly King." Jean Wadding interrupted, "All right, your family is in turmoil, so it's normal for you to feel uneasy. Besides, given my friendship with Old Master Bai, I will definitely help with this. His words brought a bright smile to Bai He's face. Thank you, Warwing Heavenly King. Jean Wadding added, it's just that I can't leave Haidong City during this time. There's a troublesome person I need to deal with personally. I'll arrange for my subordinates to help you. And first get Old Master Bai out. Bai He said in a trembling voice, all right, anyone who can make you think they're troublesome must be a formidable figure. Jean Wadding answered frankly, he truly is hard to deal with. And I suspect the matter with Bai Manhwa also involves that same person. Bai He cried out in shock. Could it be the Dragon King? Hearing that, Jean Wadding said, looks like I guessed right. The Dragon King is currently in Haidong City. She said angrily, so it really is the Dragon King. While grandfather was still healthy, the Dragon King came to the Bai family once. It seemed he had some conflict with grandfather, and they parted on bad terms. After grandfather was placed under house arrest, I secretly investigated as well. Bai Manhwa and the Dragon King have been in frequent contact. Her account made John Wadding think to himself, haha, this man has laid out quite a grand scheme. It seems not only the capital in Haidong, but probably other cities as well, are all part of the Dragon King's plan. Suddenly, Bai He became flustered. No, that's not right. If this was done by the Dragon King, she speculated, then he clearly knows you're in Haidong, yet he still dared let Bai Manhwa allow me to come here. This is a trap. Jean Wadding looked a little surprised. Things are getting more and more interesting. Can the people outside be trusted? Bai He said firmly, absolutely. If even he betrays me, then there really is no one left around me I can trust. Jean Wadding wondered inwardly, what exactly is the Dragon King plotting? He said aloud, all right then, I'll have this matter thoroughly investigated, and I'll also arrange people to protect you. Hearing this, Bai He said gratefully, thank you, Warwing Heavenly King. Jean Wadding instructed, when soldiers come, generals block them. When water comes, earth dams it. Miss Bai, stay here peacefully for the time being. I'll handle the Bai family's affairs. After saying that, he quickly stood up. Bai He bowed respectfully. The Bai family is deeply grateful for the great kindness of the Warwing Heavenly King. In the imperial capital, on a bright sunny morning, inside a hospital room, Bai Manhwa suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Grandfather, for the great cause of the Bai family, I hope you won't blame your grandson for being ruthless. The Bai family is changing by the day, but you're an old fossil, stubborn and unwilling to change. If the Bai family wants to grow, it can only rise by following someone like the Dragon King. A servant reported, young master, the young lady has arrived in Haidong, and she has already made contact with the Warwing Heavenly King. Bai Manhwa quickly said, very good. Send word to the Dragon King immediately. This time, we must kill the person and destroy his reputation. At a certain cafe, Jean Wadding was on the phone. Have you arranged everything? The person on the other end promptly replied, my lord, everything has been arranged. We only need your confirmation. Without hesitation, he said confirmed. The call ended. He hung up, looked at the steaming cup of coffee, and thought to himself, next, all that's left is to wait for tonight's good show. Early the next morning, at the Bai family villa, Bai Mo brought over a glass of water and said, Miss, please have some water. If this keeps up, your body won't be able to take it. Bai He looked sorrowful. Thank you, Bai Mo. The Bai family is in a precarious state. It's fortunate that I still have you by my side helping me. Bai Mo suddenly looked a little unnatural and reported, the Warwing Heavenly King has arranged a squad of Warwing Iron Cavalry to guard the surrounding area. Bai He replied, I understand. Just as Bai He was about to lift the glass and drink, a trace of anticipation flashed in Bai Mo's eyes. However, she suddenly didn't feel like drinking anymore. Letting out a sigh, she set the glass back down. She said, Bai Mo, go distribute some water and food to the Warwing Heavenly King's squad members. Bai Mo bowed and accepted the order. At the edge of the woods, not far away, an anxious voice rang out. Captain, when are we making our move? The brothers can't wait any longer. One of Reaper's subordinates shot him a glance and said, what's the rush? Wait for Bai Mo to send us the signal. Didn't expect we'd run into something this good either. The eldest miss of the Bai family, haha. Tell the brothers to move a little faster later. After hearing that, the others grew eager and loudly said, faster isn't possible. We're all strong grown men. It'll take at least over an hour. That was the gist of it. At this moment, Bai He had already drunk that glass of water and fallen into a dazed, unconscious state. Bai Mo's voice was filled with guilt. Eldest miss, I'm sorry. You've shown me great kindness, but Bai Manhwa is using my younger sister to threaten me. I really had no way to refuse. After saying that, he pressed send on the message, his heart filled with guilt. Eldest miss, once the plan is complete, I will definitely atone with my death. After finishing that, Bai Mo slowly pushed the door open and walked out. The masked men, upon seeing him, immediately said, "Well done. After we get back, I'll definitely put in a few good words for you with the captain." Baimo said in a low voice, "Make it quick." One of the masked men suddenly slung an arm over his shoulder and asked, "Want to join us? This is a once-in-a-century opportunity." Hearing that, Baimo immediately shouted, "Nonsense. How could I do that to the eldest miss? Hurry up." Seeing the look on his face, the masked men burst into laughter. Ha ha! They looked at Bai He, lying motionless on the ground, and revealed vile smiles. "Brothers, let's get to work." One of them suddenly pulled down a corner of his mask and said, "This plan of killing the person and ruining his reputation really works out nicely for us brothers." Ha ha ha. Jean Wadding suddenly stepped into the room. "Not a bad plan. First, let Bai He come to Haidong, then have her violated and finally pin the blame on me. I have to say, very well done." The moment they heard his voice, the people in the room turned pale with fright. "We've fallen into the trap. Brothers, kill him." Jean Wadding threw them a look of disgust, and very quickly, all of them were knocked unconscious by him. After dealing with them, he looked at the one person left and said, "You're the only one remaining." That person didn't seem tense at all, as expected of the war-winged Heavenly King. Even such a watertight plan couldn't do anything to you. But don't think you've already won. The final victor will definitely be us. Before he even finished speaking, Jean Wadding struck him on the neck. Jean Wadding said coldly, "Dying won't be so easy for you. Butler, this one is yours." Butler, standing nearby, nodded. "Yes." Then, Jean Wadding carried Bai He away. When he reached Bai Mo, Jean Wadding kicked him in the stomach and ordered, "Follow me outside." A little later, Bai Mo knelt before Bai He to beg forgiveness. Bai He raised her head and said, "Thank you, Heavenly King, for saving my life." Jean Wadding sighed. "This Bai Mo is your subordinate. How to deal with him is up to you." Bai He looked at Bai Mo, her heart full of disappointment. "Bai Mo, I never thought even you would betray me." Bai Montauk repeatedly kowtowed. "Miss, kill me. I betrayed your trust." Tears streamed down Bai He's face. "Tell me, why did you do this?" Bai Mo was also in extreme agony. If I didn't do it, my younger sister would be sold to Eastern Europe. She's my only family. I couldn't ignore it. Miss, I beg you, save my younger sister. I can die, but my sister is only 12 years old. Only 12. Bai Mo's words left Jean Wadding speechless for a moment. "Humph," Bai He said helplessly. "Bai Mo, for the sake of all the years you've taken care of me, I'll leave you some dignity. But your sister." Bai Mo immediately turned to Jean Wadding and pleaded earnestly, "Heavenly King, please save my sister." Jean Wadding replied in a deep voice, "I will not let innocent people be implicated." Hearing that, Bai Mo showed a relieved expression. "Thank you, Heavenly King." Suddenly, a stream of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Miss, I'm sorry." After that, Bai Mo took poison and killed himself. His action caused Bai He unbearable anguish, and tears poured endlessly from her eyes. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Butler came in to report, "My lord, that man's mouth is too tight. We couldn't pry anything out of him for the moment." After hearing that, Jean Wadding said, "Forget it. He was personally trained by Reaper after all. You know what to do." After Butler left, Jean Wadding said to Bai He, "It seems the Bai family situation is even worse than I imagined. Don't stay here for now. I'll arrange a new place for you." Bai He forced out a bitter smile. "Thank you, Heavenly King." Jean Wadding thought to himself, "Dragon King, oh Dragon King, if I don't kill you, this won't end well." Not long after, Reaper's men suddenly received a pile of corpses, all of them their own people. He cried out in horror, "The war-winged Heavenly King." Then he hurriedly reported to Reaper, "Captain, our plan to kill them and break their spirits has failed. Should we attack?" When Reaper heard the news, his fury blazed. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If the war-winged Heavenly King were that easy to deal with, how would he be worthy of the title of Heavenly King? Bury our brothers first. After that, I'll come up with a new plan." Reaper's subordinate acknowledged the order and withdrew. Reaper was so angry that his fists trembled. The next day, Bai He spoke with some embarrassment. "Jean Wadding, thank you so much. But actually, I can take care of myself." Jean Wadding looked at her and replied, "You've gone through such a major upheaval. You should go out and relax a little. The Bai family will still need you in the future. If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to answer to the old master of the Bai family? Are you hungry?" Bai He replied, "Mem." Jean Wadding immediately said, "Perfect timing. I'm hungry too. Let's go eat. The two of them walked into a nearby restaurant. A greeting rang out, "Welcome." Bai He and John Wadding quickly took their seats. Qian Fei suddenly walked into the restaurant and said irritably, "The standard of living in Haidong City is pretty bad. I've been walking around forever and still haven't found a decent restaurant." The moment he saw him, John Wadding became slightly alert. The subordinate following behind Qian Fei fawned, "Second young master, this place can't compare to our Jiangnan City anyway. Please bear with it for now." Qian Fei impatiently asked, "Have the people from the other families arrived yet?" The subordinate replied, "They're all still on the way." Bai He suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Qian Fei from Jiangnan City?" John Wadding immediately asked, "You know him?" She slowly answered, "The Bai family has some business dealings with Qian Fei. He's the son of Qian Baiwan. Qian Baiwan owns the largest bank in Jiangnan City. Qian Fei is just a useless rich kid who only knows how to eat, drink, and fool around." Hearing this, John Wadding fell into thought. The Qian family from Jiangnan City. What is he doing in Haidong? Could this have something to do with the Dragon King? Qian Fei also noticed Bai He. "Bai He, what are you doing here too?" It's also because, to stop Qian Fei from letting something slip, his subordinate quickly coughed a few times. Qian Fei immediately put on a warm smile. "Ahem, hello. I'm Qian Fei from Jiangnan City, and this gentleman is..." John Wadding replied calmly, "I'm just an employee." Qian Fei was suspicious inside. "You can sit at the same table as Bai He, and you're saying you're just an employee?" This wasn't a suitable place to linger, so Qian Fei, though in a bad mood, prepared to leave. Suddenly, he invited them. "I've already booked a private room here. Do you two want to join me?" Before Bai He could speak, John Wadding said, "Sure. Why sit in the main hall when there's a free private room? This place is expensive too." Seeing how eager John Wadding was, Qian Fei thought to himself, "Looks like I was overthinking it. What kind of background could a poor nobody like him possibly have?" In private room 6666. Bai He felt extremely uncomfortable listening to Qian Fei chatter nonstop beside her. "It's been a long time since we met. Do you have a boyfriend now?" She thought irritably, "We're just having a meal. Why does he talk so much?" Qian Fei suddenly proposed. "Last year, I mentioned to your grandfather that I wanted our two families to form a marriage alliance. At the time, the old man said he'd think about it. Meeting here today must be fate. Why don't you seriously consider it?" Bai He instinctively glanced at John Wadding and smiled faintly. Qian Fei sharply caught that look and thought to himself, "Sure enough, this guy and Bai He are involved." Thinking of this, Qian Fei mocked her. "Bai He, you look down on the Qian family, yet you've taken a liking to a poor loser like this. I really don't know what kind of judgment you have." Bai He immediately snapped back. "Qian Fei, watch your mouth." John Wadding suddenly put down his chopsticks and said, "We're full. Let's go." Bai He quickly stood up. After the two left, Qian Fei ordered his subordinate, "Go investigate what background that guy has." The subordinate replied, "Yes, young master." Suddenly, the phone on the table rang repeatedly. Qian Fei picked up. "Young Master Wu, you've arrived in Haidong?" The other party quickly replied, "Yeah, I'm here. Young Master Qin came with me." After hearing that, Qian Fei said, "Perfect. I'll send you my location. Come over and eat. Afterward, we'll go to the Qin family together." The other party replied, "All right, we'll be there soon." Qian Fei suddenly said, "All right, young Master Wu, guess who I ran into?" Wu Tong curiously asked, "Who?" Qian Fei smirked. "Bai He, she's in Haidong too." Wu Tong immediately said, "Bai He is in Haidong too? That's great." Qian Fei added, "Unfortunately, you don't stand a chance anymore, young Master Wu." Wu Tong's gaze instantly turned cold. "Qian Fei, make yourself clear." Qian Fei hurriedly told him, "Bai He already has a boyfriend, and he's just an ordinary guy." Those words shocked Wu Tong. "What did you say?" "Qian Fei, you can't joke about something like this." Qian Fei replied calmly, "I told you to make your move sooner. Now you've miscalculated, haven't you? Come over first. We'll talk about the details when we meet." Wu Tong hung up and let out a long sigh. Seeing the worried look on Wu Tong's face, Qin Fong asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Tong said gloomily, "Bai He already has a boyfriend." Qin Fong curled his lips and laughed cheerfully. "So what? The woman you've set your sights on, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping your hand to take her back? As for Bai He's boyfriend," Qin Fong drew a finger across his throat. Wu Ting instantly felt much better and said, "True. Doesn't matter if he's just an ordinary man. Even if he were some local overlord in Haidong, in front of me, he'd still be nothing." After walking out of the restaurant with John Wadding, Bai He sighed helplessly. Sigh, Qian Fei really is a typical rich playboy. Sooner or later, the Qian family will fall into his hands. But John Wadding smiled and replied, "Not necessarily. That guy reeks of spoiled young master, but he's not brainless. I'm afraid he's not as stupid as he looks." Suddenly, the phone in John Wadding's pocket rang. After checking it, he said happily, "Come on, I'll take you to the Chun family for a visit." Bai He nodded obediently. So she followed John Wadding to the Chun family's villa compound. Qianfei had already been waiting outside the Chun family residence for a while. Not long after, a luxurious Rolls-Royce drove up. The subordinate shouted excitedly, "They're here." The car door opened, and Qianfei said, "Young Master Wu, young Master Qin, I've been waiting for you too." Qin Fong smiled and said, "Young Master Qian, long time no see." Qianfei said, "Let's go in." Zhan Wadding and Bai He also happened to arrive just then. Qianfei suddenly said, "Young Master Wu, Bai He is here too." Wu Tung hurriedly turned around, his brows slightly furrowed. Zhan Wadding said, "What a coincidence." Bai He hurriedly whispered to him, "Heavenly King, the people with Qianfei are Wu Tung and Qin Fong. They're both heirs to top financial conglomerates in Jiangnan City, especially Wu Tung. It's said the Wu family once smuggled weapons overseas and accumulated a huge amount of resources." This piqued Zhan Wadding's interest a little. Weapons? Looks like the Wu family isn't clean either. Seeing Bai He approach, Wu Tung greeted her warmly. "He, long time no see." Bai He replied politely, "Long time no see." Wu Tung looked at Zhan Wadding and asked, "And this is?" Bai He introduced him. "This is my friend, Zhan Wadding." When Zhan Wadding reached out for a handshake, Wu Tung pulled his hand back instead. "Sorry, I'm not in the habit of shaking hands with other people." Zhan Wadding curled his lip. Wu Tung felt somewhat annoyed and asked, "Were you invited by the Chun family too?" "Sam butinan serdanistli." "No, I came on my own." Hearing that, Wu Tung crossed his arms and said coldly, "Then leave. The Qin family isn't receiving outsiders today." But Zhan Wadding paid no attention to him at all and simply led Bai He straight inside. Wu Tung immediately stretched out a hand to stop him and asked sternly, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Being blocked like that made Zhan Wadding very unhappy, and a flash of killing intent passed through his eyes. Wu Tung was suddenly forced backward by an invisible burst of power. "Ah, you actually dare to hit me." Seeing this, Qin Fong gloated inwardly. "This brat is finished." Qianfei also muttered, "Wu Tung isn't like me. If you offend him, even the Qin family will suffer, let alone you." By now, Wu Tung was furious beyond measure. Grinding his teeth, he roared, "You're dead. Do you even know who I am?" "I'm Wu Tung of Jiangnan." Zhan Wadding replied calmly, "I do know a few people named Wu Tung, but they're all Japanese." Bai He couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Seeing her laugh so happily, Zhan Wadding reminded her, "That laugh of yours doesn't sound quite right." Bai He replied eagerly, "Clearly you're the one saying strange things." Only then did Wu Tung react, and he shouted furiously, "You're insulting me." Zhan Wadding admitted without hesitation, "That's right. I'm insulting you." Satisfied, Wu Tung's face darkened. "Good, very good. Don't think that just because Bai He is protecting you, you can do whatever you want. You've got family, right? Friends too, right?" Hearing those arrogant threats, both Bai He and Zhan Wadding showed disgust. Seeing that Zhan Wadding said nothing, Wu Tung continued provoking him. "Brat, even if you kneel and kowtow to beg for forgiveness right now, it'll be useless. Not just anyone has the right to insult the Wu family." Qin Fong seized the chance to add fuel to the fire. Young Master Wu is really angry now. This brat is done for. A figure gradually appeared behind Qin Fong. Seeing him, Qin Fong looked delighted. "Young Master Chun." Chun Tianwei cheerfully said, "Young Master Qian." "Young Master Qin, you must be tired from the journey." After speaking, Chun Tianwei suddenly turned serious. "I've already investigated those matters." Qin Fong replied after hearing this, "Not bad." Wu Tung turned his head and sneered, "Just wait, brat. I'll deal with you slowly." Then he warmly turned to Chun Tianwei. "Young Master Chun." Chun Tianwei unexpectedly stepped closer to Wu Tung and asked in a low voice, "Young Master Wu, why did you clash with him?" "He is." Wu Tung looked unconcerned. "He's nothing but a small-time fighter. So what if he's a shareholder of Xianglong Group? In front of me, he's still just an ant. Come on, young Master Chun. I'll deal with this brat later." Zhan Wadding suddenly called out. When Chun Tianwei saw him, he instinctively took a step back. Qianfei thought to himself, "Chun Tianwei seems very wary of this man. It looks like his identity is definitely not simple." Zhan Wadding looked straight into Chun Tianwei's eyes and asked, "What? I'm here at the Chun family, and you're not inviting me in?" Chun Tianwei quickly replied, "Zhan Wadding, I have important matters today." At that moment, a servant walked over and whispered a few words into Chun Tianwei's ear. After hearing them, Chun Tianwei said, "A guest is a guest." Kumin. This shocked Wu Tung. "Young Master Chun, what we're discussing today is a major matter." Chun Tianwei hurriedly said, "Young Master Wu, I'll explain it to you slowly later. He thought to himself, the Dragon King has already sent someone to invite him. How would I dare refuse? Just as Jean Wadding and Bai Hehe stepped inside, they were stopped by a servant. The servant bowed respectfully and reported, please come with me. Someone wishes to see you. Jean Wadding was secretly delighted. So you finally couldn't hold back anymore? He replied, all right. 5 servants respectfully said, please enter. Jean Wadding and Bai Hehe slowly walked toward that room. Without the slightest hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. The moment Dragon King saw Jean Wadding, he said, long time no see. Jean Wadding paused for a moment, then turned to Bai Hehe and said, wait at the door. Bai Hehe obediently listened, nodded, stepped out of the room, and carefully closed the door behind her. Only then did Jean Wadding politely speak. Dragon King, it truly has been a long time. Dragon King also said, Warwing Heavenly King, I never expected that after leaving the borderlands, you would hole up in such a tiny place. Jean Wadding shook his head and said, if it's such a tiny place, then why would someone as exalted as the Dragon King come here? Dragon King, do you intend to formally declare war on me? Dragon King replied calmly, I did have that intention before, but I still want to give you a chance. Those words struck Jean Wadding as ridiculous, and he asked in return, give me a chance? Dragon King answered frankly, that's right, give you a chance. Warwing Heavenly King, you are young and exceptionally talented. I don't want to see you die. I hope you won't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Jean Wadding laughed and stood up. Then thank you, Dragon King, for thinking so highly of me. Unfortunately, I've never known what a penalty drink is. Dragon King's brows knitted tightly. Then there's nothing more to say. Since that's the case, I won't show mercy next. Warwing Heavenly King, Haidong City will be where your death begins. Jean Wadding turned and asked, if I make a move here, do you think you'll be able to escape? Dragon King replied angrily, Warwing Heavenly King is still as arrogant as ever. If you don't mind, then try it. The moment he finished speaking, Jean Wadding instantly attacked, throwing a punch at Dragon King. But Dragon King was no ordinary man either and quickly dodged to the side. Suddenly, a young man appeared. Jean Wadding took just one glance at him, then quickly threw a punch that sent him flying. Then Jean Wadding said, you don't think. The scar-faced young man stared at him greedily. Jean Wadding continued, that he can stop me, do you? Dragon King shook his head. Of course not. A flying knife suddenly shot out from nowhere, and Jean Wadding swiftly leaped back to avoid it. Reaper, the one who had thrown the knife, spoke excitedly, Warwing Heavenly King. Long time no see. Jean Wadding showed no panic at all and replied, so the Reaper who only knows how to hide finally dares to show himself. You injured my Warwing Scarlet Cavalry. You deserve to die. Borrowing the force of his movement, Jean Wadding sprang up and delivered a fierce kick to Reaper. Hit head-on by the kick, Reaper was instantly sent flying backward. The scar-faced young man also rushed forward at once. Just as his fist swung in, Jean Wadding grabbed his wrist, then drove his knee hard into the man's stomach, making him scream in agony. Reaper pulled out a short blade and hurled it at Jean Wadding without hesitation. Warwing Heavenly King. Jean Wadding instantly locked onto the blade's trajectory and thought to himself, a cheap trick. He caught the blade at once, then flicked his hand and threw it straight back at Reaper. Because of that, Reaper nearly lost one of his shoulders. The Dragon King, who had been standing nearby and watching everything, immediately applauded and praised him. As expected of the Warwing Heavenly King, even 1 against 3, you still didn't fall into a disadvantage. Reaper and the Scarface Man were both badly injured, while Jean Wadding merely brushed the dust off his shoulder. Dragon King, your skin really is thick, and you call this not being at a disadvantage. The Dragon King shrugged. Warwing Heavenly King, you should know very well that no matter what happens today, you won't be able to kill me. This is my territory. The Dragon King lightly stamped his heel, and in an instant a line of soldiers appeared before him, standing at attention and awaiting orders. Jean Wadding immediately recognized them. The Nordic Special Forces. The Dragon King admitted calmly, that's right. These 4 are the 4 soldier kings from the Nordic region. Warwing Heavenly King, do you still think you have a chance of winning now? Jean Wadding frowned slightly and asked, Dragon King, do you know what your actions mean? The Dragon King ignored the threat. Do I need you telling me how to do things? Hearing that, Jean Wadding said, so you've made up your mind. The Dragon King replied, that's right. Jean Wadding said calmly, very good. I accept your declaration of war. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Bai Hehe cried out in shock, Jean Wadding. Jean Wadding calmly walked outside without saying a word. The The two of them slowly left. Reaper looked confused. "You're just letting him go like that?" The Dragon King explained. "I understand the War-Wing Heavenly King very well. If we fight now, both sides will only suffer. I want to win, and I want to win even more thoroughly. Most importantly, I want to become the one and only king of Great Xia." After leaving the Chun family residence, Zhan Wading immediately took out his phone. As soon as the call connected, he said directly, "1 hour from now, everyone gather at the base and wait for me." The person on the other end replied, "Understood." Elsewhere, Wu Tung, Qian Fei, and Qin Fong were attending an extremely serious meeting. Chun Tianwei began. "It is a great honor for Tianwei that you have all come from afar." Qin Fong smiled brightly. "Brother Tianwei, let's skip the pleasantries and get to the main matter." Hearing that, Chun Tianwei looked very excited. He snapped his fingers. "Since that's the case, I'll get straight to it. Please take a look." A servant brought up a bottle of blue liquid. Chun Tianwei asked, "Do any of you know what this is?" Everyone present looked clueless. Seeing their expressions, Chun Tianwei proudly declared, "This is something that can help us stand at the top of the world." Qian Fei grew impatient. "Brother Tianwei, stop being mysterious. What exactly is this medicine?" Chun Tianwei picked up the bottle and answered, "This is a cancer cure." Wu Tung blurted out at once, "Impossible." Qin Fong asked skeptically, "A cancer cure? Brother Tianwei, isn't that a bit too much?" Chun Tianwei replied, "I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. There's a set of documents here. Please have a look." At the same time, Zhan Wading was holding a meeting with his associates. The butler was the first to ask, "Heavenly King, what happened?" Zhan Wading announced solemnly, "The Dragon King has officially declared war on us." Shadow Guard became extremely interested after hearing this. "Heavenly King, can we deal with Reaper now?" Bai Gong was also fully prepared. "We can finally take care of them." Zhan Wading glared at them. "Shut up, all of you. I called you here to discuss how to deal with them, not to let you two wounded soldiers go cause more trouble." The butler suddenly opened his notebook and wrote something down. Bai Gong and Shadow Guard each lose 1 point. Zhan Wading said to the butler, "Butler, see if there's a way to finish off the Dragon King and Reaper's squad in one stroke." The butler closed his notebook. "I think we should recall the entire War-Wing Crimson Cavalry. That way we can be certain of wiping them all out in one sweep." Zhan Wading gave his orders. "Crimson Bird, go monitor the Dragon King and Reaper's squad first. And keep an eye on the Nordic side as well." The young woman replied at once, "Understood." Then Zhan Wading ordered, "Butler, summon 5 squads of the War-Wing Iron Cavalry. That will be enough." Late at night, in an upscale restaurant, Chun Tianwei carefully poured wine. "Brother Yi, many thanks to you and the Dragon King this time. Thanks to your help, I can finally become the king of Haidong." Yi Wuxing sat with 2 beauties in his arms and thought to himself, "This short-sighted fool is nothing more than one of our pawns, yet he's sitting here feeling pleased with himself." Then he spoke aloud. "Of course, if the Dragon King takes care of the War Emperor this time, those families will no longer be your match. They will all have no choice but to submit at your feet." Hearing that, Chun Tianwei seemed to already feel power in his grasp, and he laughed smugly. "Ha ha! I am the one and only king of Haidong City." Yi Wuxing looked at him and let out a contemptuous snort. Then he left. Zhan Wading stood atop a tall building, looking down at the city below. A thought rose in his heart. What rot? It's time to clean it up completely. Just then, the butler appeared and reported, "Heavenly King, I have brought the 5 captains of the War-Wing Iron Cavalry to pay their respects." Zhan Wading said, all right, as long as you've arranged things properly. There's no need to come all the way here specially. Everyone rise." The butler said, "Heavenly King, the Dragon King hasn't only invited the Nordic Special Forces. He has also invited Dongyang's Divine Wind Squad. However, the captains of the War-Wing Crimson Cavalry are more than enough to deal with the Nordic Special Soldiers." Zhan Wading's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he said, "It would be bad enough if that old man were merely colluding with the West, but he even dares cooperate with our mortal enemy. He truly doesn't deserve to be called human." Thunder rumbled across the sky as dark clouds gathered. Zhan Wading nodded in approval at the butler. "Very good. Pass down the order. Have the War-Wing Iron Cavalry eliminate the Divine Wind Special Ops Unit, then put on their uniforms, and report to the Dragon King." The butler bowed respectfully. "Understood." At the Chun residence, on a bright sunny morning, Yi Wuxing said in a flattering tone, "Dragon King, that fool Chun Tianwei has already used the medicinal liquid to win over a group of people. We'll soon become the strongest force in the country." The Dragon King said in satisfaction, "Chun Tianwei is a fairly decent pawn. Don't touch him for now. he's still useful. Reaper suddenly walked in. Dragon King, when do we make our move? The Dragon King immediately gave his instructions. Go find out what Jean Wadding is doing and locate the strongholds of his subordinates. Hearing that, a sharp cold gleam flashed in Reaper's eyes. I'll send my men to feel out their bases. I can't wait any longer. Elsewhere, Bai He suddenly brought news to Jean Wadding. Last night, Wu Tong came to see me. He said he's working with Chun Tianwei on some medicinal liquid that can cure cancer and help the family rise into the ranks of world-class powers. Jean Wadding was inwardly startled. Since when did the country develop a cancer cure? This definitely has something to do with the Wang family. After thinking for a moment, Jean Wadding quickly whispered into Bai He's ear, "Tonight, ask Wu Ting out. I'll personally interrogate him." Seeing Bai He's cheeks turn red, Jean Wadding asked with concern, "Are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Bai He hurriedly waved her hands. No, I'm fine." Jean Wadding asked again, "Did you hear clearly what I told you?" Bai He's eyes looked a little flustered as she replied, "I'll call him right now and arrange to meet him at the hotel." That evening, Bai He rang the bell to Wu Tong's room. Wu Tong said excitedly to her, He, you asked me out in the middle of the night. Have you thought it through?" Bai He was dressed elegantly and asked curiously, "I heard young master has a big project. I was hoping I might get a share of the benefits." Wu Tong replied eagerly, "Well said. Let's go inside and talk." As soon as he said that, Wu Tong pulled her into the room. After Bai He sat down on the bed, Wu Tong laid out his condition. "As long as you marry me and become my woman, then naturally my business will also be yours." Just as Wu Tong was about to approach her, Bai He immediately stopped him in a sweet voice. "Young Master Wu, don't rush. Let me go take a shower first." Wu Ting didn't think much of it and agreed at once. All right. In the bathroom, Bai He sent a text message to Jean Wadding. After receiving the notification, Jean Wadding said, "Let's go. Let's see what this so-called cancer cure really is." Wu Tong was sipping red wine and muttering to himself, "Just as I thought," pretending to be aloof all the time, but in the face of huge benefits. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, startling him. "Who is it?" Well, he saw Jean Wadding calmly walking in. Wu Tong's eyes instantly filled with terror. "You, why?" Before Wu Tong could finish, Jean Wadding kicked him hard in the stomach. Wu Tong could not withstand the blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the wall, leaving a dent. Struggling, Wu Ting asked, "Why did you come here?" Bai He spoke up. "Why do you think?" Only then did Wu Tong realize, and he screamed in horror, You too. You set me up." Jean Wadding immediately seized Wu Tong by the throat, lifting him into the air as he said coldly, "I don't want to waste words with you. Whatever I ask, you answer. Otherwise, you die." Wu Tong begged in fear, "As long as you don't attack me, I'll tell you everything you want to know." Only then did Jean Wadding put him down. "I heard you're working with Chun Tianwei to sell cancer medicine." Wu Tong nodded frantically. Yes. I don't even understand why this business insists on dragging our great families into it." Jean Wadding sat down calmly in a chair and asked, "Did Chun Tianwei give you a sample of the medicine?" Wu Tong hurriedly pointed at a box and shouted, Yes. It's right in there." Jean Wadding signaled to Bai Gong, and Bai Gong quickly opened the white box. Inside were 3 bottles of green liquid. Seeing this, Jean Wadding looked satisfied and warned sternly, "From now on, stay away from her. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Trembling with fear, Wu Tong replied, "I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare go after her again." Before leaving, Jean Wadding asked, "Do you know how to write the words? Keep it secret." Wu Tong obediently replied, "I absolutely won't say a word to anyone." Only after the group had disappeared did Wu Tong finally breathe a sigh of relief and think, "Damn it, I almost lost my life here." Back at Jean Wadding's base, the butler reported, "Heavenly King, I've examined the medicinal liquid. It contains absolutely no anti-cancer ingredients. It resembles some kind of mind control drug. At the same time, it also seems capable of altering certain traits of the human body." Jean Wadding lifted his wine glass and thought to himself, "What exactly are they plotting?" Then Jean Wadding said, "Dragon King, so this is what you were planning." As soon as he finished speaking, the wine glass in his hand was crushed to pieces. The butler asked seriously, "My lord, have you thought of something?" Jean Wadding analyzed. This medicinal liquid was created by the Dragon King to conduct human experiments. The success rate of this kind of experiment is extremely low, so this liquid is used to alter the body, making them into more suitable test subjects. The butler asked in confusion, "Then, Heavenly King, what should we do?" Jean Wadding pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "Bring me the map." The butler quickly spread the map out on the table. Jean Wadding looked at the map and ordered, "Have Crimson Bird scout several suspicious points that may be the Dragon King's laboratories." Hearing that, Crimson Bird instantly pouted. "Heavenly King, why am I the only one going?" Jean Wadding rubbed his forehead and waved a hand. All right, let Shadow Guard go with you." Upon hearing this, Shadow Guard became extremely excited. "Yes, sir. But is there a reward?" The butler immediately wrote in his notebook, "Shadow Guard, improper speech, 1 point deducted." Seeing that, Shadow Guard quickly defended himself. "This is called emotional bonding. What would a block of wood like you know about feelings?" Jean Wadding said helplessly, "All right, enough. Hurry and go." Crimson Bird sighed, then left together with Shadow Guard. Elsewhere, there was a knock at Yi Wuxing's door. He opened it, looking somewhat impatient. "Why are you here?" Chen Tianwei answered with an awkward smile. "We're out of stock. I wanted to ask the Dragon King for a little more." Yi Wuxing looked somewhat surprised. "So soon?" "Gumin." The Dragon King was sitting there at ease when Chen Tianwei excitedly reported, "Dragon King, the cancer-curing medicinal liquid you gave me worked extremely well. I've sold all." Hearing that, the Dragon King slowly stood up. "Well done, Tianwei. I think highly of you." Chen Tianwei was overjoyed. "It is my honor to follow you." The Dragon King suddenly said, "Wuxing, go make some arrangements. Tianwei, if there's nothing else, you may leave." Chen Tianwei bowed respectfully. "Many thanks, Dragon King." When the door closed, the Dragon King laughed loudly. "Ha ha, the plan is about to succeed." Yi Wuxing asked excitedly, "Dragon King, now that the medicine has been released, should we capture a few people and test its effects?" The Dragon King agreed without hesitation. "Yes, be careful. Don't let the War Emperor discover it. Right now, his people are probably everywhere outside." Yi Wuxing answered respectfully, "Yes, I'll be careful." At that moment, someone else was unexpectedly summoned. It was Reaper. He asked, "Dragon King, when are we going to war with the War Wing Heavenly King? I can't wait any longer." The Dragon King glanced at him. "What's the rush?" Reaper immediately pressed a knife to the Dragon King's throat. "But my patience has limits." The Dragon King replied calmly, "Take care of your own business. I have my own arrangements." This satisfaction showed in Reaper's eyes. Oomph. Then he turned around and hurled the knife in his hand forward. The Dragon King was secretly furious. He's just a mercenary, yet he dares show me that kind of attitude. Oomph. But his body really is an excellent test subject. The next morning, at a certain base, Reaper's subordinates saw him return and hurriedly asked, "Captain, how did it go? When do we act?" Reaper angrily slammed his hand onto the table. "That old man clearly wants to wait until the experiment is finished before making a move." The table collapsed from the blow. Reaper said irritably, "He didn't tell me a single word about this experiment. How am I supposed to trust him?" The subordinate suggested, "Captain, why don't we just act directly?" Reaper glared at him. "I can't wait any longer either." As a result, all of Reaper's subordinates fell silent, their expressions grave. Meanwhile, on Jean Wadding's side, he was reading when the phone in his pocket began ringing nonstop. After he answered, the person on the other end said, "My lord, for the past few days, members of Reaper's special ops team have been monitoring you. But I've already dealt with them." Jean Wadding replied in a low voice, "Got it. Come pick me up." Closing the book, Jean Wadding stood up and thought to himself, "Why are Reaper's men monitoring me instead of the Dragon King's?" A blue car stopped in front of Jean Wadding, and Bai Geng stepped out and said, "My lord, please get in." After the car door closed, the butler spoke up, "Heavenly King, the Reaper Special Ops team has been acting very suspiciously these past few days." Jean Wadding said, "Looks like Reaper can't sit still anymore. He's getting ready to make a move himself." Hearing that, Bai Geng became excited. We're about to fight again. I want revenge." Jean Wadding flicked him on the head. "Focus on driving." Then Jean Wadding turned to the butler and said, "Go make the arrangements. The Reaper Special Ops team. This time, we'll send them to meet the real Reaper." The butler silently jotted it down in his notebook. Bai Geng nearly caused an accident while driving and disturbed the Heavenly King. Night fell, and moonlight spread across the ground. On a high cliff in the middle of a forest stood a lone figure. It was Jean Wadding. His gaze suddenly shifted behind him, and Reaper immediately rushed in with a short blade. Without hesitation, Jean Wadding grabbed his wrist. "Oh, isn't this Reaper? So you finally couldn't hold back anymore." Reaper said, "Warwing, Heavenly King, let's settle the score between us here today." Jean Wadding smiled. "Sure." As soon as he finished speaking, he took his stance. Reaper had already predicted that Jean Wadding would throw a kick, so he quickly retreated to dodge it. Right after that, Reaper slashed his knife toward Jean Wadding, but Jean Wadding casually caught the blade between two fingers and shattered it in an instant. Reaper's specialty is the one-strike kill. What a pity. However, Reaper still had another knife hidden on him, and he charged forward again. Jean Wadding said calmly, "Useless." He shifted his footing slightly, and Reaper's face changed in shock. He hastily evaded Jean Wadding's attack, horror rising in his heart. Too fast. Jean Wadding immediately followed up with another move, and the terrifying speed and power snapped the trees behind them. Reaper drew two pistols and was about to fire, but Jean Wadding was one step faster. He reached out and grabbed Reaper by the head. Too slow. With his opponent's head in his grip, Jean Wadding flung him far away. The horrifying force sent Reaper crashing through an entire row of trees. Reaper struggled upright. I never thought you'd become this strong. But the Reaper Special Ops team never fought alone. Come out, all of you. Yet everything around them remained deathly still. Reaper froze. "What's going on?" Jean Wadding said loudly. "When you led your squad up the mountain to follow me, my men already sent your subordinates to the grave." Hearing that, Reaper burst into laughter. Winners rulan losers dia. "I accept it." Jean Wadding tightened his grip around Reaper's throat, making him groan in pain. "Ugh, go see for yourself what the real Reaper looks like down there." A sound behind him made Jean Wadding pause. He looked up and saw a formation of helicopters overhead, one of which quickly descended and landed right in front of him. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes, because the man who stepped out of the helicopter was none other than the Dragon King. Jean Wadding's subordinates immediately revealed themselves to back him up, but he remained completely calm. "It's fine." Bai Gong exchanged glances with Shadow Guard. Jean Wadding mocked him. "I never thought there'd come a day when even the Dragon King couldn't control his own men." Reaper said with an unhappy look, "We only had a hired relationship." Seeing how arrogant Reaper still was, Jean Wadding couldn't help but stomp his head into the ground. "It's not your turn to speak." The Dragon King suddenly became very serious. "How about we make a deal? There's definitely still residual poison in your subordinates' bodies. I can provide the antidote and completely remove that hidden danger from them. What do you say?" Those words surprised Jean Wadding a little. He looked at Reaper and thought to himself, Reaper is already crippled. What could this man still want him for? Unless, thinking of that, Jean Wadding agreed. Then Jean Wadding directly kicked Reaper toward the Dragon King. Jean Wadding said, "Pleasure doing business." The Dragon King immediately signaled to Long E, who took out a bottle of blue medicinal liquid and tossed it to Bai Gong. The Dragon King slowly raised 3 fingers in a signal, and 2 young men quickly carried Reaper away. The Dragon King added, "Warwing, Heavenly King. Until next time." Jean Wadding replied cheerfully, "Sure, until next time. I'll definitely prepare a grand gift for the Dragon King, so the grass on your grave can grow a little faster." After hearing that, the Dragon King coldly slammed the helicopter door shut. Watching them leave, Bai Gong was utterly confused. "Heavenly King, why trade Reaper for the antidote?" Jean Wadding answered in a low voice, "I already have a suspicion. You'll know soon enough." Hearing that, Bai Gong asked no more and happily replied, "All right then." On the Dragon King's helicopter, Long E asked in confusion, "Godfather, why trade the antidote for this crippled Reaper? If we do that, won't the poison research become useless?" The Dragon King answered calmly, "My greatest trump card against Jean Wadding isn't the poison. It's the genetically modified humans. Losing the poison means little." Suddenly, the pilot reported, "Dragon King, this is bad. Warwing Heavenly King has destroyed all of Reaper's meridians and bones." The Dragon King did not look surprised at all. He said, "So he's crippled. What's so surprising about that? Take him to the laboratory." The pilot nodded and accepted the order. Longy asked curiously, "Godfather, why take Reaper to the laboratory?" The Dragon King replied indifferently, "Of course, to make him my test subject." Longy became even more confused. "Godfather, aren't all our test subjects people who've already taken a drug? Reaper has never used it. Can he still be a test subject?" As soon as he finished speaking, a slap landed across his face. The Dragon King barked, "Idiot! Reaper is a top-tier mercenary. His physical condition is naturally far better than those poor wretches. Otherwise, why have been willing to trade the antidote for him?" Though he had been slapped, Long E still smiled ingratiatingly. "Godfather really is more far-sighted." The Dragon King thought to himself, "I just hope this body doesn't disappoint me." Their helicopter quickly flew away. Early the next morning, the bedroom door was pushed open. Shadow Guard called out excitedly, "Heavenly King, your servant has come to attend your bed." Jean Wadding looked disgusted and pushed her away. "Be serious." Rejected like that, Shadow Guard looked deeply aggrieved. Jean Wadding slowly sat down. and said, "Stop messing around." "What is it?" Shadow Guard quickly reported. "Last time when you told us to wipe out the Divine Wind Special Ops unit, we caught a big fish." That piqued Jean Wadding's interest. "Oh, what big fish?" She handed him a dossier. "This is Meichuan Xian from Shinji Country. He came to seek cooperation with the Dragon King." Meichuan Xian, rank, colonel, age, 45. Jean Wadding studied the dossier and fell silent for a moment before asking, "How are you planning to handle this?" Shadow Guard answered, "Xian Mian will disguise himself as Meichuan Xian and go negotiate with the Dragon King." Jean Wadding nodded. "Good. Do it that way." The next morning, in a VIP room, Chun Tianwei, Qian Fei, Wu Tung, and Qin Fong were eating and drinking. Chun Tianwei stood up with his glass raised and said, "Cheers. Let's celebrate selling a large quantity of the drug." Qian Fei replied excitedly, "Young Master Chin's connections really are the most reliable. I got a few friends who also want on the fun. What do you think?" Before he could even take a sip, Chun Tianwei was already blooming with joy inside. "Ha ha ha. Once this succeeds, the Dragon King will definitely value me even more." Qian Fei suddenly came over and asked, "Young Master Chun, if it's inconvenient, I can go turn them down." Chun Tianwei replied excitedly, Of course. I welcome them wholeheartedly." Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open, and the person who entered was Yi Wuxing. Behind him followed Colonel Meichuan Xian of Shinji Country, the eldest young master of the Meichuan family, who looked extremely surprised. "HM, Yi Wuxing, I came all the way here from distant Shinji Country to discuss cooperation with the Dragon King, not to look at these four gorillas." Hearing that, Chen Tianwei felt displeased inside. "This ugly bastard actually dares look down on me like that." Yi Wuxing put on a fawning smile. "Young Master Meichuan, the Dragon King is busy at the moment, so for now you'll have to cooperate with young Master Chen first." Suddenly, Meichuan Xian slapped Yi Wuxing across the face. Meichuan Xian shouted, "Ill-bred fool. It was the Dragon King who wanted to cooperate with our Meichuan family. How did it become these people instead? Is this your sincerity?" Meichuan Xian bluntly made his demand. "If you want to cooperate with our Meichuan family, then I must meet the Dragon King first." Yi Wuxing still answered politely, "Yes, I will go discuss it with the Dragon King at once. Please wait a few days, young Master Meichuan, and take the opportunity to tour Haidong." Only then did Meichuan Xian calm down a little and say, "Make the arrangements quickly." Chun Tianwei was just about to speak and invite him when Yi Wuxing instructed, "Young Master Chun, help me receive young Master Meichuan properly." Chun Tianwei was full of resentment inside. "Why should I? I'm not your dog, yet you all treat me with such contempt." But he still forced a friendly smile and replied, "All right." Meichuan Xian quickly went inside. Meanwhile, at a shopping mall, Jean Wadding was strolling with Long Yidong. Suddenly, they were blocked by a group of people. After hearing Chun Tianwei's introduction, Meichuan Xian showed great interest. "What you said is passable enough." Chun Tianwei responded enthusiastically, "Naturally, anything prepared for young Master Meichuan must be the very best." Suddenly, Meichuan Xian saw Jean Wadding and thought to himself, "Boss." A thought flashed through Meichuan Xian's mind. Better to put on a little act and tease the boss's little sister. Maybe after the boss gives me a beating, it'll attract even more of the Dragon King's attention. So Meichuan Xian stepped forward, leaving Chun Tianwei utterly baffled. Young Master Meichuan. Very soon, he also saw Jean Wadding. Meichuan Xian suddenly pointed at Long Yidong and said, "I quite like this girl. Later, send her to my room." After saying that, Meichuan Xian even directly patted Jean Wadding on the shoulder. That action successfully provoked Jean Wadding, who thought to himself, "Does this bastard want a beating?" Then Jean Wadding slapped his hand away and said, "Control your filthy hands." Meichuan Xian glared at him. "Kid, have you lost your mind? You dare brush my hand aside?" Jean Wadding calmly waited to see what Meichuan Xian would do. Over on the side, Chun Tianwei was extremely anxious. He thought to himself, of all people to provoke, you had to provoke this hot-tempered lunatic. Good, let Jean Wadding deal with you. So Chun Tianwei hurried forward and warned Jean Wadding. "Do you know who this is? He's the Dragon King's honored guest." Meichuan Xian then shouted arrogantly, "Idiot, the fact that I've taken a liking to your little sister is your good fortune." Meichuan Xian waved his hand to summon someone over. A woman in a business suit quickly stepped forward and placed a stack of cash in Meichuan Xian's hand. Then Meichuan Xian threw the money directly onto the ground and laughed smugly. Jean Wadding glared at him and asked, "Do you have a death wish?" That look made Meichuan Xian feel a surge of inexplicable fear. Jean Wadding did not hesitate any longer. He slapped Meichuan Xian across the face, then immediately drove a kick into his stomach. A huge crack appeared in the wall behind Meichuan Xian. In pain, he thought to himself, the boss's kick is really fierce. He immediately ordered Chun Tianwei, "Quick, beat him for me." Chun Tianwei had no choice but to shout, "Get him!" So, the bodyguards charged forward at the command. Zhang Wading casually waved his hand, and the bodyguards were instantly sent flying. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Wading appeared in front of Chun Tianwei, scaring him so badly that he trembled all over. "Do you know you just hit?" Zhang Wading glared at him and said sternly, "I don't care who he is. If he dares harass my little sister, I'll kill him." Chun Tianwei threatened him. "He's the Dragon King's guest. Be careful not to bring disaster on yourself." Zhang Wading grabbed him by the collar. "If the Dragon King dares harass my little sister, I'll kill him too." What the hell is one of the Dragon King's guests? After saying that, he casually threw Chun Tianwei to the ground. Zhang Wading even deliberately took a step forward, scaring Chun Tianwei out of his wits. Killing intent flashed in Zhang Wading's eyes. "You like sticking your neck out for other people, don't you?" Then he stomped down hard on Chun Tianwei. Backed into this situation, Chun Tianwei instead turned stubborn. "If you've got the guts, then kill me." His words sparked Zhang Wading's interest. "Oh, you said that yourself." Then, Zhang Wading stomped and broke Chun Tianwei's arm. Chun Tianwei screamed in agony. "Zhang Wading, you'll die a miserable death." A voice came from behind, drawing Zhang Wading's attention. "Show mercy." The one who had appeared behind him was the Dragon King, with Yi Wuxing following at his side. The moment Meichuan Xian saw the Dragon King, he immediately ran over. "Kill him for me. My Meichuan family is willing to yield 10% of the profits." Yi Wuxing quickly pressed a hand onto Meichuan Xian's shoulder and warned him, "If you don't want to die, shut up." Zhang Wading curled his lip and said, "Dragon King, are you here to help him kill me?" The Dragon King smiled. "I wouldn't dare. You're Zhang Wading. For my sake, could you spare those two?" Hearing that, Zhang Wading found it very amusing. He said, "For your sake? Do you even have any face with me?" The Dragon King suddenly frowned and pointed at Chun Tianwei. "You've already beaten him. What more do you want?" Zhang Wading sneered. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" His anger began to rise. The Dragon King questioned him. "Do you mean you want to start a war now?" Zhang Wading was not afraid in the slightest and provoked him instead. "I'm standing right here. Come on." The Dragon King calculated inwardly. "No, my test subject hasn't succeeded yet. If war starts now, I won't have the slightest advantage." Thinking of that, he lowered his stance and said, "Haha, I was just joking. Then how do you want to settle this?" Zhang Wading calculated for a moment, then cheerfully said, "Use the entire Chun family's market share for this year as compensation." Chun Tianwei hurriedly tried to stop him. "No," the Dragon King shouted, "Shut up. No problem. Send your people to the Chun family to complete the handover." After saying that, the Dragon King safely led the others away. Long Yidan asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Zhang Wading replied confidently, "Your brother is this capable. What could possibly happen to me? In my eyes, the Dragon King is nothing. Let's go." After returning to the Chun family residence, Meichuan Xian angrily slammed the table and roared, "Dragon King, why didn't you kill that bastard?" The Dragon King replied slowly, "He is the War Heaven Emperor, the War Wing Heavenly King. The War Heaven Emperor is the man who has risen to power in recent years." Chun Tianwei was secretly horrified. "He's actually the Warwing Heavenly King? It's over. It's all over." Meichuan Xian gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care who he is." The Dragon King once again spoke calmly. "Don't be impatient." Seeing how composed he was, Meichuan Xian grew even more agitated. After all, the one who had lost face wasn't him, and Meichuan Xian simply could not swallow this humiliation. The Dragon King replied calmly, "Sooner or later, I'm going to kill Zhang Tiandi. For now, what matters most is our cooperation, isn't it?" Those words piqued Meichuan Xian's interest. Meichuan Xian curiously asked if he could take a look at that thing. Without hesitation, the Dragon King smiled kindly and repeatedly said yes, signaling for Yi Wuxing to hand it over to young Master Meichuan. A tablet was passed over. After looking at it, Meichuan Xian seemed somewhat disappointed and suggested that he wanted to visit the laboratory in person. The Dragon King flatly refused, saying that would probably not be possible. This infuriated Meichuan Xian. "This isn't allowed. That isn't allowed either. Dragon King, are you messing with me?" Having said that, Meichuan Xian immediately turned around and made to leave. The Dragon King quickly shot a glance to the side, and Yi Wuxing nodded in understanding. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Meichuan Xian impatiently asked, "Well?" Yi Wuxing answered enthusiastically, "Please wait a moment." The Dragon King suddenly sat up and said, "It's not impossible for you to visit the laboratory, but you must sign this contract first and guarantee our cooperation." Meichuan Xian agreed without hesitation. A moment later, the laboratory's main door opened, and a corridor lined with blue-lit chambers appeared before them, all filled with blue liquid. The Dragon King excitedly introduced them. "These are my finest experimental products." The sight secretly shocked Meichuan Xian. "Isn't that Reaper? How did he become one of the Dragon King's test subjects?" Meichuan Xian immediately turned back and asked suspiciously, "Are all of these successful test subjects?" The Dragon King laughed excitedly. "Ha! These are all my life's work. Want me to let them demonstrate their combat abilities for you?" Meichuan Xian hesitated inwardly. "No, I have to get the data, or I'll never be able to defeat these creatures." With that thought, Meichuan Xian replied, "Dragon King, there's no need for all that trouble. Just give us the experimental data." The Dragon King refused decisively. "That won't do." Meichuan Xian demanded to know why the Dragon King was going back on his word. The Dragon King said seriously, "The experimental data is my capital. How could I possibly give it to you? If the Meichuan family gets their hands on that data, where would that leave me?" Those words deeply disappointed Meichuan Xian. "Dragon King, your sincerity in this cooperation is lacking." The Dragon King suddenly stepped forward and grabbed him by the collar. "What the hell are you? I'm only cooperating with you out of respect, so don't push your luck." After saying that, he shoved Meichuan Xian to the ground. Meichuan Xian landed hard on his backside and shouted furiously, "You've offended the Meichuan family. I, Meichuan Xian, will make you regret this." After saying that, Meichuan Xian stormed off in anger. Watching his retreating figure, the Dragon King gritted his teeth and muttered, "Once I deal with Zhan Wuqing, I'll come back and deal with your Meichuan family too." The next morning, Bai Geng ran into Zhan Wading on the street. He pointed ahead and said, "Boss, look over there." A man walked out and, seeing a little beggar boy sitting at the doorway, kicked him hard in the back without hesitation, while cursing loudly, "Get lost. Don't sit here blocking my business." The boy hurriedly apologized. "I am sorry. I'll leave right away." The man looked at him with disgust. Scram! The boy quickly picked up a steamed bun and carefully blew the dust off it. Just as he was about to stuff it into his mouth, a hand stopped him. Zhan Wading rubbed the boy's head and said gently, "It's dirty now. You can't eat it anymore." Without hesitation, Zhan Wading picked the boy up, and the child in his arms looked a little frightened. The man who had just abused the boy was baffled by the scene. And in the next instant, he took a loud slap and was sent crashing through the glass door. Hearing the commotion, the shop owner hurried out and shouted angrily, "Which bastard dares cause trouble in front of my shop?" Zhan Wading asked coldly, "You're the owner of this shop?" The man snapped angrily, "You dare make trouble in my place? Are you tired of living?" A murderous glint flashed in Zhan Wading's eyes. "What did you say?" The shop owner grabbed a club and swung it at him. "I said you've got a death wish." Suddenly, a fist flew in, and Bai Geng punched him hard, saying, "The one with a death wish is you." Then Bai Geng stepped on his arm. The shop owner roared in anger. "Let me go." Bai Geng threatened him. "How dare you disrespect the boss? Are you sick of living?" The shop owner, furious beyond reason, yelled, "Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the Zhou family in Shangjing. You dare lay hands on me? Do you have a death wish?" Hearing that, Bai Geng lifted his foot, then viciously stomped on his head. "I don't care who you are. Remember this. There are some people you cannot afford to provoke. Take this as a lesson." At the same time, at a luxurious banquet, everyone was raising their glasses in celebration. A pot-bellied man was happily entertaining his guests. Suddenly, a servant walked over and whispered a few words into his ear, and the wine glass in his hand immediately slipped and shattered on the floor. He roared furiously, "Investigate this. I want to know which bastard has the nerve to beat up my son." Back at the base, Zhan Wading was on the phone. He said, "All right, I understand. I'll head back immediately." After hanging up, Zhan Wading angrily slammed his fist into the wall. "Those damned Asan dogs actually dared to open fire at our border. This is an outright provocation." Seeing this, Bai Geng said, "Those bastards deserve to be wiped out." The butler appeared and reported, "Your Highness, we just caught a spy." After hearing this, Zhan Wading said, "Come, follow me to the dungeon." The butler replied respectfully, "Yes." Heavenly King. The dungeon doors opened. The two men inside were shocked to see Jean Wadding and immediately stood up to salute him. Heavenly King. Jean Wadding asked, "Has he talked yet?" The person in charge replied, "Not yet." After hearing that, Jean Wadding said, "You may leave. I'll interrogate him myself." Then Jean Wadding sat down across from the man and asked, "Speak. What was your purpose in coming here?" The man looked disdainful. Seeing that he refused to talk, Jean Wadding tapped the table, and Shadow Guard quickly appeared. "Allow your servant to help you." As she spoke, she revealed a sly smile. The spy was not afraid either, and answered stiffly, "Nothing can make me submit." Shadow Guard flourished her dagger in front of him and asked cheerfully, "Do you know what death by 1,000 cuts is?" "I happen to be rather skilled with the blade." "Don't worry, I'll let you savor it slowly." With that, she stabbed him in the arm without hesitation. The spy screamed in pain. "Don't you people treat prisoners well?" Jean Wadding answered excitedly, "We only treat honest prisoners well." "Shadow Guard do it." Shadow Guard swiftly slashed with her blade, leaving a scar on the spy's face. Terrified out of his wits, the spy hurriedly begged for mercy. I'll talk. My mission was to steal your defense deployment map." Jean Wadding let out a cold laugh. "Just with the likes of you?" He continued, "What else?" The spy said in terror, "That's all, really. That's all. I've already told you everything I know." Staring at him, Jean Wadding asked, "Why steal the border defense map?" The man answered honestly, "To trade it to the Dragon King." Jean Wadding thought to himself, as expected, this is tied to the Dragon King again. Then he sternly pressed on, "What exactly is the deal between your general and the Dragon King?" The spy nervously replied, "Our general is responsible for selling the lowest class civilians in Asan to the Dragon King as test subjects." These words enraged Jean Wadding to the extreme. He slammed the table and shouted, "Utterly inhuman." Then he looked up at Bai Gong and ordered solemnly, "Bai Gong, give him a fake deployment map, then head to the border and ambush their men." Bai Gong smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Your Highness. This is what I do best." The scene shifted to the Dragon King's villa. He was sitting in a quiet room playing chess. Yi Wuxing rushed in through the door in a panic, looking flustered. "Dragon King, something's happened." Then Yi Wuxing reported seriously, "All the Asan slaves sent over yesterday were captured." The Dragon King paused with the chess piece in his hand and frowned. "Captured? What happened?" Yi Wuxing broke out in a cold sweat as he replied, "The Asan general said our deployment map was fake. As soon as they reached the border, they were ambushed." After hearing this, the Dragon King slammed the chess piece onto the table and clicked his tongue. So it was Jean Wadding's doing again. Then he waved his hand. "Fine, you may go." After Yi Wuxing left, the Dragon King frowned at the chessboard and said in a low voice, "The white pieces hold the advantage. No matter how the black pieces resist, defeat is still their final outcome." The scene shifted back to Jean Wadding. He placed a sheet of paper on the table and stared at the little boy sitting across from him. Shadow Guard rubbed the boy's head and asked, "Heavenly King, what should we do with this child?" Jean Wadding asked gently, "Little one, do you still have any family?" The boy looked at Jean Wadding fearfully and gently shook his head. Jean Wadding softly asked again, "Would it be all right if I took you to an orphanage?" Hearing this, the boy jumped up in terror, shrinking back as he clung tightly to Shadow Guard's arm and knocking over the cup on the table. Seeing such a violent reaction, Jean Wadding asked suspiciously, "Did you run away from an orphanage?" The boy first gave a slight shake of his head, then frantically shook it hard. Seeing that the boy refused to speak, Jean Wadding suggested, "How about this? If you tell me why, I won't send you back to the orphanage." The boy looked at him timidly and asked, "Really?" Jean Wadding smiled reassuringly. "Of course it's true. I keep my word." The boy began recounting what had happened. "I've lived at Tianhai Orphanage since I was little. A few months ago, the director took us to a laboratory." At this point, Jean Wadding's brows drew tightly together. The boy continued trembling. "That place was truly hell, not somewhere people should live. A month ago, a kind uncle secretly helped me escape." As he said this, tears streamed down the boy's face. "But I didn't dare go back to the orphanage, so I could only beg on the streets." Jean Wadding reached out and stroked the boy's cheek comfortingly. "Don't be afraid." Then, with a firm look in his eyes, he said, "You're very safe here." He then asked again, "Do you remember where that laboratory is?" "Do you still remember?" The boy replied fearfully in a small voice, "It's inside an abandoned factory in front of Tianhai Orphanage." Jean Wadding immediately stood up and decisively ordered, "Find someone to take good care of the boy." Before leaving, Shadow Guard gently rubbed the boy's head and led him away by the hand. As soon as the two of them left, the butler immediately brought urgent news. Heavenly King, Phantom Face has sent word that the Dragon King is using Reaper for experiments. Jean Wadding replied calmly, "All right, I understand. Bai Gong, Shadow Guard, and I will go ourselves." The butler replied respectfully, "Yes, Heavenly King." The scene shifted to the abandoned factory, where a guard was standing watch at the entrance. Noticing someone approaching, he immediately turned around and grabbed the iron rod beside him, shouting warily, "This factory is shut down. No unauthorized entry." Jean Wadding said nothing and signaled to Bai Gong beside him. Bai Gong understood at once and charged the guard, striking him in the stomach with a palm blow that left him gaping speechless. Bai Gong did not stop. He leaped up and threw a punch straight into the man's face. Within just a few moves, the guard had collapsed and could no longer get up. Then Bai Gong quickly cleaned up the scene and opened the factory doors, and the three strode inside. When they reached a room, Jean Wadding suddenly stopped, his icy gaze fixed on the old man standing there. The man seemed to sense something as well. He whipped around and saw the three of them. Startled, he shouted, "Who are you people? Who allowed you in here?" Jean Wadding coldly pointed behind him and said, "When I want to go somewhere, no one can stop me." The man looked ahead, his whole body trembling, his eyes full of terror, and stammered, All of his subordinates had already been beaten unconscious by Jean Wadding and were sprawled across the ground in a heap, not one of them able to get back up. Then the old man frowned and shouted loudly, "I'm warning you, this is the Dragon King's laboratory. If you don't want me killed by the Dragon King, then get out now." Hearing this, Jean Wadding coldly shot back, "If he's got the guts, call the Dragon King here." Hearing those words, the man thought to himself, "The situation is critical. I can only use the semi-finished product." With that thought, he secretly reached behind his back and quietly pressed a red button on the table. The instant the button was activated, the experimental chamber behind him immediately stirred. The man inside shattered the glass and stepped out, blocking the way in front of his master. When Bai Gong and Shadow Guard saw the man, they were somewhat shocked and blurted out in unison, "Huh." The two of them immediately took up defensive stances, shielding Jean Wadding behind them. Jean Wadding frowned at the man before him and thought, as expected, he's here. At that moment, seeing that his test subject had undergone a mutation, the old man burst into laughter. "Ha ha, truly a perfect work of art." Then, he pointed at Jean Wadding and ordered, "Kill them for me." However, Reaper did not obey the command at all. Instead, he casually threw a heavy punch at the old man and sent him flying. The blow made him cough up blood. After knocking him down, Reaper walked straight toward Jean Wadding, narrowed his eyes in fury, and said, "Jean Wadding, we meet again." Jean Wadding looked at him coldly and sneered, "The mighty Reaper, reduced to a test subject. You really are pathetic." Hearing this, Reaper flew into a rage and roared at him, "This is all because of you." In the very next instant, Reaper leaped up at incredible speed and charged like a whirlwind, attacking as he let out a vicious laugh. "But today I'm going to kill you and turn you into a test subject too, so you can suffer the same pain I did." When Bai Gong and Shadow Guard saw him rushing over, they could not hide the shock on their faces. In the blink of an eye, Reaper had already grabbed both of them and laughed triumphantly. "Ha!" Then, Reaper hurled the two of them high into the air with terrifying strength. Having dealt with them, Reaper shouted excitedly, "Power! This is power! Wonderful, wonderful!" Then, Reaper stared at Jean Wadding excitedly and said, "You're next." The moment he finished speaking, Reaper charged straight at Jean Wadding with utmost confidence. Di Tan Vuting. Jean Wadding remained standing where he was, lightly raising a hand to block the attack. He glanced at Reaper's trembling hand and asked, "Is this all the strength you've got?" As soon as he said that, Jean Wadding delivered a fierce kick to Reaper's stomach. Reaper took the kick head-on and was immediately driven backward. The kick was incredibly powerful, even causing smoke to rise from Reaper's abdomen. Yet he still stubbornly mocked back. "Humph, Jean Wadding, did you skip breakfast?" Hearing this, Jean Wadding smiled and replied, "Not bad. You've improved. But an ant is still an ant in the end, not worth my attention." Then, Reaper stepped back to brace himself and gathered all his strength, roaring as he charged forward to counterattack. Damn it! Only then did Jean Wadding truly begin to exert himself, channeling all his power as he rushed up. A fierce battle erupted. The sounds of collision echoed in all directions. After a bitter battle, the fight finally came to an end. In the thick mist, a figure stood proudly upright, trampling the defeated man lying on the ground. Jean Wadding curled his lip, his cold gaze fixed on Reaper. Then he said calmly, "Not bad. At least you're worthy of being my warm-up." Reaper lay on the ground, filled with unwillingness, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared. How is this possible? I won't lose. How could I possibly lose? I can't lose. Hearing that, Jean Wadding frowned and said in a low voice, "Nothing is impossible. Go to hell in peace." With that, he threw a heavy punch straight at Reaper's face. The blow was so powerful that it shattered the surrounding ground. Reaper took the punch head on and died on the spot. After dealing with Reaper, Jean Wadding turned to look at his companions and asked with concern, "Are you two all right?" Bai Gung got up and dusted himself off. Smiling as he replied, "I'm fine." Shadow Guard, meanwhile, immediately ran over, her eyes brimming with tears, and said coquettishly, "My lord, I've suffered internal injuries. I need you to heal me." Jean Wadding merely glanced at her and replied coldly, "Stop acting." Hearing that, she could only grumble in grievance. Then Jean Wadding turned and walked away, his deep voice sounding out, "Let's go." The moment they left, Jean Wadding blew up the entire experimental factory. After that, the three of them drove back. On the way, Shadow Guard handled a few matters on her phone, then turned and reported to Jean Wadding, "Heavenly King, the butler's side has also finished." Jean Wadding frowned slightly and answered with a serious expression, "Good." Then he said to the two of them, "Make your preparations. The final battle is coming soon." The scene shifted to the Dragon King's residence. At that moment, the Dragon King's door was slammed open, and Yi Wuxing rushed in a panic, shouting in alarm, "Dragon King, something's happened." The Dragon King was leisurely sipping tea and calmly asked, "Why are you panicking? Speak clearly." Yi Wuxing immediately dropped to his knees, lowered his head, and reported in a low voice, "Dragon King, all of our laboratories have been destroyed." After hearing that, the Dragon King still hadn't fully reacted and casually waved his hand. Only one was destroyed. "It's nothing." But the very next moment, the Dragon King froze and asked sharply, "What did you say?" Yi Wuxing lowered his head and replied, "All of our laboratories have been destroyed." As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon King slammed the table and shot to his feet, roaring furiously, "Warwing Heavenly King." Then he frowned tightly and said, "Good, very good. Since you want a decisive battle so badly, then I'll grant your wish." Yi Wuxing raised his head, his face full of worry as he asked, "Dragon King, what do we do now?" The Dragon King angrily kicked the table and ordered, "Find his location." Yi Wuxing immediately bowed his head and accepted the order. Then the Dragon King looked out the window, his eyes filled with killing intent, and said, "Since you've pressed me again and again, then I'll let you have what you want." The scene shifted to Jean Wadding's base, an old house in the city center. The Dragon King's men quickly arrived for revenge. He had brought over 100 men with him, ready to confront Jean Wadding's group of 3 head-on. Seeing the Dragon King, Jean Wadding curled his lip and said with a smile, "Well, if it isn't the Dragon King." Then he frowned and asked with an icy gaze, "What is it?" Couldn't hold back anymore. The Dragon King angrily shot back, "You dared to come after my laboratory. I have to admit, you've got some skill. You destroyed the fruit of my years of labor, so I'll make you pay in blood." Jean Wadding looked at the Dragon King, pretending to be surprised as he asked, "Huh? The laboratory was destroyed?" Then he mocked him with one sentence that nearly made the Dragon King choke with rage. "You're the mighty Dragon King, yet you couldn't even protect your own laboratory. That's really pathetic." Hearing those words, the Dragon King went mad with fury and pointed at Jean Wadding as he shouted, "Warwing Heavenly King, prepare to die." Jean Wadding lightly snapped his fingers and said to the Dragon King, "That depends on whether you have the ability." Right after that, his subordinates carried out Long Yi's corpse and threw it in front of the Dragon King. The Dragon King was shocked and thought to himself, "Long Yi? How'd he end up in Jean Wadding's hands?" Jean Wadding looked at him and said, "He also said he wanted to kill me. But sadly, the one who ended up dying like a dog isn't me. It's him." Hearing this, the Dragon King's whole body trembled, and he pointed at him hatefully. "You." Jean Wadding remained calm and composed, curling his lips as he continued, "What, can't take it? You're old already. Don't get so angry you die here." The Dragon King glared at him and said bitterly, "The one who deserves to die is you. Right here." Jean Wadding immediately turned to Bai Gung and ordered, "You all step back. Let me see what this Dragon King is capable of." The Dragon King also took a pill from his sleeve and turned to his subordinates. "You all back away as well." Then, the Dragon King swallowed the pill. In an instant, his body began to mutate, becoming abnormally muscular, his clothes stretching until they ripped apart. The Dragon King's eyes turned blood red, and his muscles bulged layer upon layer. Without saying a word, he charged straight at Jean Wadding with astonishing speed and roared furiously, "Warwing Heavenly King, Godi. Jean Wading calmly raised a hand and easily blocked the Dragon King's punch. The clash of the two of them generated a terrifying force that shook the very air. Right after that, both of them were forced backward at the same time. The Dragon King revealed a trace of excitement and stared at Jean Wading with murderous eyes. Warwing Heavenly King, your strength may indeed have once surpassed mine, but I long ago developed a drug that can greatly increase cultivation. Hearing that, Jean Wading merely lifted the corner of his mouth and said, I really didn't expect you to succeed. At once, the Dragon King's eyes lit up. He frowned at Jean Wading and said, then I'll broaden your horizons. Before his words had even finished, the Dragon King rushed forward and struck with a palm. Faced with the attack, Jean Wading lightly dodged aside. The Dragon King did not stop. He immediately leaped high into the air and used the momentum to attack again. Jean Wading frowned, his sharp eyes sweeping over the attack before he raised his hand and blocked the Dragon King's powerful strike, then glared at him in contempt and said, if this is all you've got, you'd have been better off not taking the drug at all. The Dragon King ground his teeth and shot back. Don't celebrate too early. In the next moment, his body suddenly changed, splitting into multiple duplicates in an instant. From one Dragon King, he became countless afterimages, surrounding Jean Wading from above. Jean Wading looked slightly surprised and blurted out, shadow clones? The Dragon King immediately threw a punch and shouted, go to hell. Jean Wading instantly raised his arms in front of him, blocking the Dragon King's flurry of attacks. Seizing the opportunity, the Dragon King drove a heavy punch into Jean Wading's abdomen, making him narrow his eyes in pain and let out a muffled groan. After taking that punch, he quickly grasped the key point and frowned to himself. This isn't a clone technique. The afterimages are just the result of extreme speed. At this moment, the Dragon King was still pressing his assault non-stop. He raised both hands high and shouted viciously, it's over. Jean Wading looked at the Dragon King, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Found you. In the next instant, he threw a heavy punch at the Dragon King. The strike caught him off guard and sent him flying. With just one punch, the Dragon King could not help coughing up fresh blood. Jean Wading gave his opponent no chance to catch his breath and followed up with another palm strike. The Dragon King dropped to his knees on the ground, blood dripping steadily, and cried out in shock, how? How is this possible? Clutching his chest, he stared at Jean Wading in disbelief. My speed has already surpassed human limits. There's no way you could have seen through it. Jean Wading walked toward the Dragon King step by step and replied, if your understanding of human limits only goes that far. Then he stretched out a hand toward the Dragon King and said, then your death today won't be unjust. As soon as he finished speaking, Jean Wading directly grabbed the Dragon King's throat. Even then, the Dragon King was not afraid and loudly warned, Warwing Heavenly King, you can't touch the person behind me. If you kill me, you are definitely going to die. Jean Wading remained completely unmoved after hearing that and coldly replied, is that so? Then I'd really like to see if there is anyone in this world I truly can't touch. With that, Jean Wading killed the Dragon King without the slightest hesitation. From behind, Yi Wuxing saw this and was terrified to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, demon, a demon. After dealing with the Dragon King, Jean Wading walked toward Yi Wuxing and said coldly, you're next. Yi Wuxing trembled all over and hurriedly felt his knees, begging, please spare my life. I only helped the Dragon King because I was confused for a moment. As long as you don't kill me, I'll hand over all my assets to you. Hearing those words, Jean Wading was not moved in the slightest. He looked at the other man coldly and said, once you're dead, all of that will still be mine anyway. Seeing that there was no way out, Yi Wuxing angrily raised his head and roared at him. Then he forcefully got to his feet, preparing to counterattack. If that's the case, then even if I die, I'll bite a piece of flesh off you. Jean Wading said nothing more. He raised his fist high and smashed it down on Yi Wuxing's head. With just one blow, Yi Wuxing was completely knocked unconscious and lay motionless on the soaking wet ground. After everything was settled, Jean Wading turned and left. He glanced back and ordered his subordinates, clean it all up. Bai Geng immediately nodded. Understood. The scene shifted elsewhere. In a dim room, one man said angrily, Warwing Heavenly King killed the Dragon King, and the laboratory is gone too. Another immediately picked up the thread with a disdainful expression. I knew that Dragon King wouldn't amount to anything. What useless waste. Then he furiously slammed the table and roared, I have to personally send people to kill that Brad Jean Wading. A calmer man raised a hand to stop him. Don't act rashly. I've already obtained all of the Dragon King's laboratory data. The other man still had not calmed down, his tone filled with venom. He dared to ruin our plans. This absolutely cannot be let go so easily. We have to bring that brat back here. Hearing that, the calmer man asked in return, if you send people to kill him now, you'll only expose our existence instead. The harm outweighs the benefit. At this moment, the leader spoke up and cut off the argument between the two of them. Enough. I'll prepare a big gift for him. The other man asked after hearing that. Since you've decided, then we'll follow your arrangements. Grinding his teeth, the leader said softly, copy the research data and distribute it to everyone below. The other man immediately accepted the order and answered firmly, yes. The scene shifted elsewhere. The star-filled night sky stretched on in silence. Chen Tianwei was standing on the top floor of a high-rise building, looking down at the city below. A cold smile rose on his lips as he muttered to himself, this city has always been ruled by my Chun family. Just then, the door behind him was suddenly pushed open. Chen Tianwei immediately turned to look toward it. Zhan Wading and Lu Qingqing strode in with imposing momentum. When Chen Tianwei saw the two of them, he froze and blurted out, you're still alive? Zhan Wading walked over to the sofa in the room and sat down, then said calmly, seeing that I'm not dead, are you very disappointed? Chen Tianwei immediately asked anxiously, Dragon King and young Master Yi. Them. Zhan Wading smiled, the corners of his mouth curving upward as he replied, they're all dead. Hearing that, Chen Tianwei could not believe it and shouted furiously, how is that possible? Zhan Wading immediately got to the point. From today onward, all of the Chun family's market share in Haidong will be transferred to the Lu family. Chen Tianwei gritted his teeth in anger and cried out helplessly, you. Zhan Wading frowned and reminded him, you only have one chance to speak. After hearing that, Chen Tianwei let out a sigh. Sigh. Fine, I agree. Then, Zhan Wading turned to Lu Qingqing and said, Qingqing, tell your family to handle the takeover procedures. If he dares to play tricks, tell me. Lu Qingqing nodded. All right. After everything was taken care of, Zhan Wading stood up and left the room. The next day, at the cemetery, Zhan Wading silently placed a bouquet of white flowers in front of the grave and said sorrowfully, Mom, I've avenged you. Standing beside him, Long Haidong wiped the tears from her cheeks and continued, Mom, don't worry. My brother and I are doing very well. You don't need to worry anymore. Zhan Wading turned around and reached out to rub her head comfortingly. Wushuang, things in Haidong have been settled. I have to return to the border too. Long Haidong looked up at him and asked softly, Brother, can't you stay? Zhan Wading frowned and answered firmly, no. Long Haidong looked at him, her voice carrying a trace of grievance and coquettishness. Yet she still obediently replied, okay. Just then, the roar of a helicopter sounded in the sky, then slowly descended and dropped a rope ladder. Zhan Wading immediately turned and walked toward it. Long Haidong stood behind him, looking at his back, and thought to herself, looks like my brother has to leave again. I wonder when we'll meet next. Then she quickly stepped forward and reminded him, Brother, be careful out there. Don't make me worry. Zhan Wading turned to look at her and replied gently, you also have to take good care of yourself. If anything happens, call me. After saying that, he grabbed the rope ladder and climbed into the helicopter. Below, Long Haidong waved goodbye. Safe journey, brother. Zhan Wading lowered his head to look at her, his heart full of reluctance. I don't want to leave you either, but the border needs me. Inside the helicopter cabin, Bai Geng reported to him with a serious expression, Heavenly King, a secret order suddenly came down from above, telling you to go to Shanghai to handle a matter. Hearing that, Zhan Wading was somewhat surprised and asked in confusion, Shanghai? That's Shanshao Heavenly King's territory. What am I going there for? Bai Geng glanced at him and replied, a few days ago, Shanshao Heavenly King was surrounded by more than 10 grandmasters and died in battle. Hearing that, Zhan Wading's brows knitted tightly as he exclaimed in shock, What? Shanshao is dead? Bai Geng closed his eyes and lowered his voice. The higher-ups have been suppressing the news this whole time. The message was only secretly delivered today. Zhan Wading rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. A Heavenly King was ambushed and killed in his own stronghold. How interesting. Then his expression darkened, and he turned to Bai Geng and coldly asked, understood, has someone been assigned to protect Wushuang? Bai Geng flashed his white teeth and said with a grin, Heavenly King, everything was arranged long ago. The helicopter continued cutting through the clouds as it flew toward Shanghai. The scene shifted to a room somewhere in Shanghai. While A.O. Sher was sitting in a chair deep in thought, someone suddenly walked in. He raised his head to look at the newcomer and asked, "How is it?" The subordinate respectfully lowered his head and reported, "My lord, Warwing Heavenly King has already left Haidong. He will most likely come to our place." Ao Sure gently turned the ring on his finger and looked at the man as he said, "I know. Keep watching for now." Then, A.O. Sure stared at John Wadding's photo on the computer and thought to himself, "John Wadding, I'll deal with you slowly." The scene returned to John Wadding's helicopter. He had finally arrived and stepped off the aircraft. As soon as they arrived, a man was already waiting there to receive them. John Wadding stepped forward, looked at Huangfu A.O., and said, "Huangfu Ritian, you didn't need to come personally to greet me." When Huangfu A.O. heard him call the wrong name, he hurriedly waved his hands and corrected him. "Heavenly King, it's AOO, not Ritian." John Wadding draped an arm over his shoulder and said softly, "If I say your name is Ritian, then it's Ritian, understood? You itching for a beating?" Huangfu A.O. didn't dare argue any further and quickly asked, "The welcome banquet is ready. Shall we head over now?" John Wadding waved a hand. "No, Rus, let's look around first." After that, the three of them strolled around the area together. Suddenly, John Wadding stopped, his gaze fixed on one spot. Seeing this, Huangfu A.O. looked at him and asked, "Heavenly King, what are you looking at?" John Wadding stared at the girl training in the distance and asked, "Who is that?" Huangfu A.O. looked at the girl and replied, "You mean her? She's the daughter of the Shunshao Heavenly King, Dong Qingyin." John Wadding was a little surprised and asked, "The Shunshao Heavenly King had a daughter?" Huangfu A.O. looked at the girl and said to him, "Ever since the Shunshao Heavenly King was surrounded and killed in battle, Qingyin has stayed here, training her spear technique in hardship." At that moment, Dong Qingyin finished practicing and raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. John Wadding immediately applauded in praise, then walked toward her with Huangfu A.O. When Dong Qingyin saw him, she turned around, her face full of disdain, and said, "Uncle Huangfu, why did you bring these riffraff into the military camp?" Hearing that, Bai Geng angrily shouted, "Watch your mouth. This is the Warwing Heavenly King." Huangfu A.O. also frowned and rebuked her. "Qingyin, how can you speak like that?" Dong Qingyin forcefully planted the weapon in her hand into the ground, then frowned and looked provocatively at John Wadding. "So you're the Warwing Heavenly King whose reputation rivals my father's. How about match with me?" Huangfu A.O. shouted in alarm. "Qingyin, apologize to the Heavenly King at once." John Wadding wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled at her and said, "Oh, where does your confidence come from?" Dong Qingyin lightly swung her weapon and answered confidently, "My strength." John Wadding smiled when he heard that, casually straightened his tie, and said, "Fine, I'll play with you a little." Then he tilted sideways and beckoned for her to attack. Dong Qingyin immediately stomped off the ground, leaped into the air, swung her weapon, and shouted, "Be careful, here I come." John Wadding raised a brow and focused on observing her moves. The power of the two collided fiercely in that instant, and two powerful auras swirled around them. Dong Qingyin frowned and shouted, throwing herself into the attack. She swung her weapon repeatedly, launching a frenzied assault at him. John Wadding stood where he was without spending any effort at all. With just 2 fingers, he easily blocked her attacks. Dong Qingyin froze in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at him. Then John Wadding withdrew his power, smiled at her, and said, "Your spearsmanship is already on par with the Shunshao Heavenly Kings." Suddenly, the space around the two of them turned strangely still, and dust billowed around them. Hearing those words, Dong Qingyin clenched her teeth in anger and glared at him. Then she swung her spear again and, without holding back, launched a new wave of attacks. John Wadding clicked his tongue lightly and looked at her offensive. Just a few petty tricks. He quickly moved behind her and raised his palm high, ready to strike. Dong Qingyin froze on the spot, unable to react in time. In the next moment, John Wadding directly chopped the back of her neck, making her cry out in pain. Enduring the pain, she turned to look at him and thought to herself, "He's so strong. I couldn't even sense how he moved." John Wadding then looked at her and said, "Everything has its own specialty. The spear is the king of all weapons. Without imposing momentum, it cannot dominate the field. Don't disgrace that spear." Dong Qingyin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and replied, "I don't need you teaching me." Then she widened her eyes, flames bursting from her entire body as she raised her spear high, manifesting a gigantic fire phoenix, and shouted, "Let's see how you block this." The fire phoenix charged straight at John Wadding. His expression didn't change at all as he looked at the attack. He immediately condensed spiritual power in his hand and casually swept it sideways, stopping her fierce attack on the spot. He frowned as he looked at the spear thrusting toward him. At this moment, Dong Qingyin confidently shouted, "Admit defeat." In an instant, Zhan Wading grabbed hold of her spear, then deftly shifted aside and evaded. Dong Qingyin exclaimed in shock, "How is that possible?" He smiled at her. "Too many openings." Hearing that, she roared in fury, "Shut up." The next second, Zhan Wading hurled both her and her weapon into the air, making her scream in fright again and again. Then she and her spear crashed heavily to the ground, dirt and dust flying up and covering her body. Zhan Wading walked over, picked up her spear, and asked, "Do you know why you lost?" Dong Qingyin raised her head to look at him and asked in confusion, "Why?" Zhan Wading looked at her, his tones softening as he explained, "You're too impatient, too eager for quick success." Hearing those words, Dong Qingyin was left speechless and could only stare at him in silence. Zhan Wading continued, "Your obsession with revenge runs too deep. It's already become a demon in your heart. If you keep training this bitterly day and night, your body will collapse sooner or later." After hearing this, tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she said aggrievedly, "If I don't do this, then when will I ever be able to avenge him?" Zhan Wading sighed and replied, "I can help you take revenge." Dong Qingyin immediately refused. "No, the murder of my father is an irreconcilable blood feud. I want to avenge him with my own hands." Hearing that answer, Zhan Wading looked fairly satisfied and said with a smile, "Very good. That's how the daughter of the Shunshao, Heavenly King, should be." After saying that, he returned the spear to Dong Qingyin and told her, "Come on." Not long after, the two of them arrived at a large secret base. Zhan Wading lightly tapped the tabletop with his index finger and asked Huangfu Ao, "Tell me, have you investigated anything useful?" Huangfu Ao looked at him and answered, "Sorry, we haven't found any valuable leads." At that moment, Dong Qingyin suddenly reached in her pocket, took out an object, and said, "I picked up a jade pendant at the crime scene." As she spoke, she showed the item to Zhan Wading and continued, "Unfortunately, I don't know where it came from." Looking at the jade pendant in her hand, Zhan Wading reacted with slight surprise. Then Dong Qingyin handed him the pendant. "This is the one." Zhan Wading took it and examined it carefully, one hand on his chin as he pondered. Who on earth could have hired the hidden assassins sect to assassinate the Shunshao Heavenly King? Seeing him stare blankly at the pendant, Dong Qingyin also stared at him intently and thought, could it be that the Heavenly King knows where this pendant came from? She blurted out, "Heavenly King, Heavenly King." Zhan Wading looked at her and asked, "What is it?" Dong Qingyin asked expectantly, "Do you recognize this jade pendant, Heavenly King?" Zhan Wading immediately shook his head. "I don't recognize it either." Then he said to her, "Qingyin, go back and rest first." Dong Qingyin obeyed, stood up, left the room, and went back to rest. After she left, Huangfu Ao immediately looked at Zhan Wading and asked, "Heavenly King, do you know something?" Zhan Wading frowned, his expression dark as he said, "The people who assassinated the Shunshao Heavenly King were from the Hidden Assassins sect." Hearing that, Huangfu Ao was shocked, jumping to his feet as he shouted, "What? The Hidden Assassins sect?" Zhan Wading looked at him and calmly replied, "That's right, it was them. Could it be that the Shunshao Heavenly King once offended them?" Huangfu Ao immediately shook his head. "I'm not sure about that either. I didn't dare ask too much." After hearing that, Zhan Wading leaned back in his chair and coldly said, "You may leave." The scene shifted elsewhere. Inside a grand and imposing castle, Shueisha led a group of subordinates inside, preparing to report the situation. He immediately knelt on the ground and bowed to the sect master. Reporting to the sect master, "The mission has been completed." The sect master reclined sideways on a large chair, his gaze sharp, and nodded in approval. Shueisha, you did very well." Shueisha continued, "This subordinate has one more matter to report." The sect master's expression did not change, and he answered briefly, "Speak." Shueisha immediately reported, "Because the battle was too intense, I accidentally dropped my token at the scene." The moment he finished speaking, the sect master suddenly struck, smashing him hard across the face and tearing his skin. Then the sect master warned in a low voice, "There won't be a next time." Shueisha immediately answered, "Understood." The scene shifted back to the military district where Zhan Wading was staying. At that moment, a knock suddenly sounded outside. Hearing it, Huangfu Ao went to open the door, and when he saw who had come, he asked in surprise, "What wind blew Secretary Li here?" Secretary Li smiled and asked, "May I ask if the War-Wing Heavenly King is here?" Huangfu Ao immediately stepped aside and replied, "Yes, please come in." Secretary Li bowed respectfully. "War-Wing Heavenly King." Then he got straight to the point. "Our mayor knows that you arrived today, so he specially sent me to invite you over to catch up." After hearing that, Jean Wadding replied, "Understood. I'll go tonight." Secretary Li said happily, "Then I'll take my leave first." After that, Huangfu Ao politely escorted him to the door. Jean Wadding watched Secretary Li's departing figure, a hint of interest rising in his heart. The mayor already knows I arrived today? Interesting. That evening, in front of a luxurious hotel, Jean Wadding pulled up in a luxury car. Then he and Dong Qingyin, dressed impeccably in formal attire and radiating imposing presence, walked inside. As they were walking, a flippant voice suddenly came from behind them. "Beauty up ahead, wait a second." Behind them was Lu Borui, who was approaching with 2 lackeys. One of his men stepped forward and said attentively to Dong Qingyin, "Beautiful lady up ahead, our young master Lu would like to get to know you and make friends." Without another word, Dong Qingyin's expression darkened, and she leaped up, kicking him straight in the face while shouting, "Get lost!" Instead of being angered, Lu Borui became even more interested. "A fiery beauty too. I like that." The lackey who had been beaten by Dong Qingyin screamed angrily, his face covered in injuries. Lu Borui immediately stepped forward, ran a hand through his hair pretentiously, and said to Dong Qingyin, "You can't be rude to a beauty like this." "Beauty? Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Borui, son of the chairman of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce." Dong Qingyin looked at him, frowned, and said coldly, "Get lost." Not only did Lu Borui refuse to leave, he shamelessly praised her instead. What a personality. Then, he reached out to touch her face. "Not bad. I like it." At that very moment, Jean Wadding grabbed his hand and warned, "She told you to get lost. Didn't you hear her?" Lu Borui's hand was locked in place, and he gritted his teeth angrily. "Let go of me." Not only did Jean Wadding not release him, he squeezed even harder, making his bones crack. Lu Borui clutched his hand in pain and shouted, "Ah, my father is the chairman of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. Even high-ranking officials have to give him some face." Then he threatened Jean Wadding, "You dare break this young master's hand? You're dead." Hearing that, Jean Wadding showed no fear at all. Instead, he asked coldly, "You still dare threaten me?" Hearing this, Lu Borui trembled and stepped back, but his mouth stayed stubborn. "Why you? If you dare touch me, you'll die a horrible death." Jean Wadding immediately kicked him and said, "Too noisy." Taking the full force of the kick, Lu Borui flew straight into the pillar ahead. The surrounding crowd immediately began whispering among themselves. "Look, that's the little tyrant Lu Borui. Seems like this time he kicked an iron plate. Keep your voice down. If he hears you, he'll come after you later." Just then, a stern voice came from behind. "Make way." Chairman Lu entered surrounded by bodyguards. When he saw his precious son collapse there, he cried out in alarm, "Son, son." Then he ran to Lu Borui's side and anxiously asked, "Son, how are you?" Trembling, Lu Borui pointed at Jean Wadding and complained, "Dad, he hit me." Chairman Lu grabbed his son's hand and said distressfully, "It's all right. Leave this to me." Chairman Lu stared directly at Jean Wadding and asked sternly, "Brat, do you know who you just hit?" Then he glared and roared furiously, "That's my son. You're dead." Jean Wadding looked at him and replied calmly, "Others may fear you. I don't." Hearing that, Chairman Lu glanced behind him and sneered, Good, good. It's been a long time since I met someone like you. Old Sue, I'll have to trouble you." At that moment, a ragged old drunk stepped forward, still holding a bottle in his hand. He walked up to Chairman Lu, raised 3 fingers, and said, "Remember this. Every time I make a move, I want 3 bottles of good liquor." Chairman Lu replied, "No problem." The old man immediately glared at John Wadding and shouted, "Kid, just count yourself unlucky." In the next instant, he kicked forward in attack, but Jean Wadding easily dodged. Then, Jean Wadding forcefully pushed off the ground and lunged forward, delivering a heavy blow to the old drunk's neck that made his eyes bulge wide. After dealing with the old man, Jean Wadding looked at Chairman Lu and said coldly, "He's just an old fool, not even worthy of entering my sight. Where did you get the nerve?" Then, Jean Wadding curled his lip and asked, "Was he your trump card?" Not good enough. By now, Chairman Lu was so frightened he could hardly speak. He hurriedly backed away and stammered, "Why you?" Just then, Wang Yong walked over and loudly asked, "Why is everyone gathered here?" When Chairman Lu saw Wang Yong approaching, He cried out in delight. Boss Wang. Wang Yong looked at him and asked, Old Liu, what's going on here? Chairman Liu pointed at Zhang Wading and shouted furiously, Brother Wang, this brat not only beat my son, he also beat one of my men to death. Hearing that, Wang Yong angrily turned around. What? Who dares act so tyrannically? But when he saw clearly that the person in front of him was Zhang Wading, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he cried out in shock, Zhang, Warwing Heavenly King. Chairman Liu looked completely baffled and asked him, Where did this Warwing Heavenly King come from? Wang Yong immediately turned and slapped Chairman Liu across the face, cursing sternly, You bastard! Having been slapped for no reason. Chairman Liu clutched his face and looked at him in fear. Brother Wang Yu. Wang Yong immediately pointed at Zhang Wading and shouted angrily, Is the distinguished guest I invited here today, the Warwing Heavenly King. Hearing this, Chairman Liu collapsed onto the ground in terror, unable to speak. Zhang Wading then walked over to Wang Yong, stared at him, and softly asked, Wang Yong, is this your idea of hospitality? After hearing that, Wang Yong immediately turned and slapped Chairman Liu again, roaring furiously. Open your dog eyes and look properly. You dare defend even the Heavenly King. Chairman Liu's whole body trembled as he lowered his head and admitted his fault. I was blind. Heavenly King, spare my life. Hearing that, Zhang Wading immediately turned and left, clicking his tongue softly. Chairman Liu watched Zhang Wading's retreating figure and gritted his teeth as he thought, offending the Warwing Heavenly King. It looks like I'll need to find a stronger backer. Not long after, at the banquet table, Wang Yong raised his glass to Zhang Wading. With a face full of remorse, he said, Heavenly King, this is all my fault. I failed to arrange a proper reception. Zhang Wading lowered his head. In an icy tone, he replied, Seems to me you've been sitting in that chair a little too comfortably, haven't you? Hearing this, Wang Yong was startled and said in panic, Heavenly King, you. Please let me explain. Zhang Wading stared at him coldly and asked, Go on. Wang Yong lowered his head. He told him the truth. Actually, I'm nothing more than a figurehead here. The whole of Shanghai is now controlled by the great noble families and merchant associations. They interfere with countless matters, and I truly can do very little. After hearing this, the corner of Zhang Wading's mouth lifted slightly, and he let out a soft chuckle. This Shanghai is quite interesting. Looks like it's time to clean things up a little. The scene shifted to an underground fighting arena. Watching the two fighters on the stage, the audience shouted excitedly, Hurry up and kill him. At that moment, up above, Jin Aoshi sat with a cigarette in his mouth, intently watching the match. Oh, he shouted smugly, his face full of excitement. Excellent. Just then, a woman pushed open the door and walked in. She came before Jin Aoshi and called out, Boss. He immediately turned his head. A little surprised, he said, Inga. Then Jin Aoshi looked at her and asked in confusion, Why are you here? Secretary Hua lowered her head. She gently reminded him, Boss, outside. Please call me Secretary Hua. Jin Aoshi asked doubtfully, Ichem, you've never come to the arena before. Why did you come today? Secretary Hua smiled, a flicker of interest flashing in her eyes, and answered, Something very interesting just happened. Hearing that, Jin Aoshi shot to his feet and asked, Let's hear it. Secretary Hua immediately reported excitedly. Chairman Liu and his son just offended the Warwing Heavenly King. Upon hearing that title, his eyes widened instantly as he shouted, The Warwing Heavenly King. Then he burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, excellent. Looking at his own hand, excitement gleamed in Jin Aoshi's eyes as he said, Good. I was worrying over how to get rid of the Liu Family Merchant Association, and now the Warwing Heavenly King has delivered this chance right into my hands. Then his expression darkened. He said seriously to Secretary Hua, Since this invitation comes because of the Warwing Heavenly King, I must build a good relationship with him. Secretary Hua immediately bowed her head and answered, Yes. The scene shifted back to Zhang Wading. He was sitting alone in a quiet room, resting his chin on his hand in deep thought. Just then, someone suddenly pushed open the door from outside and entered. It was Huangfu Ao. Looking at Zhang Wading, Huangfu Ao asked about the situation. Zhang Wading kept shaking his head and replied, It's far more serious than we expected. Huangfu Ao continued, That's also why the Shenxiao Heavenly King wanted to break up those great families before. Then, he looked at Zhang Wading with a face full of worry and went on. Who would have thought that just as the Shinshao Heavenly King was preparing to act, something like this would happen? At that moment, a cold smile suddenly curved at the corner of Jean Wadding's mouth. As far as I can tell, there's a very good chance all of them were involved. Hearing this, Huangfu Ao slammed the table angrily, rose to his feet, and roared, "Damn it." Right then, someone else came in from outside. It was Bai Geng. Bai Geng held an invitation card in his hand as he walked in and called Heavenly King. Then, Bai Geng presented the invitation to Jean Wadding and said, "An invitation from the Jin family. They say they're hosting a banquet in 2 days. All the major families in Shanghai will be there, and they invite you to attend." Jean Wadding reached out and took the invitation. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he sneered. "We just formed a grudge with the Liu Family Merchant Association, and these people have already caught the scent." Interesting. Then Jean Wadding looked at the invitation and ordered Huangfu Ao, "Investigate these families in secret." Understood. Right after that, Huangfu Ao and Bai Geng left the room. After the two of them were gone, Jean Wadding looked out the window and thought to himself, "I'll play with you people for a bit." That night, at Chairman Liu's house, he sat on the sofa, clutching his head in anxious thought. "We've offended the War Wing Heavenly King. What is our family supposed to do now?" At that moment, Liu Borui swaggered in with both hands in his pockets and asked, "Dad, did you avenge me yet?" When Chairman Liu saw him come back, he glared. He grabbed the cup on the table and hurled it straight at him, roaring furiously, "You worthless brat." Liu Borui quickly twisted aside to dodge. With an innocent expression, he looked at his father and asked, "Dad, what are you doing?" Hearing that, Chairman Liu was so furious his teeth nearly cracked, and his eyes looked ready to pop out. Pointing at Liu Borui, he shouted, "Sooner or later, you'll piss me to death. Do you even know who you mess with?" Liu Borui still scratched his head blankly and asked, "Who?" Chairman Liu roared in fury, "The War Wing Heavenly King." Upon hearing that title, Liu Borui still didn't react at first and casually waved his hand. "Isn't it just some war wing?" But before he could finish, he suddenly jolted to his senses, his eyes widening in terror. "What?" Then, with a thud, he dropped to his knees in front of his father and asked urgently, "Dad, what did you just say?" Chairman Liu looked at him. Letting out a long sigh, he said, "Sigh." Liu Borui raised his head, trembling as he grabbed his father's hand, and said fearfully, "Dad, hurry and think of something. The War Wing Heavenly King is ruthless. He even dared kill his own father." Chairman Liu held his head and replied, "I haven't thought of anything either." Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from outside. "I can help you." Secretary Hua strode in. When Chairman Liu saw her, he pointed at her and asked, "Who are you?" Secretary Hua smiled at him. "You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that our Jin family will help you." Hearing those words, Chairman Liu was startled. He blurted out, "The Jin family?" Then he looked at her warily and asked, "Since when are you people so kind-hearted?" Secretary Hua extended her hand and answered, "Let's make a deal. I'll acquire your Shanghai Merchant Association." The moment Chairman Liu heard that, he instantly understood. He shouted, "In your dreams. This is the work of my entire life." Secretary Hua's expression sank, and she said coldly, "Then just wait to collect the corpses of your whole family." After saying that, she turned decisively and prepared to leave. In panic, Liu Borui clutched his father's leg and begged, "Dad, agree to it. I don't want to die." Chairman Liu immediately raised his hand and hurriedly called her back. "Wait." Secretary Hua instantly turned around and asked, "So Chairman Liu has thought it through?" Chairman Liu raised one finger and named a condition. "I'll agree, but I have one condition." Secretary Hua looked at him and asked, "What condition?" Chairman Liu frowned angrily and said, "I want the War Wing Heavenly King dead in Shanghai." Without the slightest hesitation, Secretary Hua lightly pushed up her glasses. "No problem." The scene shifted to outside the hotel. Jean Wadding strode into the hotel, but just then someone suddenly jumped out and blocked his path. "Stop!" Jean Wadding looked at the man in confusion. The man gave a sinister grin and said, "You don't get to go in. Look at you, dressed in rags like that. You think you're worthy of walking through these doors?" Jean Wadding said nothing more. He directly grabbed the man's finger and bent it hard, then showed a carefree smile. The other man broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Grinding his teeth, he shouted, "Men!" Jean Wadding immediately followed with a kick that sent him flying. The man's underlings instantly rushed forward with weapons and surrounded him, shouting, "You dare hit our boss. Get him. Jean Wadding looked at them, the corner of his mouth curling slightly as he sneered, "Humph, insects." Then, with a casual palm strike, he sent all of them flying. At that moment, Jin Aoshi appeared, clapping as he looked toward him. The subordinate lying on the ground looked up and tattled. "Chairman, it's this brat causing trouble." Jin Aoshi immediately slapped the subordinate across the face and barked sternly, "Blind fool. This is the War-Wing Heavenly King." Upon learning it was Jean Wadding, the man was so frightened that he repeatedly slapped himself in apology. "I failed to recognize Mount Tai. War-Wing Heavenly King, spare me." Jean Wadding asked coldly, "Who are you?" Jin Aoshi immediately cupped his hands and replied, "War-Wing Heavenly King, I'm the head of the Jin family, Jin Aoshi. I'm the one who invited you here today." Hearing that, Jean Wadding frowned tightly and stared at him. Looks like Master Jin gets information very quickly. Jin Aoshi then gestured with his hand to invite him in. "Ah, just passable. Heavenly King, please come in." The moment he stepped through the door, a scene of extravagant luxury met his eyes. Looking at the crowd before him, Jean Wadding frowned and said, as expected of high society. Jin Aoshi said to him, "That's right. Everyone invited to today's banquet is from Shanghai's merchant associations and noble families." At that moment, a waiter walked over and whispered a few words into his ear. "HM?" Jin Aoshi immediately smiled and said to Jean Wadding, "Heavenly King, please excuse me for a moment." After Jin Aoshi left, the banquet continued as usual. At that moment, at the banquet, Jiang Wanhe kept trailing behind Yao Yao, muttering, "Yao Yao, I really do like you." Blushing, he looked at her back and shouted, "Just give me a chance." Hearing this, Yao Yao grew irritated. She turned back and said to him, "Stop following me. I already have a boyfriend." Then she looked at him seriously and said, "He's here." Jiang Wanhe asked suspiciously, "Where?" Then he roared angrily, "I want to see which bastard is bold enough to steal my woman." Yao Yao immediately looked around, scanning the room until her eyes landed in the direction where Jean Wadding was sitting. There! Then she quickly walked over to Jean Wadding, naturally sat down beside him, and wrapped herself around his arm. Blinking her bright, sparkling eyes with a smile, she said to Jean Wadding, "Please help me with a little favor." Jean Wadding stared at her, having no idea what she was talking about. At that moment, Jiang Wanhe also rushed over in front of them. Frowning, he asked sternly, "You're Yao Yao's boyfriend?" Hugging Jean Wadding's arm tightly, Yao Yao replied, "Jiang Wanhe, I already have a boyfriend. Stop bothering me." But Jiang Wanhe still refused to let it go. Then he stepped forward, pointed at Jean Wadding's nose, and cursed, "You little punk, you dare steal my woman? If you know what's good for you, then get the hell out of here now." After saying that, he frowned and threatened, "Otherwise, I'll show you how formidable I am right now." Seeing this, Yao Yao stood up fearfully and asked him, "Jiang Wanhe, what are you trying to do?" Then she glared at him and threatened, "You dare make trouble here?" Jiang Wanhe looked at her and called out Yao Yao, then shot Jean Wadding a sidelong glance and said, "You know my family's background too, don't you?" Then he pressed in closer to Jean Wadding. "Who have I ever been afraid of?" Saying that, he reached out to grab Jean Wadding by the collar. Jean Wadding didn't let him touch him. He directly kicked him away, then slowly stood up and said, "You're like a fly buzzing nonstop in front of me." Jean Wadding stared at Jiang Wanhe coldly and asked, "Do you know how annoying you are?" Looking at Jean Wadding's back, Yao Yao thought in shock, Jiang Wanhe is considered a skilled fighter too, yet this man sent him flying with a single kick. Jean Wadding strode toward Jiang Wanhe. Seeing him approach, Jiang Wanhe pointed at him and shouted, "Why you? You actually dared lay a hand on me." Jean Wadding replied coldly, "Lay a hand on you? I didn't use my hand." Then he glared at Jiang Wanhe. He added another kick and sent him flying even farther, saying, "I used my foot." Hearing the commotion, the people present all turned to look. The crowd began whispering among themselves. What happened? No idea. Some young guy suddenly started beating up that fat Jiang family brat. With both hands in his pockets, Jean Wadding coldly walked toward him. Jiang Wanhe was furious out of his mind. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You're dead." As soon as he finished, he sprang up forcefully and threw a heavy punch. In an instant, Jean Wadding caught his fist and, with a casual flip, sent his whole body crashing to the ground. After striking him, Jean Wadding coldly spat out two words, Trash. Jiang Wanha had been beaten black and blue, and he shakily sat back up. Zhang Wading immediately followed with another kick, stomping him flat onto the floor so he couldn't move, and said, "With just this little bit of skill, you still dare chase my woman? How embarrassing." With Zhang Wading's foot pressing on his face, Jiang Wanha roared in fury. Zhang Wading looked down at him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly as he sneered. "Remember it now? Good. I'll make sure you do." After saying that, he kicked Jiang Wanha once more, sending him tumbling across the hotel hall. The people around them burst into laughter. Jiang Wanha immediately turned his head and roared angrily, "What the hell are you laughing at? Shut up, or I'll kill every last one of you." Then he clenched his fists and glared at Zhang Wading in fury, thinking to himself, "This brat's martial arts are too strong. No, I have to call for backup." Yao Yao immediately walked over and took Zhang Wading's arm, her pretty face flushed red with a smile. Zhang Wading coldly warned Jiang Wanha, "Next time, stay farther away from my girlfriend." "Got it." Jiang Wanha trembled all over from rage. As Yao Yao held on to Zhang Wading and prepared to leave, she turned back and glanced at him. "If you come bother me again, my boyfriend will beat you every single time he sees you." The crowd around them still couldn't stop laughing. Jiang Wanha, furious to the point of madness, shouted, "What are you all looking at?" Then he drove away the gathering onlookers. After that, Zhang Wading and Yao Yao walked toward the nearby bar. She leaned her head on his shoulder and said coquettishly, "Thank you, handsome. Thank you so much." Zhang Wading glared at her in annoyance. Still not letting go, Yao Yao immediately let go of his arm. "Fine, I'll let go. Why are you being so fierce?" Then she introduced herself. "Let's get acquainted properly. My name is Murong Yao Yao." After introducing herself, Yao Yao asked curiously, "What do you do? How are your martial arts so good?" Zhang Wading frowned and replied coldly, "Military." Yao Yao exclaimed, "Wow, no wonder you're so amazing." Then she folded her arms, looking a little worried as she said, "The Jiang family is the top boss around here. Nothing's going to happen to you, right?" Zhang Wading raised his wineglass. With domineering confidence, he answered, "Even a dragon is nothing more than a dead snake." Hearing this, Yao Yao couldn't help but think in surprise, "This guy is really crazy. What a strong and arrogant man." Then she looked at his back and called out loudly, "Hey, what's your name?" Zhang Wading turned and glanced at her, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. Zhang Wading. Upon hearing that name, Yao Yao was instantly infatuated and thought to herself, as expected of the war-wing heavenly king, "He really is unbelievably handsome." The scene shifted to Jin Aoshi's side. He was holding a wine glass and looking down below, when Secretary Hua came in and reported, "Boss, the acquisition of the Liu family's merchant association has been completed, but they made one request." Hearing this, Jin Aoshi set down his glass and asked, "What request?" Secretary Hua replied with a dark expression, "Kill Zhang Wading." Hearing that, Jin Aoshi burst into hearty laughter and answered confidently, "No problem." At that moment, another man walked in and said to him, "Master, the representatives of the major families are waiting for you in the conference room." Jin Aoshi immediately replied, "Good." Then, he glanced at the man and instructed, "Oh, right. Bring Zhang Wading there as well." The man lowered his head and obeyed, "Yes." Then, the man went out into the main hall to find Zhang Wading and called out, "War-wing Heavenly King, my master requests your presence." Hearing this, Zhang Wading frowned. He thought to himself, "I like to see what trick he's planning to pull too." Then he politely said to the other man, "Lead the way." The man immediately brought Zhang Wading to a room. Zhang Wading pushed the door open and strode in proudly. Inside, the big shots were already seated around the table. The moment he entered, everyone turned their eyes toward Jiang Wanlong. Seeing this, Jiang Wanlong slammed the table and shot to his feet, angrily shouting, "Who has the nerve to barge in here?" Wu Zhilan, however, looked at Zhang Wading with great interest and said, "Oh my, and he's even a handsome man." At that moment, Jin Aoshi stood up and walked toward Zhang Wading, saying, "Everyone calm down." Then, he raised a hand and introduced him to the room. "This is the newly arrived War-wing Heavenly King." Hearing that title, all 5 people seated there were so shocked that they sprang to their feet. Exclaiming, "What?" Wu Zhilan immediately cast him a flirtatious glance, blushing as her heart raced. As expected, the War-wing Heavenly King is as handsome and elegant as the rumors say. Seeing her act like that, Jiang Wanlong mocked, "Look at that old woman, acting all coquettish." Jin Aoshi continued introducing everyone present to Zhang Wading. "Cool, me. Let me introduce them to you. On the left is the head of the Morong family. The man immediately raised his hand in polite greeting. Greetings, Heavenly King. Jin Aoshi went on with the next person. Below him is the head of the Li family. Old Master Li wore a cold expression and did not even bother to look at him. At this moment, Jiang Wanlong arrogantly walked over and said, "I'm Jiang Wanlong." Zhang Wading immediately extended his hand with courtesy. "Oh, a pleasure." Then, the two shook hands. A terrifying, killing aura spread from their clasped hands, as if each wanted to devour the other. Suddenly, Jiang Wanha lunged at Zhang Wading and attacked, shouting, "Brat, you've got some skill after all. Let's see if you can take this palm strike of mine." Zhang Wading frowned and was about to counterattack when Jin Aoshi's hand suddenly shot out and stopped him. Zhang Wading looked at him in slight surprise. Jin Aoshi then said to the two of them, "Don't ruin the harmony." Jiang Wanlong crossed his arms and replied, "Fine." Then he turned and walked back to his seat, saying, "I'm only giving it out of respect for you, Jin Aoshi." He dropped back in his chair with a look full of arrogance. Zhang Wading then turned to Jin Aoshi and said, "I didn't expect Patriarch Jin to be a master as well." Jin Aoshi hurriedly waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "Not at all, not at all. No matter how capable I am, I can't compare to you, Warwing Heavenly King." After hearing that, Zhang Wading glanced at him and smiled faintly. Then Jin Aoshi continued the introductions. "Heavenly King, this is the head of the Wu family." Wu Zhilan immediately stood up, calling out warmly, "Heavenly King." Then she politely added, "I hope you'll look after me in the future." Zhang Wading looked at her and nodded with a smile. Jin Aoshi then pointed to the youngest man at the table and said, "This is the young master of the C family." Then, seeing the expression on the young man's face, he added, "Young Master C here is rather willful by nature." Turning to Zhang Wading, he said, "I hope the Heavenly King won't mind." Zhang Wading merely cast the young man a glance. After the introductions, Jin Aoshi returned to his seat. At this moment, Jiang Wanlong asked bluntly, "Why exactly did you call us here?" Jin Aoshi slammed the table and shouted, "Please keep order." Then he smiled and pointed at Zhang Wading. "First of all, of course, it's to welcome our Warwing Heavenly King to Shanghai." Once that was done, he paused briefly before getting to the main point. Now that he has arrived in Shanghai, it's time to hold the once every 5 years Dragon Tiger Valley Conference. I hope all the family heads will make their preparations. Hearing this, Jiang Wanlong opened his mouth and said, "Dragon Tiger Valley should indeed be opened." Then he clenched his fists excitedly and added, "I, Jiang Wanlong, can hardly wait any longer." Suddenly, he turned his head, looking at Zhang Wading with obvious disgust. However, Dragon Tiger Valley has no need for outsiders to take part. At those words, the corner of Zhang Wading's lips curled into a cold smile. Jiang Wanlong then slammed the table and looked at Jin Aoshi. "If an outsider takes part, then I won't." After saying that, he stood up decisively and walked out. Watching him pass by, Zhang Wading thought to himself, "This is getting interesting." The people present looked at one another and remained silent. Jin Aoshi then spoke up to break the silence. "Heavenly King, that man has an eccentric temperament. Please don't take it to heart." Zhang Wading did not care in the slightest and waved his hand. "I'm Fine. Please continue." After the meeting ended, as they were walking outside, Wu Zhilan sidled up to him and suggested, "Heavenly King, when you have time, come visit the Wu family sometime." Looking at him, she pleaded in an earnest tone, "I'd really like to have a heart-to-heart talk with you." Zhang Wading heard this and replied indifferently, "We'll talk about it another day." Then he left the hotel and headed home. On the way, he ran into Jiang Wanha again. Jiang Wanha brought a group of subordinates and blocked Zhang Wading's path, saying, "Brat, you finally came out." He pointed a wooden club at Zhang Wading and shouted angrily, "This young master has been waiting for you for a long time." Zhang Wading looked at him, the corner of his lips lifting slightly as he asked with a cold smile, "Didn't you get beaten enough inside?" Jiang Wanha showed no fear and replied confidently, "You may be strong on your own, but you can't compare with me having so many men." Then he turned his head and ordered, "Get him." A group of thugs immediately came forward with weapons in hand, standing behind Jiang Wanha and looking at Zhang Wading with confidence. Seeing these people, Zhang Wading frowned and asked, "What use is more trash?" Hearing that, Jiang Wanha roared fiercely, "You've got guts for a calf that doesn't fear the tiger." Then he swung his wooden club and ordered, "Charge." The group immediately brandished their clubs and rushed at Zhang Wading like mad. Jiang Wanha stood at a distance watching, saying confidently, "With this many people, we'll crush you to death, if nothing else." Just then, a powerful light burst out from the crowd, and in an instant, every one of them was sent flying by Jean Wadding. Seeing that scene, Jiang Wanha pointed at him in horror and shouted, You. At that moment, Jean Wadding walked toward him and asked coldly, "What do you mean, you? If you want to fight, then come fight." Seeing him approach, Jiang Wanha raised the blunt stick in his hand and shouted, "Die." Jean Wadding immediately snatched the stick away and struck Jiang Wanha's other hand with the palm, catching him completely off guard and terrifying him to the core. Jean Wadding frowned at him and sneered, "I gave you a chance. Too bad you didn't know how to cherish it." At that moment, from the distance, a surge of power suddenly hurtled toward Jiang Wadding. Just as he was about to gather his strength to finish Jiang Wanha off, Jiang Wanlong suddenly rushed over and shouted, "Jiang Wadding, you dare lay a hand on my little brother?" Jiang Wanlong charged straight at Jiang Wadding and struck with the palm. Jiang Wadding immediately raised a hand to block Jiang Wanlong's attack, coldly replying, "Your brother brought this on himself." Hearing that, Jiang Wanlong frowned and roared in fury, "I'm going to kill you." Right after that, the two erupted into a fierce battle. After exchanging blows for a while, Jiang Wanlong was forced back by him. Jiang Wanlong looked at Jiang Wadding in front of him and said with some surprise, as expected of the War-Wing Heavenly King, "Your strength truly is extraordinary." Hearing that, Jiang Wadding looked at him coldly and replied, "That just now didn't count. It was only a warm-up." Then Jiang Wadding stepped toward Jiang Wanlong, frightening him so badly that cold sweat broke out across his body, leaving him stammering, "Why you?" Jiang Wadding said mockingly, "I was just messing with you a little, and you took it seriously?" Hearing this, Jiang Wanlong ground his teeth in rage, yet could not get a single word out. Jiang Wadding then stepped back and assumed an attacking stance, but suddenly noticed something, his brows knitting tightly. Looking at the old man before him, Jiang Wadding asked, "What, you think you can stop me?" The old man looked at him and said, "Heavenly King, my master asked me to pass on a message to you. Do not reveal your talents too excessively." After hearing that, Jiang Wadding replied coldly, "The person I want to kill, no one can save." Hearing this, the old man took up a defensive stance and circulated his inner energy. "Then this old servant must offend you, Heavenly King." Seeing this, Jiang Wadding clicked his tongue. "Umph." Immediately, the old man activated his technique and formed a massive shield in front of Jiang Wanlong. Jiang Wadding's attack came crashing down like a violent storm. The old man could not withstand it and was driven backward again and again. After blocking that strike, the old man's body could endure no more, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Jiang Wadding walked over to him and praised him. "You got some skill." The old man cupped his hands in thanks. "You flatter me, Heavenly King." Then Jiang Wadding looked at him and said, "Jiang Wanlong managed to keep his life today," and turned to leave, adding, "Only out of respect for you and your master." The people present watched his retreating figure, not daring to make sound. Wu Zhilan looked at him and thought to herself, "No wonder father told me that if anyone can overturn the whole game board of Shanghai, it will be this newly arrived Heavenly King." At that moment, Jin Aoshi had also arrived. He looked at Jiang Wadding's back and viciously bit through the cigar in his mouth. At that moment, one of his subordinates stepped forward, lowered his head, and said, "My apologies, master. Old Fu has disappointed you." Jin Aoshi looked at him and shook his head. "I never expected you to defeat Jiang Wadding in the first place." Then he asked, "How does Jiang Wadding's strength compare with the Shunshao Heavenly King?" Without the slightest hesitation, the old man replied, "He is stronger than the Shunshao Heavenly King." Hearing that, Jin Aoshi widened his eyes in shock. Then he waved his hand and said to old Fu, "Withdraw and focus on your recovery." "Yes." At that moment, Secretary Hua walked over and stood behind Jin Aoshi, asking, "Should we send the assassins of the Hidden Assassins sect?" Jin Aoshi immediately replied, "No. I want to play with this Jiang Wadding for a while first." Hearing that, Secretary Hua said nothing more and simply stared at Jin Aoshi. The next day, a figure appeared in front of the military district gate. Dong Qingyin stood by a corner wall with her arms crossed, staring blankly into the distance. Suddenly, she saw someone approaching and jolted in surprise. Jiang Wadding walked in with a cold expression. Seeing him, Dong Qingyin immediately ran over and asked anxiously, "Heavenly King, are you all right?" Jiang Wadding looked at her coldly and asked, What could have happened to me? What are you doing here? Hearing that question, she guiltily turned her face away and answered, I'm waiting for a delivery. Jean Wadding looked at her in confusion and said, you could just have the gate guards bring it in. Why do you need to stand here and wait for it yourself? Hearing that, she was so annoyed that she stamped her foot. Then she turned and walked off, glancing at him as she thought, you idiot, you really don't understand a girl's feelings at all. Jean Wadding looked at her retreating figure in confusion and muttered, what's she gone crazy for now? A little later, he arrived at the door to his room. Jean Wadding reached out to unlock it. Suddenly, a mysterious person holding a knife appeared inside the room. She immediately thrust the blade toward him, but in the very next moment, he easily caught her wrist and looked at Tian Tian coldly. Junior sister, don't fool around. Tian Tian immediately withdrew her dagger and replied, how boring. Pouting angrily, she said to him, senior brother, can't you let me succeed in a sneak attack just once? Jean Wadding's tone softened as he reminded her, from childhood until now, you've tried to assassinate me 199 times. Tian Tian wrapped her arm around his and replied, but I failed every time, didn't I? Senior brother, please, just let me injure you once. Hearing this, he turned, placed a hand on her face, and asked helplessly, Tian Tian, what exactly are you trying to do? Enough already. Do you really want me dead? Hearing that, Tian Tian shouted back angrily, how could you think that? I just want to prove to father that I'm strong too. Then, the two of them walked into Jean Wadding's room together. The moment she entered, Tian Tian acted as if she were in her own home and flopped onto the sofa. At this moment, Jean Wadding looked at her and asked Tian Tian, when you came to me, does Master know? Without the slightest hesitation, Tian Tian answered firmly, no. Hearing that, Jean Wadding immediately flew into a rage and shouted, you snuck out again. How did you get out? Tian Tian forcefully stabbed her knife into the tabletop and retorted, of course I snuck out. That stubborn old man kept saying that a girl like me would be in danger if I went down the mountain, so he wouldn't let me leave. Then she looked at Jean Wadding and said coquettishly, senior brother, I'm this capable. What danger could I possibly run into? Hearing those words, Jean Wadding held his head helplessly and asked, how did you know I was in Shanghai? Tian Tian lightly brushed her hair and looked at him as she answered, I saw it in the news. I'm not some total cave woman. I have internet and a phone too. Just then, her stomach suddenly growled a few times. Tian Tian immediately looked at him and whined, senior brother, I'm hungry. Jean Wadding stood up and sighed. Fine, let's go. I'll take you to get something to eat. After that, he prepared a lavish meal for her. The moment Tian Tian saw the food, she grabbed her chopsticks and began wolfing it down, stuffing her mouth full. Seeing this, Jean Wadding said worriedly, slow down. No one's going to fight you for it. What are you scared of? Tian Tian looked up, her eyes dazed, and asked, what did you say? Seeing that, Jean Wadding rubbed his forehead helplessly. Nothing. Keep eating. Tian Tian nodded repeatedly. Then, she devoured all the food on the table like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. A short while later, the entire table had been cleaned out by her, without even a scrap of meat left behind. Sitting in her chair, Tian Tian rubbed her round belly and said, phew, I'm finally full. Jean Wadding immediately stood up, turned around, and said coldly to her, now that you're full, hurry back. Tian Tian instantly lunged over and wrapped herself tightly around him. I'm not going back. Jean Wadding frowned unhappily and said, let go. Tian Tian refused to release him and replied angrily, if you won't let me stay, then I'll just keep hugging you like this. Hearing that, Jean Wadding could only helplessly give in. All right, you win. Having gotten her way, Tian Tian let go and said, thank you, senior brother. Jean Wadding immediately warned her seriously, I'm saying this first. If you stay here, you have to listen to me, and you mustn't cause me trouble. Tian Tian happily nodded again and again. Yes. A little later, in Jean Wadding's room, Huangfu Ao entered with an important report. The moment he came in, he saw an unfamiliar girl sitting in the chair. Their eyes met, and he thought to himself, the Heavenly King is usually so cold. I never expected his preference to be for young girls. Seeing the expression on his face, Jean Wadding immediately understood what he was thinking and barked in a deep voice. I'm not as filthy as you're imagining. She's my junior sister. Hearing that, Huangfu Ao hurriedly waved his hands and denied it. No, that's not what I meant. Jean Wadding frowned and asked, all right, there's something I want to ask you. Huangfu Ao immediately responded seriously. What is it? Jean Wadding said to him, what are the requirements for the Dragon Tiger Cup? Hearing that, Huangfu Ao cried out in shock. How do you know about the Dragon Tiger Cup? Jean Wadding's brows drew tight. and he snapped sternly, "Cut the nonsense and talk." Huangfu Ao then told him, "The Dragon Tiger Cup is held on a huge mountain where the most outstanding younger subordinates of the great family slaughter one another. The one who survives to the end then enters another martial contest to determine the final victor." Hearing this, Jean Wadding's expression shifted slightly, and he said with interest, "Slaughter one another? Interesting. Are there any restrictions?" Huangfu Ao continued, "Participants must not be over 25 years old." Hearing this, Jean Wadding tapped the table and instructed, "Go tell Dong Qingyin and have her join." Huangfu Ao said worriedly, "Wouldn't that be inappropriate? The Dragon Tiger Cup is too brutal. If she's not careful, then—" Jean Wadding cut him off. "Enough. What true powerhouse hasn't gone through mountains of corpses and seas of blood? If you grow up in a greenhouse, you'll only end up as a decorative vase." Then he said something that surprised Huangfu Ao a little. "Don't worry. With me watching over her at her side, nothing will happen." Huangfu Ao curiously lowered his voice and asked, "Heavenly King, why do you want to participate too?" Then he added worriedly, "They'll all recognize you." Hearing that, Jean Wadding chuckled lightly and replied, "I have my own way. Go inform her first." Huangfu Ao immediately left the room. After he was gone, Tian threw her bag of popcorn onto the floor, ran to Jean Wadding's side, and shouted excitedly, "Senior brother! Senior brother." Then she eagerly said to him, "I want to join too." Faced with her request, Jean Wadding replied coldly, "No," after being refused. She angrily slammed the table and stared straight into his eyes as she asked, "Why can everyone else join, but not me?" Jean Wadding still answered firmly, "I already said no, and no means no." Seeing herself rejected, Tian immediately threw herself onto the ground and began crying and making a scene. "I won't accept it. I won't accept it. I won't accept it. I want to join." Jean Wadding was completely unmoved. He lifted his cup, took a sip of water, and continued watching her throw her tantrum. "I want to go. I want to go. I want to go." After rolling around for a while, Tian saw that he had no reaction at all, so she stopped and glared at him angrily. "Senior brother, you're so mean. Don't you care about me at all?" Jean Wadding looked at her and replied, "Thank you for helping me wipe the floor so clean." Hearing that, Tian let out an angry snort. Jean Wadding then set down his cup and said seriously to her, "The Dragon Tiger Cup is too dangerous. It's not suitable for you." Tian immediately switched tactics, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, "Senior brother, I'll listen to you and stay right by your side. Just let me join, okay?" Hearing that, Jean Wadding placed a hand on her head and replied, "Let me think about it." When she heard that answer, Tian shouted joyfully, "That's great. Senior brother, you're the best." Watching Tian jumping up and down in front of him, Jean Wadding thought helplessly, "Master, did you really dump this little devil on me?" The scene shifted to the military district training ground, where Dong Qingyin was practicing hard. At that moment, Huangfu Ao came to deliver the message. Qingyin. Seeing Huangfu Ao arrive, Dong Qingyin wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked, "Uncle Wu, did you need something?" Huangfu Ao stepped forward and said to her, "The Heavenly King told you to go participate in the Dragon Tiger Cup." Without the slightest hesitation, she replied, "Yes." Huangfu Ao then carefully warned her with concern, "Qingyin, you must pay attention to your safety. If the situation becomes critical, withdraw immediately. Staying alive is the most important thing." She frowned and replied confidently, "Uncle Wu, I understand." The scene shifted to Yao Yao's home. Early in the morning, she was already happily skipping around the house. Seeing this, her father asked, "What is you so happy?" Yao Yao said excitedly to her father, "Dad, just like you said, Jean Wadding really is incredibly strong." Old Mu then lifted his teacup and muttered, "A heavenly king thought to be dead. How could those above not be worried?" Yao Yao smiled and looked at her father as she asked, "Do we still need to maintain good relations with Jean Wadding?" Looking at his teacup, he replied gently, "Yes. The Jean family has ruled for too long. We need Jean Wadding to break this deadlock." Hearing that, Yao Yao immediately raised 2 fingers and replied confidently, "Got it, Dad. Leave it to me." The scene shifted to the martial training ground, where Jean Wadding was instructing Dong Qingyin in her training. He blocked her spear and commented, "Your spear is still not fast enough, and your strength isn't focused enough either." At that moment, he sensed someone behind him and turned around. Looking at Wu Zhilan, Jean Wadding asked coldly, "What are you here for?" Wu Zhilan lightly covered her mouth with her fan and replied, "Warwing, Heavenly King, since you refused to visit the Wu family as our guest, I had no choice but to come find you myself." Hearing that, Jean Wadding frowned in disgust and said, "We have no relationship. If you have business, speak. If not, get lost. Don't be so heartless. I came to discuss a deal. Not interested." Wu Zhelan closed her fan and asked, "Don't you want to know how the Shun Xiao Heavenly King died?" Jean Wadding replied in a cold voice, "I've known for a long time already." Wu Zhelan refused to give up and continued, "Then don't you want to know who the mastermind behind it was?" Only then did Jean Wadding show a little interest and ask in return, "Oh? You know." Wu Zhelan immediately frowned and said loudly, "Of course, as long as the Heavenly King agrees to one request of mine." Jean Wadding turned around at once and said, "Let me hear it." Wu Zhelan placed the fan against her lips and flirtatiously winked as she said, "Heavenly King, as long as you help me break free from the Jin family's control, my Wu family will obey your orders." Hearing that, the corners of Jean Wadding's mouth lifted slightly, and he thought to himself, having a subordinate like this wouldn't be a bad option. Then he replied, "I agree to that." Wu Zhelan immediately turned serious and said, "The one who hired the hidden assassin sect was Jin Aoshi." Upon hearing that name, Jean Wadding was not surprised at all, thinking to himself, so it really was him. But why would he want to kill the Shun Xiao Heavenly King? Then he looked at her and pressed further. "What else do you know?" Wu Zhelan frowned and replied, "I don't know anything else." Jean Wadding turned and walked away, coldly leaving behind one sentence, "Go back first." Wu Zhelan let out a disappointed sigh. Before that disappointment could last long, Jean Wadding continued, "I'll help you." She immediately lowered her head in gratitude. "Thank you. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Wu Zhelan. Please remember it well, Heavenly King." After saying that, she left with a satisfied smile. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Dong Qingyin asked Jean Wadding, "Can she really be trusted?" Jean Wadding answered thoughtfully, "What she said is credible, but she still can't be trusted completely." Tian suddenly came running over from who knew where, shouting loudly, "Senior brother!" Jean Wadding's expression instantly turned stern as he asked, "Why aren't you lying on the sofa eating snacks? Why did you run out here?" Tian's cheeks were flushed red, and she looked extremely excited. "Senior brother, I really missed you." He wore a helpless expression, as if he had already seen through his little junior sister. "Enough. Stop lying, as if I don't know what you're like." Tian awkwardly scratched her head and said, "Senior brother, I finished all the snacks." His eyes were full of affection as he gently pinched her cheek and scolded, "You little glutton, with that many snacks. How did you finish them so quickly?" Tian pretended to be angry. "Isn't it just a little food? Did you have to react like that?" Seeing how adorable the two Marshall siblings were, Dong Qingyin could not help bursting into laughter. "Ha!" She walked over and rubbed the little girl's head as she coaxed her. "Come on, I'll take you to buy more snacks, and we can grab a meal too." Tian's eyes lit up. "Really?" Dong Qingyin stroked her head and said, "Of course it's true." Tian immediately hugged Dong Qingyin and said gratefully, "Sister, you're so nice. Not like my senior brother. I just eat a little of his food, and he pulls a long face." After saying that, she turned around and made a face at her senior brother. As the two girls left, Tian did not forget to turn back and shout, "Stinky senior brother, bye-bye." Looking at his junior sister's mischievous behavior, Jean Wadding could only shake his head helplessly. On the way back, Wu Zhelan ran into Yao Yao. She opened with a greeting, "Well, if it isn't Miss Murong." With a scornful look at Yao Yao, she said, "You came here too? Don't tell me you're trying to seduce the war-wing Heavenly King." Yao Yao angrily cursed, "You vixen, I'm not like you, going around seducing men everywhere." Wu Zhelan laughed disdainfully. "You're no different from me. You act all pure on the surface, but who knows how many people you've been involved with behind the scenes." After provoking Yao Yao, Wu Zhelan got in her car. Yao Yao was so furious her face turned green. Standing there, she pointed at the car and shouted, "You old hag, just you wait." The scene shifted to the main hall. Jean Wadding's group was about to head back when they ran into Yao Yao. He wondered why she had come here. When Yao Yao walked up to him, he asked, "Did you need something from me?" Yao Yao replied, "Nothing major. Where are you all going?" I'll come with you." Tian shot her a murderous glare, clearly disliking Yao Yao very much. After hearing Yao Yao's suggestion, Jean Wadding immediately agreed. "Fine, then come along." Tian felt very upset and elbowed her senior brother as she said, "Senior brother, why are you letting her come with us? It's obvious this woman is up to no good." Jean Wadding already had his own plan in mind and told Tian that he knew very well. He just wanted to see what exactly she was plotting. A little later, the four of them arrived arrived at the amusement park. Tian cheered excitedly. Oh yeah. She pointed at the giant Ferris wheel and shouted, Senior brother, I want to ride that. Jean Wadding immediately agreed. Okay. Tian grabbed Chingin's hand and ran off. Let's go up together. Jean Wadding called after them. Hey, but could only watch helplessly as the girl ran farther away. Yao also excitedly grabbed Jean Wadding's hand and said, let's go ride too. He pulled his hand back with a disgusted expression. No, I'm not interested. Not far away. A group of hoodlums was wandering through the park. They were sloppily dressed and looked rough and vulgar. One blue-haired thug seemed to notice something and excitedly said to the green-haired boss, Boss, look, there's a beauty. The boss looked around. Where? The blue-haired thug pointed toward Yao. Over there. The boss looked her over from head to toe, so excited he was practically drooling, and praised, She's really pretty. Unable to restrain himself, he ran over with a lewd grin. They walked up behind the two of them, and the boss struck what he thought was a dashing pose before speaking. Little beauty, how about being friends? Yao immediately refused. Who wants to be friends with you? Not only that, she also smacked his hand hard with a purse. Get lost. The two lackeys widened their eyes, pointed at her and shouted, What are you doing? The boss darkened and turned around to curse at his lackeys. What are you doing? Don't scare the beauty. One lackey squatted down, clutching his head and begging, Boss, she treated you like that and you're still defending her? This is making our gang look bad. The boss angrily slapped him on the head and cursed. Look bad? Look bad? You're the one making me look bad. Then he smoothed his hair and pretended to look handsome as he said, My subordinate doesn't know any better. Please don't take it to heart, beautiful lady. The beaten lackey sulked in a corner and muttered, Looks like the boss has his eye on this one. He falls for every pretty girl he sees. Didn't he just find one yesterday? Yao took the chance to wrap herself around Jean Wadding's arm, pretending intimacy as she said, I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Hearing that, the blue-haired thug roared threateningly, Brat, if you know what's good for you, stay away from her. Then he clenched his fists, clearly trying to intimidate Jean Wadding. Jean Wadding coldly withdrew his arm. Don't bother me. I don't know her. Yao even called him hubby, putting on a pitiful expression as she acted. Hubby, I won't throw unreasonable tantrums anymore. Please don't ignore me. Seeing the beauty looking wronged, the thug boss proposed, Beautiful lady, your husband doesn't want you anymore, but I do. I promise I'll cherish you. Yao looked at the thug with contempt and sneered, Look at yourself. You're ugly and still trying to hit on girls. Please have a little self-awareness and take a good look at yourself. Okay. Humiliated, the thug flew into a rage and swung his fist at Yao. You filthy bitch, what did you say? I'll beat you to death. Seeing this, Jean Wadding could no longer stand by. He raised his hand and blocked him. The boss's face turned pale, and fear crept into his voice. Let go of me. Do you know my boss's boss is Jiang Wanlong? Jean Wadding said nothing and directly sent him flying with a kick. The two lackeys hurriedly helped their boss up. Boss, are you okay? Both angry and embarrassed, he cursed, Get the hell away from me. Yet he still had the nerve to walk up to Jean Wadding and threaten him. Brat, if you got guts, just wait right here. Jean Wadding let out a cold laugh and provoked him. Fine. Let me see who you can call. The boss immediately phoned his superior and tattled. Boss, I got beaten up at the amusement park. What? Boss, you're nearby? Great. I'm right by the Ferris wheel. After hanging up, he immediately became arrogant again. Brat, my boss is coming right now. If you kneel in front of me and apologize now, it's still not too late. Jean Wadding did not care who his boss was. With one hand, he shoved the man's head down and, without hesitation, kicked him straight in the face. The two lackeys trembled in fear. The red-haired one broke into a cold sweat and asked, Should we go help the boss? Seeing how miserably the boss was being beaten, the blue-haired one cursed. Are you stupid? Look at the boss getting beaten like that. If we go up there, aren't we just throwing our lives away? Tian came back after getting tired of playing and asked, Senior brother, what happened? Jean Wadding replied indifferently, They brought this on themselves. Tian stomped on the thug and said, You even dared provoke my fierce senior brother? Are you tired of living? Jean Wadding grabbed the back of his junior sister's collar and glared at her. What did you just say? Tian immediately changed her tune and tried to dodge the issue. No, senior brother, you heard wrong. From the distance came shouts of, Move aside, move aside. Jean Wadding set Tian down and turned his head, only to see the thug's boss had arrived. That thug scrambled and crawled over, then dropped to his knees, clutching his bruised and battered face as he cried, Boss! The boss looked at his underling's distorted face and frowned. The blue-haired thug sniffled, Boss, you finally came. The leader angrily shouted, "Who dared touch my brother?" The blue-haired thug pointed at John Wadding. "Boss, it was him." The moment he saw John Wadding, the leader's face instantly turned deathly pale and cold sweat poured down his face. "We're dead. Why is this god of slaughter here?" He immediately slapped that thug hard. The blue-haired thug looked bewildered. "Boss, why are you hitting me?" The leader followed up with another kick, cursing as he beat him. "Are you trying to get me killed too?" The blue-haired thug was beaten miserably and begged, "Boss, stop hitting me. If you keep going, someone's going to die." The white-haired man grabbed his underling and threw him in front of John Wadding, then nervously apologized. "I'm sorry, Warwing Heavenly King. My men were ignorant and offended you." The blue-haired thug looked utterly disbelieving and even turned back to ask, "Boss, isn't he just some pretty boy? How could he be a heavenly king?" The white-haired man kicked him several more times. "You still dare say that? You still dare say that?" The blue-haired thug was beaten until his eyes rolled back, drool spilled from his mouth, and he fainted on the ground. The leader put on a flattering smile and humbly begged, "My men were ignorant. Please be magnanimous and forgive us." John Wadding asked casually, "Oh, you recognize me?" The white-haired man expressed his admiration. "Heavenly King, that night when you displayed your divine might, I was right there beside the scene." John Wadding seemed to recognize him as well. "You one of Jiang Wanlong's men?" The man nodded repeatedly. Yes. John Wadding did not want to waste any more time and ordered, "Get lost." The white-haired man beamed. "Enjoy yourself, sir." Then, without any hesitation, he picked up his unconscious underling and dragged him away. Tian looked at the two of them sympathetically and sighed. "How pitiful." John Wadding warned his little junior sister, "If you think they're pitiful, then don't make things worse." Tian pulled out a short dagger. With a sinister smile, she said, "I still want to show off a bit of my strength." The little girl's eyes shifted from sympathy to murderous intent in an instant. "Too bad you won't get the chance." John Wadding rapped her on the head as a warning. "Stop showing off and put it away." Feeling wronged, Tian let out a huff. Yao took the chance to sidle up closer. Pretending to be intimate as she said, "John Wadding, you're amazing." John Wadding remained cold and pushed her hand away, drawing a clear line. "Miss Moreau, we're not close." The three of them immediately left, leaving Yao standing there, so furious her face twisted. She cursed, "Damn it." Yao could only stay there unwillingly. In the office of a major company, a secretary was whispering something into Jiang Wan's ear. After speaking, the secretary left. The fat Jiang Wanha angrily smashed everything on his desk. Just as he was about to smash the vase too, a man walked in. It was Jiang Wanlong. He asked, "What are you doing?" Seeing his older brother, Jiang Wanha calmed down a little. "Brother," Jiang Wanlong continued, "what happened to make you this angry?" The fat man said furiously, Yao and John Wadding were having a great time at the amusement park. It makes me feel terrible inside. "Brother, can you help me kill him?" Jiang Wanlong had just been concerned about his younger brother, but the moment he heard that, his attitude changed completely. He slapped his brother across the face. "Idiot, are you trying to get me killed too?" Jiang Wanlong warned him, "Before the Dragon Tiger Cup is over, I do not allow you to leave this place by even half a step." Got it. That night, under the moonlight, John Wadding was escorting the two girls back when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Seeing the strange look on her senior brother's face, Tian turned around and asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" John Wadding spoke up, "Come out." Tian asked suspiciously, "Senior brother, how could there be anyone?" A man stepped out of the darkness. It was Shueisha. At this moment, he looked extremely dangerous. Tian immediately drew her dagger and went on guard. "Who are you?" Dong Qingyin saw the insignia on him and recognized it at once. "It's you people." John Wadding stopped her. "Calm down." Then he said to Shueisha, "Tell all those you've planted an ambush to come out." Shueisha gave a sinister laugh, as expected of the Warwing Heavenly King. Then he gave the order, "Brothers, come out." A crowd rushed out and surrounded the three of them. John Wadding remained calm and smiled faintly. "Quite a lot of people." Shueisha pointed at his own head and signaled, naturally, "For a heavenly king like you, this head of yours is worth a lot." John Wadding replied confidently, "I'm afraid you don't have that kind of ability." Tian threw a dagger at one of the assassins. The man dodged it and was feeling smug when Tian seized the moment. He let his guard down and moved with startling speed. striking from behind. By the time he noticed, it was already too late. He cried out in alarm. This is bad. One assassin was hit in the arm by a dagger, and the confidence on his face turned deathly pale. Dong Xingyin and Tian Tian worked together in perfect coordination, easily defeating the assassins one by one. Several assassins surrounding Zhang Wading ran in circles, intending to form a trapping array. Zhang Wading merely laughed, stretched out his hand, and leaped into the air, locking onto one of them before attacking. With just one move, he sent that assassin flying. Shueisha struggled to his feet with a pained expression, utterly horrified. How'd he know that was my real body? With only a glance, Zhang Wading broke the formation and mocked him. And you dare show off such petty tricks in front of me? Unwilling to accept it, Shueisha immediately unleashed another move. Petty tricks? Then have a taste of this. He drew in the surrounding air, creating a dense layer of fog that enveloped Zhang Wading. Seizing the opportunity, he silently moved behind him to launch a sneak attack, his face full of smugness. Ha ha, Zhang Wading. The game's over. However, to Zhang Wading, this was nothing more than child's play. He chuckled softly. Oh, mildly interesting. Zhang Wading kicked backward, and the fog dispersed with it. Shueisha was struck by the kick and sent flying several meters away. Seeing the vicious state of the man known as the God of Slaughter, Shueisha was terrified and immediately ordered his men to retreat. The subordinates who had been fighting fiercely vanished without a trace the moment they heard the command. Dong Xingyin and Tian Tian were just about to chase after them when Zhang Wading stopped them. Go back. Tian Tian did not understand. Senior brother, why aren't we chasing them? Zhang Wading seemed to have other plans. He told them to stay while he pursued them alone. Left with no choice, Tian Tian could only obey. Zhang Wading sped up in pursuit, but these assassins were faster than he had expected. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared without a trace. They ran? After a failed assassination, fleeing really is the best option. Zhang Wading turned back, seeing that he had returned so quickly. The two girls could already guess. They got away, Zhang Wading said with certainty, but I already know who they are. Dong Xingyin looked curious. Stroking his chin, Zhang Wading speculated. In a place like this, to possess escape techniques like that, I'm afraid there can only be one group. Dong Xingyin also seemed to have guessed their identity. She voiced her suspicion. The hidden assassin's sect.